Chapter 2209. The Buddha Sarira was the life essence left behind by a Buddha. It had supreme Buddhist power and was the supreme object of Buddhism. The Buddha Sarira contained the great Tao of Buddhism that could lead people to Buddhism. It was a divine item that could lead people to Buddhism. If a Buddhist cultivator obtained a Buddha Sarira, it was very likely that he could become a Buddha by digesting and comprehending this Buddha Sarira and step into the Buddha realm. Becoming a Buddha was equivalent to becoming a holy venerable. It was not an exaggeration to say that with Qin Zhao's Buddha nature, if he was really willing to comprehend this Buddha Sarira and devote himself to Buddhism, he could even directly step into the Buddha realm with the help of this Buddha Sarira and become a Buddha, standing supreme. A high position. If one used this path to become a sacred venerate, it would be much easier than the other paths. Whether it was the way of immortality, the great way, the way of true meaning of power, the way of heart force, or the like, it was too difficult to become a holy venerable. It was 1 in 10,000 for a fourth step, celestial venerable, to step into the holy venerable realm and become a venerable. This showed how low the probability was. If one could enter Buddhism, it would be a shortcut. Of course, Qin Zhao did not need such a shortcut. If it were normal times, Qin Zhao would not dare to touch this Buddha Sarira. However, this was a special situation, so he could only give it a try. Qin Zhao took out the Buddha Sarira. The Buddhist power poured into the Buddha Sarira and stimulated the Buddhist power of the Buddha's way of enlightenment. As soon as the Buddhist power of the Buddha's way of enlightenment was stimulated, it immediately strengthened Qin Zhao's way of enlightenment by more than 10 times. The supreme Buddhist power of enlightenment gushed out and enveloped the lives of all races. The restraining power was also strengthened by more than 10 times. Under such a powerful Buddhist power of enlightenment, the originally chaotic scene was immediately effectively suppressed. It's so powerful. It's worthy of being called the Buddha's Sarira. It's so powerful that I feel a burst of fear. I feel like I can't control it at all. It seems that I really have to deal with it carefully. I don't want to be influenced by this powerful Buddhist power of enlightenment. That would be bad. Qin Zhao took it very seriously, but at the same time, he had to devote himself to the Buddhist power of enlightenment. What a powerful Buddhist aura. How did it become so strong all of a sudden? So strong that even I felt a trace of fear. Just where did this kid come from? An experienced Buddhist cultivator? The heart of the person behind him throbbed. However, he had to deal with more than 54th-step heavenly venerables, so he didn't have the time to deal with Qin Zhao. If it was just now, he would not be worried about anything. He could feel that Qin Zhao's Buddhist power was not very strong. It was impossible for her to save all the lives of all races. But now, he truly felt a sense of crisis. With the power of the Buddhist Dharma at this moment, there was indeed a slight possibility. If the lives of the myriad races were really saved by this child, then his plan would be ruined, and all his previous efforts would be for naught. He could not allow such a thing to happen. However, it was not an easy task to deal with more than 54th-step heavenly venerables in a short period of time. After all, he still had to use half of his energy to preside over the Tao Heart demonic seed array, so he could not fully focus on dealing with these fourth-step heavenly venerables. The combat strength of a fourth-step heavenly venerate. The power of the Tao Heart demonic seed array was getting stronger and stronger. The backlash of tens of millions of lives was also abnormally terrifying. At this moment, it was all backfiring on Qin Zhao. Resisting Qin Zhao made it extremely difficult for Qin Zhao. Since ancient times, evil has never suppressed good. Buddhism is the supreme righteousness, the righteousness of righteousness, and the Tao of righteousness. Bear with it, you must bear with it. The power of the Buddha Sarira has not been completely stimulated yet. I have to continue stimulating the power of the Buddha Sarira. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth. The backlash of tens of millions of lives was terrifying. The power of the Tao Heart demonic seed array surged towards Qin Zhao, wanting to annihilate Qin Zhao in this huge wave of demonic power. Once Qin Zhao was successfully backfired, he would be planted with a demonic seed. His soul would be controlled by the person behind him, and he would become a puppet. This was a very frightening and dangerous thing to do. Qin Shao used his unparalleled Buddhist might to fight against this frightening power of backlash. But it was truly tough. After all, Qin Shao was just a single person. But what he had to fight against were tens of millions of lives. Moreover, Qin Zhao's realm of Buddhism was actually not high. At this time, he was only relying on the power of the Buddha Sarira. However, the power of the Buddha Sarira was also a huge test for Qin Shao. It was also pressuring Qin Shao at all times. Under the attack of these two forces, Qin Zhao's heart was like a small boat swaying in the storm. It was on the verge of collapse and could be swallowed up at any time. Countless demonic seeds were like poisonous snakes, crazily attacking Qin Shao, crazily attacking Qin Zhao's soul and will. Under such a fierce and crazy attack, Qin Zhao's body, soul, and were constantly under great damage. Although Qin Zhao's power of Buddhism could resist it, it could not completely resist it. There was a certain amount of power that could hurt Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's soul began to tremble under the bombardment of such crazy power. It was extremely painful. His body was also under terrible attack. Even if Qin Shao used the flowing light wings, it was difficult to defend against the strange power of the demonic seeds. Puff! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Qin Zhao's throat. Qin Zhao's body was badly hurt. Qin Zhao's body became weak, and he almost fell down. However, Qin Shao supported himself with all his might. Qin Shao. Seeing this, Bai Chuan Fusu and young master, you were very worried. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and stood up with a determined face. He replied to the two of them, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Hold back the person behind this and buy me some time. Soon. I will succeed. Qin Zhao's eyes were full of determination. This was the power of absolute determination, the power of strong belief. It made his will unbreakable. I really thought that your attainments in Buddhism were so profound. It turns out that you just borrowed some tricks. Your attainments in Buddhism are not profound. After all, the tricks that you borrowed are not your own. Naturally, you can't use them to the fullest. Human brat, it's impossible for you to ruin my plan by yourself. Let's see how long you can hold on. Counterattack him. Counterattack him crazily. Demons of all heavens, attack him for me. The person behind this activated the great Taoist heart, demonic seed formation with all his strength and gathered all his power towards Qin Shao. The lives of all races were also like demons, attacking Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's situation was getting worse. Thump! Finally, Qin Shao was once again ravaged by the terrifying power of the counterattack. His body could not take it anymore, and he knelt on the ground on one knee. He was in danger of collapsing. Qin Zhao's body felt like it was being suppressed by a huge mountain. It was so heavy that Qin Shao was about to fall to the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up. However, Qin Zhao's strong willpower was not going to admit defeat. He supported his body with all his might to prevent himself from falling. Once he fell, it would be a complete collapse. The power of Buddhism is still not enough. It's not strong enough to suppress this great Taoist heart demonic seed formation. If this goes on, I won't be able to hold on any longer. That will be the consequence of a counterattack. Once I lose, the battle of the city will definitely break out. Then, everyone will die. I will die too. Brother Fu Su and Master, you will die too. Everyone's lives are in my hands now. So I can't fall. I can't lose. Since I was born, Qin Shao has been in desperate situations for more than 10 times. I've had one foot in the door of hell for more than 10 times. I'll definitely be able to resolve this crisis. I'll definitely be able to. Now, the only thing I could do to turn the tide is to make the power of Buddhism stronger. I have to fully activate the power of Buddhism in the Buddha Sarira. But how can I do that? I've tried all kinds of methods, but they still don't work. What can I do? Is it because my heart is not sincere enough? Is it because my attainments in Buddhism are not deep enough? Is it because I don't have the heart to enter Buddhism? But no matter what the situation was, Qin Shao had to make a breakthrough now. He had to fully activate the power of Buddhism in the Buddha Sarira. Only in this way could he turn the situation around. Only in this way could he settle everything, win, save thousands of lives, and save Freedom City. But it was very, very difficult. Buddhism is to save the world and help the common people. Buddhism is to purify the darkness and evil in the world. Buddhism is to sacrifice oneself to save others. Buddhism is to be merciful and have no desires. First, for others, then for oneself. What is my original intention this time? My original intention was also to save people. I wanted to save the lives of the tens of thousands of people in Free City, the millions of lives. Although I don't enter Buddhism, I still have a merciful heart. I also have a strong determination to purify the darkness and evil this time. Since there is no other way, I will sacrifice myself for once. My heart will enter the Buddha's Sarira. Qin Shao finally made a bold decision. He was determined to completely immerse his heart in the Buddha's Sarira. This was a very dangerous move. This danger was not the danger to his life, but the danger of being led into Buddhism. The Buddha's Sarira was the essence of the Buddha's life. It was the most precious treasure of Buddhism. It contained the purest, most true, and most supreme Buddhism. It was the true essence of Buddhism. If he entered the Buddha's Sarira, it was very likely that he would be purified and led into Buddhism. It was extremely dangerous. Qin Zhao's actions were indeed filled with a sense of righteousness, as if he was sacrificing himself for the greater good. But Qin Shao really had no other choice. He had no other choice but to take the risk. If he hesitated any longer, he would definitely end up being devoured. What awaited him would be to become someone's puppet and finally die on the battlefield as an executioner. How sad and ridiculous would that be? Qin Shao would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Qin Shao was duty-bound to take the risk without hesitation. Qin Zhao's heart completely entered the Buddha's Sarira. As soon as Qin Shao entered it, he saw the great Lane Temple in the Western Paradise. He saw the Buddha's light all over the sky. The golden Buddha's light was like a golden soup cast in gold, reflecting the whole world. The whole world was golden. The Buddha's power was everywhere, filling the whole world. Buddha had become the only master of this world, the only law, the foundation of the world, and the source of the power. A huge Buddha statue slowly emerged from the monstrous golden light. It was wearing a yellow cassock and sitting cross-legged on a ninth-grade golden lotus. Its body was shining with a solid golden light. It was incomparably sacred and equal to the sky. The Buddha came with the law. This was the only master of this world, the supreme existence, the creator of the law. This is Shakyamuni Buddha. Chapter 22:10. The legend of Shakyamuni Buddha was still engraved in Qin Zhao's heart. The two greatest and most outstanding people of this era in the immortal realm were Shakyamuni and Li Sheng. Of course, in terms of achievements, Shakyamuni was naturally much greater. As for Li Sheng, he was just a rising star. In terms of foundation, he was still much inferior to Shakyamuni. Moreover, the Buddhist Tao created by Shakyamuni was more profound and powerful. For the time being, there was a publicly recognized saying that the Buddhist Tao created by Shakyamuni was infinitely close to the 8 great paths of cultivation. It was even possible that it could evolve into a great path comparable to the 8 great paths of cultivation and become the 9th great path. In other words, Buddhist Tao was the strongest side path apart from the 8 great paths of cultivation. From this, it could be seen how powerful Buddhist Tao was. Shakyamuni created Buddhist Tao and established Buddhism. Then, he conquered the Western Paradise, which was located in the heavenly realm and formed a world of its own. This was also an immortal legend. In contrast, Li Sheng's words were more low-key. Of course, his foundation was also much weaker. Li Sheng's Tao of flying daggers was far inferior to Buddhist Tao. It was similar to an ordinary side path. However, because the Tao of flying daggers was a battle Tao, its power in battle was also great, which made the Tao of flying daggers very famous. But no matter how famous it was only a side path. To be honest, Buddhist Tao was also a side path, but it was a side path that was infinitely close to the Great Path. Among many side paths, it was recognized as the first. Qin Shao actually admired Shakyamuni Buddha very much. He was the most iconic figure of this era. He could even be said to be the #1 person in the immortal realm of this era. There was no doubt about it. Compared to Shakyamuni Buddha, Li Sheng was much worse. At this moment, standing in front of Shakyamuni Buddha, Qin Shao was in awe. He had a strong urge to kneel down and worship him. Buddhist Dharma, Buddhist might, and supreme Buddhist light enveloped, baptized, and purified everything in his heart. At this moment, Qin Zhao's heart became incomparably calm as the surface of a calm lake. Have you entered Buddhism? A murmur of the Great Path suddenly entered Qin Zhao's ears, accompanied by supreme Buddhist Dharma and Buddhist might. Every word was like a Buddha, every sound was like a Buddha. Listening to the voice, feeling the boundless Buddhism, and listening to the call of the Buddha, Qin Zhao's calm heart was filled with a strong desire for pilgrimage. There was a door in front of Qin Shao. As long as he wanted to, he could gently open the door. Behind this door was the boundless Buddhist Dharma and the supreme Buddhist Tao. It was another paradise. Once he stepped through the door, what awaited Qin Shao was to attain the Tao and become a Buddha, step into the saint realm, become immortal, and stand at the peak of the great wide world. This door was the fastest passageway to lead someone into the saint plane. This temptation was simply too great. Right now, in front of the Shakyamuni Buddha, one couldn't help but become very pious, wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha without any distracting thoughts. It was not only the temptation of attaining enlightenment and becoming a Buddha, but also the temptation of stepping into the sage realm. Standing in front of the Shakyamuni Buddha, one could truly feel the greatness of the Buddha, the piety of the Buddha, and the supreme glory of the Buddha. Under such a feeling, one would unconsciously be willing to join the Buddha and practice Buddhism devoutly. This was the most terrifying part. The Buddhist Tao did sound unacceptable, but one had to admit that the Buddhist Tao was the fastest developing Tao in this era of the immortal realm. It was the fastest growing force. Will you join the Buddha? The voice of the Shakyamuni Buddha once again sounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Zhao's body unexpectedly took a step forward uncontrollably and walked towards the Shakyamuni Buddha. No. However, as soon as he took a step forward, a voice of resistance shouted from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, Qin Zhao shuddered. He immediately stopped and became a little sober. No, I can't join the Buddhist Tao. I can't join the Buddhist Tao. No matter how great the temptation of the Buddhist Tao is, I can't join the Buddhist Tao. This is not what I want. If I really join the Buddhist Tao, I'm afraid it will be the most regretful thing in my life. No matter what happens if I join the Buddhist Tao, at least I don't want to join the Buddhist Tao. I can't be led into the Buddhist Tao. My state of mind and will have always been incomparably firm. The strength of my faith has always been very strong. I can't be tempted. The one in front of me is not the Shakyamuni Buddha at all. It's just an illusory image of the Buddha. I can't be confused by the appearance. Brother Fu Su, young Master Yu, and the thousands of lives in the free city are still waiting for me to go back and save them. I have to be firm. Although I don't join the Buddhist Tao, I still have a Buddhist heart. I understand the Buddhist heart as kindness. It's for the greater good of the world. I disregard everything and risk my life in this battle. It's for the greater good of the world. It's for the greater good of the world to save the thousands of lives in the free city. I have such a great wish. Why can't the Buddha lend me a hand and purify this great Tao, heart demonic seed art? If the Buddha is merciful, please grant me the supreme power of Buddhism and allow me to purify all the darkness and evil in this world with the light of Buddha. Qin Zhao's heart was extremely devout, but his will was still incomparably firm. Rays of light of Buddha landed on Qin Zhao's body. The golden light of the Buddha's Sarira increased tremendously and gushed out as though it was molded with golden water. Under the light of Buddha, Qin Zhao seemed to have put on a kasaya. The substantial golden light radiated from his body and formed a gigantic halo. It was as though a living Buddha had descended. At this moment, Qin Zhao's transformation caused a commotion. The people of the monster race and demon race were even more shocked. After all, the monster race and demon race had the aura of both of them and were afraid of Buddha. Therefore, the people of the monster race and demon race were born to be afraid of Buddha. When they saw a Buddha descending, they were naturally terrified and fear seeped into their bones. Many of them even began to tremble. This is a living Buddha? Is that fellow cultivator from the human race really a Buddhist cultivator? Moreover, he was a highly accomplished Buddhist cultivator? Or a reincarnated Buddha? Ha ha ha, everyone, let's hold on for a while longer. We are saved. The fourth step heavenly venerables of the monster race and demon race were both surprised and delighted when they saw this scene. At this moment, Qin Zhao's dharma was monstrous. He unleashed his full power and instantly gained the upper hand. He quickly removed the demonic seed. The power of the Tao Heart demonic seed array was no longer able to resist Qin Zhao's monstrous dharma. The power of the Buddha Sarira was completely unleashed. It was equivalent to the dharma left behind by a Buddha. How powerful was that? Although it was not the descent of a true Buddha, the supreme Buddha's power left behind was still terrifyingly powerful. It was so powerful that even the person behind it felt fear. The Dharma and Dharma were the nemesis of this kind of evil power and had a strong suppressive effect. Therefore, even if the power was weaker, it was enough to restrain it. Not to mention, the boundless Buddhist Dharma and Buddha's might were extremely powerful. Under the baptism and purification of such power, how could the person behind this be able to withstand it? Therefore, Qin Zhao quickly gained the upper hand and took control of the situation. Once the situation was under control, those who had been implanted with the demonic seed were quickly cleansed by Qin Zhao. They woke up one by one after the demonic seed was removed. What happened to me just now? Why do I feel like my consciousness has completely disappeared? Ha! I finally regained control of my consciousness. I couldn't control myself and wanted to kill someone just now. It's too scary. The human saved us. Is he the reincarnation of Buddha? Our elf clan leader actually did such a thing. Ashamed. Fortunately, we finally woke up. The person behind it is so vicious. Everyone woke up one by one. The fourth step, heavenly venerables of the elf clan leader also woke up one by one. After they woke up, they angrily joined in the battle against the person behind it. There were also 54th step, heavenly venerables on the myriad tribe's side. All of them woke up one by one. The Freedom Army also broke free from the control. Under the boundless Dharma, they were purified one by one. The demonic seed was removed, and they regained consciousness. After regaining consciousness, they naturally understood everything. Although they were being controlled just now, their memories were still there. Therefore, the first thing these people did when they woke up was to join in the battle. The person behind it knew that the Great Heart demonic seed array had been broken, so he had no choice but to give up the array and focus on fighting more than 104th step heavenly venerables. The Great Heart demonic seed array was finally completely broken. The world regained some clarity, and the demonic blood threads that shrouded Freedom City also completely disappeared. Qin Zhao also retracted the boundless Dharma and Dharma. He also retracted the power of Buddhism and put away the Buddha Sarira. Phew, it's finally settled. It's all thanks to the help of the Buddha Sarira. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save the myriad tribes. But it was also dangerous. I was almost led into Buddhism. The Buddha Sarira is indeed the essence of Buddha's life. It's the most precious treasure of Buddhism. If a Buddhist cultivator obtains a Buddha Sarira, it's indeed possible for him to achieve enlightenment and become a Buddha. In the end, he can attain the position of the immeasurable Buddha. This Buddha Sarira is a priceless treasure for a Buddhist cultivator. I didn't expect to only spend a little over 1 million Chaos Source Stones to buy it. What a great bargain. This transaction was simply too worth it. Even Qin Zhao felt that it was worth it when he thought about it now. He was glad that he had such a good opportunity. He also didn't expect that the Buddha Sarira would save everyone this time. However, Qin Shao didn't have the time to think about this because the battle above the nine heavens was still in a stalemate. The strength of the person behind, it was indeed terrifying. Facing more than 100 fourth-step heavenly venerables, he didn't fall into a disadvantage and was still able to hold his own. Of course, he didn't have any advantage. If the battle continued, he would probably be at a disadvantage. However, the person behind it wasn't willing to admit defeat so easily. He fought with a ferocious and crazy face. His methods were very vicious, especially his defensive ability. Under the suppression of everyone, he still seemed to be in an invincible position. This battle couldn't be dragged on for too long. Otherwise, something might really happen. Since I've already made my move, I don't mind revealing more. Moreover, we're in the nine continents Huaxia now. Actually, there's no harm in revealing a little. After all, there are countless geniuses in the nine continents Huaxia. There's a lot of powerhouses. What I have is nothing. Moreover, the nine continents Huaxia is a big stage. It's not necessarily a bad thing to show some light at the right time. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had an idea. After making up his mind, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He waved his hands, and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew in front of him. Obviously, Qin Shao was going to use the Li Sheng's flying daggers. Chapter 22:11. Come out. As soon as Li Sheng's flying daggers came out, the world was in an uproar. Unparalleled sharpness roared out from the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, surging into the 9 heavens. Li Sheng's flying daggers were the sharpest Dao of attack. It was a Dao of attack that shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When the flying daggers came out, the saint descended, causing the world to tremble. The incomparably sharp sharpness gushed out as if it was cast from metal, killing the person behind him. The flying daggers cut through the void, shining the entire sky like peerless divine brilliance. The sound of the flying daggers suppressed the silence of the world, as if it had been frozen in an instant. As soon as Li Sheng's flying daggers came out, everyone was shocked. Countless horrified eyes looked over, wide open. What kind of power is this? It's so powerful, really powerful. It's too powerful, too sharp. Why do I feel like it's a saint's aura? Who is that human Taoist? Is he a saint envoy who came to save us? As soon as Qin Shao made his move, the fourth-step celestial masters were shocked. They thought that Qin Shao was a Buddhist cultivator, but they didn't expect the power of the immortal path to be so terrifying. And soon, many people recognized that it was Li Sheng's flying daggers. Li Sheng's flying daggers? This kid isn't a Buddhist cultivator? Is he from Li Sheng's sect? The person behind him was shocked again. He also felt the power of Li Sheng's flying daggers. They came with a peerless sharpness, which made him a little afraid. Although his strength was enough to not be afraid of Li Sheng's flying daggers, he had to fight against more than 100 fourth-step celestial masters. How could he spare the strength to deal with Li Sheng's flying daggers? He had been suppressed all the time, so when Li Sheng's flying daggers came out, he naturally felt like he was facing a great enemy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The flying daggers pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed, breaking through all obstacles and directly attacking the person behind him. The person behind him tried his best to block, but he had to deal with more than 100 fourth-step celestial masters at the same time. How could he have the strength to deal with Li Sheng's flying daggers? Li Sheng's flying dagger was extremely sharp and fierce, so the person behind him couldn't block it at all. After a long stalemate, the 9 flying knives whistled through the air and pierced through the man behind him, shattering many of his immortal bodies. Puff! Dark red blood immediately flowed out from the corner of the person's mouth, and his expression became even more ferocious and ugly. He was actually injured. After being hit by Li Sheng's flying knife, he was seriously injured. The person behind Qin Shao glared at Qin Shao. His eyes were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. You actually injured me. Very good, very good. I will remember this grudge. I'd like to know, are you a Buddhist cultivator or a disciple of Saint Li? Qin Shao sneered and replied, It doesn't matter who you think I am. The most important thing is that you can forget about stirring up trouble and doing whatever you want here today. Your conspiracy has been destroyed. Don't have any more illusions. You are very powerful, but it's wishful thinking for you to suppress us alone. You will definitely lose today's battle. You have committed heinous crimes, and you deserve to die. Ha, I deserve to die? Ha ha ha. So what if I deserve to die? The person behind him laughed maniacally. His maniacal voice was filled with deep resentment. I deserve to die, and the people of the monster race and demon race deserve to die even more. They deserve to die even more. My life's great wish is to slaughter the people of the monster race and demon race and completely remove them from the great thousand world. These two races will no longer exist. My entire family, countless descendants, billions of clansmen died in the hands of the monster race and demon race. They were all massacred. Now, I am the only one left. With such a deep blood feud, what's wrong with me killing the monster race and demon race? The monster race and demon race are evil races. They are bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. They killed the lives of the human race. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. Haha. Why are you pretending to be kind? Haven't you seen the people of the monster race and demon race killing living beings? Haven't you killed anyone before? There is no good or evil in this world. There is no right or wrong. There is only the law of the jungle. There is only one's fist. Do you understand? After hearing the words of the person behind him, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. It seemed that the person behind him was also a pitiful person. However, as the saying went, a pitiful person would definitely be detestable. Although he was pitiful, he had also fallen into extreme evil. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "We have killed before. I'm afraid there is no cultivator who doesn't kill if he wants to grow. However, I have a clear conscience and will not kill the innocent. We will not be merciful to those who deserve to die. However, we will not kill those who are innocent. There is still a difference between good and evil in this world. There is also a difference between right and wrong. It is true that the weak are prey to the strong, but this is only the most helpless and cruel law of survival in this world. This is unfair in itself. The reason why we want to become stronger is to break this unfairness and change this unfairness. There are indeed many bloodthirsty and cruel people in the monster race and demon race, but not all of them. I believe that every race has such a situation. However, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You said that your 10 billion people were killed. Then, you should look for the demons who killed your people. You should not kill the innocent and kill the demons whenever you see them. Furthermore, this time, you implicated the lives of all the races in the free city. Isn't this too much? Even if you have thousands of reasons, you should not do this. If it is evil, it is evil. If it is wrong, it is wrong. No matter how many reasons you have, you will not be able to clear your name. Ha ha ha. The person behind him sneered again and said, "There must be some means and sacrifices when doing things. What is this? You want to be a hero? You want to be a savior? Ha ha. I can only say that you are too naive. The cruelty of this world is far from what you can imagine. I admit defeat today. I did not expect that everything I had planned out would be ruined by a human brat like you. Ha ha. The green mountains do not change, and the green water flows on forever. I believe that we will have a chance to meet again in the future. You ruined my plans, so I will take your life. This is inevitable. Brat, let's wait and see. We will meet again." After the person behind said this, he turned into a wisp of black mist and quickly dissipated in the void, disappearing without a trace. Obviously, he had already left and used a secret technique to escape. The person behind him left. The darkness dissipated completely and the world returned to normal. The aura of freedom also slowly returned to the free city. Everything had calmed down. A calamity had passed just like that. There were no casualties. It had ended peacefully with the least losses. No one had expected such an outcome. The people on both sides had already made up their minds to fight to the death and were prepared to die. However, in the end, everyone had survived. It was a miracle that they were able to live in peace. Haha, the sky is clear after the storm. We don't have to die, and the free city is still around. This is great. This is really great. Yes, this feeling is really wonderful. I thought that we would all die this time. I did not expect that we would survive. Everyone is alive, and the free city is still around. It's like a nightmare. All of this was just a big conspiracy. We almost fell victim to this conspiracy. Fortunately, someone saved us. That's right. That fellow Taoist of the human race is our savior, our hero. Yes, our savior is the savior of the free city. We should be grateful to him. This is all thanks to that human fellow Taoist. He is a living Buddha. I want to worship him. I want to worship him too. Everyone, let's do it together. Many people really knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Shao. With someone taking the lead, many people immediately responded. One by one, they knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Shao to express their gratitude. Everyone was sincerely grateful to Qin Shao. If Qin Shao had not taken action, they would have all died and the free city would have been destroyed. The lives of the thousands of races in the free city would have all died under this huge conspiracy. It was Qin Shao who had saved everyone. How deep was this kind of great kindness? Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Qin Shao was happy, but also very uncomfortable. He was happy because he could do a good deed and save so many people's lives. It was indeed a very happy thing to receive the gratitude of others. He was uncomfortable because Qin Shao did not like being kowtowed like this. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately gestured for everyone to get up and not do this. However, it was very difficult for him to stop everyone. There were tens of millions of people in the free city. It was very popular. Therefore, in the end, Qin Shao could only wear a helpless expression. The elf patriarch and the others walked over. Demon King Zhong and Demon King Jing Sei also walked over. Taoist Qin Shao, thank you for your righteous actions. You saved the lives of tens of millions of people from both sides. The demon race will remember this kindness, Demon King Zhong said solemnly. Taoist Qin Shao, the demon race will also remember this great kindness. Demon King Jing Sei also said solemnly. Qin Shao smiled and cupped his fist at the two of them. You two are too polite. I didn't do it for you. I just happened to stop the mastermind. You were also forced to do this. It's not your fault. However, I think it's time for the demon race and the demon race to withdraw, right? Otherwise, if all of them are placed in Free City, I'm afraid Free City wouldn't be like Free City anymore. Demon King Zhong and Demon King Jing Sei nodded in agreement. They would immediately withdraw all their people, leaving only a small portion of them who were originally living in the Free City. Moreover, they immediately took action and began to arrange for the retreat of the demon race and the demon race. Seeing the retreat of the demon race and the demon race, the tens of thousands of people in the Free City felt relieved. Although the battle had subsided now, if the demon race and the demon race continued to stay in the Free City, it would still be a huge hidden danger. There were tens of thousands of people in the Free City. The strength of each race was about the same, so there was a balance in many aspects. However, if the demon race and the demon race didn't withdraw their people, this balance would be completely broken. Then, the Free City would be dominated by the demon race and the demon race, which was naturally not a good thing for the Free City. The other races were probably also on tenterhooks. Therefore, in order to restore the original situation of the Free City, the demon race and the demon race naturally had to withdraw all their troops. Demon King Zhong and Demon King Jing Sei also understood this point and did as they were told. Once the demon race and the demon race retreated, the fourth-step heavenly venerates also left, leaving only two fourth-step heavenly venerates and a few thousand people from various races. Most of them were originally living in the Free City, and a small portion of them were new arrivals. After all, the two fourth-step heavenly venerates were new arrivals. Chapter 22:12. The elf patriarch walked in front of Qin Shao and said apologetically, "Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, I'm really ashamed. I made a mistake and was actually manipulated by a villain. I almost harmed the lives of thousands of races. That's a heinous crime and unforgivable. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Qin Shao acted righteously and appeared out of nowhere to stop all of this from happening and save the lives of thousands of races in our free city. Please accept my bow for such great kindness." After saying that, the elf patriarch was actually about to bow to Qin Shao. When Qin Shao saw this, how could he let the elf patriarch bow to him? He hurriedly stopped him. He supported the elf patriarch and said, "Senior elf patriarch, you don't have to be so polite. Cultivators of our generation should have righteousness in their hearts and be righteous. When encountering injustice, we should take action when necessary. I'm also someone who abhors evil. It's really difficult for me to sit back and watch. I'll ignore it. Moreover, my two brothers and I were also caught in it, so we had to take action. Senior elf patriarch, you're also victims. You were controlled by the great Tao Heart Seed Demon technique behind the scenes. It wasn't your true actions. I think everyone can understand. This matter is already past. Senior elf patriarch, you don't have to be so concerned. Everyone is safe and sound. That's the best ending. That's right. Everyone was still alive and Freedom City was saved. This was the best ending. Everything else was not important. After all, this was just a huge conspiracy. Everything was manipulated by the person behind the scenes. Everyone was a victim. The sky was clear after the rain. Qin Shao was a hero. His tall and mighty image was also engraved in everyone's hearts. In the hearts of the elf patriarch and the others, Qin Shao was Li Sheng's disciple. This made Qin Shao's image suddenly become much higher. Li Sheng's disciples had always been like legendary existences. They rarely walked in the world and were extremely rare to see. Furthermore, Sage Li's requirements for his disciples were also extremely strict. They had to be righteous people, people who were worthy of respect. Therefore, the disciples of Saint Li were all extremely glorious and respected wherever they went. Since everyone is gathered here today, I think there is a very important matter that we need to discuss together. The elf patriarch suddenly said to the crowd. Everyone also became alert and looked over. They had basically guessed what was going on. The elf patriarch continued, 10,000 years ago, the city lord of free cities was cut off. The position of the city lord of free cities has been vacant for 10,000 years. As the saying goes, a country cannot go a day without a ruler, and a family cannot go a day without a leader. Although our free city is small, it is also the common home of our myriad races, the home of freedom. Electing a new city lord is something that we cannot delay. Today, we can take advantage of this opportunity to put this important matter into effect. Let our free city stabilize, reinvigorate, and reestablish a new style. If we don't change and reorganize our free city, I'm afraid similar incidents will happen again. We are lucky this time, but we won't be lucky again. Everyone naturally agreed with the elf patriarch's suggestion. This matter should have been put into effect long ago. In fact, there have been many attempts to promote the election of a new city lord over the past 10,000 years. However, the people behind the scenes had stirred up a lot of trouble. Later on, the monster race and demon race had entered the free city on a large scale and delayed this matter. Now that it had been brought up again, it was naturally supported by everyone. It was time to elect a new city lord. The elf patriarch continued, the election of the city lord of free cities has always been fair, just, and open. In addition to being able to live in Freedom City for 1,000,000 years, there were several necessary conditions that should be met. You must have lived for at least 1,000,000 years. Only the people of free cities are qualified to compete for the position of the city lord. Previously, many of the previous city lords of free cities either left or died. Many of them were also challenged, which resulted in the current chaotic situation in free cities. Our free city has just experienced a life-and-death calamity. We have all survived, so we should be more vigilant. This chaotic situation must be completely changed. Otherwise, our free city will still embark on a path of decline. This is not something we want to see. The city lord of the free city lord is someone who is capable. Whether it is strength or prestige, it should be able to convince the masses. However, I think we should make some appropriate changes this time. I suggest that fellow Taoist Qin Shao directly take over the position of city lord of free city and become the new city lord of free city. He will lead Free City to a better future. What does everyone think about the future? Elf Patriarch Zhu Li immediately agreed. In terms of strength, prestige, and talent, I believe that fellow Taoist Qin Shao is well-deserved. The only condition that I don't agree with is that fellow Taoist Qin Shao hasn't lived in Free City for a long time. However, I think that rules are dead and people are alive. Free City belongs to all of us, so the rules naturally belong to all of us. Therefore, I also agree with the Elf Patriarch suggestion. I think that fellow Taoist Qin Shao is the one and only choice for the new City Lord of Free City. I agree. I agree too. I raise both hands in agreement. The entire Crimson Fox clan agrees. The entire Dwarf clan agrees. The entire Demon clan agrees. The Demon clan agrees. Agreed. Once the Elf Patriarch suggestion was made, the voices of agreement grew louder and louder. Instantly, Qin Shao was pushed to the peak. He was supported by all living beings, and his prestige reached an extremely high level. With such prestige, perhaps only the first Free City Lord could compare to him. Bai Chuan Fusu and Young Master Yu also jokingly agreed. Young Master Yu was especially excited, as if he was going to become the City Lord of Free City. Apart from the Freedom Legion's fourth step Heavenly Venerables, the other fourth step Heavenly Venerables expressed their opinions. Most of the Patriarchs also expressed their opinions. The Freedom Legion did not have the right to interfere or express their opinions in the election of the City Lord of Free City. Therefore, the Freedom Legion chose to remain silent. Being elected as the new City Lord of Free City by everyone, Qin Shao was very fearful. He really did not expect the Elf Patriarch to nominate him. Qin Shao really could not accept such a thing. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, no, no. Elf Patriarch, I can't do this. If we're talking about the new City Lord of Free City, I think it should be you, Elf Patriarch. I'm just an outsider, a passerby. I'm really not qualified to be the City Lord of Free City. Moreover, I'll be leaving Free City soon. I'm immersed in cultivation and have no time to care about other things. Letting me govern a city is absolutely impossible. Qin Shao was definitely unwilling to be the City Lord of Free City, even if everyone was so enthusiastic about it. Haha, brother Qin Shao, you don't want to be the City Lord for free. TSK. Free City strength is also very strong. If you become the City Lord of Free City, it's equivalent to your force becoming many times stronger. How much stronger would that be? How impressive. TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. If you don't want to be the City Lord, then let me be the City Lord. I really want to be the City Lord, Young Master, you said jokingly. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, then I'll give it to you. You could be the City Lord. No. I know what I'm capable of. Even if I want to be the City Lord, no one will support me. If I really want to compete, I can't win against the Elf Patriarch and the others. So forget it. Young Master Yu immediately shook his head. He was just joking. If he really wanted to be the City Lord, he would need the consent of the myriad races in Free City. Obviously, other than Qin Shao, no one else had this prestige. Qin Shao saved Free City and the myriad races. He was grateful and supported by the myriad races. That was why he was elected as the new City Lord of Free City. This was irreplaceable. No one could enjoy this treatment. The Elf Patriarch shook his head and said to Qin Shao with a solemn expression, fellow Taoist Qin Shao, I was the City Lord once before, but I really couldn't be the City Lord. Later on, I was challenged. So, naturally, I can't come out and be the City Lord again. I'm a City Lord. Now, you have the support of everyone. You're the only candidate that everyone supports. You saved our Free City, but our Free City is still in a state of disunity. We still live up to our glory days. Just do your good deed to the end and be the new City Lord of Free City. You only need to set the rules. As for the rest, you can leave it to the Freedom Corps. You don't need to do it yourself. The City Lord of Free City is also incomparably free. It's just a symbol of spirit, a symbol of strength. If you want to go out and cultivate in the future, that's also possible. I believe that only you can reorganize our Free City and lead it back on the right track. Therefore, on behalf of the myriad races of Free City, I'm willing to ask fellow Taoist Qin Shao to save us, reorganize Free City, and lead us to rebuild Free City. Yes, fellow Taoist Qin Shao, please. I'm willing to ask you to be our City Lord. City Lord Qin, just agree. I'm kneeling for you. City Lord Qin, you are our City Lord. I won't agree to anyone else. City Lord Qin, City Lord Qin, City Lord Qin. Their faces were filled with sincerity, strong emotions, and incomparable enthusiasm. City Lord Qin was shouted one after another. In the end, all the citizens shouted in unison and supported him. Under such enthusiastic cheers, Qin Shao didn't know what to say. How could he say no at this moment? But if he didn't refuse, what should he do? Should he accept it? Qin Shao truly didn't want to be the city lord. Therefore, he was in an extremely difficult position. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Brother Qin Shao, it's hard to refuse such great hospitality. Just accept it for now. If it's really not possible, if there's a better candidate in the future, you can give up your position. It's all thanks to you that Free City was able to survive. Your kindness has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now that you're gone, I'm afraid that no one will be able to receive support. If you don't accept it, then Free City won't have a new city lord for a long time. No one will dare to step forward to be the city lord. If that's the case, then I reckon that Free City's situation might really get worse and worse. Young master, you advised. Bai Chuan Fusen knew that Qin Shao was in a difficult position. Therefore, he didn't say anything. He respected Qin Zhao's choice. Actually, Qin Shao also knew this. He had also considered the situation that young master you mentioned. Furthermore, he also knew that there would definitely be benefits to being the city lord. He had been in the immortal domain for over 20 million years. Although his strength had grown a lot, he still hadn't established his own power. Chapter 22:13. Of course, this was also relative. If one received something, one would have to give something. Power and responsibility were often mutually exclusive. If one wanted to obtain the power of the Free City, they would have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Free City. To be honest, Qin Shao was indeed unwilling to be the city lord of the Free City. He had never liked being tied down. He preferred freedom. Furthermore, he definitely wouldn't stay in the Free City for long. He would definitely leave to cultivate. However, at this moment, the tens of thousands of living beings in the Free City were looking at him with yearning eyes. Their enthusiasm and sincerity really moved Qin Shao. It was hard for him to refuse. How should he describe the Free City? Qin Shao appreciated such a city very much. Qin Shao also liked the tens of thousands of living beings in the Free City very much. They loved peace and advocated freedom. The tens of thousands of living beings were as close as a family. At least, Qin Shao had only seen such a phenomenon in the Free City. It was simply unimaginable in the past. Therefore, the Free City was a very special city in Qin Zhao's heart. Taking over the position of City Lord would bring a lot of pressure and responsibility to Qin Shao. It would bind his hands and feet. City Lord Qin, please accept our request. City Lord Qin, please accept our request. City Lord Qin, please accept our request. Pleading voices rang out again. Pairs of yearning eyes stared at Qin Shao eagerly. The tens of thousands of living beings in the Free City loved the Free City too much. They all longed for the Free City to regain its glory. Therefore, they were now very eager for a capable and prestigious person to lead them, govern the Free City, and lead them. Qin Shao was the only person who could bear this responsibility. Faced with the scene of tens of millions of people petitioning him, Qin Shao was really soft-hearted. However, he was still struggling in his heart. Should he accept or not? If he didn't accept, it would be really hard for him to bear. Moreover, Qin Shao really didn't want to see the Free City destroyed and decline like this. Although they had only spent a short time together, Qin Shao had fallen in love with the Free City. However, Freedom City would never become Qin Zhao's home. Qin Shao was now immersed in cultivation and had no time to think about other things. Difficult. It was indeed very difficult. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, do you want us to kneel before you? The elf patriarch asked in a trembling voice. These words touched the hearts of many. Qin Shao didn't hesitate any longer. She quickly pulled the elf patriarch and said, "Senior elf patriarch, your words are too serious. All right, since it's so difficult to refuse such great kindness, then I, Qin Shao, will accept it. But let me say this first. I definitely won't stay in Liberty City for long. I can temporarily take over as the Free City's lord. Once the Free City stabilizes, I will leave and continue my cultivation. 1 or 2 million years. It shouldn't be too long. If you all are unwilling, then no matter what, I will not agree to it today." The elf patriarch and the others looked at each other awkwardly. 1 or 2 million years was indeed a little too short. However, Qin Shao could only give them this much time. Any longer, and it definitely wouldn't work. After discussing with each other for a while, they reached a consensus. The elf patriarch said, "All right, fellow Taoist Qin Shao, we will do as you say. Let's talk about the future later. In any case, if fellow Taoist Qin Shao wants to leave Liberty City after 2 million years, we will not stop you." Qin Shao was relieved after receiving the elf patriarch's promise. Since that was the case, then the answer was out. Young Master Rong, Qin Zhao's sudden transformation into the City Lord of Liberty City really shocked Zhai Rong and the others so much that their jaws dropped. At this moment, they were so dumbfounded that they couldn't say a word. The three of them stared at each other, feeling indescribably uncomfortable. He felt as if he had eaten **T. They originally wanted to scheme against Qin Shao, but he was so strong that they couldn't reach him. And now, Qin Shao was the City Lord of Liberty City, ruling the entire city. To put it bluntly, if Qin Shao wanted to kill the three of them now, it would be as easy as squashing 2 ants. Therefore, Fu Rennie and Qi Li were a little flustered, not knowing how Qin Shao was going to deal with them. Zhai Rong's expression was also very ugly, but he wasn't worried that Qin Shao would do anything to him. After all, the Zhai clan was still very strong, and he was a key disciple of the Wind Cloud Academy, ranked 2nd on the Earth roll. And his elder brother was a genius on the Heaven roll. With the protection of the Wind Cloud Academy, he wasn't afraid that Qin Shao could do anything to him. However, this feeling was really too uncomfortable. He had always thought that Qin Shao was just an ordinary 3rd-step heavenly venerable, someone who came to seek refuge with Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu. But he never thought that Qin Zhao's strength was so strong that it was terrifying. He was so strong that he could save Liberty City with his own strength and injure the person behind it. And Qin Shao was actually a disciple of Saint Li. The identity of Saint Li's disciple was a few levels higher than his status as a genius student of the Wind Cloud Academy. They were 2 completely incomparable statuses. His strength couldn't compare, his status couldn't compare, and his talent couldn't compare. This made Zhai Rong feel that he couldn't compare to Qin Shao in any aspect. How unbearable was this feeling? Qin Shao agreed to be the City Lord of Liberty City and took on this heavy responsibility. After receiving an affirmative answer, the people of Liberty City cheered and celebrated. "Citizens of Liberty City, let us pay our respects to the new City Lord." The Elf Clan leader's loud voice resounded throughout the entire Liberty City. Everyone suddenly quieted down and turned to face Qin Shao. They bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, "Greetings, City Lord." Under the clamor of the crowd, Zhai Rong and the other 2 didn't dare to be careless. They subconsciously bowed to Qin Shao. How loud was the voices of tens of millions of lives? The sound was enough to shatter the 9 heavens and cause the earth to tremble. Fortunately, Qin Shao was also a person who had seen the world. In the primordial universe, he was the Lord of the universe origin and was often worshipped by thousands of people. However, this was indeed the first time in the celestial realm. Moreover, these tens of millions of lives were basically at the heavenly venerable realm. There were more than 54th-step heavenly venerables. Therefore, he felt that it was indeed different from the past. It was even more mysterious. At this point, Qin Shao had officially become the City Lord of Liberty City. He also had another identity in the future. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me City Lord from now on. Don't call me Lord. It sounds awkward. Qin Shao smiled and said to everyone. He had taken over the position of City Lord, but Qin Shao didn't know what to do next. Fortunately, the elf clan leader was quite knowledgeable about this. He said to Qin Shao, City Lord, cough. Elf clan leader, let's just call you City Lord. The elf clan leader paused for a moment before changing his words. City Lord, there are still many things that you need to do. The Liberty Legion also needs to swear an oath of loyalty to you again. There are many things that are more complicated. But before that, City Lord, shouldn't you settle down your two brothers first and deal with the other three as well? Qin Shao nodded. This matter really needed to be dealt with first. Haha, City Lord Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about us. Do what you need to do. We can handle the small matters on our side ourselves. Young master, you came up and said jokingly. Baichuan Fusu also said, we're also preparing to leave Liberty City and enter the Boundless Demon region. The elf clan leader glanced at Di Rong and the other two, then said to Qin Shao, City Lord, these three were already up to no good. They even hit you when you were down. I don't think they're with you. These three look like rats. One look, and I could tell they're up to no good. They must be up to no good. Should we capture them first? Many beings of the myriad races had already surrounded Di Rong and the other two without batting an eyelid. They stared at them, waiting for Qin Zhao's order to capture them. Di Rong and the other two panicked when they saw this. Fu Rini and Qili didn't have much confidence. They were so scared that their faces were pale. Di Rong gritted his teeth and said, Don't mess around. We're students of the Wind Cloud Academy. If you dare to do anything to us, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Students of the Wind Cloud Academy? Hearing this, many people became a little fearful. After all, the Wind Cloud Academy's immortal aura was still very strong in the Hu region. Indeed, no one dared to provoke the Wind Cloud Academy. There was no doubt about the strength of the Wind Cloud Academy. There was more than one Saint Master in the Wind Cloud Academy. So what if you're students of the Wind Cloud Academy? Can the students of the Wind Cloud Academy be lawless and do whatever they want? That's right. Since you dare to do evil in Liberty City, we'll teach you a lesson. It's not like we want to kill you. So what if we show our identity as students of the Wind Cloud Academy? Don't talk so much nonsense with them. Capture them first. The muscles on Di Rong's face twitched. That's right. As long as they don't kill them in Liberty City, there's nothing wrong with capturing them and teaching them a lesson. Di Rong was really anxious. He quickly said to Baichuan Fu Su, Brother Baichuan Fu Su, we came here together. We still have to complete the mission together. Quickly tell your brother Qin Shao to stop. Don't mess around. What happened just now was my fault. I'll apologize to you. Is that not enough? Baichuan Fu Su looked at Di Rong coldly. He was very unhappy with Di Rong. Bah, what were you doing earlier? Young master, you spat and pointed at Di Rong's nose and scolded. Aren't you always so arrogant? Weren't you scheming against us just now? Weren't you trying to reap the benefits? Why are you admitting defeat now? Continue being tough. You're a genius student of the Wind Cloud Academy and a descendant of the D clan. Your status and background are great. What are you afraid of? Just say that you're wrong and apologize for it. Ha ha ha, you're really light. Di Rong's face was extremely ugly. However, he was powerless to refute. After all, he was weak. Qin Zhao's cold gaze swept across Di Rong's face and walked over. Seeing Qin Shao walking over, Di Rong felt even more guilty. Qin Shao, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. If you really dare to do anything to me, not only will the Wind Cloud Academy find trouble with you, my D clan will also not let you off. Di Rong said with some fear. Qin Shao sneered. You still dare to threaten me at this time? You really have guts. Who gave you the courage? Chapter 22:14. Zhai Rong was really scared. How could he not be scared? Qin Zhao's powerful strength was there for all to see. Qin Zhao's shocking performance just now was still vivid in his mind. Even the person behind the scenes, a powerful fourth-step heavenly venerable with strength close to a half-step sage, was injured and fled by Qin Shao. How could he not be scared? Although he said it in a tough tone, if Qin Shao really wanted to do something to him, the Wind Cloud Academy and his Zhai family might not be able to help him. The premise was that Qin Shao didn't kill his doppelganger. However, if he didn't kill him, there were countless ways to torture him, which would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Zhao's strength was too strong, and his performance just now was too domineering. Therefore, facing the current Qin Shao, Zhai Rong felt guilty and inexplicable fear in his heart. Qin Shao just sneered and didn't speak. He walked towards Zhai Rong step by step. Fu Rini and Qi Li's legs were trembling uncontrollably. They grabbed Zhai Rong tightly and involuntarily wanted to retreat. Scared, they were really scared. You, what do you want? Zhai Rong felt guilty. Under the pressure of Qin Zhao's powerful momentum, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking very embarrassed. However, at this time, how could he care about his image? Humph! Qin Shao finally stopped and sneered lightly. You, Zhai Rong, are just a coward. With your little courage, you still want to scheme against us 3 brothers? If you really dare to scheme against us brothers in the endless demon territory, I can guarantee that you will be the ones to die. Do you believe it? Believe it? If it was in the past, Zhai Rong would definitely not believe it. But now, Zhai Rong had to believe it. It was indeed possible. I just want to tell you that if you don't want to scheme against us, you really don't have the qualifications to do so. Today, I can teach you a harsh lesson. But since you haven't used your skills yet, I'll let it go today. But I can clearly warn you that if you dare to plot against my 2 brothers in the future, we'll see, Qin Shao said again. This was a clear warning. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite to people like Dirong. Giving them a warning was also to save Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu some trouble. Now that he had just taken over as Freedom City's city lord, he obviously could not continue to follow Baichuan, Fusu, and the others for the next mission. Therefore, it was necessary to give a warning now, and it should be very effective. As long as Dirong wasn't a lunatic or a fool, he wouldn't do anything rash. Baichuan helped Su Yu and young Master Yu up. Young Master Yu said, Qin Shao, I was thinking about something just now. We accepted this mission to kill more than 3,000 demons under the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. But is that really the case? If it was in the past, I would also think that the demons are all evil and should be killed. Killing the demons is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. But this battle in Freedom City made me see a different side of the monster race and demon race for what we know. Not all the members of the monster race and demon race are bloodthirsty and cruel, and not all the members of the monster race and demon race should be killed. Just like us humans, there are good and bad people. I believe it's the same for the monster race and demon race. At most, there might be a higher proportion of them. But if we blindly enter the boundless demon realm to kill the demons, wouldn't we become murderers who can't differentiate right from wrong? Murderers? Evil people? The question that young Master Yu was pondering was indeed worthy of deep thought. In fact, there were many things that Qin Shao often pondered deeply about. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, maybe we didn't have such a deep understanding in the past, but this trip to Freedom City has indeed given us a lot of new insights. I have never liked to kill the innocent. There are evil people in the monster race and demon race, but not all of them. Therefore, most of the time, a person's thoughts carry a lot of subjective consciousness. This is very incorrect. If we directly enter the boundless demon realm and kill the demons on sight, it will be a massacre and an evil act. So this question is also worthy of us thinking about what is right, what is wrong, and what is the best way to do it. Maybe there is no standard answer, and 10,000 people will have 10,000 opinions. Maybe this is the difference between races. So I think we should act on our pride. No matter what others say or think, the key is what we think. If we think we can do it and have a clear conscience, then do it and don't leave any regrets. Either we don't do it or we don't regret it. Young Master Yu nodded. Baichuan Fusu's expression turned serious, and he was also thinking about this matter. Young Master Yu thought for a while, then made a decision and said, Big brother, if we were to kill the innocent, I would rather be punished by the Academy than to complete this mission. If there is a specific plot, and we can confirm where the evil demons are and where the demons should be killed, then I will definitely do it without hesitation. So this mission, I think it is better for us not to do it. Baichuan Fusa nodded and said a simple word, okay. Since Baichuan Fusu and young master you had made their decision, Qin Shao naturally respected their decision. Moreover, this was Zhai Rong's plan from the start, and it was not their intention. Okay, we have no objections, and we don't want to continue with this mission. So let's go back and accept the punishment. It is no big deal. Zhai Rong immediately expressed his opinion. To him, it did not matter now. Anyway, he did not dare to scheme anymore, and he had to put away his previous plan. Rather than that, he might as well give up on the mission. In this way, Baichuan Fusu and young master you would also be punished, and he felt a little better. This matter was considered settled. Qin Shao, then we will return to the Wind Cloud Academy first. You should stay in Free City for a while. We will come back to find you again, Baichuan Fusu said. Qin Shao nodded. Haha, City Lord Qin. See you next time then, young master you said jokingly. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled helplessly. Baichuan Fusu and the other 4 left Free City, and the people of the myriad clans also dispersed, and each went back first. Only 42 4-step Heavenly Venerables temporarily stayed, and in addition to the 10 4-step Heavenly Venerables of the Free City Army, there were a total of 52 4-step Heavenly Venerables. Now, this was all the top power of Free City. Everyone, please take a seat here. I'll bring the City Lord to the City Lord's mansion first. Let's settle the matters there first. We'll discuss other matters later, the Elf Patriarch said to the other 4th-step Heavenly Venerables. After saying that, he said to Qin Shao, City Lord, I will bring you to the City Lord's mansion first. The people of the Free City Army are waiting for you there. Qin Shao nodded. He did not know much, so he just followed the Elf clan leader. Qin Shao knew a little about the Free City Army, but he did not know much. On the way, the Elf clan leader also explained to Qin Shao, City Lord, you may not know much about the Free City Army. Let me explain it to you in detail. The City Lord may know the origin of the Free City Army. The Free City Army is made up of 3,000 primitive clans, and each clan sends 10 people to join the Free City Army. Furthermore, this number is eternal and unchanging. It means that it must be guaranteed that there will always be 10 people serving in the Free City Army from the 3,000 primitive clans. It must be guaranteed that the total number of Free City Army will always be 30,000. If there are casualties, the corresponding clans will make up for it. Moreover, the people who enter the Free City Army must also undergo strict screening. The threshold of strength to enter is the 2nd-step Heavenly Venerable realm. Although those who enter the Free City Army are all 2nd-step Heavenly Venerables, the Free City Army is eternal. In other words, once you enter, you can't retreat, and you must serve the Free City Army for the rest of your life until you die. In this way, as time passes, 3rd-step Heavenly Venerables will slowly be born in the Free City Army, and even 4th-step Heavenly Venerables. However, only the City Lord is qualified to know and grasp the specific situation of the Free City Army. Although the number of the Free City Army of 30,000 was not considered much, it sounded like those who could enter the Free City Army were all elites. This force was not small either. Moreover, in the Free City Army, there were now a total of 10 4th-step Heavenly Venerables. 3rd-step Heavenly Venerables, there were probably at least thousands. Also, the Free City Army will always be loyal to the Free City Lord, not to an individual. In other words, whoever is the City Lord, the Free City Army will be loyal to that person. If whoever is not the City Lord, the Free City Army will no longer be loyal to you. This is the sacred mission of the Free City Army's existence. It is a spiritual power that has been passed down. Oh, only loyal to the City Lord? After thinking carefully, Qin Shao understood the brilliance of it. For example, in the recent universe era, the Free City Lord had changed more than 100 times. If the Free City Army was loyal to an individual, then it would probably be taken away by one of the Free City Lords. However, the Free City Army was loyal to the City Lord. Only when you were the Free City Lord would they listen to your orders. If you were no longer the Free City Lord, then they would no longer listen to your orders. The Free City Army's existence was to protect the Free City. In theory, The Free City Army will only protect the Free City and its citizens. Beyond this range, the Free City Army will not listen to orders, the Elf Patriarch said. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, in other words, if you want to order the Free City Army to do something, you can only do it in the Free City. After leaving the Free City, unless there is a threat to the safety of the citizens, then you can't move them out? The Elf Patriarch pondered for a moment before replying. That's more or less the case, but that's not necessarily the case. This is just a theory. For example, if City Lord encounters any difficulties or dangers outside, then you can order the Free City Army. After all, you're also a citizen of the Free City and the City Lord of the Free City. Qin Shao nodded. He more or less understood the situation and could understand it very well. In short, the Freedom Corps existed for the sake of Freedom City. They protected Freedom City and all the citizens of Freedom City. This was their most sacred mission. Once they joined, they would protect it for the rest of their lives. In this way, the Free City Army was indeed very tall and majestic. It was indeed worthy of admiration. The 30,000 Free City Army used their lives to protect the Free City at all times. They were not afraid of death. Once they joined the Free City Army, they had to swear to the heavenly Tao that they could never go back on their words. Chapter 22:15. On the training grounds of the City Lord's mansion, 30,000 soldiers of the Freedom Legion were already standing there. They were all wearing bright armor and looked mighty and extraordinary. The armor was also divided into 3 types and 3 colors: black armor, silver armor, and gold armor. The 3 types of armor were also divided into 3 camps. Obviously, the black armor was the most common camp, followed by the silver armor, and then the gold armor. It was obvious that the division of the 3 colors of armor was definitely based on realm. The black armor was definitely a 2nd step heavenly venerate, the silver armor was a 3rd step heavenly venerate, and the gold armor was the highest, a 4th step heavenly venerate. Therefore, there were only 10 gold armors. They stood at the front of the Legion and led the entire Freedom Legion. Behind the 10 4th step heavenly venerates were 3,000 silver armors. Behind them were nearly 2,700 black armor troops. Seeing this, Qin Shao also had a basic understanding of the Freedom Legion strength. 10 4th step heavenly venerates, 3,000 3rd step heavenly venerates, and the rest were all 2nd step heavenly venerates. The total strength of the Legion was 30,000. Speaking of which, it was indeed considered a very powerful force. If they were in the southern wilderness, they could do whatever they wanted. As long as they didn't provoke the existence of an ancient sage, it wouldn't be a big problem. Looking at this majestic Freedom Legion, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little heroic. Plop! Everyone in the Freedom Legion suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Shao and bowed their heads. At the same time, they swore on the heavenly Tao, "I swear to be loyal to the City Lord. I swear to protect the Freedom Legion and the people of the Freedom Legion. I will obey the City Lord's orders. I will climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of fire. If I violate this oath, I will be struck by lightning and my soul will scatter. I will be buried here. The heavenly Tao oath rise." Everyone swore at the same time and triggered the heavenly Tao law. After the oath was completed, the heavenly Tao sent down a heavenly decree into Qin Zhao's soul, representing the completion of the heavenly Tao oath. If anyone in the Freedom Legion violated the oath, Qin Shao could make their souls scatter with a thought and suffer the wrath of the heavens. Only after completing the heavenly Tao oath did it mean that Qin Shao had complete control over the Freedom Corps. With the army in his hands, he had become the true City Lord of Freedom City. In the future, he could command the entire Freedom City and wield great power. In fact, Qin Shao was not interested in power. In terms of authority, he was the universe source master of the primordial universe. Everything in the primordial universe was under his control. That was the supreme authority. Therefore, Qin Shao had long been indifferent to power. Being a free city lord, he felt a little helpless. After dealing with this matter, Qin Shao followed the elf patriarch back to the elf tribe. The other 4th step heavenly venerables have been waiting for them. Here's the thing, City Lord. As the representatives of all the races, We have something to discuss with you and hope that you can give us some advice. Previously, our free city could be said to be like loose sand. There was no cohesion at all. Everyone was dispirited and focused on their own business. Such a free city has already lost the charm that a free city should have. Now that you are leading the city, Lord, I believe that this situation will be completely changed. Therefore, I would like to invite the city lord to come over and discuss it together, said the elf patriarch. There were 42 fourth-step heavenly venerables here. Although they only represented 40 clans, their words still carried a lot of weight. They were the mainstay of Freedom City and were also the group that was most worried about the current situation of Freedom City. Therefore, the elf patriarch could not wait to invite Qin Shao over and ask everyone to stay behind to discuss the future of Freedom City. It could also be said that it had indeed reached a point where there was no room for delay. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, I have the same intention. Since everyone trusts me, I will definitely do my best and do my best. However, I, Qin Shao, have not lived for long after all. I'm afraid that my abilities are limited. Please forgive me if I don't do well. At the same time, I hope that all of you seniors can help us manage Freedom City well. I only have the courage to do so with you seniors here. I believe that no matter what, as long as we are of one mind and work together to discuss it, there is no problem that cannot be solved. The elf patriarch nodded and said, Yes, you are right, City Lord. As long as we can gather together like today and work together to solve the problem, there is indeed no problem that cannot be solved. However, due to many reasons in the past, there was no way for us to gather together like today. That is why Freedom City is like scattered sand without cohesion. Now that the City Lord is here, under the leadership of the City Lord, we can all gather together and work together. This is the most important thing. Qin Shao was slightly startled. After thinking about it, he also smiled. That's right. It wasn't that Qin Shao's ability was really that strong. Instead, it was because Qin Shao had saved Freedom City and the lives of all the myriad races. Therefore, Qin Shao's status in everyone's hearts was very high and his prestige was very high. With these things, he could gather the power of all the races. As long as he could gather the power of all the races, there was indeed nothing that could not be solved. Freedom City would also be restored to its previous state. Why was Freedom City so beautiful under the governance of the First City Lord? It was because the First City Lord had absolute cohesion. Everyone respected him, believed in him, worshipped him, and respected him. Therefore, he was able to govern Freedom City well. As long as he said a word, everyone would do as he said. There was no need for him to do anything at all. There were some things that could not be completely measured by strength. After the First City Lord, there were hundreds of other City Lords. There was no lack of powerful City Lords, but they were all useless. What was the use of strength alone? Without the support of the people, without the collective support of all the races, without absolute prestige, it was naturally difficult to govern well. Qin Shao had experienced this personally. In terms of governance, Qin Shao had governed a huge universe. Therefore, he had a lot of experience. What did cohesion rely on? It was prestige, it was faith, it was not strength. Fists could make people submit, but it was more likely that they were not willing to submit. City Lord, we had a discussion just now. There is something we want to discuss with you. We feel that Freedom City's defensive power is still a little weak. The Freedom Corps seems to be a little weak. Therefore, we are all thinking, is it possible? Is it possible to expand the Freedom Corps? For example, if more people from our 3,000 primitive clans join the Freedom Corps, or if all the other races are pulled in, the Freedom Corps will also expand several times. If there's a war and the Freedom Corps is strong enough, it will be a solid force that can protect our Freedom City very well. It will not be like this time, where it is a plate of loose sand that is difficult to unite. The Freedom Corps exists to protect Freedom City. They have a sacred mission and are a guardian army that is not afraid of death. The elf patriarch opened his mouth and said his suggestion. This was the suggestion that many of the elf patriarchs had discussed. It was also a method that had been summarized from the lessons of this incident. In a way, expanding the Freedom Corps could indeed strengthen Freedom City's defensive power. Qin Shao thought about this suggestion seriously and said, "How should I put this time? It was more of an accident. Firstly, it was the scheme of the person behind the scenes. Secondly, Freedom City happened to have no city lord overseeing it. Without a leader, there was naturally no cohesion. However, we can't say that this kind of situation will not happen in the future. Therefore, your suggestion is also reasonable. It's just that I feel that since the first city lord established Freedom City, the Freedom Corps has a scale of 30,000 people. If we want to expand it now, there are many problems to consider. Firstly, the management and nurturing of the Freedom Corps will require a large number of Chaos Source Stones. Secondly, will the other clans be willing to do this? Some clans have a large number of clans, so there is no pressure, but what about some clans with a small number of clans? It will not be easy for them to send out 10 second-step Celestial Venerables. Yes. Thirdly, your 3,000 primitive clans have contributed to Freedom City for countless years. It is already quite a lot for a clan to send out 10 people to enter the Freedom Corps. How can you increase your contribution? Fourthly, Freedom City is a free city. Even the City Lord's mansion doesn't have any source of income. We can't say that in order to expand the Freedom Corps, we have to set up exorbitant taxes or something, right? It's also impossible to collect entrance fees or something like that, right? Also, the original building of the City Lord's mansion should only be enough for the 30,000 Freedom Corps to live in and cultivate. If we expand it further, what should we do with the others? We can't expand the City Lord's mansion, right? Therefore, this move is a bit like pulling a hair and affecting the whole body. I think that for the time being, this suggestion should be put aside for now. For the time being, there is not much need. If we really feel that there is a need and conditions in the future, it won't be too late to discuss this matter. What do you all think? After listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, everyone nodded. What he said was very reasonable. It was indeed so. If they wanted to expand the Freedom Corps, it would involve many problems. It was not easy to expand it. The main thing was that it depended on whether there was a need. For the time being, it did not seem to be necessary. Qin Shao continued. Freedom City was in a state of disunity before. In fact, there were many factors in it. I have also analyzed it. Therefore, I think that what we should do now is to tidy up Freedom City. Freedom City is indeed a little chaotic, so we have to pull it out. Anyway, let Freedom City return to the right track and return to the previous operating mode. The previous mode could operate for endless years. Tens of thousands of universe epochs is enough to prove that the previous mode was very successful, right? The Elf Patriarch and the Giant Strength Patriarch nodded. They had all come from that era and had lived for more than 10,000 universe epochs. They had deep feelings about many things. Therefore, I think that the first thing we should do now is to pull out, Qin Shao said again. The Elf Patriarch nodded and said, "Yes, what the City Lord said is very reasonable. Uprooting the chaos is indeed the most urgent thing that needs to be done. However, this kind of thing cannot be done overnight. After all, in the recent universe epoch, Freedom City has indeed changed a lot." Chapter 22:16. First, I want to restore the heart of freedom in Freedom City, the peaceful atmosphere of Freedom City, and the noble light of Freedom City. Therefore, I want to chase all the evil people hiding in Freedom City out of Freedom City, especially those who are unforgivable, especially those who have committed heinous crimes. I think we should behead them as a warning to others. Although Freedom City is a free city, it is a free city. However, this freedom is a heart of freedom, a heart of kindness, and not the freedom of an evil heart. Freedom City is not a place for wanted criminals or evildoers to hide. It is not a place for them to escape. It is a paradise for them. The arrival of these people will only pollute the air of Freedom City and ruin the atmosphere of Freedom City. If this goes on, it will slowly tarnish Freedom City and produce a bad effect. Freedom City is not Buddha. It does not have the ability to enlighten and purify evil people. Therefore, we can only make it simple. We can block the evil people outside the city walls and not let them step into Freedom City. Perhaps everyone feels that my suggestion goes against the heart of freedom. Perhaps you feel that those wanted criminals and evildoers who hide in Freedom City will not commit evil in Freedom City, so you can accept it. However, I still firmly believe that these people are a hidden danger. After a long time, there will always be trouble. There are people who abandon evil and become good. If they come to Freedom City after becoming good, then we welcome them. If they come before becoming good, then we do not welcome them. It is just that we do not welcome evildoers. They are unforgivable. We should kill them. Our Freedom City does not fight with the world and does not like killing. However, if someone steps into Freedom City and enters our territory, then we should take care of it. Everyone, consider my suggestion carefully. Let's discuss it together. Qin Shao looked at everyone with a serious expression and said his first suggestion. He had this suggestion because he had seen an unforgivable evildoer like the one-eyed man in the Freedom House restaurant. Moreover, Qin Shao later learned that there were still unforgivable evildoers like the one-eyed man in Freedom City. There were many hidden. Qin Shao was also a person who abhorred evil. Since he was now the city lord of Freedom City, how could he tolerate these people continuing to stay in the city? Therefore, this was the first thing he had to do. In response to this, everyone immediately began to discuss. Some people didn't really care. After all, there were very few evil people in the free city. Occasionally, there were some who had done evil, but they weren't considered too evil. Many of them had become honest after coming to Freedom City. Of course, there were quite a few cases of extremely evil people causing trouble in the free city. After a heated discussion, everyone finally came to a consensus. The Elven Patriarch, as the representative, stood up and said, "We also feel that some extremely evil people are indeed a hidden danger to our free city. Now it is time for the free city to reorganize. We agree with the city lord's suggestion to remove those extremely evil people. Chase all of them out of free city. Some heinous people should be killed directly. They can't be left in this world. We can be considered to be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. City Lord, do you have any other suggestions?" Other suggestions? Qin Shao actually didn't have much to say, but after thinking about it, he still said, "Although we are a free city, everyone has the heart of freedom, and the myriad races get along very harmoniously. However, I feel that there are good things in such an environment. There are also some disadvantages. The good thing is that everyone is very happy and comfortable living in free city. Basically, it can be said to be carefree. There's no need to think about anything, and there is no pressure to compete. There's no such thing as mutual deception or scheming against each other. Everyone is very simple, so there are many people in Free City who have lived for more than 10,000 years. However, it is also because of this that Free City's overall strength is not strong, and there are no geniuses born. If this continues to develop in the long run, I feel that it will be very disadvantageous to Free City. Therefore, I feel that in terms of cultivation and nurturing of future generations, we should also strengthen it. The best way is to set up an institution like Free Academy to concentrate on nurturing a portion of outstanding disciples and create some competition. Come out and encourage some geniuses to be born. Then we can concentrate some resources to nurture a small number of geniuses and continue to send powerhouses to Free City. This will strengthen Free City. In the end, the protective power still depends on strength. Just based on Free City's current strength, it is indeed a little weak. This time, it was just a fourth-step heavenly venerate, but he almost destroyed the entire Free City. Therefore, I feel that this problem is also very important. This time, everyone's discussion was even more intense. City Lord, but we've always been living like this. If there is competition, then it will not be very conducive to unity and harmony, right? Yes, City Lord. We have always lived like this. Moreover, our resources are limited and scarce, so it is very difficult to put in a lot of effort in nurturing disciples. If we set up a free academy, then there will be a lot more competition. If there is more competition, I'm afraid there will be correspondingly more scheming, right? This isn't a good thing for our free wind of freedom, is it? Our free city has always been a place away from worldly affairs. We do not compete with the world or fight with others. We are only willing to live our simple and comfortable lives. Although this will indeed reduce the number of pursuits, we do not care too much about these things. Being ordinary is already a kind of happiness for us. Yes, City Lord. If that is the case, then we have to prepare more cultivation resources. But where will these cultivation resources come from? I'm afraid this is a new problem that we have to solve. I agree with what the City Lord said. In the end, isn't it because our free city strength is a little weak that we encounter this time? This time, the City Lord stepped forward to save us. What about the next time? Will we ever be so lucky again? Therefore, we should really think about this problem carefully. Indeed, we should let ourselves become stronger slowly. All right. Furthermore, it might not be as terrifying as you say. As long as we manage it well, there won't be any problems. Then, why don't we not set up a free academy and let the various clans nurture their own disciples? This way, there will be a lot less competition. As long as the various clans pay attention to this problem, it will be fine. If we set up a free academy, I'm afraid there will be a lot of disputes. Yes, that will work too. This problem should still be taken seriously. Yes, that will work too. The final result of the discussion was that the free academy would not be set up and the various clans would nurture their own disciples. Everyone paid attention to this problem. Since everyone agreed, Qin Xiao did not say anything more. Let's leave it at that for now and see what everyone's wishes were. Qin Xiao continued. Actually, there are still ways to obtain more cultivation resources. There are tens of thousands of clans in our free city. Every clan has something they are good at. As long as each clan takes out what they are good at and reasonably organizes it, I believe there will be a very good way to do business. Establishing trade with other cities is a very fast way to earn cultivation resources. You guys might have had some fights before, but they were probably just small fights. If we really want to do it, we should sit together and discuss it. We should come up with a good plan, and then everyone should work together to do it. Make it on a large scale. We can earn more chaos source stones. I have some good experiences that I can pass on to you. Qin Zhao's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Then, they discussed the matter of establishing trade. Qin Xiao had heard a lot about the experience from Fatty Kai before. It could be said that he was influenced by what he saw and heard. Fatty Kai's father was definitely a genius in business. Qin Xiao admired him very much. In fact, there were a lot of resources in Free City. It was just that they did not know how to use them before, or were not willing to use them. Now that Qin Xiao had integrated them and made a reasonable plan, it suddenly became much clearer. In addition to these problems, they also discussed some other problems. They brought out some of the various aspects of Free City and discussed them together. Then, they formulated various policies. The rules of Free City were still the same as before. However, there were also many solutions to many problems. With everyone discussing it together, Qin Xiao was only a decision-maker most of the time. The details were discussed by everyone, so he did not have to worry too much. In fact, the situation in Free City was not complicated. It could even be said that it was very simple. Previously, Free City was in a state of disunity. There were many problems that were exposed. In fact, it was because the previous Free City Lord did not manage it well. The previous Free City Lord had no prestige to speak of. Naturally, everyone did not believe in him, so they did not pay much attention to him. Naturally, everyone did their own thing. Naturally, it was a little chaotic. Now that Qin Xiao had reunited everyone's hearts, everyone was working together to make Freedom City better. Everyone's will was as strong as an impregnable fortress. Naturally, there was nothing that would be difficult for everyone to accomplish. Moreover, there were actually no difficult problems. There were just some small problems that were easier to solve. After a round of discussion, they had basically settled all the problems. Then, Qin Xiao issued an order to let the Elf Patriarch and the others announce the decisions of these situations to the patriarchs of the myriad races so that they would know. After doing all this, Qin Xiao had to return to the City Lord Mansion. Although we've discussed for so long that my mouth is dry, I've finally decided on all the big and small issues. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Elf Patriarch and the others, Governing Free City was much easier than I thought. There were not many things that had to wait for me to find a way to solve. In fact, the Elf Patriarch and the others have already thought of a detailed solution. They will also do it well. They just need me to nod my head. My role is just to gather everyone's strength. Then I will give the order and let the myriad races agree to go. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. Some of his original worries now seemed to be superfluous. However, this was also quite good. There were not so many things, and he did not regret agreeing to be the Free City Lord. Moreover, to be able to solve the problems of Free City, foresee Free City developing in a good direction, and even return to its best state in the end, Qin Shao was very happy. Now, he was looking forward to the arrival of that day. It would be a very fulfilling thing. Doing something seriously was something worth being happy about and looking forward to. Chapter 22:17. City Lord. As soon as Qin Shao returned to the City Lord's mansion, a gray-robed old man with white hair and beard greeted him respectfully. It could be seen that he had been standing here for a long time, waiting for Qin Shao to return. Huh? Qin Shao sized up the gray-robed old man and sensed a trace of the situation. Although the gray-robed old man appeared to be a third-step heavenly venerable, Qin Shao vaguely felt that his aura seemed to be concealed. As Qin Shao was also good at concealing his aura and cultivated the mirage meditation technique, he was very sensitive to aura concealment techniques and had a very strong ability to detect them. This ability was something that ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerables could not compare to. Therefore, Qin Shao vaguely sensed that the gray-robed old man in front of him was not simple. It was very likely that he was not a third-step heavenly venerable, but a fourth-step heavenly venerable who had concealed his aura. If that was really the case, then it would be interesting. After all, Qin Shao had heard from the Elf Patriarch that there were only 10 fourth-step heavenly venerables in the City Lord's mansion, which were the 10 golden-armored leaders of the Freedom Legion. If the gray-robed old man in front of him was also a fourth-step heavenly venerable, then didn't that mean that even the Elf Patriarch and the others did not know about this situation? If that was the case, then it was a little strange. Qin Shao had only come to the City Lord's mansion to see the Freedom Legion. As for the other people in the City Lord's mansion, Qin Shao had not seen them, so he naturally did not know who the old man in front of him was. The gray-robed old man immediately reacted and hurriedly introduced himself. "I'm sorry, City Lord. Look at how muddle-headed this old servant is. I forgot that the City Lord has not seen this old servant before and does not know who this old servant is. This old servant is called Third Elder Yuan. The City Lord can just call this old servant Third Elder. This old servant is the steward of the City Lord's mansion. I have always been in charge of all matters of the City Lord's mansion. In the future, the City Lord's daily life and all matters in the mansion can be handed over to this old servant." It turned out that he was the steward of the City Lord's mansion. Qin Shao was relieved. That's right, the Freedom Corps wasn't responsible for the trivial matters of the City Lord's manor. Someone had to take care of these matters, so the City Lord's manor must have a group of servants. "So it's you, Chief Steward Yuan. I'm sorry, I've just arrived at the City Lord's mansion, so I don't know a lot of things and I don't know you." Qin Shao smiled faintly. Just now, Qin Shao had also sent a voice transmission to the Elf Patriarch and confirmed that there was indeed someone called the Third Chief Elder. He also asked the Elf Patriarch about some of the people in the City Lord's mansion so that he wouldn't be embarrassed if he didn't know anything. "City Lord, you're exaggerating. City Lord has just arrived at the City Lord's mansion. It's normal that you don't know us. Later, I'll bring City Lord to meet some of the servants in the City Lord's mansion so that you don't know them. I've already gathered all of them. They're all waiting for you in the backyard," said Chief Steward Yuan. Since Chief Steward Yuan had already arranged everything, Qin Shao didn't refuse. Now that he was living in the City Lord's mansion, he should get to know the other people in the City Lord's mansion. It would be bad if he didn't know if they were from the City Lord's mansion when he met them in the future. However, the City Lord's mansion was heavily guarded. With the Freedom Corps' martial law, outsiders shouldn't be able to enter the City Lord's mansion. He followed Chief Steward Yuan and soon arrived at the backyard. Before he entered the backyard, Qin Shao smelled a strange fragrance drifting out from inside. Moreover, it was a mixture of many fragrances. From this, it could be seen that many women had gathered in the backyard. Sure enough, as soon as he walked into the backyard, he saw a large group of women standing there in an orderly manner. Although their clothes weren't gorgeous, all of them were good-looking and beautiful. They were all one-step heavenly venerables. However, not all of them were from the human clan. There were also people from other clans, such as the Crimson Fox clan and the Elf clan. After all, the women from these three clans were quite good-looking. They should be more suitable for the aesthetic standards of the various clans. As for the number, there were about 300 of them. At this moment, all of them were standing there. It was a beautiful and eye-catching scene. Fortunately, Qin Shao had never had any strong thoughts about women. Moreover, his self-control was very good, so he didn't lose his composure. He was only slightly stunned before he immediately recovered. He glanced at the women with a calm expression. "Greetings, City Lord." The 300 women bowed respectfully to Qin Shao in unison. Qin Shao nodded to the crowd, indicating that there was no need for formalities. They just met and got to know each other. The women secretly sized up Qin Shao. They were full of curiosity about the new City Lord. They had heard about Qin Zhao's deeds long ago. Moreover, they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Therefore, they all had a strong sense of admiration for Qin Shao. Now that they saw Qin Shao in person, they naturally wanted to witness Qin Zhao's elegance. Qin Shao naturally felt that these women were secretly sizing him up. Their gazes fell on him. Being sized up by so many women at the same time really made Qin Shao feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He was afraid that he would scare these women. After all, these people were just servants and had low statuses. Ahem. However, General Manager Yuan was afraid that these people would be disrespectful to Qin Shao, so he coughed twice. The women seemed to be very afraid of General Manager Yuan, so they all withdrew their gazes and lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look at Qin Shao again. As the general manager of the City Lord's mansion, it was normal for General Manager Yuan to have such prestige. The general manager was in charge of all the matters in the City Lord's mansion. He had to manage all the servants in an orderly manner. Naturally, he had to have some prestige. Otherwise, how could it be possible? City Lord. These 300 women are the servants of the City Lord's mansion. Together with me and the 30,000 free soldiers, this is all the personnel of the City Lord's mansion. Other than us, there are no other personnel in the City Lord's mansion. Of course, if the City Lord needs more personnel, I can arrange it here. I wonder if the City Lord thinks that there's a need for more servants? General Manager Yuan asked. Qin Shao immediately waved his hand and shook his head. No need, no need. There are already 300 people. It's enough. I think it's too much. In fact, there is no need for so many. I'm used to living independently. I'm usually not used to having servants to serve me. These people are enough. General Manager Yuan nodded. If the City Lord said that it was enough, then it was enough. He firmly obeyed the City Lord's orders. City Lord, do you need to arrange for these people to do anything? They have all undergone strict selection and training. They can do everything the City Lord orders. Moreover, they have all sworn an oath to be loyal to the City Lord. They are absolutely loyal and will not betray the City Lord. So, if the City Lord needs anything, feel free to use them, General Manager Yuan asked again. Qin Shao shook his head and said, No need, no need. They can do what they did in the past. When I have something to do, I'll order them. There is nothing for the time being. General Manager Yuan frowned slightly. There was no need for anything? After hesitating for a moment, General Manager Yuan said, What about food and shelter? How should I arrange that? Qin Shao still shook his head. There is no need for that. We are all cultivators in the heavenly venerate realm. Things like wine and food are just for the taste sometimes. They're not necessities. If I want to drink wine one day, or if there are guests, then I'll give other orders. Under normal circumstances, don't prepare these things for me without my instructions. Some people like to enjoy, but Qin Shao had always been a person who did not like to enjoy. He was not a good drinker, so he did not drink much. What about serving you in bed? General Manager Yuan asked again. What? Serving him in bed? What did he mean? Qin Shao could not help but widen his eyes slightly. For a moment, he thought that he had misheard. Serving him in bed? General Manager Yuan looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, Yes, the city lord. These women are also proficient in the affairs between men and women. They will definitely be able to serve you comfortably. Moreover, these women are very willing to serve you, the city lord. So, I will see what you need to do. I will arrange it. Do you want to flip the cards? Or select a group of women to serve you in turn? When he heard this, Qin Shao did not know how to answer for a moment. There was actually such a thing. Qin Shao had never touched a woman until now. He had never been close to a woman. He had also never touched the affairs between men and women. Therefore, when he heard what General Manager Yuan said, Qin Shao's face turned slightly red from embarrassment. It was normal for Qin Shao to know that it was such an enjoyable thing. Many people liked it, but he really did not like it. When he saw that Qin Shao did not reply for a moment, General Manager Yuan thought that Qin Shao was not satisfied with all of them. He said, If the city lord is not satisfied, then I will immediately arrange for the various clans to select some stunning women for you to choose from. Choose. No. Qin Shao knew that General Manager Yuan had misunderstood. He immediately shook his head and waved his hand, saying, General Manager Yuan, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I don't need these, so you don't have to arrange anything like serving me in bed. I don't like it. You don't like it? General Manager Yuan looked strangely at Qin Shao. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, The city lord, could it be that you don't like women? Could it be that you like men? What? Like men? What the hell was this? Qin Zhao's face instantly turned red from embarrassment. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. What was going on? How could such an upright man like him have such a special sexual orientation and hobby? General Manager Yuan, I like women. My sexual orientation is absolutely normal. There is no need to doubt this. If you dare to doubt it again, I will get angry with you, Qin Shao said very seriously. This kind of thing must be explained clearly in a serious manner. Oh, General Manager Yuan nodded and said, Then why doesn't the city lord choose some women to serve you in bed? The previous city lords would also choose women to serve them in bed. Cough. Qin Shao was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. He said, It should be fine if I don't like things that other people like, right? Besides, I already have a woman I like, so I don't dare to be interested in other women. It's not the problem with these women. I don't like them at all, so naturally, I won't let them serve me in bed. All right, General Manager Yuan. I should have the right to decide whether or not to do these things, right? General Manager Yuan immediately nodded and said, Of course you do. The city lord has the right to decide everything, including the life and death of me and the others. Since the city lord doesn't like it, then forget it. I still have to do my job properly. Phew, General Manager Yuan did not say anything else, and Qin Shao secretly sighed in relief. He nodded and said, I feel that you are indeed very conscientious. I give you a thumbs up. However, General Manager Yuan, you can just call me the city lord in the future. Don't call me your excellency. It sounds awkward. Yes, the city lord. Chapter 22:18. Qin Shao felt a little more comfortable after sending the female servants away. Otherwise, with the 300 beautiful ladies hovering in front of him and many of them peeking at him curiously from time to time, Qin Shao would feel very uncomfortable. Now that only General Manager Yuan was left to accompany him, he felt much more at ease. Qin Shao preferred this kind of peace and quiet. The city governor's mansion was not big, so he became familiar with it after walking around. Finally, General Manager Yuan brought Qin Shao to a side courtyard and said, City Governor, this is the cultivation place of all the previous city governors. It is also the cultivation place of the first city governor. Do you think you can live and cultivate here in the future? There was no other place that was better. Qin Shao was not picky and simply nodded. General Manager Yuan continued, This is a forbidden area. Other than me, no one else is allowed to enter. Therefore, you don't have to worry about being disturbed by the servants when you live and cultivate here. I will always guard the outer courtyard. I will not enter the inner courtyard without any orders from the city governor. Qin Shao nodded again. This was a good point. Qin Shao did not like to be disturbed. Only General Manager Yuan could enter this place. It was obvious that General Manager Yuan's position in the city governor's mansion had always been very high. However, judging from the traces of time on General Manager Yuan's body, he was definitely an ancient existence. Perhaps there was no one in Free City who had lived longer than him. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that General Manager Yuan probably followed the first city governor and was deeply trusted by the first city governor. He had been holding the position of general manager in the city governor's mansion and was considered the city governor's right-hand man. This made Qin Shao more curious about General Manager Yuan. Although they had only spent a short time together, Qin Shao could feel General Manager Yuan's loyalty, wisdom, and a hidden aura. This General Manager Yuan was definitely not a simple person. All right, General Manager Yuan, where does the city governor's mansion's expenses usually come from? According to my current understanding, the city governor's mansion does not have a source of income, right? Qin Shao asked. Firstly, the city lord's mansion did not collect taxes. Secondly, the city lord's mansion did not charge any entrance fee. Thirdly, the city lord's mansion did not do business. Therefore, the city lord manor had no source of income at all. However, to maintain the normal operations of the city lord manor, they would definitely need chaos source stones. Where would they come from? General Manager Yuan shook his head and said, Yes, Governor. The governor's mansion does not have any source of income. As for maintaining the normal operations of the city lord's mansion, it is indeed a little difficult, but it is relatively peaceful. Normally, we just rely on some tributes from the various races. Therefore, the Freedom Corps can't get cultivation resources and can only rely on themselves. However, our City Lord's mansion has always been simple and plain. The situation was better in the hands of the First City Lord. The First City Lord would provide cultivation resources to the Freedom Corps. Therefore, the scale of the Freedom Army was formed in the hands of the First City Lord. Now, without cultivation resources, if they rely on themselves, it's basically impossible for a fourth-step heavenly venerate to be born. However, our City Lord's mansion has never competed, so we don't care too much about these things. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. It would be difficult to find a second City Lord's mansion that was so peaceful in the celestial territory. How should he put it? It was not bad. It was the same after getting used to it. This had already become a custom. However, if he could cultivate the Freedom Corps and make them stronger, it could also be considered a good thing, right? However, if he wanted to do this, other methods would not work. He could only rely on himself as the City Lord. Qin Shao did not have many Chaos Source Stones on him now, nor did he have many other resources. Therefore, he could not do anything for the time being. For the time being, he suppressed this idea. He would think about it when he had the ability in the future. Previously, there were city lords who did business and collected taxes. City Lord, do you think we need it now? General Manager Yuan asked again. Qin Shao immediately shook his head and firmly denied it. No, our City Lord's mansion should maintain its previous appearance. Firstly, we don't do business, and secondly, we don't collect taxes. I think this is a very good tradition. This is the rules set by the first City Lord. We should carry it forward and not destroy it. Freedom City has already gone against the tide in the hands of the previous City Lords. We can't continue like this. Instead, we have to uproot it and let Freedom City return to the right track as soon as possible. We have to restore Freedom City to its original appearance. This is also one of the tasks that I have to complete as the City Lord. Qin Zhao's words made General Manager Yuan's heart tremble slightly. An undetectable look of approval flashed in the depths of his eyes. General Manager Yuan's heart was also filled with excitement. After waiting for so long, the City Lord who could bring hope to Freedom City had finally arrived. Freedom City had been on the decline for a long time. If it was not salvaged, it would be too late. Freedom City was the first City Lord's painstaking effort. It was a spiritual force and a place of faith. Seeing that General Manager Yuan's expression seemed to be a little emotional, Qin Shao asked, General Manager Yuan, are you all right? General Manager Yuan finally regained his senses and revealed a faint smile. He said, "Oh, I'm all right, City Lord. It's just that I'm old and inexplicably sentimental." Qin Shao could sense that General Manager Yuan's feelings for Freedom City were extremely deep. His feelings for the First City Lord were probably irreplaceable. Although he had served many other City Lords later on, he obviously felt different when he mentioned the First City Lord. However, this was human nature. It could be seen that General Manager Yuan was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. It could be seen that he was able to gain the trust of the First City Lord. "General Manager Yuan, I've been wanting to ask you a question. It may be a little presumptuous, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." "I think you can guess it," Qin Shao suddenly said. General Manager Yuan looked at Qin Shao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "City Lord, do you want to ask me if I'm a fourth step Heavenly Venerate?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, General Manager Yuan. Although you're showing the aura of a third step Heavenly Venerate, I can vaguely sense that you're concealing your aura. Therefore, I'm guessing that you're most likely a fourth step Heavenly Venerate. Realm, right?" A look of surprise flashed across General Manager Yuan's eyes. He said, "I didn't expect the City Lord to be able to see that I'm concealing my aura. Other than the First City Lord, no one else could see this. Today, the City Lord was able to directly see through it. You're really experienced. The method of concealing my aura was taught to me by the First City Lord. It should be very brilliant. I'm indeed a fourth step Heavenly Venerate. However, I feel that it's better to keep a low profile when I'm with the First City Lord. Therefore, I've concealed my aura from the beginning and appeared as a third step Heavenly Venerate. In this way, I won't become someone else's target. My duty is to do my best to manage the trivial affairs of the City Lord's mansion. Therefore, I've always been an inconspicuous character. Since I'm an inconspicuous character, I naturally have to keep a low profile." He was indeed a fourth step Heavenly Venerate. He had lived for so long and was a fourth step Heavenly Venerate. Moreover, he had always been by the side of the First City Lord. Even if he had been influenced by an ancient saint, his strength would definitely not be simple. Moreover, General Manager Yuan had always been deeply trusted by the First City Lord. Therefore, he would definitely be given certain benefits. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that General Manager Yuan's strength was probably unfathomable. It was just that he was concealing it. There was obviously such an experienced character in the City Lord's mansion, but no one knew about it. "City Lord, let's not talk about this anymore. No matter how capable I am, I'm loyal to the City Lord. I'm dedicated to managing the City Lord's mansion. I'm dedicated to doing my job diligently," General Manager Yuan said. Qin Shao smiled and did not ask any more questions. Regardless of whether it was the people in the City Lord's mansion or the Freedom Corps, they were loyal to the City Lord. In fact, no matter who became the City Lord of Freedom City, they would be loyal to that person. To be precise, they were loyal to the person sitting on the City Lord's throne, not to any specific person. The advantage of this was that it could ensure that the City Lord's mansion would continue to operate for a long time. Even if the City Lord was no longer around and fell, the City Lord's mechanism would not collapse. From this point of view, Qin Shao could not help but admire the vision of the First City Lord. It was indeed brilliant and far-sighted to be able to think of such a method to ensure the operation of the City Lord's mansion. If that was not the case, the City Lord's mansion would have collapsed with the departure of the First City Lord. Although the City Lord's mansion was slowly declining over the years and became a little chaotic, it was still maintained relatively well overall. General Manager Yuan and the Freedom Corps must have contributed greatly to this. "City Lord, let me take you to a place. Every free City Lord could go to that place once, and only once after they took up the post. Of course, the City Lord can choose not to go, but this old servant wants the City Lord to go," General Manager Yuan said. He suddenly said. Qin Shao pursed her lips and said, "General Manager Yuan, your words are always confusing. You already said that you want me to go, but you should at least let me know where it is, right? Although it sounds like it must be related to the First City Lord. If you tell me, I'll have some idea, won't I?" It seems that there are still many secrets hidden in the city lord's mansion. General Manager Yuan said, "The city lord is a smart person. There is no need for this old servant to say anything. You can guess that it is indeed a place left behind by the first city lord. It was also the order of the first city lord that every subsequent city lord could enter once." "Only once? Can't we force our way in?" Qin Shao asked. General Manager Yuan shook his head without hesitation and said, "No, it is a place left behind by the first city lord. Naturally, many formations and prohibitions have been set up, and this old servant is needed to lead the way in. After entering, the city lord will be recognized. If you enter again, you will be recognized and will not be allowed to enter. If you must force your way in, there's only one possibility, unless a powerful ancient saint has descended." "All right." Qin Shao pursed his lips. He was just asking out of curiosity. He still respected the first city lord of Freedom City very much. Naturally, Qin Shao would not break the rules set by him. Once there was naturally a reason for it. Since it was left behind by the first city lord of Freedom City, Qin Shao naturally wanted to take a look. "General Manager Yuan, please lead the way." General Manager Yuan nodded, but he led the way in front. Chapter 22:19. General Manager Yuan formed a complicated and strange hand seal as he muttered to himself. After a few breaths of time, General Manager Yuan formed a seal with both hands and poked at the ancient well and the old pagoda tree. Suddenly, a strange light surged out from his hands and hit the void above the ancient well. A door appeared out of thin air. He did not expect that there would be an independent space hidden here. If General Manager Yuan had not opened it himself, Qin Shao would not have been able to detect it. As expected of an ancient saint's technique, it was well hidden. "This way, City Governor." General Manager Yuan gestured for Qin Shao to enter. Qin Shao withdrew his gaze and followed General Manager Yuan into the door. As soon as they entered, there was a small independent space that was 1,000 feet square. This was an empty space. There was no heaven, earth, or four directions. It was just a small space that had been opened up by great divine power in the void. However, Qin Shao felt that this space was very stable and was hidden very well. Therefore, he could not detect that there was a small space hidden here at all from the outside. Qin Shao felt that even if he attacked with all his might, he might not be able to destroy this small space and get out of this place. In other words, if General Manager Yuan did not bring him out, he would not be able to leave this small space. The technique of an ancient saint was indeed hard to imagine. "City Governor, you have 10,000 years to stay in this space. Of course, if you want to leave in advance, you can send a message to me. I'll keep watch outside. Once 10,000 years are up, there will be a force that will automatically send you out." "Yes," General Manager Yuan said to Qin Shao and left. Soon, Qin Shao was the only one left in this space. In this empty space, the only thing there was a sword standing there. Golden sword energy swirled around the sword, and within the golden sword energy, words, talismans, and images appeared. They were vivid and lively. As the sword energy swirled around the sword, they lingered around the sword. This made the sword look unusually mystical. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary object. There was only one sword in the entire small space. This sword did not emit much aura, so judging from its aura, it was hard to tell what grade this sword was. But was this left behind by the first free city lord? Since it was left behind by the first city lord of the free city, it should be something extraordinary. After all, the first city lord was an ancient saint. How could the things left behind by such an existence be ordinary? Moreover, every city lord only had one chance to enter, and the time limit was only 10,000 years. It could be said that the time limit was very tight. The fact that it was stuck so tightly was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, Qin Shao was certain in his heart that this sword was definitely not simple. From the looks of it, it was very likely to be some of the inheritances left behind by the first free city lord. The inheritance left behind by an ancient saint was still more than enough to tempt anyone. Qin Shao walked towards the sword. Even when he was close to the sword, he still couldn't feel how powerful the sword was. The swirling sword qi wasn't considered strong. It was probably only able to injure a fourth step heavenly venerate, so it wasn't considered strong. The words and patterns in the whirling sword Qi were too fast, so Qin Shao did not study them in detail for the time being. He just studied the sword first. This sword indeed looked very plain and simple. Based on the aura it emitted, it should only be at the level of a high-grade immortal weapon. Moreover, it was the kind of high-grade immortal weapon that did not have a strong aura. Qin Shao did not lack high-grade immortal weapons. A berserk sword was enough for him now. The berserk sword was an excellent high-grade immortal weapon with great power. The high-grade immortal weapon in front of him gave off the feeling that it was barely at the level of a high-grade immortal weapon. It gave off a feeling of being suppressed. This made Qin Shao a little confused. Since it was left behind by the first Free City Lord, it shouldn't be so stingy, right? In any case, he was still an ancient saint. Not to mention leaving behind a half-sacred weapon. If he wanted to leave behind a high-grade immortal weapon, it should be the best, right? Moreover, this sword had been left here for many years. It was not taken away by the later Free City Lord. It had just been placed here. Qin Shao had always felt that since the first Free City Lord was able to build such a great city like the Free City, he should be a person with great thoughts and a very broad mind. So before, he left behind some treasures for the first Free City Lord. The things that came were still filled with some expectations. But at this moment, there was indeed a little disappointment in it. It was not that Qin Shao really wanted to get any benefits, but the gap between before and after was a little big, so it was inevitable that people would have this kind of heart. But since he was here, he would first take a look at the inheritance left behind by the first Free City Lord. Qin Shao still didn't quite believe that the first Free City Lord would casually leave behind an inheritance. That didn't make sense. After all, to be able to sit on the throne of the Free City Lord, one must have the battle prowess of a fourth-step celestial venerable. For ordinary legacies, it was completely unattractive. It was of no use at all. Although this space might not have cost the first Free City Lord much effort, since the Free City Lord had left it behind before leaving, there must be a profound purpose. It was impossible for an ancient saint to do something meaningless. Qin Shao didn't believe this. Qin Shao began to study the text patterns and so on in the whirling sword Qi. An aura of the great Tao rushed over. The great Tao was vicissitudes of life. An ancient and faint aura rushed over, riding a magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers. Great Tao, great Tao. This is the aura of the great Tao, the aura of the great Tao. Feeling the aura of the great Tao emitted by the sword Qi, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't expect that it was the aura of the great Tao. In other words, the first Free City Lord was actually a great Tao cultivator. This unexpected discovery really gave Qin Shao a big surprise. Qin Shao had been in the immortal realm for 20 million years, but he really hadn't met a great Tao cultivator. Of course, Qin Shao knew that there must be many great Tao cultivators in the immortal realm. Perhaps some just didn't show it. Just like now, he rarely used the power of the great Tao. Usually, he only used the power of the immortal Tao. Moreover, his current immortal Tao realm was the highest among all the cultivation paths, so he naturally focused on the immortal Tao cultivation path now. After all, this was the immortal realm. The immortal Tao had multiplied to the peak in the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, the vast majority of people cultivated the immortal Tao. There were still very few people who cultivated the great Tao, the Tao of heart force, the Tao of strength, true intent, and other Taos. Normally, it was also extremely difficult to encounter them. However, after the surprise, Qin Shao also thought of another possibility. Maybe the first Free City Lord wasn't necessarily a great Tao cultivator. Maybe he also cultivated the great Tao, but the immortal realm still mainly cultivated the Tao. It's just that the inheritance left behind is very big. It's just a Tao. Maybe so. That's why I feel that the inheritance left behind isn't very powerful. Regardless of whether it was powerful or not, Qin Shao still had a very strong interest in the inheritance of the great Tao. He also felt very close to it. In the 20 million years since he came to the immortal realm, he had basically been cultivating the immortal Tao. He didn't have much interest in cultivating the great Tao, nor did he have any cultivation resources. Moreover, the inheritance of the first Free City Lord was swordsmanship. Qin Shao had always had a special fondness for swords. After calming down, Qin Shao began to comprehend the inheritance information left behind in the whirling sword chi again. Whoosh! A divine sword descended from the sky. It came whistling from the outer realm of the 9 heavens. It cut through the 9 heavens and flashed across the sky. As the sword attacked, the sky was destroyed. This world was enveloped by the sharp aura of this sword. Wherever the sword passed, the sky was directly cut open. This world felt like it was going to be directly cut open by all of this and was heading toward destruction. What a powerful sword, what a sharp sword. This was a sword that could split open the heavens. It was just like the legendary axe that Pangu used to split open the heavens. It could split the world apart. For it to be able to split open the heavens, it was enough to show how powerful and sharp the sword was. It was extremely sharp and domineering. This sword deeply shocked Qin Shao. It left Qin Shao unable to calm down for a long time. A sword that can split open the heavens. Such a sword can split open the chaos heavens. It's truly powerful. It's too powerful. The sharpness of the sword and the might of the great Tao are displayed to the extreme. This sword art is far from what the superior great immortal techniques I have previously come into contact with can compare with. This extreme sharpness feels like it's much stronger than my sage Li's flying saber. Furthermore, this sword actually contains the foundation of the great Tao, the true essence of it. As expected of the first Free City Lord. As expected of a powerful ancient sage. I knew that the inheritance left behind wouldn't be that simple. Indeed, it's true. Only those who cultivate the great path can truly perceive the profoundness contained in this information. In here, it records the first Free City Lord's understanding of the great Tao. It's perfect in the form of sword moves and sword arts. It's perfectly presented. More or less, it's equivalent to teaching by example. Such a Tao imparting is indeed very brilliant. It also allows one to easily comprehend it. How valuable is the teachings of an ancient sage? From the looks of it, I've really encountered a huge opportunity this time. I didn't want to be a Free City Lord, but I never expected such a huge opportunity to be waiting for me. I've really picked up a huge bargain. If I had known, I wouldn't have declined. Qin Shao was overjoyed. What a great opportunity. He didn't expect to bump into it like this. Furthermore, this was a great Tao heritage. It was extremely important and rare to Qin Shao. If it was an immortal Tao heritage, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't be so happy. After all, Qin Shao had been cultivating the great Tao since he was born. He also became the master of the primordial universe through the great Tao. The people in his hometown all cultivated the great Tao. Therefore, Qin Shao probably had a deep-rooted affection for the great Tao. If possible, Qin Shao would rather focus on cultivating the great Tao than the immortal Tao. However, there was no other way in the immortal domain. He could only cultivate the immortal Tao. Otherwise, it would be difficult to advance. In the past 20 million years in the immortal domain, he had cultivated the immortal domain to the 3rd step heavenly venerate level. However, his progress in the great Tao was very small. He had only broken through from the 1st step heavenly venerate level to the 2nd step heavenly venerate level. This time, it was a surprise for Qin Shao. It was also a good opportunity for him. Chapter 22:20. Cultivation was a long and arduous process. For those who enjoyed cultivation, it was the source of happiness. Cultivating with a happy mindset was a form of enjoyment. While enjoying oneself, it was easier to comprehend the principles of the Tao and make breakthroughs. For those who didn't enjoy cultivation, it was a torturous torment, a demon that tormented them. The more they resisted, the less they could improve. Then, they'd fall into a vicious cycle. Qin Shao had always been fond of cultivation. To him, cultivation was an incomparably joyous activity. It was something very meaningful. His sense of the Tao had grown even stronger. Therefore, Qin Shao quickly immersed himself in cultivation. Without any distractions, he focused on comprehending the Tao inheritance left behind by the first Free City Lord. For Qin Shao now, it was much easier to cultivate the Tao. With the Tao inheritance left behind by the first Free City Lord, it would be even easier. Why was it so much easier to comprehend by analogy? It was a very simple reason. If you asked a 3-year-old child and an adult who knew nothing about a sword art to cultivate together, it would be easier for the adult to learn. Qin Zhao's Tao of Immortality was a 3rd step celestial venerate, and his heart force was at the 8th level. He was equivalent to a 4th step celestial venerate. With such a solid foundation, cultivating the immortal Tao would be a bit like comprehending by analogy. Moreover, Qin Zhao's talent and potential in the Tao was probably stronger than that of other cultivation paths. Now that he felt like he'd accumulated enough, it went without saying that he'd begun to comprehend and cultivate. Qin Shao quickly comprehended many of the Tao's true meanings. So that's how it is. Ha! I didn't think that just a small change of thought would make the situation completely different. That's right. That's how it should be. No wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong. So there's been a problem here all along. Immersed in comprehension, Qin Shao would gain new insights from time to time. This made Qin Shao even more engrossed in his cultivation. In cultivation, only continuous breakthroughs and improvements could increase one's cultivation strength. At this time, Qin Shao was in such a state. In such a state, time passed quickly. 1,000 years, 2,000 years. Unknowingly, 10,000 years had passed. General Manager Yuan had been standing guard in front of the ancient well, waiting for the 10,000 years to pass. Moreover, based on his experience, most of the previous city lords did not even wait for 10,000 years before they took the initiative to come out. The shortest one came out not long after he went in. There seemed to be only one person who could stay there for 10,000 years. Seeing that the time of 10,000 years was up, General Manager Yuan's gaze could not help but fall on the ancient well, waiting for Qin Shao, the new city lord, to come out. However, after waiting for a long time, Qin Shao still did not come out. This caused General Manager Yuan to frown slightly. What's going on? Why hasn't the city lord come out yet? Such a situation had never happened before. Now that such a situation had occurred, General Manager Yuan could not help but come up with a bold idea after pondering for a while. Could it be that the city lord has a chance to obtain the inheritance left behind by city Lord Yuan Jian? If that's the case, that's really great. Since he hasn't come out until now, there should be a chance. That's why the city lord hasn't been sent out by force. When he thought of this, a deep smile appeared on General Manager Yuan's face. The city lord's mansion was as quiet as ever. In Freedom City, various rectification operations had already been carried out according to the various orders issued by Qin Shao previously. The first to bear the brunt was to get rid of the wanted criminals, those who were heinous beyond redemption. Those who committed serious crimes would be killed directly. Those like the one-eyed man would be killed directly. In this operation, the number of heinous criminals who were killed was close to 100. Those who were chased out of Freedom City were as many as 3,000. It was unexpected that such a small Freedom City was hiding so many evildoers. Freedom City had unknowingly become a protective umbrella for them, allowing them to settle down here. Some of them were not too serious and had performed well in Freedom City, so they were allowed to stay. However, they were also given a stern warning. If they dared to do evil in Freedom City, they would definitely be sentenced to death. They should not even think about getting away with it. This massive cleanup operation was carried out in an orderly manner, returning Freedom City to its former glory. Many other things were also carried out in an orderly manner. Freedom City had just experienced a huge crisis, and everyone had escaped from death. Therefore, under the influence of Qin Zhao's prestige and power, various activities were carried out very smoothly. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, very cooperative, and very willing to throw themselves into the work. All the people in Freedom City worked together to carry out this task. Naturally, there was nothing they could not do well. Everything was carried out very smoothly, and it was also carried out very smoothly. Such a good phenomenon had never happened before. This was the powerful display of appeal and cohesion. Therefore, Qin Shao did not need to do the rest personally. He only needed to preside over the city lord mansion and issue orders. Then, it would be enough to mobilize the power of the entire Freedom City's thousands of races to do things. Rallying power was the most powerful strength. Freedom City's vitality was also slowly recovering and developing in a good direction. A relaxed and joyful atmosphere once again filled the entire Freedom City. Such a free city was the most beautiful and attractive free city. Qin Shao, who was immersed in that space, was naturally unaware of all this. He also did not feel the passage of time at all. His body and mind were completely immersed in comprehension and cultivation. His great path was also clearly improving rapidly. In addition to the great path, Qin Shao also quickly obtained a sword technique from a sword. It was called the heaven-splitting sword technique. Just this name alone was very domineering. The heaven-splitting sword technique could split the sky with a single sword. However, Qin Shao felt that this sword technique deserved such a domineering name. This was because this sword technique was really too powerful. It was far more powerful than any immortal technique or secret technique that Qin Shao had seen so far. Therefore, Qin Shao could not help but wonder if the heaven-splitting sword technique was a saint-level technique. The first city lord of the Freedom City was originally an ancient sage, so it was possible that he had left behind a saint-level technique. The power and profoundness of the heaven-splitting sword technique was something that Qin Shao could not understand. He could only comprehend a little bit of it. Therefore, Qin Shao had such a guess. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that the possibility of this guess was still very high. Later, Qin Shao discovered that the sword was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. The sword didn't look powerful on the surface, but contained an incomparably powerful force. It was just that the power was completely hidden, or rather, it was sealed in the sword and did not reveal itself. In that case, could this sword also be a saint-level artifact? Qin Shao had never seen a saint-level artifact before. It was said that when a saint-level artifact was born, the power of the saint-level artifact alone was enough to kill an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, Qin Shao did not know how powerful a saint-level artifact was. He only knew that it had to be very powerful. If a fourth-step heavenly venerate wielded a saint-level artifact, there was probably no one below the ancient sage realm who could do anything to him. Saint-level artifact? Saint-level technique inheritance? If that was the case, then this place was really a place of inheritance that the first city lord of the Freedom City had carefully left behind. Although many city lords of the Freedom City had entered this place previously, they should not have cultivated the Great Tao. Therefore, they could not obtain anything from this place and could not even discover these secrets. However, this heaven-splitting sword technique is really too profound. It's too difficult to cultivate it. The heaven-splitting sword technique has a total of 9 steps. The sword moves 9 steps, and the 9 steps split the sky. If one can cultivate it to the perfected realm of the 9 steps, one can split the sky with a single sword move. Its power is boundless and earth-shattering. It's unimaginable. I've cultivated it to the 3rd step now and feel that I've reached my limit. There's no way for me to go any further. It's too difficult to go any further. It seems that I have to put aside the heaven-splitting sword technique for now. My comprehension of the great Tao cultivation has almost reached a bottleneck. It's too difficult to go any further. After accumulating for so long, it's time for a breakthrough. Qin Shao stopped. After pondering for a while, he made a decision. With a thought, Qin Shao realized, 100,000 years have passed. That's not right. Didn't General Manager Yuan say that I can only stay here for 10,000 years at most? After 10,000 years, I'll be forcefully sent out. Why am I still here after 100,000 years? Qin Shao could not help but have some guesses in this situation. Perhaps this was related to his comprehension of the Great Tao. The first free city lord must have made this place his inheritance. Whoever could obtain his inheritance here would be able to stay here. Otherwise, they would be forcefully sent out after 10,000 years at most. As for Qin Shao, She had clearly obtained his inheritance. Let's not worry about this for now. I'll break through first. After accumulating for so long, my grasp of the great Tao should have reached a very deep level. Now, let's see if I can break through to the fourth step, Heavenly Venerate Realm, in one go. However, breaking through requires a lot of energy. This space may not be able to fulfill the conditions for my breakthrough. Qin Shao was naturally confident that he could break through to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. However, Qin Zhao's ambition was not to break through to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. After obtaining the inheritance of the first Free City Lord, Qin Shao felt that he had a deep understanding of the Great Tao after 100,000 years of cultivation and comprehension. That was why he had some ambition. However, there were also conditions for a breakthrough. Not only did it depend on one's grasp of the Great Tao, but it also depended on the transformation and sublimation of one's body. The improvement of one's realm was ultimately reflected in one's body. One's body had to transform and sublimate, and one's fate had to be improved. Only then could one complete the improvement of one's realm. Of course, in terms of body, Qin Zhao's current physical realm was at the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. Whether it was the Great Tao or the Immortal Tao, the requirements for the body were the same. Therefore, breaking through to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm from the Great Tao basically did not require any energy assistance. As long as one's state of mind reached a certain level, it would naturally be achieved. However, if Qin Shao wanted to break through to the fourth step, Heavenly Venerate Realm, he would need a lot of energy assistance. Otherwise, his body would definitely not be able to transform and improve along with it. This was a headache for him. However, no matter how much of a headache he had to give it a try first. Let's start the breakthrough. Qin Shao did not hesitate and began to break through. Chapter 22-21. To break through to the next realm, one first needed a very deep accumulation. This accumulation was not only a kind of understanding and mastery of the Tao, but also the accumulation of other aspects. Your state of mind and your body needed to be at the corresponding level. Especially the state of mind, it was especially important. If your state of mind did not meet the requirements, then even if you met the other conditions, you could not break through. If you forced a breakthrough, it was very likely that you would go crazy and fall into a state of eternal damnation. But for Qin Shao, the biggest obstacle at this time was not the mastery of the Tao, nor was it the state of mind, nor was it the body. It was that he always felt that he was lacking a little bit of accumulation. It was a very strange and indescribable feeling. It clearly felt that everything was in place, but it was just a little bit short. But just this little bit was enough to become a barrier, blocking in front of Qin Shao. Speaking of which, Qin Shao had only lived for more than 20 million years. This kind of cultivation time was indeed nothing for a fourth-step celestial venerable. More importantly, Qin Shao had walked step by step from the most humble life form, and finally reached this point. He had reached his current state. Qin Shao did not have the natural advantage of the life forms in the immortal domain. He did not have any foundation. Even in the immortal domain, those who could break through to the fourth-step celestial venerable realm in more than 20 million years were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was also very, very rare. Another point was that Qin Shao had spent most of his time in the immortal domain cultivating the immortal Tao. He had no time or energy to cultivate the great Tao at all. Therefore, with many factors, Qin Zhao's accumulation of the great Tao was indeed relatively weak. Breaking through from the second-step celestial venerable realm to the third-step celestial venerable realm was not much of a problem. But if he wanted to continue to break through to the fourth-step celestial venerable realm in one go, it would be too difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao had to give it a try. This was an excellent opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, it would be even more difficult to break through again. If he did not fight now, when would he wait? Go all out. I can't give up so easily. Whether it was his state of mind or his mastery of the great path, Qin Shao felt that he had reached the level of a breakthrough. He could definitely make another attempt. What he lacked now was only an opportunity, a small point. As long as he could break through this point, he would be able to break through. Heaven-opening sword art. Using the sword to open the heavens. Using the sword to sever the Tao. Using the sword to destroy everything. What is a sword? The sword is a gust of qi, a ray of sharpness, and a wisp of absolute power of faith. Using the sword to seek the Tao is to use this absolute power of faith to break through the barrier of the great Tao. To break this by sweep away all obstacles, point the sword at the firmament of the great Tao, hold the sword and ask the firmament what the Tao is. The sword is actually a form of transmission of Tao, a form of expression, and a medium. Therefore, by reversing the sword, one can trace the Tao. I will use the absolute power of faith to form a sharp sword. I will use the power of my resolute will to support its sharpness. I will use this sword to question the heavens. What is Tao? This is Tao. Holding the sword and asking the firmament, using the sword to seek the Tao, cutting through the heavens to seek the Tao. In the end, he broke through the barrier of the Tao and grasped the opportunity to break through. His heart was clear. Once he broke through the barrier, everything would be clear. Seeing the gods through heart connection, the great Tao poured into Qin Zhao's body. He was finally going to break through. The breakthrough this time meant that he would truly step into the fourth step heavenly venerate realm. Of the 8 great Taos, 2 were very special. Breakthroughs in cultivation were very difficult to manifest on the body. For those who cultivated these 2 great Taos, it was very difficult to judge the level of their cultivation based purely on their aura and body, unless they had extremely good eyesight. For those who were weak, these 2 great Taos were heart force and technology. Heart force cultivated the heart. Everything was based on the heart, not the body. For heart force cultivators, if they wanted to strengthen their bodies, they basically had to rely on external methods. Breakthroughs in their own bodies could only improve their bodies by a minuscule amount. Thus, pure heart force cultivators were not good at close combat. They were only good at long-range battles. If they fought in close combat, they would lose without a doubt. Technology cultivators were even more so than heart force cultivators. Cultivators of these 2 great Taos were very special. However, although technology cultivators could not cultivate their bodies, they had very powerful technology and could be armed to the teeth. Therefore, technology cultivators were not afraid of close combat. In fact, many of them were very good at close combat. It was precisely because of this that although Qin Zhao's heart force had reached the 8th level, in theory, it was equivalent to reaching the threshold of the 4th step of the Empyrean realm. However, in reality, from his aura, there was no way to determine that Qin Zhao was a 4th step Empyrean realm. However, if he had a breakthrough in the Great Tao, the situation would be completely different. From his aura and the fate of his body, one could determine that Qin Zhao was a 4th step Empyrean realm. Therefore, this breakthrough was of great significance to Qin Zhao. Once he broke through, it meant that he had officially become a 4th step Empyrean realm and truly stood at the peak of the Empyrean realm. In the entire great wide world, a 4th step Empyrean realm was considered a powerhouse who could dominate a region. It was enough for him to walk freely in the great wide world. The transformation and improvement of his body did not require much energy. However, Qin Zhao's breakthrough would definitely bring about the expansion and improvement of his inner world. Every time his inner world expanded and improved, it would absorb a lot of energy. The previous 2 breakthroughs had been with the help of the Peach Blossom Valley Lord and the Sky Mountain City Lord. What about this time? However, Qin Zhao could not care so much at this time. He had to break through first. At most, it would take a little more time. Sure enough, as soon as the transformation of his body's fate was completed, his inner world also began to recover. Under the supreme power of the heavenly path law, it was like a dried seedling that wanted to crazily and greedily devour the rain and dew. This very strong feeling also stimulated Qin Zhao, causing Qin Zhao to urge the power of his mind to help the expansion of his inner world. Qin Shao began to absorb energy from heaven and earth into his inner world. However, the chaotic energy between heaven and earth was very thin after all. It was naturally difficult to rely on Qin Zhao's absorption to supply the speed of the expansion of his inner world. Power. Such a situation was indeed a headache for Qin Shao. Qin Shao thought of the hundreds of thousands of chaotic source stones in his body and decided to use them to deal with the problem first. However, these chaotic source stones were obviously far from enough. They were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The expansion of his inner world required too much chaotic energy. Therefore, the heavenly path law also sensed it and automatically formed a small vortex that devoured energy to speed up the absorption of chaotic energy from heaven and earth. However, this was still not enough. Every time he broke through, the amount of chaotic energy required would increase exponentially. The previous breakthrough had shocked the Sky Mountain City Lord. This time, the amount of energy required would definitely increase exponentially. It would definitely reach a terrifying number. Therefore, relying solely on the help of the heavenly path law and hundreds of thousands of chaotic source stones was definitely far from enough. The entire small space began to tremble. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the sword. This was a very handsome man with a very strong body. He was not delicate, but he was full of masculine energy. He looked at Qin Shao in astonishment and sized him up. This is strange. How can a breakthrough to the fourth step heavenly venerate cause such a huge commotion? It woke me up. I thought someone was going to make a breakthrough here. You're breaking through to become a martial sage. A breakthrough to the fourth step heavenly venerate realm can actually trigger the heavenly path law to such an extent. Moreover, it's still enough. What's going on? How can a small breakthrough require so much energy? Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. I've never heard of such a situation before. I followed the old master for countless years and traveled all over the great wide world. I can be considered a knowledgeable person, but I've never seen or heard of such a strange thing. What kind of freak is this person? He's also from a human race, not from a foreign race. Strange, strange. No wonder he was able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the old master. It seems that there's something special about him. Well, according to the traces of time, he should only have lived for more than 20 million years. He actually broke through to the fourth step heavenly venerate realm in such a short period of time. Moreover, this person isn't from the immortal realm. It seems that he ascended from the universe. His background is extremely humble. Previously, he cultivated the great path. After coming to the immortal realm, he cultivated the immortal path. The immortal path is also at the third step heavenly venerate realm. Now, the great path is breaking through to the fourth step heavenly venerate realm. To be able to have such achievements while cultivating two great paths at the same time. For a little fellow who has only lived for more than 20 million years, it's considered right and wrong. It's heaven-defying. If this child was placed in the immortal realm, he would definitely be considered a rare genius, right? Even the entire great wide world and the 8 great saint realms, he would definitely be a top genius. He's extremely rare. I didn't expect that the old master's luck would be so good. Leaving a little inheritance here was actually able to attract such a peerless genius to inherit it. It's a good karma. Interesting. Since it's a good karma, then I'll work hard and make an exception to help him. I've been left here by the old master. I can't do anything but sleep. I've been a little bored for a long time. If this person can take me out, it'll be a good thing. Well, it's decided. Anyway, the old master has already left for Universe Era. I don't know where he went. Maybe he has already returned to the Great Path Saint Realm. Forget it, forget it. I've slept enough. It's okay to make a small exception, right? With this thought, the man began to do it. He pushed his palm in the direction of Qin Shao, and immediately, a powerful chaotic force surged toward Qin Shao. Feeling the sudden surge of powerful chaotic force, Qin Shao was shocked. When he focused his eyes, he realized that there was an additional person in front of him. It was him who was helping him. How could there be other people here? It was impossible. When he came in, he had carefully checked. It was impossible for there to be other people here. If there was really someone, then it was impossible for him not to notice it, unless it was an ancient saint. Could the person in front of him be an ancient saint? It shouldn't be. Didn't the first free city lord leave long ago? It was impossible for him to be hiding in this small space. It was impossible. Moreover, the person in front of him didn't give Qin Shao the feeling that he was an ancient saint. Qin Shao had seen 3 ancient saints, so he could still distinguish the aura of an ancient saint. Chapter 22:22. If it wasn't an ancient sage, the first free city lord, or an energy clone, then who was it? How could there be someone else in this small space? However, no matter who this person was, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately called out respectfully, "Senior, brother, you'd better not talk. Just focus on your breakthrough. I'm making an exception to help you." "Be good and don't talk," the man said. "Brother? Be good?" Hearing this man's words, Qin Shao was stunned. Why did it sound so strange? It sounded like a conversation between very familiar brothers. However, Qin Shao didn't know the person in front of him. It was obvious that this was the first time they had met. However, at this time, Qin Shao didn't have so much time to think about other things. He focused on breaking through first. Having help from a benefactor was always a good thing, right? On this point, Qin Shao should be glad that he had the help of a benefactor to help him break through more smoothly in these 3 breakthroughs. With the help of this powerful, chaotic energy, the world in his body also threw away its stomach and began to devour greedily. And Qin Zhao's world in his body was also rapidly expanding at a visible speed. Originally, Qin Zhao's world in his body was already the size of the divine realm. Now it was rapidly expanding. Having someone help him felt so good. It was as if a heavy rain had fallen from the sky. It was so moisturizing that it made him weak. This kind of rapid improvement, the feeling of rapidly becoming stronger, was really wonderful. A visible transformation and a visible increase in strength. Qin Shao was happy, but someone else was not. The man originally thought that helping Qin Shao wouldn't cost him much effort, but he gradually realized that it wasn't as simple as he thought. He couldn't stop. After a long time, there was still no sign of stopping. This guy, I helped him out of kindness. Is he going to suck me dry? It's been so long, and I've used so much divine power. Why is there no sign of him breaking through? If this goes on, when will it end? The man's face was gloomy, and he looked like he was about to cry. For the first time, he felt that doing a good deed wasn't easy. But what could he do? You can't just stop halfway through a good thing, right? The most important thing was that if he stopped now, there would be bad consequences. He was afraid that Qin Shao would be hurt. Therefore, he was now in a dilemma. It was not easy to stop, and he did not have the confidence to continue. But what could he do? Since he had already done this good deed, he could only be a good person to the end. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and continue. But after a long time, there was still no sign of stopping. The man felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, and his face turned pale. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. This is the first time I've made an exception to do a good deed. I've actually dug my own grave. You can't play with me like this. I originally thought that my strength was still all right, and my divine power was still all right. I didn't expect that after being swallowed like this, I would actually be on the verge of collapse. If this goes on, my vitality will be damaged. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, seeing that you might become my new master, I, Kai Tian, will fight to the end today. At worst, I'll sleep for millions of years. On the other hand, Qin Shao naturally did not feel the man's pain. He was immersed in the wonderful breakthrough. After such an expansion, the size of his internal world was almost equivalent to the primordial chaos universe. It was almost 10 times larger than before. It was more or less like this. Every breakthrough would be 10 times larger. For ordinary people, the size of their internal world would be at most 2 times larger. It might only be more when breaking through a major realm. Therefore, when Qin Shao broke through to the 3rd step Heavenly Venerate realm, the size of his internal world was actually much larger than that of a 4th step Heavenly Venerate. It was almost comparable to that of an ancient sage. Now that he had broken through to the 4th step Heavenly Venerate realm, The size of his internal world was probably equivalent to that of a second-step ancient sage. It might even be higher. The breakthrough was finally complete. This is the fourth step heavenly venerate realm. I feel much stronger in all aspects. In particular, my internal world feels like it's about to break out of its cocoon. The power of my internal world is also more than 10 times stronger than before. Previously, the power of my internal world was able to suppress some fourth step heavenly venerates. Now that the power of my internal world is more than 10 times stronger, I'm afraid it's enough to deal with top-level fourth step heavenly venerates. If that's the case, the power of the inner world will become a divine weapon of mine. It's also a trump card. The use of my internal world in battle is also very flexible. It can be used as a domain or as a pure power attack. I really didn't expect that my great Tao would break through to the fourth step heavenly venerate realm first in the immortal realm. My immortal Tao is still at the third step heavenly venerate realm. I'm afraid there's still some way to go before I can break through. I haven't reached the point of breaking through yet. Regardless of this, I could be considered to have officially stepped into the fourth step heavenly venerate realm. I'm a true fourth step heavenly venerate realm existence. Breaking through is a leap in the level of one's body and an upgrade in one's fate. It allowed one to stand at a higher level in the world. The higher one's level was the higher one stood and the higher one's horizons would be. After becoming a fourth step heavenly venerate, one's horizons would be different and the feeling of seeing the world would naturally be different. The feeling brought about by the one-step breakthrough was indeed great. The improvement in strength was also particularly obvious. Qin Shao also clearly felt that he was much stronger. Of course, in terms of combat power, the Great Tao was still inferior to the Immortal Tao. After all, the Great Tao had too few means to use. The only thing he could use now was the heaven-splitting sword art. However, the Immortal Tao had many means. Therefore, although he felt that he was much stronger, the increase in his true strength was not much. However, the internal world had indeed become much stronger. This gave Qin Shao another trump card. After feeling his body, Qin Shao calmed down and looked at the benefactor who had helped him just now. However, the benefactor's situation was obviously not very good. His face was a little pale, and he didn't look too good. He was staring at Qin Shao. Senior. Qin Shao was taken aback. Could it be that the benefactor had helped him? As soon as Qin Shao opened his mouth, the man made a gesture to stop him. Brother, don't say anything. I want to be alone. Bah, no, I want to sleep. Don't disturb me for thousands of years. Otherwise, I'll get angry with you. Okay, before you sleep, I'll make a long story short. You don't have to say anything. You just have to listen. My name is Sky Splitter. In fact, I'm not a person. To be precise, I'm not alive. I'm just the sword spirit of this heaven-splitting sword. Yes, my name is Sky Splitter. I'm very handsome. I'm born together with the heaven-splitting sword art. You've already cultivated the heaven-splitting sword art. Although you've only cultivated it to the third step, you've already obtained the inheritance left behind by my old master. Since you've obtained my old master's approval, you'll naturally obtain the approval of my heaven-splitting sword. However, I'm only acknowledging you for the time being. When you cultivate the heaven-splitting sword art to the sixth step, I'll recognize you as my master and follow you from now on. You'll be my new master. So, do your best, young man. Brother, I have high hopes for you. About the story of my heaven-splitting sword and the heaven-splitting sword art, you can slowly explore it. I won't tell you anymore anyway. Also, about the old master situation, I'll briefly explain. The old master's name is Origin Sword. People call him Origin Sword City Lord. He's a great saint. Yes, you don't have to doubt. He's indeed great. As for Origin Sword City Lord, he left Free City a universe era ago. As for where he went, I don't know. Don't ask me. This is some inheritance left behind by the old master before he left. It could be considered a gift to the fated person of the future generation to form a good relationship. As a result, I'm very unlucky to be left here by the old master, causing me to be bored for a universe era. Fortunately, you're more strong-willed and obtain the old master's approval. You're about to bring me out of this damn place. What's not good is that I'm going to sleep. I've exhausted all my god power to help you. I'm very weak. All right, that's all for now. Goodbye. With that, the heaven-splitting sword spirit really entered the sword with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace. It really left just like that. Qin Shao was stunned when he heard the heaven-splitting sword spirit say so much. He couldn't digest it all for a while. Therefore, Qin Shao was now sorting out the situation and digesting it one by one. Divine and immortal weapons can generally have weapon spirits, but those weapon spirits only have simple consciousness. For example, they can choose their master and so on. Like the heaven-splitting sword spirit, it can become a living person and has its own independent thoughts. This kind of sword spirit is close to life. So, this heaven-splitting sword is really a saint weapon? This saint weapon, just thinking about it was enough to make people crazy and excited. This was a saint weapon. A single saint artifact was enough to cause two ancient sages to fight it out. He didn't expect that there would be a saint weapon in the Free City Lord's mansion. Moreover, this saint weapon was now his. Although he hadn't completely obtained this weapon yet, he could keep this saint weapon in his bag first and complete the test later to make the saint weapon recognize him as its master. Naturally, there was no reason for him to let something that was already in his hands fly away. Therefore, as long as he got it, Qin Shao had full confidence that he could make the saint weapon recognize him as its master and truly obtain this saint weapon. If the heaven-splitting sword was a saint weapon, did that mean that the heaven-splitting sword art was also a saint technique? TSK, TSK, TSK. After hearing this shocking news, Qin Shao couldn't help but suck in 2 breaths of cold air. This was a big surprise. He really didn't expect to obtain a saint technique and a saint weapon in the Free City Lord's mansion. This was really a big surprise. Moreover, he had broken through to the 4th step of the Great Tao Celestial Venerable Realm because of this. Such a harvest was indeed huge and could be considered a great opportunity. Compared to the previous few times, this time, it was better than the previous times. City Lord Origin Sword, the first City Lord of the Free City, established the Free City and created the heart of freedom. What kind of existence was this City Lord Origin Sword? He shouldn't be as simple as an ordinary first-step ancient saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. The inheritance that he left behind is a saint weapon and a saint technique. I don't believe that an ordinary first-step ancient saint would be so generous. Moreover, the heaven-splitting sword spirit used the word great to describe City Lord Origin Sword. To be able to obtain his inheritance, obtain his recognition, and form a good relationship with him, this is also a great thing. I didn't expect to be the City Lord. It's my great fortune. Chapter 22-23. The golden light, words, and patterns were all retracted into the sword. Qin Shao held the sword in his hand and took it. It was simple and unadorned, and its shape was very mediocre. It did not feel much when he held it in his hand. It was just like an ordinary upper-grade immortal weapon sword. Compared to the Berserk sword, the feeling it gave off was much worse. As soon as he held the lone explosion sword in his hand, he could feel an explosive power surging out of the sword, which would make people very confident in the Berserk sword. He only needed to wave the sword and he could feel an explosive power gushing out, and the sword would roar in the sky. That kind of sword could give people a very powerful feeling and a strong sense of confidence. This heaven-opening sword only had a domineering name, but the sword was extremely simple and unadorned. The golden sword body also seemed a little dim, as if it was covered in dust. However, Qin Shao knew that it was only the sword spirit that had fallen asleep, so all the sharpness that this sword should have had was restrained. This heaven-opening sword was a sacred weapon. If the power of the sacred weapon was fully released, he probably would not be able to bear it. The power of the sacred weapon was completely restrained, which gave people such an illusion. However, according to the heaven-opening sword spirit, it would be in a deep sleep for millions of years. Did that mean that it would not be able to use the power of the sacred weapon for millions of years? Forget it. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He did not think too much about these things. He had never relied on the power of treasures. It did not matter. Millions of years was not considered a long time. As soon as the sword was put away, the space collapsed immediately. A force pushed Qin Shao out, allowing Qin Shao to walk out of the space in an instant. As soon as he came out, he saw General Manager Yuan, who had been waiting there. General Manager Yuan looked a little excited when he saw Qin Shao, and there was even more respect in his eyes. "City Lord, I've been waiting for you." If the master of the Origin Sword knew, he would be very pleased. The previous city lords were unable to obtain the inheritance left behind by the master of the Origin Sword. You finally obtained it. This means that the city lord is the fated person that the city lord of Yuan Sword City is looking for, the person who has formed a good relationship with him. Before he left, City Lord Yuan Jian left a message. If one day someone could obtain his inheritance, that person would be the eternal city lord of the free cities, and no one could replace him. All the forces in the city lord's mansion swear to follow you to the death. City Lord, this old servant and the Freedom Legion will follow the city lord for the rest of our lives. Huh? When she heard what General Manager Yuan said, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. What was going on? Did this mean that he had no choice but to be the city lord in the future? General Manager Yuan and the Freedom Corps were originally people who pledged their loyalty to the Castellan's throne. Now, they only pledged their loyalty to him? That didn't seem right. Qin Shao really didn't want to be the city lord of the free city forever. He had already decided that he would stay here for at most 2 million years before he had to leave. If Freedom City developed well, he might be able to leave in 1,000,000 years or so. Qin Shao would definitely be unwilling to be the city lord of the free city forever. General Manager Yuan, I'm a little confused by you. What do you mean? Can't I not be the city lord of the free city in the future? Qin Shao asked. General Manager Yuan replied, City Lord, according to what Master Yuan Jian said, it's more or less like that. It's not that you can't, but you have to be the city lord for at least one universe era, right? If you really don't want to be the city lord of the free city in the future, you can follow Master Yuan Jian's example. After all, the free city is Master Yuan Jian's painstaking work. Therefore, Master Yuan Jian also hopes that the fated person in the future can govern the free city well. Therefore, the inheritance left behind by Master Yuan Jian should be very good. What this old servant means is that the city lord is not bound by as many restrictions as other city lords. This old servant and the Freedom Legion are directly loyal to you, city lord. Moreover, there are no restrictions. You can do whatever you want. Whether it's for official or private matters, you can order this old servant and the Freedom Legion to do it. If you really don't want to be the city lord after one universe era, you can do as Master Yuan Jian did. One universe era? To Qin Shao, this was an extremely slow and long time. However, how should he put it? He had taken too much from others. After receiving such a rich inheritance from City Lord Yuan Jian, Qin Shao felt very embarrassed. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Shao asked again, must it be one universe era? This? General Manager Yuan looked at Qin Shao and hesitated before saying, it's not that it must be one universe era. In terms of time, Master Yuan Jian did not have a clear requirement. As for the specifics, it's up to you, City Lord. However, this old servant is a little selfish. I hope that the City Lord will not abandon the free city so easily. This old servant has lived in the free city for countless years and witnessed too many things. My feelings for the free city are incomparably deep and irreplaceable. I believe that it's not just this old servant. The citizens of the free city should be the same. Qin Shao nodded and fell silent. Sai, that was right. He could understand all of this. If it was before, Qin Shao would not have felt so much pressure. It was only because of everyone's great kindness that he found it difficult to refuse. However, there was not much of a problem with the free city. It should be able to stabilize and get on the right track in about 1,000,000 years. At that time, Qin Shao would naturally have no problem leaving the free city. However, he could not do so now. Now that he had received City Lord Yuan Jian's inheritance, and received so many benefits. He could not just leave after being the city lord for 1,000,000 years, right? If he insisted on doing so, there would definitely be no problem. After all, no one could stop Qin Shao from doing anything. However, if he did so, Qin Zhao's conscience would not be at ease. Even if he did not really have to be the city lord for as long as one universe era, it would not be as short as 1 or 2,000,000 years, right? Therefore, this problem made Qin Shao feel a little conflicted for a moment. In the end, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. So be it, he would take one step at a time. It just so happened that he had just made a breakthrough in his great path. He still needed some time to digest and stabilize his realm. There was also the heaven-opening sword technique. He still needed time to cultivate and comprehend it. Qin Shao had long realized that this saint technique was a supreme technique that guided people to the path of the ancient sage. It had the power of guidance. In other words, if he could continue to cultivate this saint technique and make breakthroughs, he would be able to reach the saint realm. The saint realm, of course, was the direction that Qin Shao had to work hard to pursue. By the way, Director Yuan, has anyone come to see me in the past 100,000 years? Qin Shao asked about the serious matter. Director Yuan immediately nodded and said, "Yes, of course. The elf clan leader and the others come every few days. It seems that they have a lot of things to discuss with you, City Lord." Qin Shao nodded. He had expected this. After all, he went straight to that space as soon as he returned to the City Lord's mansion and stayed there for 100,000 years. The elf clan leader and the others must have a lot of things to do. Director Yuan, please inform the elf clan leader and the others to come and see me. Also, prepare some food and wine. Director Yuan immediately nodded. "Yes, City Lord. I'll pass down the order right away." "All right, then let's go to the reception hall and wait. We'll talk as we walk. It just so happens that I also want to know about the situation in Freedom City in the past 100,000 years," Qin Shao said. From Director Yuan, Qin Shao also learned about the situation in Freedom City in the past 100,000 years. In general, it was pretty good. It was almost the same as what he had expected. It was even a little better. Hearing this good news, Qin Shao could be considered to be relieved a little. It seemed that he did not need to worry too much about the governance of Freedom City. With the elf clan leader and the others around, everyone could be of one mind. Many things could be solved very well. The one-eyed dragon and the others who were heinous and extremely harmful were also beheaded. Right now, Freedom City was considered relatively stable. The 10,000 races were all closely united, and they seemed to be living in harmony. Soon, the elf clan leader and the other fourth step heavenly venerables arrived. They were the mainstays of free cities and the decision-makers. The moment everyone saw Qin Shao, they all revealed looks of astonishment. "City Lord, you actually broke through to the fourth step of the heavenly venerable realm? Or could it be that the City Lord was a fourth step heavenly venerate before, but he had been hiding his aura?" The elf patriarch asked in surprise. Everyone had also noticed this. Qin Zhao's great Tao had broken through to the fourth step heavenly venerable realm, so his aura was naturally also at the fourth step heavenly venerable realm. This time, Qin Shao didn't hide her breath, so everyone recognized her at a glance. In front of the elf patriarch and the others, there was no need for Qin Shao to hide anything, so she nodded and said, "Haha, yes." After 100,000 years of seclusion, he had finally achieved something. Living up to expectations, he broke through to the next level in one go. Reaching the fourth step heavenly venerable realm, I've completed a goal that I've had for many years. Although she didn't hide her strength, Qin Shao didn't say much about the inheritance left behind by the City Lord of Origin Sword City. After all, this matter was still considered a secret. Moreover, the sacred artifact and sacred technique had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, once the news got out, it would definitely cause countless troubles. It was even possible that ancient sages would take action against him. After all, a saint artifact was enough to tempt even an ancient saint. If this caused trouble, Qin Shao wouldn't be the only unlucky one. Even free cities would be implicated. Naturally, it was better to be careful in such a matter. "Haha, Congratulations, City Lord. Congratulations, City Lord. City Lord, you're indeed a peerless genius. You're an unprecedented talent. I'm impressed. I'm so impressed. The City Lord has only cultivated for more than 20 million years and has already reached the fourth step heavenly venerable realm. TSK. Incredible. Think about it. It took me a whole universe era to reach the fourth step heavenly venerable realm. Patriarch Julie, don't show off. You've only cultivated for one universe era. I haven't even spoken for more than 10 universe eras. Haha, I used to be able to show off a little. How can I show off in front of the City Lord now? The elf patriarch and the others sincerely admired and even worshipped Qin Shao. Therefore, they respected him even more. Those with strength, talent, and charm, no matter which one it was, would be respected by others. If one possessed all three of these qualities, it was enough to make people admire and worship him. Qin Shao was obviously someone who possessed all three of these qualities. In the face of everyone's congratulations, Qin Shao smiled and said, "All right, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. I've asked someone to prepare some drinks. It's a little simple, so let's drink and talk about business. I've been in seclusion all these years and have been a hands-off shopkeeper. I've left everything to all of you. It's been hard on all of you. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you." Chapter 22-24. Everyone reported to Qin Shao about the situation in Freedom City over the past 100,000 years and the results of a series of measures. Qin Shao already knew about this from General Manager Yuan, but the Elf Clan leader and the others explained it in more detail, allowing Qin Shao to understand more of the problems in Freedom City. After discussing a series of issues, they finally talked about the development and livelihood of Freedom City's thousands of clans. Qin Shao had mentioned this idea before, but the Elf Clan leader and the others felt that Freedom City had always been peaceful and everyone liked this kind of peaceful life. It was fine to live an ordinary life, and there was no need to make it too complicated. If they put all their effort into cultivating their clansmen, then the flavor of Freedom City would probably change, and so would the heart of freedom. However, after thinking about it carefully and analyzing it, they felt that it was appropriate to cultivate some people. After all, Freedom City always needed someone to protect it. It should be known that when Freedom City was at its peak, the number of fourth-step heavenly venerables was more than 100. Now, it was less than half of the number of fourth-step heavenly venerables at its peak. Moreover, this kind of situation was getting worse and worse. Therefore, everyone needed to be prepared for a rainy day. They also needed to consider things carefully. At the very least, they had to ensure that Freedom City's strength would not continue to decline, right? However, if their thoughts were too scattered, too indifferent, and too peaceful, then the number of powerhouses in Freedom City would probably continue to decrease. Once it happened, it would be difficult for Freedom City to go far. With this in mind, Qin Zhao's idea was taken seriously again. Yes, your considerations are right. I feel that there's no need to go too far. Things will go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It's indeed appropriate to cultivate some people. This is also to better protect Freedom City. After all, Freedom City is in a world full of cruel survival laws. We don't offend others, but it's inevitable that others will offend us. Therefore, we must have the ability to protect ourselves. If you want to protect yourself, you naturally need to have a certain level of strength. After all, I won't stay in Freedom City for long, so you'll have to rely on yourselves in the future. Qin Shao nodded and agreed. The Elf Patriarch said, "Yes, City Lord, you're right. Therefore, we came here today to discuss with you, City Lord, to see if there's a good way out. Even if it can't be passed, it can still be guaranteed to have a certain effect." Qin Shao said, "First, tell me some of the things that your myriad races are good at. You should also have some ideas and countermeasures. Tell me about them first. As for business, although I don't have much experience, I should be able to come up with some ideas." Therefore, the Elf Patriarch told Qin Shao the details of their discussion. After listening to it, Qin Shao had a rough idea in his mind. "I've also noticed that apart from taverns, inns, and shoe and clothing stores, there are no other shops in Liberty City. In other words, the businesses that we can do in Freedom City are only related to food, clothing, and accommodation. They are all very ordinary businesses. It's not like other cities that sell immortal artifacts, immortal treasures, rare materials, ores, immortal pills, and the like. There are also no places for entertainment. Therefore, on the whole, our Liberty City is indeed very dull. If we don't want to have a big change, then we will continue to maintain this atmosphere. Our Liberty City still won't change. Food, clothing, and accommodation. Although these three are the most ordinary businesses and the profits are extremely low, the important thing is that we can do in quantity. This is a business that is closely related to all lives, and it is also the best business that requires the least capital to do. Our Liberty City doesn't need to do much business, just a small business. Food, clothing, and accommodation are very good choices. It just so happens that there are a few clans in Liberty City that are good in this aspect. The wine clan is the best at brewing wine. The wine they brew is indeed very delicious, and the cost is not high. If we sell it, the price can be cheaper than other wines, and there will be a lot of competition. The elf clan is good at making beautiful clothes, shoes, and jewelry. I believe that there will be a lot of sales. There are also the dwarf clan and the giant clan, who are good at refining. Although they can only refine a large number of low-grade immortal artifacts, it is enough. These three businesses are very ordinary and the best to do. I think that if our Liberty City wants to do business, we can start from these three aspects. As long as we can find a stable buyer, just these three businesses alone will be enough. We don't need too much. The elf clan leader nodded and said, "City Lord, your suggestion is very good. We are not good at doing other businesses, and we don't have that much energy. It is enough to concentrate on these three businesses. Anyway, our needs are not that big. However, the biggest problem now is that we are all poor. We don't have chaos source stones to buy materials. Although the cost of materials for brewing wine, shoes, and clothes is not high, the demand is relatively large. We have not done business before, so naturally, we don't have much accumulation. If you want to refine weapons, you'll need even more materials. That's a huge expense. However, we really don't have chaos source stones, so we are indeed relatively poor. If we pool our resources together, we can at most gather 1 million chaos source stones. But after that, everyone will be as poor as a church mouse." Qin Shao felt very awkward when he heard the elf clan leader's words. How could such a big free city be so poor? The myriad races could only gather 1 million chaos origin stones at most. There were 42 fourth-step heavenly venerables in the Liberty City and 52 fourth-step heavenly venerables in the Liberty City. As for the third-step heavenly venerables, there were countless of them. So many third-step heavenly venerables were actually so poor. This situation was simply unimaginable in other cities. The total wealth of many fourth-step heavenly venerables added up to 1 million chaos source stones. The Liberty City was made up of all the races. It was clear that the Liberty City was living a peaceful life. They had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, so they did not care about anything and lived a peaceful life. It is a little, but it is fine. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. This is a long-term plan, and we need time to change it slowly. There are many things that cannot be rushed. Moreover, we are working together as a city, not as a clan. Hence, it is easy to do. Elf clan leader, is there any place near the Liberty City that is more developed? Qin Shao asked again. The elf patriarch said, if we're talking about the closest trading city to our free city, it would be Shanyong City. Shanyong City is one of the top 10 cities of commerce in Hu territory. If you travel at the fastest speed from the Liberty City, it will only take a year to reach there. A journey of a year's time wasn't too far, so it wasn't too far. Shanyong City. One could feel a strong sense of commerce just by hearing the name. Elf Clan leader, how much do you know about Shanyong City? Since they were going to choose Shanyong City, they naturally had to learn more about it so that they could prepare for everything in advance. The market was like a battlefield. It was definitely a bloodthirsty battlefield where the competition was cruel and intense. If they were not careful, not only would they lose all their capital, but they might also lose their lives. Hence, Qin Shao naturally had to be very careful. After all, the Liberty City was not strong and could not afford to offend big shots and big forces. If they did not take the right path, the Liberty City would be doomed eternally. The elf clan leader shook his head and said, I don't know much about Shanyong City. The citizens of the Liberty City rarely leave the city. A junior of the elf clan went to Shanyong City once. I specifically asked him, but he could not give me any details. He only said that Shanyong City is very prosperous and there are all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets. There are all kinds of things sold. There is nothing you can think of, only things that Shanyong City does not have. Every day, there are many caravans entering and leaving Shanyong City. As long as you have enough chaos source stones, you can buy anything in Shanyong City. There is also a saying that Shanyong City is a paradise for the rich. As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want in Shanyong City. You can get everything you want, and even everything you can't imagine. Oh, right. It seems that Shanyong City is guarded by the Hu clan's army, which ensures the stability and peace of Shanyong City. However, all the major clans of the Hu clan have businesses in Shanyong City. Hence, Shanyong City is very chaotic. There are many factions, and it is very complicated. That's the general situation. Qin Shao nodded. Although the information was not very detailed, he had a basic understanding of the situation. Of course, this was not as little as Qin Shao had imagined. Qin Shao had stayed in Wind Cloud City before. Although Wind Cloud City was not a famous city of commerce, its commerce was very developed. Large cities were similar. Basically, all the major clans and factions in the city had their own forces. However, Wind Cloud City was very well managed. After all, Wind Cloud Academy was there. The Hu clan was the territory of the Hu clan. The Hu clan was the supreme ruler of the Hu clan. They were the true lords of a region and one of the 100 schools of thought. Those large cities were guarded by the Hu clan's army. It was reasonable for them to maintain order. City Lord, I think that our biggest problem now is that even if we want to do business in Shanyong City, we don't have a single shop in Shanyong City. If we don't have a shop, do we have to set up street stalls on the streets? This method won't work, right? I reckon that Shanyong City will not allow people to set up street stalls for long periods of time. But if we want to set up a shop, it will be too difficult. Moreover, we don't have the capital to do so. Moreover, we are too weak. If we really want to squeeze into the business circle of Shanyong City, there will be many dangers. Therefore, I think that if we want to do business, there will be many problems waiting for us to overcome. The elf clan leader expressed some of his concerns. These were indeed problems that needed to be considered. Qin Shao nodded. He was also considering these problems. Elf clan leader, these are my thoughts on these problems. First of all, we definitely can't have the idea of setting up a shop for the time being. If we do that, it will be like what you said. Firstly, we don't have a capital. Secondly, we will take on too many risks. Chapter 22-25. So, we definitely won't set up shops. If we set up street stalls, it's definitely not feasible. Firstly, we may be subject to regulations. Secondly, it's difficult to sell. So, if we want to do this business, we can only find another way. How do we do this? My idea is that we can be suppliers. We can take our products to those shops and directly sell them in large quantities. We can give them a lower price and let them be the final dealers. We can give them the big profits. It's very easy to understand. For example, it's impossible for those who open restaurants to make wine themselves. Their wine must be bought from the winery. They also need to purchase their ingredients. So, we'll specialize in being the supplier behind the scenes. In this way, we can solve the problem of quantity and also solve the problem of causing trouble. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. Where there are profits, there will be bloodshed. So, we need to try our best to avoid these things. However, I think that no matter how we avoid the rules, there will definitely be some trouble. So, we have to be prepared in this regard. Don't panic at the last minute. Everyone carefully analyzed Qin Zhao's words and digested these opinions. Many people nodded. Well, I think it's okay. This is the safest way. We don't have too big of a goal. It's enough to make a little money. It's also okay to stay behind the scenes. I think we'll do as the city lord says. Yes, I agree. Everyone expressed their opinions, and the elf patriarch also agreed. Qin Shao smiled and said, since everyone agrees, it's easy to do. Let's take this step and see. If it's feasible, then we'll keep going like this. If there's really a problem, then we can make other laws. After all, we have to walk a path. We're now a blank slate, so we need to slowly accumulate everything. This requires a process and a certain amount of time. We're originally planning for the long term, so there's no hurry. Take it slow, and the path will be smooth. Moreover, we don't have big ambitions, so we won't compete with others. We'll try our best not to provoke others. It'll be fine as long as we stay peaceful. If trouble still comes knocking on our door, then there's nothing we can do about it. After all, we've just experienced an unexpected calamity. What could be more terrifying than that? Haha, the city lord is right. Yes, we won't fight. Let's just be a little more peaceful. If someone dares to bully us, we can only return the favor. City lord, hurry up and give the order. I can't wait any longer. Hee, maybe I've really been idle for too long. I actually have the impulse to go out and try my luck. Qin Shao glanced at the giant strength patriarch and said, you're no good. You're a fourth-step Empyrean, so why are you running out to join the fun? If you want to go out, then let the younger generation go out. Cough. Giant strength patriarch was speechless. The elf patriarch added, that's right. Why are you running out, old man? Just stay in Free City. Go and do business. Don't lose yourself out there. Am I that bad? Giant strength patriarch said gloomily. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, I think we can do this. We'll bring some wine brewed by the wine tribe, shoes and clothes made by the elf tribe, and low-grade immortal weapons made by the giant strength tribe and the dwarf tribe. Bring all the stock and the 1 million. Bring the chaos source rock too. Let's first find a few people to go to Shangyong City and find a good buyer. Then, we'll open the market and buy the materials back to form a trading chain. The most important thing now is to open this road. Once the road is open, everything will be clear. The mission this time is very important and difficult, but we don't need too many people. How about this? I'll personally lead the team this time. After all, I know a little about business and have been to many big cities. I have some experience. Moreover, this mission might encounter some trouble. If I personally lead the team, I'll be more confident. Then, you could choose a few young people to follow me. As for the number of people, we don't need too many. 4 or 5 will do. City Lord, how can we do that? It's too dangerous. That's right, City Lord. Free City needs you to oversee it. How can you personally handle this kind of thing? City Lord, please reconsider. You can't leave Free City so easily. This is a small matter. Just leave it to us. Qin Shao smiled. He then shook his head and said, don't make me sound so unbearable. I'm not boasting. With my strength, no one can do anything to me as long as I don't provoke a semi-sage expert or the like. Didn't you manage Free City well when I was in seclusion for 100,000 years? What kind of trouble can happen when I'm gone for 1,800 years? This matter is very important. It concerns the long-term development of Free City. Therefore, I have to personally handle this matter until I get this deal done. You don't have to say anymore. I made up my mind. That's it. How about this? You pick 5 people. 2 or 3rd step heavenly venerables will do. They don't need to be too strong to avoid being too conspicuous. You can go ahead with the preparations. Just leave as soon as possible. Since Qin Shao had made up his mind, the elf patriarch and the others could only nod after exchanging a few glances. After sending off the elf patriarch and the others, Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. It was very uncomfortable for him to stay in Free City. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to go out for a walk. As one of the top 10 trading cities in the Hu territory, Shangyong City should be pretty good. However, the task this time was indeed quite important. Therefore, Qin Shao had to treat it seriously. Soon, the elf patriarch and the others finished the preparations. According to Qin Zhao's instructions, they chose 5 young people. These 5 people were 3rd step heavenly venerables. Their realms were not bad, but there were no real geniuses in Free City. Therefore, these people were basically 3rd step heavenly venerables. Their strength was definitely average. Cultivation resources were scarce. Most of them had to rely on some innate divine abilities. After all, they were all foreign races. Weapons, immortal treasures, and so on were also very scarce. The elf patriarch introduced the 5 people they had carefully selected to Qin Shao. They were Lan Lingsheng from the elf clan, Shirko from the dwarf clan, Xiong Hai from the giant strength clan, Wei from the wine clan, and Lai Gu for the crimson fox clan. Greetings, city lord. The 5 people stood neatly in a row and bowed respectfully to Qin Shao. They were incomparably respectful and worshipful of Qin Shao. Now that they saw Qin Shao at such a close distance, they were a little excited. Qin Shao nodded to the 5 people. The 5 of you are very energetic. Young people are more energetic. Then, I'll take the 5 of you. Thank you, city lord. The 5 people thanked him in unison. The elf patriarch took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Qin Shao. He said, City Lord, the 1,000,000 chaos source stones and all the things we sold are inside. We will have to trouble you for this trip. Haha, it's no problem. Qin Shao smiled and patted the elf patriarch's shoulder. He said, I am the city lord. Since I was the one who proposed this idea, I will be the one to develop it. I am more experienced than all of you when it comes to traveling outside, so I'm the best candidate. You don't have to worry about anything. Just wait for my good news. Don't worry. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's set off. After saying that, Qin Shao waved his hand and took out his mid-grade flying device. He waved his hand to Lan Lingsheng and the others. Let's go. Everyone get on. Although Lan Lingsheng and the others were third-step heavenly venerables and had lived for many eras, they had never sat on a mid-grade flying device before. Soon, the 6 of them got on the flying device. Qin Shao waved his hand at the elf patriarch and the others. Then, he activated the flying device and flew towards Shangyong City. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the elf patriarch and the others' sight. After sending off Qin Shao, the elf patriarch and the others didn't retract their gazes for a long time. There was some anticipation in their eyes, but there was also a trace of worry. On the flying device, Lan Lingsheng and the others appeared somewhat excited. Apart from Lan Lingsheng, who had been to Shangyong City, the other 4 had never been there before. It was normal to be curious about the unknown. It was also the nature of life. Lan Lingsheng, you've been to Shangyong City before, right? Qin Shao suddenly asked. In front of Qin Shao, Lan Lingsheng and the others appeared somewhat reserved. After all, he was the idol they worshipped. Moreover, Qin Shao's strength was much, much higher than theirs. There was also a trace of reverence in their fate charts. Lan Lingsheng immediately nodded. Yes, City Lord. I was fortunate enough to go to Shangyong City once. How did it feel? Qin Shao asked again. After thinking for a moment, Lan Lingsheng answered truthfully, it felt like a beggar entering a palace. I instantly felt like my world had been broadened a lot and windows had been opened. It's the kind of feeling where you suddenly feel like you've seen a lot more and your understanding of the world has been refreshed. As Lan Lingsheng spoke, Shirko and the others listened attentively. They couldn't help but reveal looks of envy on their faces. Qin Shao smiled. It was very normal to have such a feeling. The people in Liberty City were indeed too autistic. They basically stayed in Liberty City and lived an incomparably peaceful life without any passion. How should one put it? It couldn't be said to be a bad thing. After all, this was the custom of Liberty City. It was also a characteristic of Liberty City. If I asked you to go out and explore the world, would you be willing? Qin Shao asked again. Lan Lingsheng didn't think much about this question. He shook his head and said, City Lord, I really don't want to. Although I'm also very curious about the outside world, curiosity is just curiosity. Curiosity is only temporary. It won't last forever. After seeing the outside world, I did feel a lot of emotions. However, I soon realized that Liberty City is still better. Our Liberty City and Shangyong City are indeed worlds apart. However, Shangyong City is filled with mutual deception and intrigue. The air is filled with the smell of fighting and blood. I don't like that kind of environment. The hostility is too strong. If there's a disagreement, people will draw their swords and kill each other. It has become a normal situation. The fighting is too intense, and bloody incidents occur too frequently. Many people have died under the swords of others. It's filled with blood, cruelty, intensity, and fighting. In that kind of environment, if you want to survive, then you have to do your best to improve yourself and make yourself stronger. If you want to do that, you have to fight desperately for cultivation resources and immerse yourself in that kind of killing and fighting atmosphere. Chapter 22-26. Qin Xiao nodded and smiled. It was good to have such thoughts. Not being confused by the outside world and not having strong desires. Living an ordinary life was also very good. It was a very happy thing. Actually, how should she put it? Qin Xiao liked this kind of bliss deep down in her bones. If possible, Qin Xiao would also like to live an ordinary life in the Hongmeng universe. It was also a kind of happiness for his family. However, this was obviously something that could not be done. He had to save Yao Shuolian, avenge his master, and protect the Hongmeng universe. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Without these responsibilities, perhaps Qin Xiao would not have the determination to work so hard. What immortal treasures do you have? Qin Xiao suddenly asked. What immortal treasures? Hearing Qin Xiao's question, Lan Lingsheng and the others were slightly stunned. They did not understand the meaning of Qin Xiao's question. Lan Lingsheng was the first to react. He replied, City Lord, I have 3 low-grade immortal treasures, a sword, a set of armor, and a genuine flying celestial artifact. Hearing Lan Lingsheng's words, the other 4 also said one after another. Wahi of the Wine Clan and Lai Gu of the Crimson Fox Clan had the least. Both of them only had 2 low-grade immortal treasures. Shirko of the Dwarf Clan and Xiong Hai of the Giant Strength Clan had many low-grade immortal treasures. Shirko had 6 while Xiong Hai had 5. However, all 5 of them only had low-grade immortal treasures. Moreover, these treasures were all from the Dwarf Clan and the Giant Strength Clan. 5 third-step Heavenly Venerables did not even have a single middle-grade immortal treasure. It was indeed very shabby. Such a situation was rare in the outside world. Moreover, this was the 9 continents Huaxia country. If it was in the southern wasteland, it would be pardonable. Have you thought about middle-grade immortal treasures, or even high-grade immortal treasures? Qin Xiao asked again. Lan Lingsheng and the others were stunned again. They did not understand why the city lord would ask this question. However, since he had asked, they could only answer honestly. Lan Lingsheng thought for a moment and said, City Lord, how should I put this question? If I don't think about it at all, then I would be lying to myself. But it's a middle-grade immortal artifact. I'm afraid there are only 1 or 200 of them in the entire free city. Naturally, it's impossible for it to fall into our hands. The Giant Strength race and the Dwarf race can refine mid-grade immortal tools, but they will need a lot of materials to refine them. Therefore, the Dwarf race and the Giant race basically don't refine them. That's why we stopped thinking about the mid-grade immortal artifacts. However, it doesn't matter. We basically won't have any battles anyway. It was a good thing to take things lightly, but Qin Xiao didn't know whether to say it was good or bad. After all, this kind of thing differed from person to person. There was no fixed standard. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, I don't have any extra high-grade immortal artifacts now, but I still have some mid-grade immortal artifacts on me. After saying that, Qin Xiao waved his hand and 10 mid-grade immortal artifacts flew out and floated in front of him. These 10 mid-grade immortal artifacts were actually carefully selected by Qin Xiao. He still had dozens of mid-grade immortal artifacts on him. Lan Lingsheng and the others widened their eyes when they saw the 10 mid-grade immortal artifacts in front of them. For a moment, they were tongue-tied as they stared at the mid-grade immortal artifacts and felt the powerful aura emitted by the mid-grade immortal artifacts. Although they were relatively indifferent, it would be a lie to say that they were not moved when there were 10 mid-grade immortal artifacts in front of them. Such a temptation was really not small. If they had 2 mid-grade immortal artifacts, their strength would obviously increase by a lot. However, they were a little stunned for a moment, so they did not reach out to take the mid-grade immortal artifacts. Don't be stunned. These are my gifts to you. Each of you can pick 2, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Lan Lingsheng said, "City Lord, these are too precious. We don't want to accept them. Moreover, we don't really rely on treasures, so it doesn't matter. Low-grade immortal artifacts are also quite useful, so we don't need mid-grade immortal artifacts." Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "What's wrong? As the City Lord, this is the first time I've given you something, and you're not going to give me any face? How can I take back something I've given out? You're trying to embarrass the City Lord. Otherwise, should I order you to accept them?" This, after hearing Qin Zhao's words. Lan Lingshen and the others looked at each other, nodded, and accepted the mid-grade immortal artifacts. It was easy for each of them to pick 2 mid-grade immortal artifacts. In fact, Qin Shao had specially prepared the mid-grade immortal artifacts for them, so they chose according to what Qin Shao had chosen in advance. These mid-grade immortal artifacts could greatly improve the strength of Lan Lingshen and the others. However, no matter how much they improved, they wouldn't be able to help Qin Shao in the slightest. Qin Shao wanted them to become stronger. Those who were chosen to accompany him to Shanyong City were, at the very least, outstanding members of the younger generation. After accepting the mid-grade celestial artifact, Lan Lingshen and the other 4 looked at Qin Shao with gratitude. Then, they knelt in front of Qin Shao. Although they didn't have a strong desire for mid-grade immortal artifacts, it would be a lie to say that they didn't. What they didn't expect, however, was that the City Lord would directly give each of them 2 mid-grade immortal artifacts. This was a sudden gift from the heavens. "Stop kneeling and get up. I've never liked this kind of thing. Don't say anything unnecessary. Come, let's continue drinking." Qin Shao interrupted them and told them to get up. It was the first time they'd seen such an easygoing and approachable City Lord. This made them worship Qin Shao even more. A year's time quickly passed. "Look, that's Shanyong City." Lan Lingshen suddenly pointed to the distance and said to Shirko and the others. Shirko and the others immediately looked over with excitement. Qin Shao also looked over. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge light screen that enveloped a huge city. This was the outermost restriction formation that prevented people from flying directly into Shanyong City. If one wanted to enter Shanyong City, they had to come down from the city gate. This was the rule. Such a rule was basically applicable in the entire immortal realm. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't find it strange at all. Shanyong City wasn't built on a plain. Instead, it was built on a stretch of mountains. Moreover, Shanyong City made good use of the mountains and mountains. They merged with the buildings, creating a spectacle. Therefore, many of the buildings in Shanyong City were built on top of the mountains. They were stacked on top of each other, giving off a very neat and tidy feeling. Moreover, between the mountains, there were some floating buildings or bridges that were connected together. The huge Shanyong City, the countless mountains, and the stretch of mountains were perfectly connected together, forming a complex. An incomparably huge building complex. And this complex of buildings formed an incomparably magnificent and prosperous Shanyong City. Looking at it from afar, one could feel the grandeur of Shanyong City. From the flat ground to the top of the mountains, the height of the buildings could reach up to 100,000 feet. The layers were stacked on top of each other, giving off the feeling of a skyscraper as tall as the mountains. Towering mountain peaks, green leaves, red flowers, colorful rocks, and magnificent buildings. When all of these were put together, they turned into beautiful scrolls. The scenery was indeed beautiful. It gave people a feeling that nothing could be more beautiful. Therefore, looking at it from afar, the first impression that Shanyong City gave people was that it was big. The second impression was that it was magnificent. The third impression was that it was beautiful. The visual impact of this was indeed very huge for Shirko and the other 3, who were seeing Shanyong City for the first time and a big city for the first time. Therefore, when the 4 of them saw Shanyong City, they were stunned. Their mouths and eyes were wide open as they looked at Shanyong City in shock. Haha, I had the same expression when I first came to Shanyong City. This time it's better. I didn't lose my composure. Seeing the exaggerated expressions of Shirko and the other 4, Lan Lingshen laughed. After a long while, Shirko and the other 3 gradually regained their senses. However, it was difficult for them to calm down. This is Shanyong City. It is indeed magnificent and beautiful. Compared to this, our free city is like a thatched cottage compared to a palace. The difference is like heaven and earth. TSK, such a huge city. How many lives can accommodate? This world is indeed very big, but our horizons are very small. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are frogs at the bottom of a well. However, it doesn't matter. I'm still willing to continue staying in Free City. Yes, the outside world is good and exciting. However, under the excitement, there is cruelty and bloodshed. Qin Xiao said to the 5 of them, "Let's go. We can't continue flying forward." The 5 of them nodded. A group of 6 people walked out of the flying device and landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, they saw that there were official roads leading to Shanyong City. A city of commerce must be well connected. Although most people would walk in the sky and not on the ground, the official roads were still very symbolic. Moreover, many people didn't have a flying artifact. Some people didn't like to fly and prefer to walk on the ground. As they approached Shanyong City, the number of people increased. The main road into the city was also filled with people entering the city. This caused the speed of entering the city to slow down. This situation reminded Qin Xiao of the same situation when he entered Flat Demon City. However, the scale was not comparable to this. Flat Demon City was only a small city of commerce. It was a small city on the border. Naturally, it could not be compared to Shanyong City. Speaking of which, he had gained a lot in Flat Demon City. Firstly, he had obtained a Buddha Saraira. Secondly, he had obtained something that Sovereign Wantong needed. Wow. The queue to enter the city is a few hundred miles long. Isn't this too exaggerated? Shirko said with a look of surprise. Lan Lingsheng smiled and said, "Moreover, there are more than 10 city gates in Shanyong City. The queue at each gate is so long." This is Shanyong City. What? More than 10 city gates? Every city gate is like this? The queue to enter the city is a few hundred miles long? This. Shirko and the other 3 were really shocked. There were too many people entering the city. However, it was normal. This was Shanyong City, a big city of commerce. Naturally, there would be a lot of people. Moreover, most of the people who entered the city were in groups of people. Most of them were caravans or the like. Look over there. That person is so impressive. Shirko suddenly pointed to the front and said to everyone. Chapter 22-27. A giant chariot made of pure white jade slowly traveled on the official road leading into the city. There were even carvings of dragons and phoenixes on the chariot, which gave off the aura of a superior being. The chariot was 10 feet wide and 20 feet long. There were many lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes on the chariot. Those with good eyesight would realize that the carvings were of superb craftsmanship. It must have been the work of a carving master. Those with better eyesight would realize that the jade used to drive the chariot was the extremely rare Eastern Sea Deep White Jade. The Eastern Sea Deep White Jade was extremely tough and was an excellent material for refining weapons. Moreover, it had a cool personality and could calm one's mind easily. Therefore, it would be very helpful to cultivate while sitting cross-legged on it. The most difficult part of cultivation was to have one's mind as one and immerse oneself in the cultivation world. However, with the help of the Eastern Sea Deep White Jade, it would be much easier. It would allow one to enter a state of selflessness. The Eastern Sea Deep White Jade was a very precious item. There was actually someone who was so extravagant that such a huge chariot was made entirely out of it. One could not help but marvel at how extravagant it was. Just this huge piece of Eastern Sea Deep White Jade alone was probably worth more than 1,000,000 Chaos Source stones. Needless to say, it was carved out. The raw stone used would definitely be much bigger than this. Moreover, it was meticulously carved by a carving master. Therefore, it was normal for the value to double again. It was just a carriage, but it was actually luxurious to such an extent. It was truly astounding. However, this was just the beginning. In the huge chariot, a suave young master was lying lazily in the arms of 2 beautiful women. There were also 2 other beautiful women serving him. One of them was feeding him wine, while the other was feeding him fruits and snacks. Not only that, but there were also 4 beautiful women sitting in the corners. They were either singing, dancing, playing the zither, or playing other musical instruments. Lying in the arms of beauties, listening to the music of beauties, tasting the wine of beauties. What enjoyment! What extreme enjoyment! It was really hard to find someone who could enjoy himself to such an extreme extent. Looking at this scene, people couldn't help but feel jealous. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Looking at the ones pulling the chariot, there were actually 18 savage beasts. The savage beasts were bronze in color, and their upper bodies were naked. Each of them was extremely muscular, and the bulging muscles on their bodies were a little frightening. The savage beasts were tall and huge. Each of them was at least 10 meters tall. They had the face of a beast and the body of a human. They looked somewhat ugly. Savage beasts had thick hides and flesh, and their intelligence wasn't high. It could even be said that they were a somewhat stupid race. Therefore, many savage beasts were enslaved as slaves to do manual labor. Moreover, they didn't complain about the hardships or tiredness, making them excellent candidates for slaves. The 18 savage beasts were all first-step heavenly venerables. They pulled the heavy chariot and walked steadily towards Shangyong City. 18 savage beast slaves, 8 beautiful women serving him, and a carriage made entirely out of deep-sea white jade. Such an entrance simply shocked many people. Many people were muttering in their hearts. Just who is this young master? This background seemed to be very big indeed. Moreover, this distinguished and elegant young master seemed to be a complete hedonistic young master. He was definitely a second-generation young master, and an extremely flamboyant one at that. It was best not to provoke such a second-generation young master. Otherwise, when he went crazy, he would be even scarier than a rabid dog. F***CK. Lan Lingsheng couldn't help but curse. Isn't this a little too big? What kind of background does this young master have? He should be a disciple of a large force. Moreover, he isn't an ordinary disciple. I reckon his father should be at least a 4th-step heavenly venerate. Shirko clicked his tongue and said, "Flamboyant, he's really flamboyant. In any case, I'm convinced. He has the right to be flamboyant. Judging from his aura, that young master is a 4th-step heavenly venerate. No matter what kind of background he has, his cultivation realm is there for all to see," what he said. Lan Lingsheng and the others agreed with this statement. At this time, many people were sizing up the flamboyant young master and discussing him. Soon, Prince Zhongyang said something that made everyone want to vomit blood. The Zhongyang young master stretched out his hand and said to the few beautiful maidservants, "All right, stop singing, stop dancing, and stop playing any musical instruments. And you guys, stop pinching his legs and feeding him wine. Most importantly, tighten your clothes a little. Don't expose anything that shouldn't be exposed. It will make people jealous. Keep a low profile. Don't let everyone know that this young master has come to Shangyong City. This young master has already told you that this young master doesn't like to be high profile. I like to keep a low profile. Look at what you're all wearing. It's too revealing, too revealing. I can't stand it anymore. Singing, dancing, and playing musical instruments? This is too much, too much. Don't you see so many people lining up to enter the city? Everyone is walking obediently, but we are singing and dancing here. Isn't this too much? Hurry up, as if these maids' movements were not ordered by him." Hearing such pretentious words, many people wanted to go up and beat Prince Zhongyang up. Keep a low profile? Did he think he was not high profile enough? He was just short of having someone stand there and shout, "This young master has come to Shangyong City." Shameless people are really invincible. Lan Lingsheng shook his head and sighed. Qin Shao looked at them indifferently. He had seen many shameless people. Although this young master was very flamboyant, he didn't seem to be overbearing for the time being. In Qin Zhao's opinion, this kind of person's words were not hateful. What was hateful were those who were domineering and domineering. It was just a typical Playboy song. Actually, it was quite cute. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Chirp! At this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing chirp suddenly came from the sky. Accompanied by the chirp, a big bird with 9 heads flew over. This big bird's feathers were actually rainbow-colored, and it was about 30 meters long. When its two wings were spread out, it was about 60 meters long. Its speed was extremely fast, and it emitted a powerful aura, which frightened many people. This was obviously a powerful beast. Nine-headed bird, the descendant of the legendary phoenix. Its body contains the blood of the ancient phoenix. An adult nine-headed bird is a fourth-step heavenly venerable realm beast. Someone actually uses a nine-headed bird as a mount. Who is this person? From the discussions in the crowd, Qin Shao found out that this ferocious beast that was emitting a powerful aura and dense hostility was the nine-headed bird. In fact, he also guessed that a nine-headed bird should be a nine-headed bird. A nine-headed bird had the potential to become a holy beast. An adult nine-headed bird was also very powerful. Being able to use a nine-headed bird as a mount was enough to show how powerful this person was. His background must be very powerful. If Prince Zhongyang's ostentatiousness was shown by money and beautiful women, then this young master's ostentatiousness was shown by his strength. It was very direct and explosive. What kind of strength could be more direct than him riding a fourth-step, heavenly venerable nine-headed bird? They hadn't even entered Shangyong City yet, but they had already seen two young masters with great backgrounds. Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There were so many geniuses and experts in Huaxia. Fourth-step heavenly venerables. It really felt like they could be seen everywhere they went. It felt like they were completely worthless. The young master riding on the nine-headed bird flew over to the head of the arrogant young master and glanced at him with contempt. He laughed in disdain and said, "Humph, you're really ignorant and incompetent. Come out and look at Ying. Humph, you're really ignorant and incompetent. Yin Yin, you're useless. I think you're more suited to indulging in sensual pleasures and indulging in a life of luxury." After saying that, the young master riding the nine-headed bird directly swept over and flew towards the city gate. He actually didn't line up and directly flew over. It was obvious how arrogant and domineering he was. Flying was not allowed in Shangyong City. One could only line up at the city gate. At this time, the line was already very long. Since he directly flew to the front, it was obvious that he wanted to cut the line. This was an extremely domineering method. After being inexplicably humiliated, Prince Zhongyang was so angry that his face lightened. He suddenly stood up and pointed at the young master riding the nine-headed bird and scolded him unhappily. "Why are you so uncultured? Why are you scolding a stranger who just met by chance? Don't think that you're so great just because you're riding a nine-headed bird. I think people like you don't follow the rules at all. You're actually so shameless as to cut the line to enter the city. Don't you have any shame? Do you think you're strong? Do you think that just because you're strong and ride a nine-headed bird, you can do whatever you want? Bah, this young master hates people like you who don't follow the rules and are arrogant and conceited. Don't let me see you in Shangyong City. Otherwise, I'll scold you to death." Scold you to death? There was something wrong with this style. When many people heard Prince Zhongyang's words, they felt as if they were struck by lightning. This person is a little interesting. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. He suddenly had a good impression of Prince Zhongyang. At least, he was a man of rules. He wouldn't act recklessly just because he was strong and had a powerful background. This kind of person was much better than those who didn't follow the rules. Shirko, let me tell you, Shangyong City is not like Free City. There are many experts here. Third and fourth step heavenly venerables can be seen everywhere. So when we enter the city later, we must be careful. Keep everything low and don't cause any trouble, Lan Lingsheng said to Shirko and the others. After all, he had been to Shangyong City once, so he had some experience to share. Shirko and the others also understood the situation. Naturally, they wouldn't be careless and nodded. The line, which was a few hundred miles long, seemed a little long. After waiting in line for an entire day, they finally entered the city. Shangyong City also charged an entrance fee, but it was relatively cheap. They only had to pay a piece of Chaos Source Rock to enter Shangyong City. After entering, they saw that the roads here extended in all directions. Moreover, the buildings here were stacked on top of each other. Therefore, when they entered this place, they really felt as if heaven and earth were interconnected. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of shops everywhere. There were also caravans moving about everywhere. They were basically groups of people and horses. Chapter 22-28. Being in this place made people feel as if they couldn't find their bearings. The shocking scene also impacted Shirko and the others' hearts wave after wave. City Lord, where are we going now? Lan Lingxing couldn't help but ask. Qin Xiao looked around. At a glance, he saw many restaurants, tea houses, and so on. The 4 types of shops, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, were definitely the most common and could be seen everywhere. After all, these were closely related to everyone's life. It was the most common business, but also the business with the largest volume and the most number of transactions. Basically, it was also a business that was stable and profitable. Although the profit margin was relatively low, the important thing was that it could be done in quantity. Therefore, if the scale was relatively large, it was still very profitable. We just want to do some small business, so we could just find a restaurant to sell wine, a shoe and clothing store to sell shoes, clothing and jewelry, and an immortal treasure store to sell immortal weapons. We don't have to worry about immortal weapons. After all, most immortal treasure stores will buy them back, but the price will be a little lower. But we don't care too much about the profit, and our requirements are not that high. Wine, shoes, clothing, and jewelry may be more difficult. Let's start with wine first. Qin Xiao analyzed and said, there were hotels everywhere here. Which one should he choose? After Qin Xiao glanced around, his eyes finally fell on a restaurant called Immortal Restaurant. He said, let's choose this one. It's quite large. I believe the amount of wine consumed every day is also very large. What they needed now was to open a sales channel, so they would just try their luck randomly. There might be many ways, but no matter which way they chose, they had to try it. There was no way they could be completely sure of. Most of the time, they had to rely on themselves to find a way. Although Qin Xiao said that he knew a lot about business, after all, he had never really done it himself. Therefore, he only had some experience on paper. After entering the Immortal Restaurant, Qin Xiao asked for a seat and sat down. Lan Lingsheng was a little puzzled and said, City Lord, are we going to sit down and eat something and drink some wine first? Shouldn't you go directly to the manager of the restaurant? Qin Xiao smiled and said, we want to look for the shopkeeper as soon as we entered. Do you think the shopkeeper will pay attention to us? We'll have to give it a try before we know, right? Furthermore, this restaurant is open for business. If customers want to find a manager, it should be possible, right? Lan Lingxing said. Qin Xiao said, but the problem is that if we don't spend money here, we are not customers of the restaurant. Lan Lingxiang was taken aback. That was true. Also, we have to understand the situation here first. Otherwise, how can we give the shopkeeper a price? Therefore, we naturally have to order some drinks to compare first, so that we can have a clear idea in our hearts, Qin Xiao said again. Lan Lingsheng and the others nodded. That's right. The business of this restaurant was really good. Qin Xiao and the others had been sitting there for a while when a waiter hurriedly ran over. Sirs, I'm sorry. I was a little slow in greeting you. Please don't take it to heart. Oh, we've got so many guests today. We can't handle all of them. Sirs, what would you like to order? This is our menu. You can take a look first. Qin Xiao had already flipped through the menu and found that the wine in this restaurant was really plentiful. There are thousands of varieties and prices. The prices range from 1 Chaos Source Rock to 1,000 Chaos Source Rocks for a flask. A flask was usually only 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms was 1 flask. The cheapest wine was 1 Chaos Source Rock for a flask. However, it was very normal to sell it at such a price in a big restaurant. After all, it was normal for the price to be several times higher in this place. Give us a flask of each of these 10 wines. As for the dishes, we don't need them for now. Let's serve the wine first. Qin Xiao pointed at the 10 wines and chose a flask of each of them. The prices range from 1 Chaos Source Rock to 10 Chaos Source Rocks for a flask. The waiter looked at Qin Xiao in surprise, who would only order wine and not dishes. Besides, they didn't ask for much wine. They only spent a few dozen Chaos Source Rocks. Although a few dozen Chaos Source Rocks wasn't a small amount, it was nothing to a big restaurant like the Immortal Restaurant. Why? Can't I order? Asked Qin Xiao. The waiter hurriedly said, "No, no. Of course you can. Our restaurant never forces our guests to order too much. Sirs, please wait for a moment. I'll serve the wine right away." The waiter was very efficient. In a short while, 10 flasks of wine were placed on the table. He said, "Sirs, please enjoy your meal. Let me know if you need anything." Then he left. Qin Shao said to Lan Lingsheng and the others, "Don't just watch. Come, come, come. Everyone, let's taste these 10 types of wine and compare them with our wine. Let's see how much our wine is worth." The AI didn't hesitate and did as he was told. It didn't take long to taste the 10 wines. Qin Shao also tasted them carefully. Wine doesn't have much of a distinction between good and bad. It depends on the taste of a person's mouth. However, there's a rough comparison. Everyone has tasted them seriously. Tell me what you think. Remember, we have to be realistic. "We can't be biased," said Qin Shao to the 5 of them. Lan Lingsheng was the first to speak. "City Lord, I feel that our wine should be better than all of these 10 wines. However, there aren't many good ones. After all, we have limited raw materials. The wine clan is good at making wine. These are just the simplest wines. They have many recipes for better wines, but they don't have the materials to make them. Therefore, generally speaking, I think it's comparable to the wine that costs 10 chaos source rocks." Yes, I agree with Lan Lingsheng. Me too. I also think it's better than these wines. Finally, Wahi of the Wine Clan said, "I participated in the entire process of making our wine. Our wine clan strives for perfection. However, in all seriousness, I do think it's slightly better than the wine that costs 10 chaos source rocks. At least, it's not inferior. However, we should be more pragmatic. I think we should use the wine that costs 10 chaos source rocks as a comparison." After listening to the 5 of them, Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. I've drunk quite a lot of wine. Although I'm not good at wine tasting, I personally feel that the taste, texture, and immortal spiritual energy contained in it. It's not inferior to the wine that costs 10 chaos source rocks. There shouldn't be any problems with this price. This way, we can be more confident." Lan Lingsheng immediately clicked his tongue. "TSK, TSK, TSK. City Lord, there's only 5 kilograms of wine in this pot. A flask of wine was worth 10 chaos source stones in this restaurant. That 500 kilograms can be sold for 1,000 chaos source rocks. I didn't expect the profits of this wine to be so high. Wahi, the cost of 500 kilograms of wine shouldn't exceed 10 chaos source rocks, right?" We nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. The cost of 500 kilograms of wine should be within 10 chaos source rocks. We haven't calculated it in detail, but it shouldn't be too far off. In fact, it might even be less. After all, labor and the like are not factored in. TSK, TSK. In other words, the wine that costs less than 10 chaos source rocks can be sold for 100 times the price in the restaurant. It can be sold for 1,000 chaos source rocks. Isn't that a little too scary? Explosive profits. It's simply explosive profits." Lan Lingsheng clicked his tongue again. Qin Shao smiled and said, "We can't calculate it completely like that. There are many other factors involved. Firstly, labor costs have to be factored in. Secondly, profits from the wine family have to be factored in. Thirdly, the cost of the restaurant has to be factored in. Fourthly, profits from the restaurant are naturally the biggest. Therefore, during this process, the profits have to be increased layer by layer. In the end, the price will naturally increase by many folds in the hands of the customers. Of course, the profits from the restaurant are indeed a little frightening." It's no wonder. The 5 of them nodded. They hadn't understood much in the past, but they now understood after a more direct comparison. Therefore, the waters of the business world were very deep and complicated. This was also the reason why the business world was like a battlefield. It might even be crueler and bloodier than a battlefield. It was a silent war that was incomparably intense. It was full of intrigue and deceit. "City Lord, how should we sell it? If we calculate the cost of 500 kilograms of wine based on 10 chaos source rocks, we will only get 1/10 of a chaos source rock for each jug. I think that given the quality of our wine, it shouldn't be a problem to sell it for 2 chaos source rocks per jug. right? Lan Lingxing said. Qin Xiao chuckled and shook his head. If you tell the shopkeeper that you're selling him 2 chaos source rocks for a pot, the shopkeeper will definitely ignore you and leave immediately. He'll treat you as if you've met a fool. Huh? Lan Lingsheng was stunned when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He said in confusion, that can't be, City Lord. If we sell him 2 chaos source rocks per jug, he will sell it for 10 chaos source rocks per jug. Wouldn't that be 4 times the profit? We can earn 8 chaos source rocks per jug. With such a huge profit margin, how is that still not enough? Qin Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Lan Lingsheng, you're thinking too simply. That's not how the accounts are calculated. First of all, this restaurant has definitely been in business for a long time. Therefore, the wine they serve is actually very mature. Many customers are very familiar with it. If we want to sell our wine, it will be a new product. The customers won't be familiar with it at all. Tell me, if we both sell it for 10 chaos source rocks, which one will the customers choose first? They will definitely choose the one they are familiar with. Therefore, although our wine can match the price of 10 chaos source rocks per jug, the restaurant definitely can't sell it at such a price. Firstly, I'm afraid that there won't be many sales if we sell it this way. Secondly, why go through so much trouble when we sell it this way? Can't we just sell the stable old product that we are familiar with? Also, you have to remember that the cost of running a restaurant is very high. We have to include the staff we hire and the taxes we pay. Therefore, why should our wine be able to squeeze into this restaurant? If that's the case, we'll need to offer something beneficial to the shopkeeper. Therefore, we have to offer a low price. Only then will we be able to compete and tempt customers. Only then will the restaurant have enough profit margin. For example, our wine can match the price of 10 chaos source rocks. However, the restaurant will probably sell it for 8 chaos source rocks per jug, or even 5 or 6 chaos source rocks per jug. First, we have to attract customers with a low price. Then, we can compare the quality of the wine and let the customers feel that the wine is better and more valuable. Only then will we be able to slowly increase sales. Chapter 22-29. After listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, Lan Lingxing and the other 4 nodded repeatedly in agreement. They were suddenly enlightened and understood some of the principles behind it. The way of doing business was indeed not that simple. Qin Xiao had accumulated some of these through his own experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that there was such a complicated situation. If he didn't understand these things, he would definitely make a fool out of himself. He would be chased out of the door like a fool. City Lord, what price should we quote? Lan Lingxing asked. Qin Xiao said, 1 chaos source rock for 2 pots. If the quantity is large, we can even give a 20% to 10% discount. We can't go any lower. Let's hold on to this bottom line for now. The wine clan's brewing speed isn't fast, and the output isn't high. Wine is an industry with small profits, so if we can't hold on to this bottom line, we won't be able to earn chaos source rocks. The wine clan's production cost is low because their brewing techniques are superb. It doesn't mean that the wine should be so cheap. 1 chaos source rock for 2 pots. Isn't the price a little too low? Lan Lingxing asked in surprise. It did sound very low. Wine that could be compared to 10 chaos source rocks for a pot in a restaurant was sold for half a chaos source rock, which was equivalent to 1/20th of the price. It was indeed hard to understand. However, that was the truth. This was business, a business that was as deep as the sea. Qin Xiao said, that's about it. Let's leave it at that. Just wait and see. Even the shopkeeper can't give us this price. That's why I said we have to hold on to this bottom line. If it's too low, we'd rather not sell it. We're not in a hurry anyway. We have to walk this path slowly. No way, right? 1 chaos source rock for 2 pots was already such a low price. Lan Lingsheng and the other 4 didn't quite believe it. Or rather, they found it hard to understand. They could clearly see the huge profits, but they were still unwilling. That didn't make sense, right? Weren't businessmen all greedy? Wouldn't it be enough as long as they were given enough profits? Qin Xiao called the waiter over and said to him, could I trouble you to invite your shopkeeper over? When the waiter heard that Qin Xiao wanted to invite the shopkeeper, he panicked a little. He hurriedly and carefully said, "Sir, I have neglected you. If there is anything that you are dissatisfied with, please feel free to reprimand me." "Oh, for a little thing like this? Is there a need to alarm our shopkeeper?" Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, second brother. It has nothing to do with you. I have something to ask your shopkeeper, so please come with me." Well, the waiter didn't know what to do. The shopkeeper had a high position and was in charge of this huge restaurant. He was usually very busy. How could an ordinary person be qualified to meet the shopkeeper? Although the restaurant was open for business, the customers were the most important. However, the shopkeeper's identity was a little special after all. Naturally, not everyone could meet him just because they wanted to. The waiter looked at Qin Shao and the others. He naturally had good eyesight. He could see that Qin Shao was a fourth-step celestial venerable. The 5 followers he brought were also third-step celestial venerables. With such a group of people, it seemed that this person should have some background. Although he looked very unfamiliar, he guessed that he had just come to Shanyong City or was just passing by. However, it was best not to offend a superior immortal. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, the waiter still said, "Okay, superior immortal. I will go and inform the shopkeeper. However, our shopkeeper is quite busy, so I'm not very confident that I can invite the shopkeeper over. I hope superior immortal won't blame me." "Okay, just say that you have something important to discuss." Qin Shao nodded to the waiter. After a long while, the waiter brought over a well-dressed, middle-aged man with a pot-bellied appearance. The round face always maintained a slight smile. This seemed to have become an instinct. It was a fake smile, but it wasn't a real smile, so it gave people a strange feeling. It was a little fake. The atmosphere was restrained very well. Although he was a fourth-step celestial venerable, he did not give people the slightest sense of oppression. Since it was a first-step celestial venerable standing in front of him, he probably would not feel uncomfortable. However, Qin Shao could sense that the shopkeeper's aura was very powerful. He was definitely a powerful fourth-step celestial venerable. Shanyong City was indeed Shanyong City. The shopkeeper of a restaurant was actually a very powerful fourth-step celestial venerable. No one knew what kind of power was behind this restaurant. Qin Shao immediately felt that this kind of person was a cunning old fox who was not easy to deal with. It seemed that he had not chosen a good restaurant at random. Qin Shao had a bad premonition when he saw the shopkeeper. However, since he was here, he naturally had to discuss it. The shopkeeper swept his gaze over Qin Zhao's group of 6 without batting an eyelid. Naturally, he ignored Lan Lingxing's group of 5. The 5 of them were only ordinary third-step heavenly venerables. A third-step celestial venerable might have some reputation in a small place, but in a big city like Shanyong City, they were nothing. There were a lot of them on the streets. They were not worth anything at all. The shopkeeper's gaze lingered on Qin Shao for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was not because Qin Shao was a fourth-step celestial venerable. Fourth-step celestial venerables were too common in Shanyong City. Fourth-step celestial venerables probably came to the immortal restaurant every day to drink. It was because Qin Shao had lived for too short time. In a short 20 to 30 million years, he had become a fourth-step celestial venerable. He was definitely a peerless genius. Therefore, the shopkeeper naturally viewed Qin Shao in a new light. Originally, Qin Shao had wanted to conceal his aura. However, in order to discuss business with the shopkeeper, he did not deliberately conceal his aura and pretended to be a third-step celestial venerable. "May I know why you are looking for me, exalted immortal? I don't think you are here to do business. Is it because you don't want to drink my restaurant's wine?" The shopkeeper asked. Qin Shao cupped his fist to the shopkeeper and said, "Please don't misunderstand. There is naturally no problem with your restaurant's wine. They're all very good. However, I would like to invite the shopkeeper to have a taste of this wine. I wonder if the shopkeeper would be willing to do me the honor?" As he said that, Qin Shao personally handed a large cup of wine to the shopkeeper. This was the wine they had brought. The shopkeeper glanced at Qin Shao and then at the wine that Qin Shao handed over. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. With the eyesight of an experienced man, How could he not know what Qin Shao wanted to do? Therefore, the shopkeeper did not accept Qin Zhao's wine. Instead, he said, "Exalted immortal, I thought you didn't look like you were here to do business. I didn't expect you to really come here to do business. However, your way of doing business is very special. Well, you're courageous. Your Excellency's courage is admirable, but our restaurant doesn't need wine. We have too much wine in our restaurant. What I often worry about is how to reduce the amount of wine we drink. However, there is no other way. Many of them are old business partners. It is not good to kick them out. Therefore, we can only share the rain and dew. Looking at the wine, I feel a little headache. The Exalted Immortal Pavilion came here to promote wine. Forgive me for not being able to continue the discussion with you. If you want to continue drinking, then please continue. If you're done, please leave. I still have something important to do. I want to accompany you. Goodbye." After saying that, the shopkeeper was about to leave directly. He didn't even give Qin Shao and the others a chance at all. Seeing this scene, Lan Lingsheng and the others were a little dumbfounded. Was it such a bad start? He didn't even give them a chance. Wasn't this too much of a blow? Okay, if that's the case, then I won't disturb you anymore. However, before I leave, I would like to invite you to have a drink. Shopkeeper, you're not so unapproachable, are you? You see, I've already prepared this wine. It's not good to take it back, right? Just drink this cup, and I will leave without saying anything. How about it? Qin Shao seemed to have expected such an ending, so he was not surprised at all. Instead, he said another sentence with a faint smile. People who opened businesses were very tactful. No matter what kind of people they basically wouldn't offend anyone if they could. Since Qin Shao had already said this, the shopkeeper stopped in his tracks. He took the cup, tilted his head back, and drank the wine in the cup. Then, he casually returned the cup to Qin Shao. As expected, Qin Shao didn't say anything and left with Lan Lingsheng and the others. After sending Qin Shao and the others off, the shopkeeper smacked his lips. This person is quite interesting. His wine is not bad. It's not inferior to wine that costs 10 Chaos Source Rocks for a jug. Although it's not the best wine, it's one of the most popular wines in the market. However, the shopkeeper didn't think too much about it and continued to busy himself with his matters. Just as Qin Shao said, they didn't lack wine at all. Therefore, no matter how good the wine was, it didn't matter to the restaurant. The longer the restaurant was open, the more perfect its supply chain would be. It would be too difficult to squeeze in again. After leaving the restaurant, Lan Lingsheng said, somewhat indignantly, "City Lord, isn't this shopkeeper too arrogant? He didn't even give us a chance. If everyone is like this, then how are we going to sell our wine? He's not forcing us to set up street stalls, right? Ahem, why do I feel that setting up street stalls will be much more profitable than this?" Shirko said. Lan Lingsheng nodded and said, "That's right. If we set up street stalls, I think it'll be easy to sell it for 2 Chaos Source Rocks per jug." Easy to sell? Qin Shao shook his head and laughed. You guys are really oversimplifying things. 10 Chaos Source Rocks is the price in the restaurant. How can it be so expensive outside? This kind of wine can probably only be sold for 2 Chaos Source Rocks per jug outside. Moreover, most people who like to buy loose wine for themselves won't buy wine that's too expensive. For example, if you sell wine that costs 1 Chaos Source Rock per jug outside, you can probably buy 10 jugs with 1 Chaos Source Rock. Besides, there are cheaper wines out there. You can buy 500 kilograms of wine with a piece of Chaos Source Stone. There are definitely plenty of them. Our wine is actually not bad. The cost of production is also higher, so it will be more expensive to sell. It's very difficult to sell this kind of wine at street stalls. If you want to make a better profit, you can only sell it to places like restaurants. It's more difficult to sell it to other places. Of course, there's another place, which is a big trading company. If it's a trading company, they will make more and more comprehensive products. Wine will definitely be a must. However, if it's a trading company, the demand will be very large. Therefore, a small workshop like ours will have to do. Therefore, it's almost impossible to find a trading company to cooperate with us. Overall, the most promising thing for us is to sell the wine to the restaurant. There's a certain advantage in selling our wine to restaurants. This is because the wine's quality is certain and it's not expensive. It's in the range of the highest sales volume. Chapter 22:30. City Lord, why did you give 1,000 jugs of wine to the shopkeeper? Are we making a huge loss this way? Lan Lingxing couldn't help but ask when Qin Zhao's group of 6 walked out of a restaurant called Yukalai. It was probably because this time, Qin Zhao had directly given 1,000 jugs of wine to the shopkeeper for free. They were here to sell wine. Why did he give it away? Furthermore, he had given away 1,000 jugs of wine. Even if 2 jugs of wine were sold at the price of 1 chaos source rock, 1,000 jugs of wine would be worth 500 chaos source rocks. Therefore, Lan Lingxing and the others couldn't understand Qin Zhao's actions. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "You can't trap a wolf without risking your life. Sometimes you have to use some small tricks if you want to succeed. I did this on purpose. 1,000 jugs of wine, no more, no less. The reason I gave them to the shopkeeper was because I wanted to use this method to get people to approve of this wine and achieve a certain effect of spreading it. You have to know, in a business, who is the most important person." Qin Zhao glanced at Lan Lingxing and the others and waited for them to answer. Lan Lingxing was the first to answer. "Customers." Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, the most important person in a business is the customer. After all, the customer is the final step in a business transaction. If we want to sell wine, we naturally need a lot of customers to be able to sell it. However, we are new here and don't have our own restaurant. We don't have a reputation, so we can only make sure that we don't get new customers. Didn't we just ask around? The shopkeeper of Yukalai restaurant is usually greedy for small gains. Therefore, we decided to take the right medicine and give him 1,000 jugs of wine. He will definitely try his best to promote this wine and sell it to customers as soon as possible. Even if he sells it at 6 chaos source rocks per jug, 1,000 jugs of wine will still be 6,000 chaos source rocks to him. Once he has tasted the sweetness, he will naturally come to us for more goods. When he comes looking for us again, we can talk about it. That will be much easier to talk about." After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Lan Lingxing and the others slapped their heads and suddenly came to a realization. "City Lord, you're really amazing. We admire you so much," Lan Lingxing said with a look of admiration. Qin Zhao curled his lips and said, "But this is not all we need to do. It's not enough to just take care of this restaurant. There's always the possibility of an unforeseen event. That's why we have to be prepared for many things. There are many shopkeepers who are greedy for small gains, so we can't spread this method. However, it shouldn't be a problem to find 2 or 3 shops nearby. That's why we need to do 2 things next. Firstly, we need to find 2 more clans and repeat the same trick. Secondly, we can bribe some people and get them to go to other restaurants to drink. When they are drinking, we can deliberately say that the wine in Yukalai restaurant is good and cheap to attract customers. Of course, we'll have to spend a lot of chaos source stone for the second method, but it's worth it. I think we'll be able to see the results very soon if we start from these 2 aspects." Lan Lingxing and the others didn't know how to do business, but they trusted Qin Zhao very much. When they heard Qin Zhao's words, they felt that it made sense. Therefore, they were very motivated to do as Qin Zhao said. They also set their goal very small. They only found a total of 10 restaurants. There was no need to find more, and their energy was limited. Besides, if half of the 10 restaurants came to them for more goods, it would be a very successful thing. It was likely that less than half would come to them. Qin Zhao also had his own way of selling shoes, clothes, and jewelry. He gave some to some poor people for free and also gave them some chaos source stones. He asked them to wear them in groups and wander around the entrance of the clothing stores. Of course, he couldn't choose too many stores. After all, the production of this kind of goods wasn't high. In comparison, the immortal weapons were much simpler. He found a relatively large immortal treasure building and sold all the low-grade immortal weapons. Selling them directly to the immortal treasure building naturally wouldn't be expensive, so the profit wasn't big. In total, each low-grade immortal weapon could only earn about 2 or 3 chaos source stones. This was because the immortal weapons made by the giant strength race and the dwarf race were better. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to earn chaos source stones. If he sold them alone, the profit would be several times or even 10 times higher. But obviously, selling them alone wouldn't work for the time being. So this was the only way. Fortunately, there was still a profit of 2 or 3 chaos source stones. It was actually not bad. To the people of Free City, it was quite satisfying. Moreover, it was easy to sell the goods in this way. There were many immortal treasure shops in Shangyong City. Basically, they could sell as many goods as they wanted. It was a very stable business. After doing this business, Qin Xiao and the others were now waiting for the feedback in terms of wine and clothing. The feedback in this area came very quickly. In terms of wine, 3 restaurants came to talk to Qin Xiao about purchasing goods. In terms of clothing, 2 shops came to talk about it. However, the price was really low. In any case, Qin Xiao insisted on a chaos source stone and 2 pots. In the end, they reached a deal with a 20% discount. But Qin Xiao and the others brought too little goods. There were only about 30,000 pots. Each restaurant gave 10,000 pots. In this way, the total profit of the wine was 12,000 chaos source stones. Fortunately, the 3 restaurants placed some orders. At least, Yuka Tavern placed 100,000 pots. Immortal Tavern placed a 200,000 pot. The biggest one was Drunken Immortal Tavern, who placed a 300,000 pot. In total, they placed a 600,000 pot order. This 600,000 pot order was a gross profit of 240,000 chaos source stones. Excluding the cost, it was enough to make a net profit of a few 100,000 chaos source stones. However, to make 600,000 pots of wine, even if the giant strength race worked hard, it would take at least a few tens of thousands of years. Most importantly, they lacked materials. This was a big problem. Therefore, Qin Xiao and the others had to hurry to purchase materials. At the same time, Qin Xiao also informed the elf clan leader to bring people to Shangyong City to bring the materials back to Free City. The wine would be sent over in batches. As for Qin Xiao and the others, they stayed in Free City for the time being. After all, they needed people to take care of things here. The clothing business was not done yet. The response in the clothing business was slower than the wine business. But in the end, 2 shops came to ask for goods. The price was even lower than the wine business. But there was no other way. The consumption of clothing was much lower than the wine business. Therefore, the profits were very thin. Moreover, the quantity was not large. But it did not matter. Free City did not want to do big business. It was enough to do small businesses. A small stream flowed slowly. It was fine to accumulate slowly. In this way, they only stayed in Shangyong City for a short 100 years. All the businesses were done well. It could be said that they had temporarily opened up a market. Lan Lingsheng and the others were very excited. They did not expect the mission to be completed so quickly and smoothly. Of course, all of this was due to the city lord's efforts. However, Qin Xiao was not so happy. For the time being, it was still relatively smooth. But Qin Xiao knew that the situation in the business world was changing rapidly. So, he really could not be happy too early. They were weak, so it would be difficult for everything to go smoothly. This was also the reason why Qin Xiao had to stay in Shangyong City. Of course, Qin Xiao did not tell Lan Lingsheng and the others about these concerns. It was not good to instill too much in them. Qin Xiao wanted Lan Lingsheng and the others to stay in Shangyong City with him. He wanted to bring them along to broaden their horizons and accumulate more experience. If Free City wanted to do small business for a long time, Lan Lingsheng and the other 4 would be the main force in charge of this matter in the future. After this, Qin Xiao would definitely not appear in public in the future. So, he had to let them grow. Taking advantage of the opportunity to purchase materials, Qin Xiao also brought Lan Lingsheng and the others to experience what it meant to cheat in the business world, scheming against each other, hawking, all kinds of methods to attract people, promotional activities, and so on. They watched and learned seriously. Experience was something that could be accumulated bit by bit. Finally, the materials were purchased. Except for a small number of chaos source stones, they had spent the rest and exchanged them for a large number of materials. The elf patriarch also brought a few people to receive them. Qin Shao asked the elf patriarch and the others to bring the materials back to rush the goods. The 6 of them continued to stay in Shanyang City. After these years of traveling in Shanyang City, Lan Lingshen and the others had indeed learned a lot. They understood a lot and learned a lot. They no longer seemed so naive. They were all carefully selected and were all smart people. It was easy for them to learn and understand. Although some of the things were not good, they had to learn if they wanted to do business. However, the requirements were not high. They did not need to learn too much. They just needed to know some of the tricks and not lose out too much. If they wanted to learn well, it would be impossible without the accumulation of endless years of experience. How should one put it? Some things could be said to be simple, but they could also be said to be complicated. The main thing was that it depended on how you looked at it. Lan Lingshen and the others were relatively simple people. They would only look at it with a relatively simple gaze. Therefore, many complicated things would not be too complicated when it came to them. They would appear much simpler. Hey, do you know why many young, outstanding people from large factions have come to Shanyang City recently? I've heard about it. I heard that there's a young master with 8 beautiful maids. He's called Prince Zhangyang. It's said that he's from the Zhang clan. There's also a young master riding a 9-headed bird. He's from the Pin clan. Ha, you know too little. It's not just that. As far as I know, there are no less than 10 young masters from large clans who have come to our Shanyang City. It's even rumored that people from the Hu clan have come. It can't be. People from the Hu clan have come, but it's normal. After all, there are too many children of the Hu clan. It's normal for one to come. Tell me, what kind of rumor is it? It's so attractive. Hee, I'll tell you. Don't spread it. It's said that Sage Li's daughter came to our Hu territory to play. She came out alone. So, those young masters from large clans came out to try their luck and see if they can find Sage Li's daughter. Then, they can curry favor with her. It's said that Sage Li has a daughter. If they can win the heart of this princess, then think about it. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's very attractive. Chapter 22:31. Qin Shao glanced at the 2 people who were discussing softly. They seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at them and hurriedly left. Qin Zhao's hearing was very good, so he could hear the soft voices from far away. Lan Lingsheng and the others did not hear the conversation between the 2 people. Li Sheng's daughter came to Hu Ling. This is a bit interesting. Qin Shao laughed in his heart. Although he was not a disciple of Li Sheng, Qin Shao really wanted to be a disciple of Li Sheng from the bottom of his heart. Li Sheng was a person he admired very much in his heart. The 2 greatest figures of this era in the immortal realm were Shakyamuni and Li Sheng. Compared to Buddhism, Qin Shao preferred the way of the flying dagger. Although Buddhism was more profound and powerful, Qin Shao felt that he did not like it and that it was not suitable for him. As one of the 2 greatest figures of this era in the immortal realm, Li Sheng's status was naturally incomparably high and his strength was incomparably powerful. Therefore, when the news spread, it was normal for the descendants of the big clans in Hu Ling to want to find Li Sheng's daughter and curry favor with her. If they could capture the heart of Li Sheng's daughter, it was indeed a feeling of reaching the sky in a single bound. Li Sheng's only daughter, her attractiveness was unimaginable. However, Qin Shao was not the least bit interested in this kind of thing. Of course, he did not discriminate against this kind of thing. If there was a chance to be a disciple of Li Sheng, Qin Shao would do his best to pursue it. Of course, Qin Shao had his own bottom line. Qin Shao could not do something like selling his soul. Lan Lingsheng, look, there's a beautiful girl over there. Shirko suddenly pushed Lan Lingsheng. In terms of appearance, Lan Lingsheng was definitely very handsome. After all, he was a member of the elf clan, and appearance had always been the symbol of the elf clan. I only like elf clan girls. I dare not be interested in other clans. I can't appreciate them. Lan Lingsheng glanced and shook his head. Shirko glared at Lan Lingsheng. Did he have no taste? A human girl was so beautiful, but he could not appreciate her. TSK, TSK. The girl in front of him was really beautiful and cute. She also exuded a very special temperament that would make people's eyes light up involuntarily. Beautiful, really beautiful. One could not get tired of looking at her. I have been in Shanyang City for 100 or 200 years and have seen many beautiful girls. However, He had never seen anyone as beautiful and attractive as this young lady. What should I do? I can't walk anymore. Shirko looked dumbfounded. He looked at a young lady not far away and spoke with a face full of fascination. With your height and appearance. Bah, don't think that you can humiliate others just because you're handsome. I'm just a little short, a little fat, a little tanned, and a round face. How is that unbearable? Besides, I didn't say I wanted to pursue that girl. Can't I just take a look at her? Shirko said indignantly. However, in terms of the appearance of the dwarves, according to the aesthetic standards of the human race, they were indeed not good-looking. Qin Xiao also noticed the girl they were talking about. She was indeed the kind of girl who could be attracted at a glance. She was very beautiful and looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a light blue palace dress and a pair of exquisite princess boots. Her hair was tied up in a cute and refreshing ponytail, and she wore a very unique chain. She also had a delicate and beautiful hand. A chain. Her skin was very white, like the best mutton fat jade. It was as if it would break at the slightest touch. She had a very bright smile on her face, which gave people a feeling of youthful vitality. When she smiled, 2 small dimples appeared, which made her look very cute. She had a very special temperament. This temperament was very attractive, and people could not help but take a few more glances at her. Bright, lively, beautiful, and cute. Qin Xiao had seen a lot of beautiful girls. In terms of temperament, the most attractive one was Princess Xiaoyu. It could not be helped. She had a natural advantage. She had a peach blossom body. Ranked second was Ming Yuexin, who claimed to be the Jade Lake Saint. The girl in front of him could definitely be ranked third. She might not be worse than Ming Yuexin. It was just that Ming Yuexin's temperament showed more. However, the girl in front of him was only a third-step celestial venerable. Judging from the traces of time, she should only be about 20 to 30 million years old. She was a relatively young girl. At this time, the girl was happily standing in front of a stall and picking things. It was a small accessory stall. There were many accessories for girls on the stall. There were bracelets, jade hairpins, sachets, pendants, rings, earrings, and so on. There were all kinds of things like os and os. Girls loved beautiful things. The girl was holding a lot of things in her hands, and she looked like she could not bear to part with them. She tried this and that. Moreover, the boss's mouth was very smooth. He praised the girl very happily. The girl's smile gave people a very pure feeling. It could also be said that she was very naive. It was that kind of naive feeling. It was like a piece of white paper without a trace of stain. It was as pure as fresh snow. To put it bluntly, such a person had not experienced the hardships of the secular world. She did not know the cruelty of the world. She was very naive and very gullible. She believed everything without a trace of distracting thoughts in her heart. Qin Xiao could not help but feel a little strange. How could such a naive person run out alone? It was very easy for such a person to be taken advantage of. It was even possible for her to be abducted and sold. Although she was a third-step celestial venerable in the 9 continents of Huaxia, a third-step celestial venerable was nothing. If she was a fourth-step celestial venerable, ordinary people might not dare to provoke her. Just like in the black market, third-step celestial venerable slaves were available, but fourth-step celestial venerable slaves were not. Shirko walked over as if he was possessed. When Shirko walked over, Qin Xiao and the others could only follow. Pervert, your nature has been exposed. Lan Lingsheng scolded Shirko with contempt, but the latter did not hear it all. Qin Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile. To be able to charm Shirko like this, the girl could be considered to be very experienced. Hee girl, look at how beautiful you are, Shui Ling If you wear these accessories, you will be even more beautiful and charming. TSK, especially when you smile. It's simply charming. Moreover, these things are not expensive. Since you like them so much, you can buy all of them. I see that you are more beautiful and honest. How about this? I will give you the lowest price. You can take all of these and give me 100 chaos source stones. The stall owner was an old fox. He looked at the girl with narrowed eyes, as if he was looking at a prey waiting to be slaughtered. Okay, I will take all of them. 100 chaos source stones is indeed very cheap. The girl smiled happily. 100 chaos source stones was very cheap. When the stall owner heard this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. His price was already several times higher than the usual price, but the girl still said that it was very cheap. Today, he had really met a rich man. The stall owner immediately regretted it. He should have quoted a higher price. However, how could he let go of something so easily when it was in his hands? The stall owner smiled in his heart and immediately came up with a new idea. Hee, of course it is cheap. Isn't this taking care of you, girl? Since we hit it off so well, why don't I recommend some good things to you? I guarantee that you will like them. Also, I will give you the lowest price. Girl, take a look at these few items. They are all yours. Take it as 100 chaos source stones. The girl looked at those items with a troubled expression. After hesitating for a while, she said, Boss, although I don't really like these things, it is not easy for you. But I think it's not easy for you, boss. Since that's the case, I'll take it too. 100 plus 100. That will be a total of 200 chaos source stones, right? Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, yes. You're such a good person. Thank you, girl. The stall owner was overjoyed. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? How could there be such a good deal? TSK, TSK, TSK. This money came too easily. It was like picking it up off the ground. In just a few sentences, he had gotten 200 chaos source stones. After deducting the cost of 10 chaos source stones, the profit would be 190 chaos source stones. Normally, it would be difficult to earn such an income in 10,000 years. Who would have thought that he would get it in such a short time? Girl, pay up then. The stall owner did not hesitate and extended his hand. Only when the chaos source stones were in his hands would it be considered a deal. The girl blinked at the stall owner. After being stunned for a while, she suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, giving the stall owner a shock. The stall owner was stunned for a moment before asking, Girl, what's wrong? A bad premonition suddenly surged up, which made the stall owner's mood suddenly become very bad. The duck that was already at his mouth had better not fly away. The girl said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, boss. I forgot that I did not bring any chaos source stones with me this time. So, I don't have a single chaos source stone with me. What? She did not even have a single chaos source stone? Was she kidding him? The stall owner's face turned green. He was so excited for nothing. He thought that he would get 200 chaos source stones in his pocket. He did not expect to be dealt a critical blow. This feeling made him want to kill someone. I'm sorry. Boss, I didn't do it on purpose. I really forgot. Why don't I come back to buy more later? Seeing the change in the stall owner's expression, the girl blushed and apologized hurriedly. The stall owner's face twitched violently. At this moment, he did not want to speak. He only wanted to hit someone. The feeling of being happy for nothing was too unbearable. Seeing that the stall owner was still angry, the girl panicked. She bit her red lips and looked especially innocent and guilty. Her rosy cheeks were now flushed red, making her look even more adorable. Suddenly, the girl saw Qin Xiao and the others. Her gaze swept across Qin Xiao and the others and finally landed on Qin Xiao. When she saw Qin Xiao, a look of surprise flashed across the girl's eyes. No one knew why she was surprised. Chapter 2232. His opening speech was a little weird. The two of them were complete strangers who had just met by chance. It was their first time meeting, but the first thing they asked for was 200 Chaos Origin Stones. 200 Chaos Source Stones might not be a lot, but it was not a small number either. Miss, the owner is overcharging you. He only sold those things for 200 Chaos Source Stones. I think 20 Chaos Source Stones is too much. Don't be fooled, Shirko said kindly. Upon hearing Shirko's words, the stall owner's expression became a little strange. His act of ripping off his customers was exposed on the spot, which made him feel very embarrassed. Before the stall owner could refute, the lady spoke. She looked at Shirko curiously and said, You're from the dwarf race, right? You're indeed as short and ugly as others say. Besides, your words are very annoying. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I can tell right from wrong, okay? Why would I be fooled? The owner of this stall is quite nice. He's warm and generous. The owner said that he gave me the lowest price. How is he trying to cheat me? Do you even know what's going on? If you don't spout nonsense. It's not right to malign a good person. If you continue to be like this, you won't be obedient. Hey. Hearing the girl's words, not only was Shirko's face filled with question marks, but Lan Lingsheng and the others were also dumbfounded. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. Shirko warned out of kindness. Why can't this lady tell right from wrong? What kind of look is that? The stall owner is obviously a cunning businessman. He's full of evil tricks, yet he's warm and generous? He might be warm, but being generous shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? If such a businessman was generous, then there would probably be no stingy person in the entire great wide world. Moreover, even if she was too inexperienced and couldn't see through people's hearts, anyone with some common sense should know that those small accessories were not worth much. It would be a miracle if those items were worth at most 10 Chaos Source Rocks. How could they be worth 200 Chaos Source Rocks? Did this lady have any concept of price? No matter how clueless a person was, they wouldn't be clueless to this extent, right? Unless it was someone who had never bought anything before, that was still possible. Therefore, after hearing the young lady's words, Shirko immediately felt like vomiting blood. Originally, he would have accepted it if they had called him ugly or short. After all, it was the truth. But to say that he was spouting nonsense, he really wanted to cry, but had no tears. He wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than the stall owner. He was secretly delighted, and his bad mood was instantly lifted. He thought that the duck in his mouth had flown away, but now it seemed that it hadn't. It was still in his mouth. It was a miracle to meet such a silly girl. It was a stroke of great luck. Miss Shirko still wanted to explain, but he was stopped by Qin Xiao. While stopping Shirko, Qin Xiao handed the girl 200 Chaos Source Stones. In fact, Qin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but Qin Xiao could tell that the girl was as pure as a piece of white paper. She really didn't know anything. She was a girl who had no experience in the world. Therefore, even if she didn't know much, she was more straightforward, and it was easier for her to trust others. Once she believed, it was difficult to change her mind. Therefore, if Shirko still wanted to explain, the situation would only worsen, and it would only deepen the girl's negative opinion of him. This was the reason why Qin Xiao had stopped Shirko and given her 200 Primal Chaos Source Stones. This was the best way to resolve this matter. As the saying went, it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature. Changing a person's perception of others was definitely not something that could be done with just a few words. If he said anything to the girl now, it would be very difficult for her to change her perception of the stall owner. The more he said, the worse the situation would be. However, Shirko and the others were inexperienced, so they didn't understand this point. Haha, thank you, young master. One look and I can tell that you are a very good person. I borrowed this money from you, so I will definitely return it to you in double. The girl smiled very happily. When she smiled, she revealed a mouthful of white and neat teeth. It was very bright, beautiful, and charming. She wasn't very charming, but she was like a pure and holy lily. Qin Xiao shook her head and smiled. There's no need to double. You can return it to me when you have more in the future. It's just a small matter, so there's no need for this. That won't do. My father said that when you receive a drop of water from someone, you should repay it with a spring. When you owe someone a favor, you should repay it in double. That's why I want to repay you in double. The girl shook her head and said. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Your father is right. It's good to know how to be grateful. However, there's really no need for me to repay you in double. I helped you out of kindness, and you also helped me out of kindness. If you repay me in double, then it's 2 favors, but it doesn't mean, do I still owe you a favor? The meaning of your father's words can't be understood simply. When you owe someone a favor, you should repay it in double. What he means is that you should repay him in double. But friendship and money are different. We still have to separate them. That's why even if you repay me in double, I won't accept it. The girl blinked at Qin Xiao, clearly confused for a moment. She understood her father's words to mean this, but Qin Xiao said that she could understand it this way. How exactly should she understand it? That's so profound. I don't really understand. I'll ask my father next time. The girl shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. Qin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at her cute appearance. He hadn't seen such a cute girl in a long time. This was her true nature, not an act. The girl used 200 Chaos Source Stones to exchange for a bunch of trinkets. She was happy, and so was the stall owner. Perhaps it was because she owed Qin Xiao 200 Primal Chaos Source Stones, so she decided to follow Qin Xiao and the others. This made Shirko very happy. The unhappiness from before was temporarily cast aside. Hee, your team is so fun. One from the human race, one from the elf race, one from the dwarf race, one from the giant race, one from the crimson fox race, and one from the wine race, right? 6 people, 6 lives of different races. Some are tall, some are short, some are muscular, and some are thin. Some are handsome, some are seductive. If you add me, there'd be a pretty and cute one. Isn't it fun? The girl said happily. She was cheerful and lively. Most importantly, she was cute. Moreover, because she was very innocent, her words were a little, how should I put it? It could be said that she was childish. Of course, childish wasn't a derogatory term. It was an adjective. Yes. It'll be perfect with you. Girl, why don't you join us? Come with us. I see that you're alone. It'll be much safer if you join us. Shirko naturally wanted the girl to be with them. That way, he could always be with the beautiful girl. Although he didn't dare to pursue her, he could at least admire her. Furthermore, it was a very pleasant thing to have such a beautiful lady with him. Lan Lingsheng and the others agreed on this point. Most importantly, the girl was so innocent and gullible. She was so gullible and gullible. If she continued alone, she would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Today, she only suffered a loss in terms of money. Next time, she might suffer more than that. Therefore, Lan Lingsheng wanted the girl to follow them because he wanted to take care of her and give her a certain amount of protection. Okay. I'll follow you for the time being. I just came to Shangyong City and am very unfamiliar with it. And I realized that no matter what I do in Shangyong City, I need the Chaos Source Rock. I forgot the Chaos Source Rock. So it's so pitiful. You can't buy anything. The girl nodded, but her mood quickly improved. She chuckled and said, "Oh right, after talking for so long, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yuan. Don't ask me where I'm from. Actually, I can't call out from there. Even if I can't say it. Otherwise, my father will scold me. What are your names? I don't know your names either." Yuan? Obviously, this wasn't her full name. But it seemed that she didn't want to say the full name, so let her be. It could be seen that this girl had some background. However, Qin Xiao did not care to delve deeper into these matters. After all, they were just acquaintances who had met by chance. Qin Xiao and the others also introduced themselves. They got to know each other better. Yuan was a girl who liked to talk. She seemed to be curious about everything. For example, she was curious about Shirko. "Shirko, are all the dwarves short and ugly like you?" Shirko didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know how to reply. How could her words be so lethal? Qin Xiao and the others were also embarrassed when they heard this. If it was someone else who said this, Shirko would probably fight it out with him. Words hurt, but they were also very sharp. Seeing the embarrassed expressions of Qin Xiao and the others, and Shirko's dumbfounded look, Yuan blinked her bright eyes. She seemed to finally realize some problems. She asked weakly, "Qin Xiao, did I say something wrong? What do you think?" Qin Xiao asked with a helpless and bitter smile. Yuan thought seriously and then said, "I feel that the atmosphere between you is not right, so I think I said something wrong. But I don't know what it is." What did she mean by it seemed? What did she mean by she didn't know what it was? This. It really made people want to vomit blood. What a pure and innocent girl. These words made people unable to get angry even if they wanted to. Shirko also knew that Yuan didn't mean it, so he just didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know what to say. "Qin Xiao, don't be like this. I haven't left home before. Maybe there are many things that I don't know. If I really said something wrong or did something wrong, you can tell me directly. I will change. Really, I won't lie to you. I am very obedient," Yuan said again. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Miss Yuan, let me ask you a question. Well, if Shirko said that you're ugly and stupid, how would you feel? Huh? He said that I am ugly and stupid? Yuan had a strange look on his face. He pointed at his own face and looked at Shirko. Then he said something that made Shirko vomit 3 liters of blood. If he really said that, he is probably a little blind, right? I'm so beautiful, cute, and smart, but no one has ever said that I am ugly. So, if someone says that I am ugly, he must be blind and has no sense of beauty. This. Chapter 22:33. Qin Xiao was speechless for a while because he couldn't find a logical rebuttal. Lan Lingsheng and the others were also shocked and speechless for a while. Shirko was the most hurt. It was okay to say that he was ugly and short, but how could he be blind? Did I say something wrong again? Why are your expressions getting weirder and weirder? But what I said just now was the truth. My father told me that a person should be honest. I'm very honest and won't lie. Yuan looked at Qin Xiao. They all had confused looks on their faces. This was not an act. It was indeed the innocence that naturally flowed out of her. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, what you said is the truth. That's right. It's also right to be honest. But how should I put it? Sometimes a person needs to be tactful and flexible. Sometimes things that are too honest and straightforward are like a sharp sword that can hurt people. Of course, this is a relatively big principle of being a person. It's very deep and complicated and can't be explained clearly in a few words. You'll gradually understand it in the future." Tactful. Yuan blinked and thought about it seriously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she laughed happily. "Oh, I kind of understand now. Should I say to Shirko, you're a little short and a little ugly?" Ha, yes. It must be like that, right? I'm so smart that I can understand it with just a little hint. Well, it's really necessary to go out and have a look. Give yourself some worldly experience so that you can understand the world better. Well, you win. Qin Xiao and the others were about to suffer internal injuries. Was this the result of her understanding? At most, the sword would be replaced with a saber, but the lethality would not be reduced by much. Miss Yuan, please don't talk about me. I look like this. I know in my heart. If Shirko was not a man, he would cry in front of Yuan. The lethality of words was often sharper than a sharp sword. Moreover, it could kill without spilling blood. Oh, then I won't talk about it. Yuan nodded obediently. The atmosphere was a little awkward. However, everyone knew that Yuan didn't mean any harm, so they naturally wouldn't be angry with her. It was just that it was hard to imagine that there was actually such an innocent girl in this world. Moreover, no matter what, she was still a third-step heavenly venerable who had lived for tens of millions of years. She was not a little girl. Everyone, look over there. Why is it so lively? Did something big happen? Lan Lingsheng suddenly exclaimed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Everyone looked in the direction Lan Lingsheng was pointing at. It was a huge peak in the distance, only to see that the peak of the giant mountain released brilliant splendor, immortal light flickering about, irregular scenes appearing from time to time, shocking one's eyes. Many people flew towards the peak of the mountain. Although they didn't know what was going on there, seeing so many people flying there, they knew that there would be a good show to watch. Lan Lingsheng and the others were very curious about new things. Naturally, they were even more willing to visit a lively place. It's so lively over there. Let's hurry over and take a look. Yuan was even more enthusiastic about liveliness. She excitedly flew over there. Miss Yuan, don't be in such a hurry. Wait for us. Shirko immediately followed without any hesitation. Lan Lingsheng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Shirko's back. He scolded, a guy who values his lover over his friends. I despise you. I despise you too. Wahi and the other two also added. Qin Xiao shook his head with a smile and said, let's go too. Soon, they arrived at the peak of the giant mountain. At this time, it was already bustling with people who had all run over to watch the show. There was a hubbub of voices and noisy discussions. From time to time, there were also some screams of admiration. Not far away, there was a huge 5-colored rock with a radius of thousands of feet floating on the peak of the mountain. It was as if it was far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world and placed itself above the 9 heavens, amidst the celestial colors. Within the 5-colored rock, there were celestial clouds shrouding it. Celestial chi rose in spirals, like wisps of smoke. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth turned into thick smoke and appeared in the mortal world. This was a strange phenomenon. It definitely couldn't be seen anywhere else. It was unexpected that it would appear on this 5-colored rock. The 5-colored rock was divine. It was invisibly covered with a mysterious veil, making people not dare to get close to it. It was as if a god was standing there, making people only dare to look at it from afar and not dare to get close. It gave birth to a sense of reverence. On the 5-colored rock, there were more than 100 figures on it. Each of them had an imposing appearance, divine colors flying, and exuded a powerful aura. It was as if many young kings had descended. They could compete with the sun and the moon, and could be as powerful as the heavens and the earth. Many young masters in luxurious brocade clothes stood scattered. Among them, Qin Shao saw 2 familiar figures. They were the 2 he saw when he entered the city. One of them was the low-key Prince Zhang, and the other was a very high-profile young master riding a 9-headed bird. At this time, the 2 of them were still in the same posture as when they entered the city. One of them was still sitting on the deep-sea white jade carriage, lying in the arms of a beauty, drinking wine from a beauty. It was enough to make people envious. Of course, there were also many people who snorted disdainfully and scolded, "Tacky." But the low-key Prince Zhang liked this style very much. He enjoyed this kind of treatment. He regarded the gazes of others as envy, jealousy, and hatred. The young master riding the 9-headed bird had a cold expression. His eyes were as sharp as knives, as sharp as the sky. Cold and unruly, his eyebrows raised, revealing his peerless arrogance. This person was definitely a person who was difficult to talk to. No one dared to provoke him easily. His face was fierce enough. The flashy style of these 2 people was particularly outstanding. They were very conspicuous in the crowd. Of course, the others were also releasing their peerless immortal aura. None of the people who could stand on the 5-colored boulder were ordinary people. They were all 4th-step heavenly venerables, and they were all extremely powerful 4th-step heavenly venerables. Each of them had a very big background. They were probably all disciples of big factions. Those people were all standing there quietly. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was a little strange. It was as if they were waiting for someone. More than 100 genius young masters had gathered in Shanyang City. Who had the face to make them wait? Is something big going to happen? Why is it so lively? So many genius disciples of big factions have gathered here. It feels like something big is going to happen, Lan Lingxing muttered curiously. Qin Shao also felt that it was something big, but he didn't understand what was going on. Yuan looked at it curiously. Her eyes sparkled like stars, clear as crystal, without a trace of impurity. Heh, they all look so dumb. All of them are standing there, motionless and silent. What are they doing? Are they playing a game of wooden dummies? Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Her words immediately caused many people to look at her strangely. Some even looked at her as if she was an idiot. However, when they saw Yuan, they didn't say anything. Hey, fellow Taoist, what's going on? Do you know? Shirko asked someone next to him. That person glared at Shirko and said, unhappily, I freaking want to know. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? You're a runt. Go and go. Don't touch me. Bad luck. Damn shorty. If Yuan said he was short and ugly, he would accept it. However, if someone else said that, it wouldn't do. It was humiliating. Shirko couldn't take it anymore and retorted, Did I eat your food when I'm short? Did I drink your wine? Did I absorb your immortal spiritual energy? I'm short because of my ability. Why should I be criticized by you? So what if you're tall? Why don't you compare height with the giant tribe? Hearing Shirko's scolding, that person almost laughed out loud. He glared back at Shirko and spat. I can't be bothered to argue with a dwarf like you, lest you say that I bullied you. When I see you guys, I'm in a bad mood. It's bad luck. I'd better go away. After saying that, the man left. You. Shirko was even more angry. Did we offend you? Why are you looking down on us? Really, If we were outside, I would have. I would have scolded you a few more times." Only then did Qin Shao realize that this Shirko was also very humorous. When he spoke, it was quite amusing. However, that man obviously looked down on the other races, which was why he humiliated Shirko like this. Not only in the immortal realm, but in the entire Great Thousand World, the human race was also the absolute ruler. Their status was something that no other race could shake. It could even be said that the power of all the other races combined was still unable to shake the human race's status as the ruler. Therefore, the human race had a natural sense of power and arrogance. Because of this, many people looked down on the foreign races. They despised them from the bottom of their hearts. They even wanted to step on them and bully them. This kind of situation was all too common outside. It was precisely because of this that the free city was able to integrate all the races, which was a great wonder. This was a miracle created by the city lord of Yuan Sword City, and it was very admirable. Don't ask anymore. I heard it just now and roughly understood what was going on, Qin Shao suddenly said. Lan Lingxing and the others immediately looked curiously at Qin Shao, waiting for Qin Shao to continue. However, before Qin Shao could speak, Yuan laughed and said, "I know too. Let me tell you. I listened for a long time just now and heard a lot of people talking about it. Basically, they were all saying that the Sacred Emperor's emissary seemed to have arrived in Shanyang City. So, those people are all there waiting for the Sacred Emperor's emissary to arrive. Those people are the genius disciples of the various forces who happen to be in Shanyang City at this time. They are the cream of the crop in Hu Ling's crop of geniuses. Although only a small portion of them are gathered here, they could be considered the cream of the crop. Every one of them has a great background and amazing talent. The Sacred Emperor's emissary has arrived and wants to meet them. That should be the case. I don't know if it's true or not, but it seems that the possibility is quite high." Qin Shao nodded. That was probably what he had heard. However, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. Yuan's hearing was that good? She could stand here and listen to so much. Was this girl really just a third-step heavenly venerate? Her aura was indeed there, and he could not sense that she had concealed her aura. Furthermore, she was indeed young, so there should be no lie. Regardless of this, Qin Shao was particularly interested in the Sacred Emperor. What was the background of the Sacred Emperor's emissary? To be able to make more than 100 top geniuses wait here patiently, the Sacred Emperor's emissary must have a very, very high status. Why was the Sacred Emperor's emissary here? And who was the Saint Emperor? Chapter 2234. The Holy Emperor's Emissary? What's that? Lan Lingsheng and the others were even more clueless. They knew very little about the immortal region. Qin Shao had a certain level of understanding of the immortal region, but the Holy Emperor's emissary, he didn't know what kind of existence they were. It seemed that he was still lacking in knowledge, seriously lacking. You all don't know about the Holy Emperor's emissary? Yuan looked at Qin Shao and the others strangely, as if in disbelief. Qin Shao caught an important piece of information from her tone and expression, and that was that the Holy Emperor's name should be enough to shake the entire immortal region. Most people should know about him. Emperor, the Holy Emperor. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and a thought came to him. Lan Lingsheng and the others shook their heads very honestly, indicating that they really didn't know about the Holy Emperor's emissary. Yuan smiled and said, "You all are so stupid. The Holy Emperor's emissary is naturally an envoy sent by the Holy Emperor. When outside, they represent the Holy Emperor's supreme will and have supreme immortal authority. Even if the lords of the various territories meet them, they still have to be polite." This explanation, Qin Shao and the others were really speechless. Of course, they knew that the Holy Emperor's emissary was an envoy sent by the Holy Emperor. The literal meaning was easy to understand. But the problem was that no one knew who the Holy Emperor was. And after Yuan's explanation, Lan Lingsheng was too embarrassed to ask a second time. That would make him seem very stupid. Fortunately, after hearing Yuan's explanation, Qin Shao was basically certain who the Holy Emperor was. So Qin Shao said, The Holy Emperor should be the title of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, because there are many empires in this world, and many people also call themselves emperors. So to distinguish them, let's call them the Holy Emperor. Of course, this was just Qin Zhao's guess, and he didn't know whether it was true or not. But according to Yuan's words, Qin Zhao felt that it was probably true. And the truth was just as he had deduced. It was indeed so. Yuan nodded and said, "Right, Qin Zhao, you're really smart, much smarter than them. They're so stupid that they don't even know the sage emperor." The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are known as sacred emperors. Otherwise, who else would have such great immortal might? Lan Lingsheng and the other 4 received another blow. This had nothing to do with being stupid, right? It could only be said that they were too inexperienced. They couldn't be said to be too stupid, right? However, they also understood that it was impossible to reason with Yuan. Qin Zhao looked at the multicolored boulder and thought of a problem. The sacred emperor's emissary represents the sacred emperor's will. It should be very rare for him to appear. This time, the sacred emperor's emissary has appeared in Shangyong City, and he has summoned the top geniuses of Shangyong City. What is his intention? It was inevitable that people would overthink this question. Qin Zhao couldn't help but pay attention to the top geniuses of Shangyong City. Qin Zhao felt that he should be considered one of the top geniuses of the upper immortal region. Did the sacred emperor's emissary have some great immortal opportunity or something? Yuan seemed to know a lot. I heard that the 5 sacred emperors are preparing to jointly establish the Sacred Academy. So they have selected a group of top geniuses from the entire mortal world to become the first batch of students of the Sacred Academy. It is even said that the 5 sacred emperors intend to accept in-name disciples. Therefore, the Sacred Academy is extremely attractive. It is enough to make all the top geniuses of the 9 states of Huaxia scramble for it. I think the sacred emperor's emissary has come to Shangyong City because of this matter. As he had guessed, Yuan's words made Qin Zhao's heart surge. This was also a great opportunity for him. If he could grab hold of it, it would be a magnificent feat for him to reach the heavens in a single bound. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were the supreme rulers of the 9 states of Huaxia. They were the spiritual leaders and faith. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not refer to 8 people, but 5 people. It was just a name. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were actually only 5 supreme beings. They were called the sacred emperors. The 5 sacred emperors each ruled over a region. They were in charge of the entire 9 states of Huaxia. The 100 schools of thought and the 100 territories all obeyed the orders of the sacred emperors. One could imagine how attractive the Sacred Academy, which was jointly established by the 5 sacred emperors, was. Once one could enter the Sacred Academy, it was equivalent to standing in the highest educational institution of the 9 states of Huaxia. Moreover, the sacred emperors might even choose in-name disciples. This temptation was too great. It was enough to make people go crazy. Qin Zhao, who had always been very steady, could not help but become excited at this moment. Perhaps Qin Zhao did not have much interest in the Wind Cloud Academy. However, Qin Zhao naturally rushed to this sacred academy. He also longed to be able to enter. This time, perhaps it was an excellent opportunity for him to leap over the Dragon's Gate. Sometimes opportunities were given by the heavens. However, whether or not one could grab hold of it often depended on oneself. Yuan, are there any conditions to enter the Sacred Academy? Qin Zhao asked after calming down. Yuan thought for a moment and shook her head. There shouldn't be any restrictions. I haven't heard of this before. However, I haven't heard of any explicit restrictions. That is to say, anyone can participate as long as they are in the heavenly venerable realm. However, the Sacred Academy is open to the entire mortal realm. Moreover, it seems that the number of places it accepts is very small. There are only about 1,000 places. Therefore, the competition must be very, very big. In terms of strength and talent, these 2 should be the most important. Yes, only the top 4th-step heavenly venerables have such an opportunity, right? Those who are weaker will definitely not have chance. If there weren't any restrictions, that would be fine. However, Qin Shao also clearly felt that this was a very, very big challenge for him. Only 1,000 places were indeed too few. One had to know that it was open to the entire mortal realm. Since it was possible that no one from the Kunlun Holy Region, Jade Lake Holy Region, and Jihua Sect Holy Region would participate, then the 9 continents Huaxia and the Southern Wilderness would be fine. The 9 continents Huaxia had hundreds of territories. In addition to the 5 supreme surnames, there was also the Southern Wilderness. If it was divided like this, then each territory would probably only have 7 or 8 people who could become students of the Sacred Academy. How vast was the land of a territory? How many top geniuses were there in a territory? Shanyong City alone had gathered more than 100 people at this time. How many people were there in the entire Hu territory? In terms of strength, I guess I'm not strong enough now. However, in terms of talent and potential, I'm not afraid of anyone. But no matter what, with such an opportunity, I'll definitely give it my all. Qin Shao secretly thought to himself. Qin Shao would never give up an opportunity when it came to it. On the colorful, giant platform, everyone was waiting there quietly. The low-key Prince Zhongyang was still enjoying himself to the point that people wanted to beat him up. Only he was still very lively. Beauties were massaging his back and legs. Beauties were feeding him wine and food. And beauties were singing and dancing. You over there, riding a 9-headed bird. Why are you pulling a long face all day long? No one here owes you 5 million. Originally, you were quite handsome. You could almost catch up to me. But you're pulling a long face all the time. Your looks are greatly reduced. Everyone is waiting. Don't worry, what's going to come will come. It's a long wait. Look at how bored you are. Why don't you come in my carriage and drink with me and chat with me? How nice would that be? Maybe Prince Zhongyang was really bored. He didn't know anyone else, so he asked Prince Pin Quan, whom he had met before entering the city. Pin Quan, who was riding on the 9-headed bird, coldly glared at Prince Zhongyang and snorted without appreciation. Humph! I don't associate with people like you who are addicted to wine and women. Don't provoke me. What the hell? Do you have to be so fierce? Brother, I'm kind enough to invite you to drink. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Don't you think it's rude? Fine, I won't provoke you. You can continue to pull a long face. Just don't freeze your face. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said nothing more. Tell your maids to stop making noise. Otherwise, I'll kill them. Pin Quan said to Prince Zhongyang and glanced at the 4 maids who were singing and dancing. Zhongyang waved his hand at the 4 maidservants and signaled them to stop. Then he said in a low-profile manner, I've already told you to keep a low profile. Don't sing or dance in a crowded place. What's my purpose? Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Otherwise, with my talent and beauty, it's easy to make people jealous. See, someone is jealous of your prince. Forget it, forget it. I won't sing or dance anymore. Just stand there and show a charming smile. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Show your beautiful side. Tut, tut, tut. How pleasing to the eyes. Look at them, and I'll be in a good mood. Many people couldn't help but stare at Prince Zhongyang. They really wanted to beat him. Who is this person? He looks so shameless. He doesn't mean what he says. It's obvious that he's enjoying himself. He said he should keep a low profile. I think he's the one with the highest profile. Who would go out with so many beautiful maids? He must be a pervert. Yuan looked at the low-key Prince Zhongyang with some disdain. Qin Shao smiled. This Prince Zhongyang could be considered a top quality. He was indeed a very interesting person. But how should he put it? Qin Shao didn't think this person was that annoying. He patiently waited in line before entering the city, which showed that he had a good character. Qin Shao felt that a person with a good character couldn't be too bad. Here it comes. Suddenly, a shocking lightning broke out in the sky. It was as if the sky was torn open by someone. Everyone quickly looked up at the sky. From the torn sky, a huge golden dragon flew out. It soared into the sky, and holy light lit up the whole world. The immortal power descended, and the supreme holy light fell. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. This feeling was as if a supreme god had descended. The heavenly power was vast and mighty, suppressing everything in the world. Under this heavenly power, everyone felt reverence in their hearts, as if they were subjects waiting for the appearance of their emperor. Such a scene shocked many people. Heavens, how could a divine dragon appear? Could it be that a real dragon has descended? I've never seen a real dragon. Chapter 22:35. Under countless gazes, the golden divine dragon roared and turned into a ray of golden light. In an instant, it rushed toward the colorful stone platform. At this time, the young geniuses on the platform were all excited. Their faces were filled with respect and caution, not daring to be careless. Even the low-key Prince Zhongyang put away his carriage and maids into his inner world, truly keeping a low profile, respectfully waiting for the arrival of the sacred emperor emissary. The crowd was even more devout and respectful. Many people even had the urge to kneel down and worship. Even though there were many people in Shanyang City who were knowledgeable and had seen many things in the world, there were many people who had seen many things. However, no one had ever seen the sacred emperor emissary before. The sacred emperor emissary rarely appeared. Sometimes, he wouldn't even appear once in tens of thousands of epochs. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to meet the sacred emperor's emissary. Because of this, it greatly stimulated the curiosity of the crowd. They all wanted to see the sacred emperor emissary's peerless beauty. Many people were also very curious. They wanted to know what kind of sacred decree the sacred emperor emissary brought. The light dissipated and a figure landed on the five-colored stone platform. This was a very plain old man. His body was slightly bent, and he didn't emit any sacred aura. Therefore, he gave off the feeling of an ordinary old man. Compared to the appearance of the dragon god earlier on, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. It could even be said that there was no way for people to connect the dots. This was the sacred emperor emissary. Seeing this plain and unadorned old man, many people couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't make the connection between him and the sacred emperor emissary. The sacred emperor emissary represented the sacred emperor's will and exercised his authority. Such a big shot must be an extremely powerful existence. The sacred emperor emissary was an existence that even the ruler of the Hu territory, the head of the Hu clan, had to be wary of. The way he appeared was very grand, but it was a strong start and weak finish. The huge contrast caused many people to be petrified. They were a little confused. Why did this situation seem a little wrong? Many people couldn't help but wonder, this is the heavenly king's messenger? How come they don't look alike at all? Could it be a mistake? I'm starting to doubt those rumors. I don't think it's the holy emperor's emissary. There must be a mistake. Rumors have killed people. Such a situation was indeed hard to believe. Lan Lingsheng and the other four also expressed serious doubts. Although they didn't know much about these things, it didn't feel like it at all. City Lord, is this the holy emperor's envoy? He feels like an ordinary old man, Lan Lingsheng said. Before Qin Shao could reply, Yuan said with certainty, there's no need to doubt. This is the holy emperor's envoy. He's just concealing his aura. He's actually an extremely powerful ancient sage. Lan Lingsheng, don't spout nonsense. Every word you say can be heard by others. Be careful not to invite a fatal disaster. Lan Lingsheng immediately covered his mouth with both hands. These words were a little frightening. However, Yuan was speaking the truth. It was normal for an ancient sage to have any kind of heaven-defying means. If anyone dared to talk about an ancient sage, the ancient sage would naturally know. For an ordinary third-step heavenly venerate like Lan Lingsheng, an ancient sage could easily wipe him off the face of the earth with a single thought. It's actually him. When Qin Shao saw the sacred emperor's envoy on the five-colored stone platform, he couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Shao had actually seen this holy emperor's envoy before. He had seen him in the Flat Demon City's black market. It was that strange old man who had put up a stall. At that time, Qin Shao had felt that the old man was very strange. He had a very mysterious and unfathomable feeling about him. Therefore, at that time, Qin Shao had spent a very high price to buy a very inconspicuous bronze ball from the old man's stall. However, Qin Shao had never expected to see that old man again today. Furthermore, that old man had appeared as the holy emperor's envoy. That old man who had set up the stall was actually the Holy Emperor's envoy? Just how high was the status of the Holy Emperor's envoy? Why would he be setting up a stall? Such a matter was truly inconceivable. However, there was no need to doubt the old man's identity. He was definitely the Holy Emperor's envoy. In that case, the bronze ball I bought from him at a high price shouldn't be an ordinary item. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He had studied the bronze ball before. There was something inside it, but he didn't understand what the map inside it was trying to express. Since he couldn't figure out anything previously, he didn't study it any further and put it aside. He hadn't looked into it in the past few years. Now, Qin Zhao couldn't help but think about it again. His intuition told him that the bronze ball was definitely extraordinary. There might be a huge secret hidden inside. However, he would study it later. He had to observe the situation first. Yuan continued. 5 holy emperors envoys. Every holy emperor's envoy has a different temperament. This is the envoy of the human emperor. It is said that he is an extremely eccentric person. His way of doing things is unfathomable. No one can guess his intentions. He likes to roam the world. Occasionally, when he meets a fated person, he will lend a hand. However, he is very low-key. No matter where he goes, if he doesn't reveal his identity, no one will know that he is the Holy Emperor's envoy. In any case, this Holy Emperor's envoy is very eccentric. He often doesn't follow the rules. No one can figure him out. Shirko made a shushing gesture at Yuan and said softly, "Miss Yuan, didn't you say not to discuss it? You don't have to either." "I'm fine. I'm talking about all of you." Yuan blinked. What did he mean by she was fine? Shouldn't they all be the same? Could it be that they were special? Cough, Miss Yuan, how do you know so much? Why do I feel like you know everything? Lan Lingsheng asked curiously. Previously, the impression that Yuan gave others was that she had never stepped out of the house and had never experienced the world. She should be a girl who didn't know anything. But how could she speak so clearly about the Holy Emperor's envoy, which should be a secret that very few people knew? Yuan smiled and said, "Because I like to read ancient books, so I know a lot of things. These things are all written in the books. You will naturally know after reading more books." On the 5-colored stone platform, all the young geniuses bowed respectfully to the Holy Emperor's envoy. "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The sacred emperor's emissary swept his gaze over them and nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but did not say anything else. He held a wine gourd in his hand and slowly took a sip of wine. His gaze swept over the area below. When his gaze landed on Qin Zhao and Yuan, he could not help but pause for a moment. But he didn't stop for long and swept past them without leaving a trace. But when his gaze met the Holy Emperor's envoys, Qin Zhao knew that the other party had recognized him. It was just that the feeling between this time and the last time they met was like heaven and earth. Last time, he only met a strange old man who had set up a stall. But this time, he met the Holy Emperor's envoy. It was the same person, but he changed his role between different identities. The Holy Emperor's envoy finally opened his mouth to speak to the 100 or so top geniuses on the 5-colored stone platform. You should all know about the Holy Academy. If you want to qualify for the selection, you have to go through a few checkpoints. First of all, you have to obtain a bronze ball like this one. There is a map in the bronze ball, and then you have to find a sacred token to qualify. Only those who obtain the token can participate in the Holy Academy selection. With that, the Holy Emperor's envoy waved his hand, and a bronze ball appeared in his hand. Seeing this bronze ball, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Although he had some guesses, he didn't expect this bronze ball to be a checkpoint. The map in the bronze ball was related to finding the sacred token. Only those who obtained the sacred token were qualified to participate in the Holy Academy selection. And if one wanted to become a member of the Holy Academy, this was a checkpoint they had to go through. And since the checkpoints were set like this, it was obvious that the number of people who could obtain the sacred token was limited, and there wouldn't be many places. So, the first step of obtaining the bronze ball was especially important. If you obtained it, it meant that you could participate in the selection. If you didn't obtain it, you couldn't even enter the selection. If you couldn't enter the selection, it didn't matter how outstanding or how talented you were. You wouldn't be able to participate in the Holy Academy selection. And Qin Shao had bought a bronze ball like this from the Holy Emperor's envoy. Although it cost a lot, it was worth it, very worth it. If he took it out to sell now, it would definitely sell for 10 times the price. Of course, how could Qin Shao have the idea of selling something that could change one's fate? He really didn't expect that his unintentional action in the Flat Demon City would result in such an unexpected gain. He also didn't expect the Holy Emperor's envoy to sell the bronze ball in such a way. Wasn't this a little too casual? No wonder Yuan said that the Holy Emperor's envoy had a strange personality. It was indeed very strange. The Holy Emperor's envoy continued, I will give each of you some information later. You can use this information to find the bronze ball. Those who can find it are qualified to participate in the selection. When the bronze ball in your hands emits a green light, you will be able to see the map in the bronze ball clearly. Then, you can search for the next selection and obtain the sacred token. After obtaining the sacred token, someone will come to pick you up and take you away. Remember, each bronze ball can only be used by one person. Only the person holding the bronze ball can enter the selection grounds. Anyone else who tries to enter will be killed immediately. The selection of the Holy Academy is absolutely fair. No one is allowed to cheat or play tricks. Otherwise, you will be eliminated immediately. The crowd below the stage was extremely envious. There were even many people who wanted to go up on stage and participate, but they didn't dare to. City Lord, are you going to try? Lan Lingsheng suddenly asked. In their hearts, Qin Shao was extremely powerful, and his talent and potential were definitely top-notch. Chapter 22:36. No. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. If he did not have the bronze ball, he would not let go of such an opportunity. But he already had a bronze ball, so there was no need for him to fight for it. If he really wanted to fight for it, Qin Shao still had some confidence. But there was no need for that. It was better to keep a low profile for the time being. It was not a good thing to be high profile here. After all, he was a person without any background. If others knew that he had a bronze ball, there would be a lot of trouble for him. So, there was nothing to fight for. It would not be good to snatch other people's opportunities. Not participating? Qin Zhao's answer was somewhat out of Lan Lingsheng and the rest's expectations. They all felt that Qin Shao should fight for this great opportunity. More importantly, they felt that if Qin Shao wanted to fight for it, the chances of him winning were very high. If he did not participate, it would be equivalent to giving up a great opportunity. Qin Shao only smiled mysteriously at Lan Lingsheng and the rest, but did not explain anything. Although Lan Lingsheng and the rest felt that it was a little strange, they did not ask anymore. On the other hand, Yuan's bright eyes blinked, flashing with a very curious light. She was interested in this. Many voices of discussion rang out in the crowd. Sir Messenger, according to the situation I know, there are many lucky people who have already obtained the bronze ball, but did not pass the test. For example, some picked it up, and some directly obtained it from the Sir Messenger. I also want to be a lucky person. It's a little troublesome to fight for it. I feel that for someone as outstanding as me, it should not be too much to directly obtain the bronze ball, right? Young Master Zhang Yang suddenly said to the Saint Emperor's messenger. Such narcissistic and shameless words made many people gasp in amazement. If it was in front of others, it would be fine. But in front of the Saint Emperor's messenger, he dared to be so impudent? Was there something wrong with his brain? Or was it blocked by the door when he went out? How was it possible for the Sacred Emperor's envoy to give him a bronze ball? What was he thinking? How could he be so whimsical? Many of them snorted in disdain at Zhang Yang's actions. There were also many who were worried for him. He was probably the only one who dared to be so impudent. The other top geniuses on the multicolored giant stone platform also looked at Prince Zhang Yang with strange gazes and sneered in their hearts. This guy was just looking for trouble. Surprisingly, the Holy Emperor's messenger was not angry at all. He looked at Zhang Yang and threw the bronze orb to Zhang Yang. Seeing this scene, many people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. What was going on? It couldn't be, right? Did the Holy Emperor's envoy really give the bronze ball to Prince Zhang Yang? It couldn't be that easy, right? Not only were the onlookers below surprised, but even Ko Quan and the others were also surprised. However, they soon realized that the situation was not so simple. The bronze ball that the Holy Emperor's envoy threw out was not so casual. The bronze ball that was tossed out contained a formidable might of the laws of the immortal Tao, bringing with it a frightening amount of destructive power. Wanting to catch that bronze ball was no easy task at all. An ordinary fourth-step celestial venerable would probably be obliterated if they touched it. However, Zhang Yang was not flustered at all. His face was calm and composed. He revealed a confident smile as bright as the sun. He gently reached out his hand. There were no complicated movements, and no one could feel that Prince Zhang Yang had used any law of immortal Tao. However, with such a gentle grab, Prince Zhang Yang firmly caught the bronze ball in his hand. After getting the bronze ball, Prince Zhang Yang grinned at the Holy Emperor's envoy and said, "Your Excellency, I got the bronze ball. Does that mean it belongs to me now?" The Holy Emperor's envoy nodded and said, "Yes, since you got it, it's yours. The old man can't take back what he threw out. You're an interesting little guy. You have some ability and personality. The old man likes you very much." "Haha, thank you, Your Excellency. It can't be helped. I'm a handsome, talented, elegant, and humorous young man. It's natural for people to like me. I'm already used to it." Zhang Yang grinned and laughed. Smiling, he was still so narcissistic to the point of shamelessness. However, his shamelessness had reached a certain level. To be able to shamelessly get a bronze ball directly, that was his ability. It was impossible not to admire him. Seeing how Zhang Yang had obtained a bronze orb so easily and in such a shameless manner, many of them were shocked to the point of being tongue-tied. How could it be done like this? How could it be done like this? It didn't make sense. It was simply inconceivable. This Prince Zhang Yang is really not simple. He's very strong. Those who did not understand thought that it was easy for Zhang Yang to catch the bronze ball. However, those who were observant could see that it was very difficult. Qin Shao naturally saw Prince Zhang Yang's tricks just now. In his heart, he had a new understanding of Prince Zhang Yang. "Castellan, that bronze ball seems to be very easy to get. Are you sure you don't want to try?" Lan Lingsheng asked again. Qin Shao shook his head again and said, "No, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about it later." "Oh, all right then." Since Qin Shao had said it again, Lan Lingsheng could only nod his head and no longer mention it. Seeing that Prince Zhang Yang got a bronze ball so easily, the top young geniuses on the stage also became restless. A young man in purple opened his mouth and said, "Sir Messenger, since Prince Zhang Yang can get a bronze ball directly, I think I also have the qualifications to get a bronze ball directly. In terms of all aspects, whether it is beauty or talent, I do not lose to Prince Zhang Yang." Scram! But before the young man in purple could finish his words, the Saint Emperor's messenger was already angry. With a furious roar, a powerful force slammed into the purple-clothed young master, sending him flying out of the boulder and smashing into the mountain rocks. He spat out a few mouthfuls of dark red blood in the air. It could be seen how terrifying the Saint Emperor's messenger's attack was, directly injuring the young man in purple. Dragging his mouth full of blood, the young man in purple crawled out of the pile of rocks in a sorry state. When he looked at the Saint Emperor's messenger again, his eyes were full of fear. The whole place was dead silent. At this moment, it was as if the wind had stopped and the whole world had been frozen. Such a sudden turn of events was truly shocking. When they saw how Prince Zhang Yang got a bronze ball so easily, many people thought that it could be so easy to get a bronze ball. Many people were restless and wanted to give it a try, but they did not expect the situation to change so drastically. This plot was not right. How could there be such a big difference? Qin Shao was also stunned. He could not help but believe what Yuan said. The Saint Emperor's messenger's personality was indeed a little strange. He was a little temperamental. It was the same thing, but it was completely dependent on his mood. If he was in a good mood, then he would make an exception. If he was not in a good mood, then he would not want to be in trouble. When those restless people saw the situation, they were so scared that they immediately abandoned the idea. Who would dare to think more? You no longer have the qualifications to participate. Scram! The Saint Emperor's messenger said coldly to the young man in purple who had crawled out of the rubble. He was directly sentenced to death and stripped of the qualifications to participate. If he did not even have the qualifications to participate, then he definitely had no fate with Saint Academy. Pucci, hearing the Saint Emperor's messenger's words, the young man in purple spat out another mouthful of blood. But what did he dare to say? In front of the Saint Emperor's messenger, how could he dare to say anything? The same action. One got the bronze ball, while the other was directly eliminated. He did not even have a chance. Without comparison, there would be no harm. The young man in purple could only leave with an ashen face and a body full of injuries. He regretted it, but it was useless. At this moment, he even had the heart to die. Was the difference between people really so big? The Saint Emperor's messenger's gaze swept across the crowd. At this moment, no one on the stage dared to say anything. They were all very obedient, afraid that they would anger the Saint Emperor's messenger and be stripped of their qualifications. As long as they were qualified, even if it was a little difficult, there was still hope. Therefore, they could not be too greedy. After all, the lucky ones were only a minority. Prince Xiangyang happened to be one of them. Sir Messenger, then we have no chance to participate? Only those on the stage can have a chance? They are all disciples of the major powers in the Hu territory. They are all outstanding youths with high statuses and powerful backgrounds. And those of us who do not have any background also yearn for a chance to fight, to change our fates and grab hold of this great opportunity. Regardless of whether we have the ability to grab hold of it, at least give us a chance, right? If they don't give us a chance at all, then I don't think the selection of the Sacred Academy can be considered absolutely fair and just. Suddenly, a fourth-step heavenly venerate youth in the crowd spoke up. His words touched many people's hearts. Actually, many people wanted to ask this question, but they did not dare to casually ask it. Now that someone had asked, the Saint Emperor's messenger did not get angry. Therefore, some people also chimed in. That's right, Sir Messenger. We can't just give this chance to the disciples of the major powers, right? People like us who come from ordinary backgrounds also want a chance. Sir Messenger, give us a chance too. We all want to give it a try. Sir Messenger, people like us who do not have any background also want to fight. The Saint Emperor's messenger glanced at the crowd and nodded. Everyone, don't worry. The old man has already considered this point. Since this is for the entire mortal realm, then we naturally have to give everyone a chance to participate, as long as you are willing to participate. However, the number of bronze balls is fixed. Therefore, even if you participate, only a very small number of people will be able to obtain a bronze ball. I have placed a bronze ball in a corner of Shangyong. All of you can go and search for it. It will belong to whoever finds it. If a lucky person obtains it and feels that he or she is not capable enough, he or she can give it to someone else. However, there is a rule that the old man wants to mention. No matter what method you use to obtain the bronze ball from others, you must not use force or coercion. Otherwise, you will be disqualified at the very least, or you will be sentenced to death. Chapter 22:37. Methods that couldn't be used by force? Methods that couldn't be used by anything other than force? This rule wasn't bad at all. It had a huge restrictive effect that could prevent a lot of fighting and killing. Otherwise, it would be a disaster if a weaker person got hold of it. Even if one was strong, if one didn't have a strong background, it would still be a disaster if one got hold of it. If there were no restrictions, then perhaps some people's luck would become the root of their fatal disaster. In that case, there would be a lot more killings and there would be a loss of fairness. Therefore, such a method of restriction was very necessary, and it also gave many people a reassuring pill. Otherwise, some people really wouldn't dare to participate. After hearing the words of the Sacred Emperor's envoy, many people left quickly to search for the bronze ball. With the protection of this rule, once they found the bronze ball, they would be rich. When the time came, they could raise the price and wait for the highest bid to make a killing. This was definitely an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. However, Shangyong City was so big. Finding a small bronze ball was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. There were too many people participating this time. It would probably be a situation where everyone was moving. Who would find a bronze ball in the end would depend on who was lucky enough. A huge movement would definitely sweep through the entire Shangyong City. Even Lan Lingsheng and the other four were rubbing their palms together, looking excited as they said, City Lord, let's try our luck as well. Who knows, we might be able to find it. If we can find that bronze ball, we can probably sell it for 1,000,000 chaos source stones, right? Shirko, do you know how to talk? If we find it, we naturally have to leave it for the City Lord. Let the City Lord participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. I think that if the City Lord participates in the selection of the Sacred Academy, he will definitely be able to get it. You can be selected. By then, the City Lord status will be extremely high. In the future, no one will dare to bully our free city. Lan Lingsheng gave Shirko a slap. Shirko immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Give it to the City Lord. I also think that the City Lord should participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. Such a great opportunity. It would be a pity if we miss it. Hearing the conversation between the two, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head with a faint smile. He didn't explain anything. He would tell them later. Now that everything had been settled, the Sage Emperor's emissary should have left. However, the Sacred Emperor's envoy's gaze suddenly landed on Yuan Yuan. Under the gaze of the Sacred Emperor's envoy, anyone else would definitely lower their head in fear and not dare to meet his gaze. However, Yuan's smiling brightly. She was especially courageous, like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tiger. There were also pure and without any impurities in her eyes. The Sacred Emperor's emissary instantly stood in front of Yuan Yuan. No one understood what was going on. Was this teleportation? Qin Shao was also startled. It really was just a moment. He didn't even understand what was going on, and the Sacred Emperor's envoy had already appeared in front of him from the stone platform. Lan Lingsheng and the other four were scared out of their wits. They couldn't help but take a few steps back and lower their heads, not daring to take another look. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He silently looked at the Sacred Emperor's envoy. After all, they had interacted once before, so when they met again, they didn't seem so unfamiliar. The Sacred Emperor's envoy didn't look at Qin Shao. Instead, his gaze landed on Yuan Yuan. Suddenly, the Sacred Emperor's envoy's stern face revealed a slight smile. Do you want to participate? The Sacred Emperor's envoy asked. His voice was gentle, like an old grandpa next door. It was like an elder asking a junior. Seeing this scene, many people were petrified. Countless gazes landed on Yuan Yuan, sizing her up. They wanted to see what kind of saint she was to be able to gain the favor of the Sacred Emperor's envoy. Even the top geniuses on the stage were all incomparably astonished and puzzled. If Prince Zhongyang had taken the initiative to speak up and win the favor of the Sacred Emperor's envoy and obtain a bronze ball, then this girl didn't speak up. However, this young lady did not take the initiative to speak. Instead, it was the Sage Emperor's emissary who took the initiative to look for him. He smiled and gently asked if she wanted to participate. It was as if he was talking to his own granddaughter. This kind of treatment was the envy of many people. Many people were already discussing in private. Who was this girl? Who was she? Could she be from one of the 5 supreme surnames? This kind of treatment could only be enjoyed by those from the 5 supreme surnames. But clearly, no one knew who Yuan Yuan was. No one knew who she was or where she came from. While everyone was still in shock and confusion, Yuan Yuan said something that made everyone want to vomit blood. Thank you, Sir Envoy, but I don't need it. I also don't want to participate in the selection. You should leave it to others. There are many people who need it. Yuan Yuan smiled like a peach blossom. She actually rejected it, directly giving her a bronze ball, giving her a chance to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. She actually rejected it. This opportunity was something that others yearned for even in their dreams. They had to risk their lives in order to obtain it. She could get it so easily, but she didn't want it? This was really infuriating. If not for the fact that Yuan Yuan was a pure, cute, and beautiful girl, many people would probably want to beat her to death. How could she be so provocative? Not to mention others, even Qin Shao, Lan Lingsheng, and the others were also very surprised. But Qin Shao quickly understood. Yuan Yuan's personality had always been like this. She was too naive and innocent, and her mind was too empty. So, she didn't care about these things at all. She didn't have any thoughts and didn't have any complicated thoughts. She only did what she liked. If she liked it, she wanted it. If she didn't like it, she rejected it. It was a very simple principle. But in the eyes of others, this principle was very difficult to understand. A bronze ball was given to them for free and a chance to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. Even if they felt that they weren't capable enough to participate in the Sacred Academy selection, it didn't matter. As long as they got the bronze ball and sold it, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for tens of millions of Chaos Origin Stones. They'd make a fortune if they sold it. To others, it was a huge benefit, but to Yuan, it was nothing. It doesn't matter whether you join the Sacred Academy or not. Participation is the most important thing, and the process should be quite fun. It's the Sacred Academy after all. The top young geniuses from all over the human world will participate. It'll be fun with more people. Just treat it as fun and join the fun. The Sacred Emperor's envoy smiled again. This gentle side of the Sacred Emperor's emissary left everyone dumbfounded. Yuan had already rejected it, and the Sacred Emperor's envoy was actually persuading her. This kind of treatment made Prince Zhongyang envious. Hearing this, Yuan blinked and thought for a while. After a while, she nodded and took the bronze ball from the messenger. Very well then, Your Excellency. Thank you for your good intentions. You are really... Yuan nodded and took the bronze ball from the messenger. Thank you for your kindness, Sacred Emperor. Then I'll join the fun. There's nothing fun about it anyway. Seeing Yuan receive the bronze ball, the Sacred Emperor envoy nodded his head in satisfaction. He glanced at Qin Shao once more, before his figure flashed, and he disappeared from sight. He had completely disappeared. He must have left. The moment the Sacred Emperor's envoy left, the atmosphere instantly became noisy, and the sounds of discussion became extremely intense. Countless eyes were still sizing Yuan up. Miss Yuan, you're really experienced. TSK. The Sacred Emperor's envoy actually took the initiative to give you a bronze ball. Lan Lingsheng walked up, very happy for Yuan. Shiko was also very happy as he said, "Of course, Miss Yuan has been through a lot. Everyone else is fighting over a bronze ball, but Miss Yuan, the Sacred Emperor's envoy, personally gave it to her just by standing here. Come. Who can compare to this kind of treatment? Miss Yuan, don't tell me you know the Sacred Emperor's envoy? Why is he so nice to you? It's as if you're his family." Qin Shao was also curious about this question. He also wanted to look at Yuan and wonder what kind of background she had. Could it be that she really had something to do with the Sacred Emperor's envoy? Qin Shao was more and more certain that Yuan was not simple. But Yuan shook her head and said, "No, I don't know the Sacred Emperor's envoy. This is the first time I've seen him. It has nothing to do with the Sacred Emperor's envoy. What are you all thinking? I'm not a member of the 5 Supreme Surnames. I have nothing to do with the 5 Supreme Surnames." Hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao was even more confused. If she had nothing to do with the Sacred Emperor's envoy or the 5 Supreme Surnames, then what was Yuan's background? If she had nothing to do with them, then why did the Sacred Emperor's envoy directly give her a bronze ball? Could it be that he liked Yuan because she was too naive and innocent, so he gave her one because he liked her? Based on the Sacred Emperor's envoy's strange personality, this was indeed possible, just like how he had given Prince Zhongyang a bronze ball just now. But Qin Shao did not intend to ask more about this question. Since Yuan was not willing to talk about her background, then there was no need to ask. There was a lot of discussion among the others. Qin Shao also noticed that many people were looking at him with ill intentions. He was afraid that many people were already eyeing the bronze ball in Yuan's hand. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. This was a very normal thing. It was unavoidable. Not to mention the people below the stage. Even the top geniuses on the stage revealed some evil intentions. Those top geniuses were probably already secretly investigating Yuan's background. Naturally, they would not act rashly. They had to find out more and see if they could make a move first. The atmosphere of the scene became a little strange. "Qin Shao, do you want it? If you want it, I'll give it to you. I'm not interested anyway." Yuan Yuan suddenly handed the bronze ball in her hand to Qin Xiao. Chapter 2238. Yuan Yuan was so generous that she wanted to give the bronze ball to Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao had a backbone and replied, "Miss Yuan Yuan, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. However, I really don't need it. I think you need it. You should have the talent and potential to participate. It will be a pity if you don't participate. I really don't need it. I'm not interested in it at all. Just accept it," Yuan Yuan said. She said again. Even Lan Lingsheng couldn't help but help persuade her. "Yes, City Lord. Since Miss Yuan Yuan is so kind, just accept it. Miss Yuan Yuan is only a third-step celestial venerable. It's not good for her to participate in the selection. So, City Lord, just go. We are all looking forward to seeing you shine brightly and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. "It's not that easy. The selection is open to the entire mortal world. There are countless geniuses, the 100 schools of thought, the 5 supreme surnames, and countless geniuses from the forces of the great surnames. I think they will all take action when they hear it. The competition for this selection will be so fierce that you can't imagine it." Although that was what he said, Qin Xiao did have some confidence that he could take the risk. Of course, the situation was indeed so. It would be extremely fierce and difficult. He was afraid that his current strength was still not enough. However, Qin Xiao wasn't afraid. He still had a lot of room for improvement. The selection of the Sacred Academy hadn't started yet. He should have some time to prepare and improve himself. Moreover, Qin Xiao felt that the selection of the Sacred Academy wasn't all about strength. It should be more about talent and potential. In terms of talent and potential, Qin Xiao had a lot of confidence. He could compete with anyone and wrestle with them. "You don't have to worry about me. I will participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. However, I have a bronze ball. That's why I don't have anyone to fight for it." He had a bronze ball? Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Lan Lingxing and the others finally understood why Qin Xiao didn't want to fight for it. At the same time, they were shocked. Who would have thought that the City Lord already had a bronze ball? As expected of the City Lord. "Huh, you already have a bronze ball. Looks like you've also received the favor of the Holy Emperor's envoy. No wonder Lord Envoy took a few glances at you just now." Yuan Yuan smiled happily and immediately thought of what was going on. It happened. Qin Xiao curled her lips into a smile and said, "We're lucky. Let's not talk about this anymore. Don't spread the news, or we'll be in endless trouble." Lan Lingsheng and the others nodded heavily. They naturally understood this point. Yuan Yuan did not seem to care too much and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Our own things. Are we still afraid of others snatching them? Besides, didn't the Lord Messenger say that no one is allowed to snatch or force it? It's never a bad thing to be careful." Qin Xiao shook her head. However, Yuan Yuan said, "It's fine. I'm not worried about anything." Hee hee. Just as she said that, a 4th-step Heavenly Venerate youth walked over, followed by a few followers. This 4th-step Heavenly Venerate youth stood in front of Yuan Yuan and said to her, "Miss, I saw that you wanted to give that bronze ball away just now. From the looks of it, you don't really want to participate in this Holy Academy selection, right? Besides, Miss is only a 3rd-step Heavenly Venerate. It's indeed not good for you to participate, lest you get hurt. Why don't Miss sell this bronze ball to me? Miss can name a price, or we can find a quieter place to talk slowly. I wonder what Miss thinks?" This 4th-step Heavenly Venerate youth had a sincere look on his face, sincerely wanting to buy it. Apart from this 4th-step Heavenly Venerate, there were clearly other people who also came over, all interested. All of a sudden, Yuan Yuan became a hot commodity. The bronze ball in her hand was indeed very attractive. Yuan Yuan looked at that 4th-step Heavenly Venerate strangely and said somewhat confusedly, "I don't seem to know you, right?" The 4th-step Heavenly Venerate youth was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, we naturally don't know each other. This is the first time we've met. Perhaps I am being a little rude, but I just want to buy the bronze ball in your hand from you, Mississippi. Does it matter whether we know each other or not?" He had never heard that one had to know each other to do business. Therefore, that person did not understand Yuan Yuan's question. Yuan Yuan had a serious expression as she said, No, no. Of course it's related. Moreover, it's related to a lot. If we know each other, I'll give it to you if you want it. But we don't know each other, so I definitely won't give it to you. And the fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, was a little confused as he emphasized, Miss, I think you might have misunderstood my meaning. I'm saying that I want to buy it from you. Miss, you can name a price or some other conditions. Of course, I won't take your things for free. I'll pay an equivalent price. Yuan blinked her eyes and found it even more strange as she said, Why would I sell my things? I'm not doing business or opening a shop. This is my own thing. Why would I sell it? I've never sold my things, so what you're saying is very strange. Why do you think I'll sell my things? I'll only keep my things for myself or give them away. The fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, wanted to vomit blood when he heard this. Why did it feel like the conversation was not on the same channel at all? There was a serious communication barrier. Lan Lingsheng, Shirko, and the others were laughing secretly. Yuan was such an innocent girl. She would not understand at all if they told her all this. Many people who had gathered around were petrified. She did not want it, nor did she want to sell it. She even wanted to give it away. Wasn't this thinking too strange? It seemed like there was no possibility of discussion at all. Then why don't you give it to me? The fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, gritted his teeth and said. Hearing his words, Yuan looked at him strangely again and then said with a look of disdain, You're very shameless. I already said that I don't know you. We've only met for the first time, and we're not friends. Why should I give it to you? You? And it's such a valuable thing. If you were my good friend, I would definitely give it to you. You want me to give you such a valuable thing on our first meeting? How can you be so thick-skinned? Are you usually like this? Will you be scolded like this? Is someone going to hit you? At the end of her words, Yuan was actually very curious. The fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, wanted to vomit blood again. There was no business talk, and he was scolded for giving it to her. What was this? What made him unable to vent his anger the most was that the girl in front of him spoke very seriously and honestly. It did not seem like she was deliberately humiliating him. Defeat, it was too much a defeat. Since there was no discussion, he could only give up and think of another way later. With the laws of the Holy Emperor's emissary there, no one would dare to snatch it. All right, can I ask you a question? When that fourth step Empyrean realm was about to leave in defeat, Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. The fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, stopped and looked at Yuan in confusion. Could it be that things had taken a turn for the better? Therefore, he naturally nodded and said, Of course, miss, feel free to ask. Yuan said with a serious face. Why are you dressed so strangely? Don't you know how to dress up at all? The fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Was this the question he had been looking forward to? Yuan continued. Look at you. You're not handsome, not radiant. Most importantly, you don't have the temperament of a dragon among men. Your looks are indeed a little ordinary. You're just a little bit away from being ugly. But fortunately, your height is not bad, and your facial features are not bad. It's just that your dressing is seriously dragging you down. You're dressed too strangely. It doesn't match anywhere. That's why it makes you look a little strange. It makes people feel uncomfortable. So I think you should change your appearance. That way, people will feel more comfortable looking at you. Perhaps you'll also look more handsome. Otherwise, no girl will like you if you act like this. Critical hit, an absolute critical hit. The fourth step, Heavenly Venerate's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. He really wanted to vomit blood. This, how could she mock him like this? What's wrong with my dressing? Isn't it quite handsome and flashy? Why doesn't it match anywhere? My looks are not bad, and there are many girls who like me. What do you mean no girl will like me? Humiliation, an absolute humiliation. But in front of Yuan, the strange thing was that he couldn't get angry. He couldn't even refute. Thus, the fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, left with a dark face. Why did this person leave without saying a word? I reminded him so kindly, but he didn't appreciate it at all. If he doesn't understand, then forget it. You should at least say thank you together. Really. Seeing that the fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, didn't say a word, after he left, Yuan pouted. Lan Lingsheng and the others tried their best not to laugh. They almost suffered internal injuries. On the other hand, Shirko was in a very good mood. He had been humiliated very miserably before. Now, he finally saw someone who was even more miserable than him. There was no harm if there was no comparison. Qin Xiao also couldn't help but laugh. Although she knew that Yuan Yuan didn't mean it, she really said what she felt and didn't think about other problems. If someone else said that, they would definitely be deliberately humiliating the other party. That would definitely lead to a fight. Yeah, why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong again? Yuan Yuan looked at Qin Xiao and the others and asked carefully. Shirko laughed and said, no. You're right, very right. Then why are your expressions so strange? Although Yuan Yuan was very innocent, she didn't believe everything others said. Shirko thought for a moment and said, we agree with you, but we can't say it out loud, so we endured it and didn't say it. Liar. Yuan Yuan directly exposed Shirko's words. Your expressions are obviously not good, so you must think that I said something wrong. That's why you have such expressions. But what I said just now was the truth. That person was really dressed very strangely. I felt very uncomfortable looking at him, so I kindly reminded him. Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, we know. Let's not talk about this anymore. We should leave here. However, when they wanted to leave, they were surrounded by a group of people. Each of them looked at Yuan Yuan with different thoughts. Obviously, they were all here for the bronze ball. Chapter 2239. These rainbow-colored immortal lights were actually refined from extremely rare neon immortal stones. At this moment, they were scattered in the air, flashing with mystical colors. They were especially bright and beautiful. But apart from being beautiful and eye-catching, they didn't seem to have any other uses. They looked dazzling, colorful, and resplendent, but they were actually just flashy without substance. However, this action immediately caused everyone's eyes to widen as they looked over. A handsome young master, accompanied by two beautiful maids, slowly descended from the sky. The speed of his descent was very slow. It was obvious that he had deliberately slowed down. The two stunning maids stood behind the handsome young master, scattering rainbow-colored immortal lights refined from neon immortal stones. The rainbow-colored immortal lights also slowly descended to the ground, as if dancing in the air. After they landed, they dyed the rocks on the ground with rainbow-colored lights. It was very beautiful. Spirit immortal paving the way, the bearing of a king descending. This way of making an entrance was really too high-profile. This was naturally none other than Prince Zhongyang, who prided himself on being very low-key. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Prince Zhongyang slowly descended to the ground. There was a seemingly refined yet slightly mischievous smile on his face. His lips, which were curved like a crescent moon, also seemed a little. He didn't seem cold or arrogant at all. Keep a low profile. Don't scatter the rainbow-colored immortal lights. It's too extravagant and wasteful. Didn't I always tell you that I'm very low-key? Very low-key. Why can't you understand me? After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Prince Zhongyang shook his head helplessly. He was reciting his low-key mantra again. Yuan Yuan suddenly laughed happily. She pointed at Prince Zhongyang and said, those maids of yours don't listen to you. It seems that you're not good at disciplining them. Hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Prince Zhongyang was also amused. However, he nodded with a look of shame and said, sigh, yes, I'm indeed not good at disciplining them. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked me to be so nice to my servants and not punish them? So sometimes I can only bear it silently. Actually, I really don't like high-profile people. I've always liked to keep a low profile. But these maids just don't listen to me. Every time they want to make me very high-profile, it makes me feel quite helpless. Hee, then you're really a good master. However, I feel that you are quite suitable for being high-profile. Yuan Yuan smiled. Mr. Zhongyang nodded in agreement. Miss Yuan Yuan is right. Actually, I think so too, but I can't do anything about it. I'm a person who likes to keep a low profile. This has always been a problem for me. After talking to Miss Yuan Yuan today, I really feel like I've found a confidant. That's why we're so fated, and we're both so outstanding that we've been favored by the sacred emperor's envoy. Why don't we find a place with good scenery and have a few drinks with Miss Yuan Yuan? Was he here to pick up girls? Yuan actually believed in Mr. Zhang Yang's words, which left many people dumbfounded. Prince Zhang Yang was not low profile. He was shameless. He, drink, but I don't like to drink. Also, although you're not ugly and somewhat outstanding, we don't know each other. Yuan did not accept Zhang Yang's invitation, which made Shirko secretly relieved. When he heard what Yuan said just now, he was really worried that Yuan would accept Prince Zhang Yang. This Prince Zhang Yang seemed to have come for Yuan. Was he rejected? Prince Zhang Yang could not help but frown slightly. This should be the first time he was rejected by a girl, right? Actually, the feeling of being rejected by a girl seemed to be quite special. It was quite satisfying. Only frustration would give people a sense of motivation and make people want to do it more. In the face of Yuan's rejection, Prince Zhang Yang was not discouraged at all. He immediately smiled and said, "People definitely don't know each other. There has to be a process, right? You can't say that people know each other from the beginning, right? This is called making friends. You have to make friends first to have friends. The first time we meet, the second time we become friends. The first time we meet, we are strangers. But after we get to know each other and see each other for a while, we will become friends. We are both outstanding people. I think we should be more fated. Here, only the two of us have obtained the bronze ball. So, I have a very strong premonition that we can definitely become friends. I don't usually like to make friends, but meeting such an outstanding, beautiful, and pure woman like Miss Yuan, I really admire you a little. If I don't make friends with you, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Regret it for the rest of your life? Is it that serious? It can't be, right? Why do I feel like you are lying to me? Yuan stared at Prince Zhang Yang with her jade-like eyes slightly widened. She seemed to be seriously thinking about this question. Zhang Yang nodded his head with a serious look on his face. Then he said without thinking, "Is it really that serious? I have a very strong hunch. I don't think my feeling is wrong. It's true. I am not lying to you. Miss Yuan, look at my face. Look at my eyes. What do you see?" Yuan really looked at him seriously. After a while, she still shook her head. She didn't see anything. However, Yuan suddenly seemed to have discovered a new continent. She pointed at the left side of Prince Zhang Yang's forehead and said, "Oh, I see. It's a little dirty. You didn't wash it clean." Really? Why didn't you wash it clean?" "Let me see. Yeah, it really is a little dirty. This seriously damages my image." Prince Zhang Yang also cooperated with her and took a look. He immediately cleaned it up. Many people felt as if they had been struck by lightning when they heard this. These two people were really a pair of clowns. They were a little weird. After cleaning it up, Prince Zhang Yang came to his senses. He coughed dryly and said, "No, Miss Yuan, I want to say that my eyes are full of sincerity. Why would I lie to you? It can't be, right?" "Sincerity?" Miss Yuan looked at Prince Zhang Yang with a strange expression. Then she shook her head and said honestly, "Oh, I really can't see it." Prince Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, "Well, that's not important. What's important is that we can be friends. Let's go on a date." "No." "Okay." Miss Yuan spat out the two words heavily. After that, she said to Qin Shao and the others, "Let's go. This person is a little strange. Ignore him. He is so annoying." Shirko and the others were immediately happy. They felt much better. Qin Shao didn't stay any longer. The group left. The others didn't dare to say anything and automatically made way for them. Qin Shao and the others left, leaving only Prince Zhang Yang standing there in a daze. Was he rejected again? Interesting. This was a challenge. Prince Zhang Yang wasn't displeased. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He glanced at those people and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go. Don't have any ideas about Miss Yuan. I'll make it clear today. Whoever dares to have any ideas about Miss Yuan's bronze ball is my enemy. I won't let you off easily. If you think you have the ability, why don't you give it a try? If you have such thoughts, why don't you go and find it yourself? There's still one hidden in Shanyong City. Although it's not easy to find it, it's better than you staying here. If you go and look for it, you'll have a chance to find it. Even if you can't find it, if someone else finds it, they can find a way to buy it first, right? Wasting time here won't bring you any benefits. When the onlookers heard Prince Zhongyang's words, many of them immediately retreated. No one dared to provoke Prince Zhongyang. Although they didn't know his background, they knew he had a great background. Not to mention his background, his strength was also very strong. Who would dare to provoke him? After dismissing the crowd, Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and smiled. He looked in the direction Qin Xiao and the others left. Yuan, what a unique name. She's as outstanding as I am. Such an interesting girl. How can I let her go so easily? Anyway, I have nothing to do. Maybe we can form a team and participate in the Sacred Academy selection. Haha, it's not that easy to hide from me in Shanyong City. Let's go. After saying that, he also chased in that direction. City Lord, where are we going now? Lan Lingsheng couldn't help but ask after they went down the mountain. They didn't seem to have a goal. They couldn't just keep strolling around Shanyong City, right? They had been strolling around Shanyong City for the past 200 years. Don't ask me. I have a good plan too. For the time being, it seems we can only wait. Qin Xiao laughed. The materials have been sent back to Freedom City. They had to wait for the goods here. Then, they had to wait for the Sacred Academy selection. The time was uncertain. Therefore, they had to stay in Freedom City for the time being. However, they didn't have a place to stay in Freedom City, nor did they stay in an inn. They really had to find an inn to stay in. It seemed like they didn't have any chaos source stones with them. Moreover, staying in an inn was indeed a very extravagant thing. Why don't we ask Miss Yuan? Shirko suggested. Yuan shook her head in confusion. Why ask me? I just came to Shanyong City. I'm not familiar with Shanyong City at all. I don't know anyone here except for you guys. So, I'll just follow you guys. Wherever you go, I'll go. Don't ask me to come up with ideas. Since you can't make up your mind, why don't you let me come up with an idea for you? At this moment, a voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared in front of Qin Xiao and the others. Just from the voice alone, it was obvious that the person who came was none other than Prince Zhongyang. Shirko didn't like Prince Zhongyang very much, but he didn't dare to do anything to him. Hey, why are you following us? Yuan glanced at Prince Zhongyang and asked. Prince Zhongyang said, I'm quite bored by myself. I feel like I hit it off with you guys, so I want to make friends with you guys and get to know each other. I'm quite familiar with Shanyong City, so I can bring you guys along to have fun. No. I should say that I'll accompany you guys. I can be your guide. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? I think you just want to be friends with Miss Yuan, right? Shirko said jealously. Prince Zhongyang shook his head and said, No. Actually, I'm quite willing to make friends. When I make friends, I don't care about their strength, talent, status, or background. As long as I hit it off with them, it's fine. Anyway, they're not as strong as me. They don't have as much potential as me, and they don't have as big a background as me. Chapter 2240. They had seen many narcissistic people, but one as narcissistic as Prince Zhongyang was indeed very rare. However, his words were really arrogant. Of course, Qin Xiao and the others could tell that Prince Zhongyang's arrogance was actually a bit of a joke. He wasn't really that arrogant. It could also be said that this was another form of narcissism and pretentiousness. He had used this form to the point of perfection. It was impossible not to admire him. When those words came out of his mouth, it was so natural and confident. It was so natural that it felt like he wasn't bragging. It felt like he really did have that kind of powerful strength. He had the confidence and qualifications to say such words. This strong confidence was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even so, Qin Xiao and the others also knew that Prince Zhongyang was a bit too narcissistic. This kind of personality was not likable, but it was not annoying if it was controlled well. Prince Zhongyang was the kind of person who was very good at manipulating people. With Prince Zhongyang's participation, it indeed saved Qin Xiao and the others a lot of trouble. Prince Zhongyang was indeed very familiar with Shanyong City. Moreover, he was also very pleasing to Yuan. Whatever Yuan liked, he would bring everyone to play. He was very proficient in all kinds of things. Moreover, he was a very rich man. He ate well, drank well, and played well. He made everyone comfortable. Time passed very quickly. 1,000 years later, news spread that a lowly follower had found the bronze ball in an inconspicuous corner. The bronze ball in Shangyong City was finally found and revealed to the world. The appearance of the bronze ball naturally caused an uproar in the entire Shangyong City. Countless people were very envious of that follower. A mere first step heavenly venerable with an extremely lowly status actually had such great luck to be able to find the bronze ball. Of course, this lowly follower naturally didn't have a bronze ball. Therefore, once the news spread, his boss bought the bronze ball with flowery words at a very small price. When the bronze ball was in the hands of a businessman, it was naturally treated as a business transaction. Since it was a business transaction, it was all about benefits. The highest bidder would get it. Therefore, the bronze ball was also very intense. However, only those big forces were qualified to participate in this competition. It was said that although this competition was between the big forces, it also caused a storm in the entire Shangyong City. Behind this contest, there were also many games going on that no one knew about. The intensity might not be visible on the surface, but that kind of atmosphere spread throughout Shangyong City. The final winner of this battle was Yi Hishir. No one knew what kind of method Yi Hishir used to obtain the bronze ball. If one were to talk about the strength ranking of the Hu Ling family, although Yi Hishir could enter the top 100, it was estimated that she was only at the middle or lower level. At most, she could barely reach the middle level. According to Yi Hishir's strength ranking, it seemed that she shouldn't be the final winner. Even if the Hu Ling family didn't come out to compete, there were still dozens of big forces ranked in front of Yi Hishir. Therefore, one could only admire Yi Hishir's methods. To be able to obtain the final victory in such an intense competition was really a very good thing. 2,000 years later, Pin Clan's Pin Quan obtained a bronze ball. He was the first person to rely on his own strength to obtain the bronze ball. Pin Clan was considered an extremely powerful family in the Hu Ling family. It could be ranked in the top 10 forces. Qin Xiao knew one person from Pin Clan. He had even beaten him before. Subsequently, there were also news of people who obtained the bronze ball. However, Qin Xiao and the others didn't pay much attention to these news. No matter who obtained the bronze ball, it didn't matter to them anyway. On the contrary, Prince Zhongyang was very well informed. As long as there was any news, he would know it at the first moment. Without moving his feet, he could strategize the entire Shangyong City's information in the palm of his hand. One couldn't help but admire the power of the force behind Prince Zhongyang. However, Qin Xiao was a little puzzled. In the top 100 forces in the Hu Ling family, there didn't seem to be Zhang Clan. There was Zhang Clan, but it wasn't a very powerful force in the Hu Ling family. It couldn't be ranked in the top 100. Therefore, Qin Xiao was very suspicious of Prince Zhongyang's identity. It was definitely not that simple. Qin Xiao's intuition told him that Prince Zhongyang shouldn't be a child of Zhang Clan. However, Qin Xiao didn't bother to ask Prince Zhongyang. If he was willing to tell him, he would definitely take the initiative to tell him. If he wasn't willing to take the initiative to tell him, there was no need to ask. It would save everyone from embarrassment. Take Yuan Yuan, for example. She definitely wasn't surnamed Yuan. She definitely had some background. However, if she didn't say anything, Qin Xiao wouldn't ask too much. Giving others a private space was also giving oneself a private space. Qin Xiao also had some secrets of his own that he wouldn't easily tell others. 3,000 years later, the elf chief and the others brought the first batch of wine and clothing to Shangyong City. Qin Xiao asked Lan Lingsheng and the others to deal with this matter. It was relatively simple now. They just had to deliver the goods and receive the payment. Then they would continue to stay in Shangyong City. The elf chief and the others were only responsible for delivering the goods. After handing over the goods, Lan Lingsheng's group of 5 came back, but they brought some bad news. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Those 3 restaurants didn't pay. Those 2 clothing stores changed their minds and lowered the price together. Moreover, they lowered the price by 50%. Speaking of this, Lan Lingsheng and the others looked angry. Lan Lingsheng was very indignant. Yes, City Lord. The managers of those 3 restaurants use the excuse that we haven't delivered the goods yet and refuse to pay for the time being. He said that he would wait for us to hand over all the goods before he would settle the bill. Then how did you deal with this? Qin Xiao asked. Lan Lingxing shook his head and sighed helplessly. What else can I do? They've already accepted the goods. Do you think I can ask them to return the goods to us? I talked to the 3 managers for a long time and argued with them. After so many rounds, the 3 shopkeepers were adamant that they would only pay us after all the goods were delivered. They said that this was the rule of the shopping mall. If we didn't deliver all the goods, we wouldn't pay. Since the 3 managers said that, I had no choice but to agree. However, I don't think the 3 managers would cheat us. After all, their restaurants are quite big, and we didn't receive much payment at one time. Although it will be delivered a little later, it's our fault for being too slow. That's all we can do. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. It's true that there are rules in the shopping mall, but there's no reason to not pay at all after delivering the goods. Even if you say that you won't pay, you should at least pay a part of it. The 3 managers are doing this. I'm afraid there's something else to be done. Moreover, the 3 managers' statements are so consistent. It's obvious that they've already discussed it and reached a consensus. That's why they're doing this. Since they've already discussed it behind their backs, this matter can't be so simple. This was also a problem that Qin Xiao was more worried about. However, Qin Xiao had his own considerations when he sent Lan Lingxing and the other 4 out. He didn't come out himself. After all, the selection of the Sacred Academy was imminent. He couldn't predict when it would start, so he might leave Shanyong City at any time. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to let Lan Lingxing and the other 4 grow as much as possible before he left. They had to be able to deal with some of the games in the shopping mall and some of the rules of the game. They had to understand some situations of mutual deception so that they wouldn't suffer too much. Others would suffer losses. The early stages were very important. As long as the early stages were smooth, it would be much better. In that case, at least in the short term, it would be more stable. Therefore, Qin Xiao directly handed the early stages of the journey to them. He wanted them to gain more experience, suffer some losses, and learn some lessons from them. In this way, they would grow faster. Qin Xiao had already expected this situation. He didn't expect it to really happen. Moreover, all 5 shops had come together. The waters of Shanyong City's business scene were really deep. Not a single shop was spared. Lan Lingxing's actions clearly showed that he had fallen into a trap. Next, there would be some trouble. However, this was a good thing for Lan Lingxing and the other 4. It was a chance for them to grow. However, they might have to pay a certain price. Just treat it as tuition. No way, right? Didn't we agree on all of this before? Opening a business should have at least a minimum of credibility, right? Aren't the 3 shopkeepers damaging their restaurant's reputation by doing that? Lan Lingxing didn't believe it. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and shook his head. You think too simply of things. You also think too highly of human nature. Business is business. This has nothing to do with the restaurant's reputation. The restaurant's reputation is for its customers. We are not their customers now. We are businessmen doing business with the restaurant. So, in fact, it's the other way around. They are the customers. Their roles have changed. Just wait and see. You'll know in the future. Now that I'm telling you, it might be very difficult for you to understand. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Although Lan Lingxing and the others didn't really understand, they didn't think there was any problem. After all, the 3 shopkeepers had repeatedly promised. Moreover, their words were very well said. There was nothing wrong with them. They should abide by what they said, right? The 3 shopkeepers were all 4th-step heavenly venerables. They wouldn't go back on their word, right? What's going on with the 2 clothing shops? Qin Xiao asked again. The matter of the restaurant had been put aside for now. Lan Lingxing and the others were even angrier at the mention of this. Lan Lingxing said angrily, City Lord, let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that I can't beat them, I would have fought with the 2 shopkeepers just now. How can they bully us like this? They're really too shameless. We've already agreed on the price. Now that the goods have been delivered, the 2 shopkeepers are actually working together to suppress our price. Moreover, they're very fearless. If we don't agree, they won't take our goods. No matter how we talk, they can't agree. They won't compromise at all. Moreover, the price is really too ruthless. They directly lowered it by half. I originally wanted to lower the price a little and give them a 20% discount, but no matter how hard I tried, they couldn't agree. The two shopkeepers are dead set. They'll only lower it by half. Chapter 22:41. Qin Xiao asked again, "Then what do you plan to do in the future? Who will do business with them in the future if they keep lowering the price like this? At this price, we're just making a profit. The profit is too low. There's no way we could do business anymore." Shiko was also very indignant. Lan Lingxing nodded and said, "Yes, City Lord. We were so angry that we directly told the two shop owners that we won't cooperate in the future. We won't sell to them anymore. Cough, City Lord, please forgive us for this. We were really angry at that time, so we might have been a little impulsive. It was also a slip of the tongue that we said that we won't cooperate." Qin Xiao shook his head and waved his hand. "Forget it. Since you've already said that, you naturally won't cooperate. Otherwise, where will you put your face? You didn't do anything wrong. I can only say that you're too inexperienced, so you gave him a chance to exploit you. I guess they don't care about cooperating with us in the future at all. In fact, it's very normal. I've already expected this. I just didn't expect the worst to come so quickly. Clothing is a relatively simple thing. Everyone can make it. Moreover, this is a business with a small profit, so the two shop owners are holding the mentality of taking advantage of us whenever they can. In fact, they didn't intend to cooperate with us long-term from the beginning. They just want to take advantage of us." No way. They wanted to take advantage of us from the beginning? Isn't this too sinister and cunning? Lan Lingsheng was stunned and couldn't believe it for a moment. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "People's hearts are unpredictable. This also tells us that we shouldn't easily trust others when doing business in the future. Since we've made a promise, we should keep some of it to prevent any accidents. It's nothing much. It's business. You have to learn slowly. Slow is the growth. The road of business needs to be walked slowly. Only then will it slowly become smoother. At least, we won't lose money. That's enough. Let's forget about the clothing for the time being. We'll think of another way later. All right, don't be so gloomy. Cheer up. In the future, this business will rely on you guys to do it." Lan Lingsheng and the others looked at each other and nodded in unison, indicating that they understood. Prince Zhongyang suddenly walked over. Although he was not here just now, he seemed to have heard the conversation between Qin Xiao and the others. "Oh, you guys are still doing business? It sounds like you're doing a terrible job. Hee, looking at you guys, you don't look like people who know how to do business. Doing business in a big trading city like Shangyong City, it was normal to be cheated and ripped off. It's over. The water here is abnormally deep. It's a bottomless abyss. Most people who come in here will be blown to the bone. If you want to do business here without a certain amount of experience and brains, then you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll lose money before the deal is done." Lan Lingxing looked at Prince Zhongyang as if he had found a life-saving straw. He said, "Prince Zhongyang, from what you said, you seem to know a lot about business. Please teach us how to do business. We'll be very grateful." Prince Zhongyang rolled his eyes at Lan Lingsheng and said angrily, "You're insulting me. Do I look like someone who needs to do business? I only know a little, but I've never done business before. You want to learn from me?" Lan Lingsheng was speechless. He thought he had met an expert and wanted to learn from him. It seemed that he had thought too much. But Prince Zhongyang suddenly smiled and said to the disappointed Lan Lingsheng, "Although I don't do business, I didn't say I can't help you. This is a small matter for me. It's just a matter of a few words." Lan Lingsheng had finally found a straw to clutch at. He saw a glimmer of hope. He was so excited that he grabbed Zhang Yang's arm. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at Zhang Yang. Seeing Lan Lingsheng like this, Prince Zhongyang pushed Lan Lingsheng's hands away in disgust. He took 2 steps back and put some distance between him and Lan Lingsheng. He even made a stop gesture and said with a face full of righteousness, "If you continue to be like this, I'm going to shout molester. This young master is not into that. What are you trying to do by being so intimate with me? Don't move, don't move. Just stand there and stay away from me." Lan Lingxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Prince Zhongyang. He felt wronged. He didn't do anything. What do you mean by shouting molestation? Prince Zhongyang, I was just a little too excited. I don't like that either. That's not right. Why do I hear that all the men in your elf tribe like that? After all the men in your tribe are so good-looking. It's normal for men to like them. Moreover, there should be more male elves than female elves in your tribe, right? The ratio is a bit off. So many male elves like male elves. Isn't that normal? Prince Zhongyang said. Lan Lingsheng felt even more wronged. Prince Zhongyang, I don't know where you heard this from, but I don't know of such a thing. The elves in our free city don't have such a special hobby. Oh, you don't? Then I'm relieved. Prince Zhongyang patted his chest, relaxed, and walked back. Being fooled around by these two people, Qin Xiao could not help laughing. Men in the elf tribe like that? Qin Xiao hadn't heard of this before. After tidying up his clothes, Zhongyang coughed dryly and continued. Tell me, what's going on with you guys? What kind of business are you doing? Tell me the basic situation first, and I'll see how I can help you. Qin Xiao didn't want to owe anyone a favor, but since Prince Zhongyang said he wanted to help, he would listen to what he had to say first. It was also a good opportunity to see what kind of big background he had. After getting along for 3,000 years, they had become good friends. Qin Xiao also regarded Prince Zhongyang as a friend. Prince Zhongyang was very narcissistic and sometimes liked to brag and show off, so he was a bit arrogant. However, he was still a good person and was worth making friends with. As a person, he didn't put on airs. He could play with Lan Lingsheng and the others and get along well with them. Sometimes, they liked to joke together or catch them. Lan Lingsheng and the others. Although they were very close, this kind of long-term business wasn't something he could help with just because he wanted to. After all, it wasn't just a small favor. If he really helped, then Freedom City would definitely owe Prince Zhongyang a big favor. If it was because of his personal affairs, Qin Xiao would definitely not agree with Lan Lingsheng asking Zhongyang for help. However, this was a major matter related to the future development of Freedom City, so Qin Xiao didn't stop him. Lan Lingsheng told him about the general situation of Freedom City, the business situation, and their original intention and ideas. Such a small business? It's not a big deal. I thought you were going to do a big business. Aren't you playing too low-key? Even if Freedom City isn't big, there are still thousands of people. How can you make money with such a small business? After listening to Lan Lingsheng's words, Prince Zhongyang couldn't help but want to laugh. He thought it was a big deal. Lan Lingsheng shook his head and said, No, Prince Zhongyang, our Freedom City is a freedom city. We're used to being peaceful and don't like to be involved in too many worldly disputes. So for us, we don't need to earn a lot of chaos source stones. We like that kind of ordinary life. If we fight too much, it will change the nature and core of Freedom City. Then Freedom City will no longer be Freedom City. In this universe era, Freedom City has taken a lot of wrong paths. Now we have to work hard to return to the original state. So this small business is enough. We don't have such big ambitions and goals. If we can earn a little, it will be enough for us to gather and train a small number of disciples. If we fight too much, we will have to pay more strength and bring more trouble. That's not what Freedom City needs. Prince Zhongyang shrugged his shoulders, curled his lips, and said, All right, do as you wish. It's just a small matter. I don't want to lower myself to find someone to talk to about it. Forget it. I won't bother you with this matter. It's too small. It's not worth my time. If there are any big matters in the future, come find me. With my face, I can't lower the price. After saying that, Prince Zhongyang patted his butt and left. He really wasn't going to help? He said it so well just now. Lan Lingsheng and the others were speechless. Actually, in their hearts, they looked down on Prince Zhongyang. How could he go back on his words? But what could they do? They didn't dare to offend Prince Zhongyang. Therefore, he could only sigh and drop the matter. He would think of another way. City Lord, what should we do now? I didn't expect such a small business to be so difficult. If we don't cooperate with those two clothing store owners, we have to find a new partner. But this time, what method should we use? Do we use the same old trick again? I think the method we used last time was very effective. We can do it again, Lan Lingsheng said. Shirko didn't quite agree. The method we used last time was effective, but what about the two store owners in the end? Didn't they still screw us over? If we find a new partner like this, we might be screwed over again. We've worked hard for 3,000 years and only earned a little money for our hard work. If we do it again, won't we all vomit blood? Then tell us what we should do. Shirko, do you have a better idea? If you do, say it. Lan Lingsheng looked at Shirko and said. Shirko coughed dryly and shook his head helplessly, indicating that he didn't have a better idea. He didn't have one. If he had one, he would have said it. How could he hide it? Lan Lingsheng looked at Qin Shao again, waiting for Qin Shao to make a decision. However, Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled mysteriously. Don't ask me this time. I don't have a better idea for the time being. If you want to ask me, my idea is to wait first. Maybe there will be a surprise soon. After saying that, Qin Shao walked away and walked over to Miss Yuan Yuan, who was playing happily. Lan Lingsheng and Shirko looked at each other. What did he mean by maybe there will be a surprise? What kind of surprise could there be? What did the city lord mean by that? Chapter 2242. Prince Zhang Yang's pleasant surprise didn't come to Lan Lingsheng and the others. Instead, they received bad news. After 10,000 years, Free City had sent the remaining wine and goods to the 3 restaurant managers. Qin Shao handed this matter over to Lan Lingsheng and the others. However, the outcome was obviously not good. Just as Qin Shao had expected, they had been ripped off ruthlessly. The managers of the 3 restaurants had already discussed in secret and joined forces to lower the price. Moreover, they were much more ruthless than the 2 owners of the clothing stores. The original price was 1 Chaos Source Rock for 2 pots. After a 20% discount, it was equivalent to 0.8 Chaos Source Rocks for 2 pots. However, the managers of the 3 restaurants had joined forces to lower the price to 0.2 Chaos Source Rocks for 2 pots. That was equivalent to buying 10 pots for 1 Chaos Source Rock. The price had become a quarter of the original price. How ruthless was this? Originally, Free City would have been able to earn hundreds of thousands of Chaos Source Rocks after this transaction was completed. However, this meant that they wouldn't be able to earn a single Chaos Source Rock. Not only would they not be able to earn a single Chaos Source Rock, but they would also have to pay for some labor. They had spent 10,000 years in Free City, and this was the outcome they had been waiting for. Therefore, Lan Lingsheng and the others naturally wouldn't agree. How could they lower the price like this? If they had only lowered the price by half, they would have still been able to earn a little. Although they wouldn't be able to earn much, they would still be able to make some profit. Now that they were suffering a huge loss, how could they agree? However, they had no choice. The 3 restaurants had already received all the goods. The previous batches of goods had also all been used up. Therefore, they had no choice but to accept this price. What if they didn't agree? Towards the end, Lan Lingsheng and the others were naturally enraged. They were so angry that they directly attacked the managers. However, the result was obvious. After being beaten up, the managers of the 3 restaurants threw down the money and left. This is too much of a bully. How can they do this? One can't be so untrustworthy. My father told me that the most important thing in life is to be trustworthy. One must keep one's promises and not go back on one's words. Those who go back on their words are villains. Those who go back on their words are bad people. And those who can't do what they say are cowards. Yuan Yuan also spoke up for Lan Lingsheng and the others. Lan Lingsheng and the others were ashamed and angry. This business deal was still ruined, and they came back in such a sorry state. He didn't get many primal Chaos Source Rocks, and was even beaten up. Although their injuries were not serious, the humiliation in their hearts made them feel dejected. City Lord Lan Lingsheng wanted to say something, but Qin Shao waved his hand and stopped him. Qin Zhao's eyes were also filled with anger. He had expected the managers of the 3 restaurants to be scheming, but he did not expect them to be so black-hearted to such an extent that it made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, he even hit someone. This was intolerable. Qin Shao didn't have any plans for the 2 clothing store owners who had taken advantage of him earlier. He treated it as spending money to teach Lan Lingsheng and the others a lesson. This time, he couldn't just let it go like this. This was too much. You don't have to say any more. You did a good job. This isn't your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for not being strong enough. That's why you were bullied. However, don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you, said Qin Shao. Lan Lingsheng and the others were stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. They were also incomparably angry, but they couldn't vent their anger. There was a fire burning in their chests. They also wanted revenge. They also wanted to get back their dignity and vent their anger. However, they weren't stupid. The managers of the 3 restaurants were all 4th-step heavenly venerables. Furthermore, those 3 restaurants were definitely supported by a powerful force. Therefore, it wouldn't be so easy to find trouble with those 3 restaurants. Therefore, they became very conflicted in their hearts. They wanted the city lord to stand up for them and uphold justice for the free city. After all, they didn't just represent themselves this time. They also represented the lives of the 10,000 clans in the free city. However, they were worried that they couldn't afford to provoke those 3 restaurants, so they didn't want Qin Shao to stand up for them. They were afraid of causing trouble. Qin Shao also knew that these 3 restaurants were definitely backed by a powerful force. It wouldn't be so easy to make a move on these 3 restaurants. Therefore, he was also calculating and planning in his heart. He wanted to see how he could get revenge for this humiliation. If he swallowed this humiliation, then he wouldn't have the face to be the city lord of the free city anymore. After thinking about it, there didn't seem to be any particularly good ideas. He could only directly go to the 3 managers and lay his cards on the table. He could only use his fists to do the talking. The amount involved this time wasn't considered large. If those 3 managers were tactful, then they shouldn't make a big deal out of it. However, this method was obviously full of uncertainty. Qin Shao was also carefully calculating how to reduce his uncertainty and ensure that this matter could be carried out smoothly. It's not a big deal. Let me help you with this small matter. You don't have to frown and think about it so much. In a few days, those 3 managers will come to you and beg for your forgiveness, Prince Zhongyang suddenly said. Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, everyone looked at him with astonishment. What did he mean? What did Prince Zhongyang want to do? Judging from Prince Zhongyang's tone, it didn't seem like he was joking. Qin Shao was also slightly stunned. He didn't intend to ask Prince Zhongyang for help, but the other party took the initiative to say that he wanted to help. You want to help us? Prince Zhongyang smiled at Qin Shao and said, Yes, if I don't help you, what good ideas do you have? Your free city is just a small city in a small place. It's an insignificant force. In the eyes of those 3 restaurants, it's beneath contempt. So, I think Lord Qin Zhao's idea is just to come to them directly and talk with your fists, right? Let's do it this way. It's feasible, but it's more troublesome. Moreover, the uncertain factors should account for 50%. It's not worth it. Also, it's not straightforward. To deal with such treacherous villains, we have to give them an eye for an eye. Let them come to us obediently and beg for mercy. That's the only way to vent our anger. You can't do such a small thing, but I can do it with just a word. It's not a big deal. Don't look at me with such astonishment and gratitude. We've been together for 10,000 years. We can be considered friends. Although it's true that you're climbing up the social ladder to make friends with me, so what? I don't look at the other party's status, talent, potential, strength, or appearance when making friends. So what? Qin Shao smiled. This narcissism was even better than Brother Pure's. Speaking of Brother Pure, Qin Shao really wanted to know how he was doing now. Qin Shao didn't know anything about Brother Pure's situation. He knew a little about Guling Yue's situation and where she was, since Prince Zhongyang had clearly said that he wanted to help, and from the looks of it, Prince Zhongyang had probably already sent people to do it. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to accept. Thank you, Prince Zhongyang. Prince Zhongyang put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder and curled his lips. What are you thanking me for? It's just a small thing. It's not worth mentioning. Isn't that what friends are like? Those who can help those who can't. Who asked me to be so capable? So if I don't help you, who will? Right? This is what friends are like. What I like most is to help my friends. It can't be helped. Capable people do more work. Prince Zhongyang's narcissism was really admirable. Qin Shao smiled and said cooperatively, Yes, yes, yes. It seems that I can't be too polite to Prince Zhongyang in the future. Who asked us to be so lucky to have a friend like you, Prince Zhongyang? That's right. It can't be helped. Some people are born with luck. You guys can be considered as the lucky ones among the lucky ones. Normal luck would never allow you to make friends with someone as outstanding as me. Zhongyang nodded his head honestly. Things were just as Prince Zhongyang said. Not long after, the three shopkeepers came to find Qin Xiao and the others in person with sincere expressions of apology. With a fawning smile on his face, he repeatedly apologized to Lan Lingsheng and the others, saying a lot of flattering words. He almost looked like a lackey now. Lan Lingsheng and the others were stunned. They were just ordinary third-step celestial venerables, but there were actually 3 fourth-step celestial venerables here. Moreover, they were powerful and influential fourth-step celestial venerables. Yet they were so respectful to them. Apologizing so respectfully was a little too much. Lan Lingsheng and the others couldn't help but prostrate themselves in admiration of Prince Zhongyang. He was indeed very capable. Sure enough, it was just a matter of saying a few words. Although Qin Xiao had expected this, he was still a little surprised. He secretly thought that Prince Zhongyang was indeed very resourceful. It was as if there was nothing he couldn't do in Shangyong City. After apologizing to Lan Lingsheng and the others, the 3 shopkeepers said to Qin Xiao, "City Lord Qin, we failed to recognize you previously and misunderstood you. It's our fault for offending you. Today, the 3 of us have come with full sincerity and apology. We hope that City Lord Qin will accept our sincerity and apology. These Chaos Source Rocks are to make up for the previous shortage. We hope that City Lord Qin will accept them and forgive us. Furthermore, the 3 of us have decided to buy as much wine as you can from the free city at the price of 2 Chaos Source Rocks per jug. What do you think, City Lord Qin? If the price is not satisfactory, we can still discuss it again. It's not impossible to ask for a higher price." The 3 restaurant managers were considered to be reputable figures in Shangyong City. Although they weren't considered to be very important figures, they were still passable. The 3 shopkeepers were speaking so humbly without any dignity. What kind of intimidation had they received? Moreover, he was actually offering 2 pieces of primal chaos essence for a pot. It was 5 times more expensive than before. Such a huge amount of interest, just thinking about it was a little unbelievable. What had Prince Zhongyang done to them? How could he make them behave so humbly? Qin Xiao took the Chaos Source Rocks from the 3 shopkeepers and realized that they had doubled the price. Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He only accepted half of the Chaos Source Rocks and threw the rest back to the 3 shopkeepers. The 3 shopkeepers panicked when they saw that Qin Xiao had only accepted half of the Chaos Source Rocks. "City Lord Qin," Qin Xiao waved his hand and said seriously, "I still believe that whether it's a person or a business, we should pay attention to the most basic principle of integrity. We've already agreed on the price I'll charge you at the beginning. That's how much I'll charge you. I won't accept any more. I won't let go of any less. If it's mine, then I'll take it. If it's not mine, then I won't touch it. As for the future cooperation, I don't think it's necessary. I'm not worthy of you." Chapter 22:43. The 3 restaurant managers were also a little scared. Although they felt that this matter could be resolved satisfactorily, they still felt uneasy. "Didn't I tell you to scram? Why aren't you scramming?" Prince Zhongyang suddenly shouted at the 3 of them. Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, the 3 restaurant managers didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately nodded to Prince Zhongyang in awe and quickly left. The 3 managers were all very smart people. How could they not know that this was Prince Zhongyang's doing? So since Prince Zhongyang had spoken, it was fine. Being able to resolve this matter with such a small price was enough for them to rejoice in their hearts. "City Lord, Prince Zhongyang, isn't it too easy for them to let them off just like that?" Lan Lingxing didn't quite understand Qin Xiao's actions. Qin Xiao said, "They were wrong to hurt you first, but they also apologized humbly just now. We can't be bullied by others, but we can also be magnanimous. We got our money back and our face back. That's about it. If we continue to make a move, we'll seem too petty. I'll also use this opportunity to teach you a lesson. It's the same whether you're a person or a businessman. You have to be magnanimous in order to do better. If you haggle over every little thing and seek revenge for the smallest grievance, many things will only get worse. It's not the best strategy. In the future, you'll be responsible for the business in Free City. You'll have to shoulder the burden. So you have to learn everything and take responsibility for everything. After saying this, Qin Xiao patted Lan Lingsheng and the other's shoulders heavily to show his sincerity. Lan Lingsheng and the others nodded thoughtfully, carefully remembering Qin Xiao's words. They still had to learn how to be a person and how to do things. Since they were going to travel outside and do business, they couldn't act rashly. Sometimes, there were some things that needed to be accommodated. Then, they should be accommodated. The principles of being a person and doing things were indeed a very profound kind of knowledge. They didn't have to compromise because of their character, but because of the business. This matter could be considered to have been resolved perfectly. But in front of Lan Lingsheng and the others, they had to start anew. This time, how was he going to open up this business? And at this moment, a man accompanied by 2 attendants walked over to this side. The leader of the group was a 4th-step heavenly venerate with a very powerful aura, but he restrained it very well. She was dressed appropriately and luxuriously, but she didn't look too extravagant. She had perfect control over her words and actions, giving others a sense of elegance. He looked to be in his 50s and had a small beard. His eyes were full of spirit and seemed to be very deep. However, this kind of profoundness was a very gentle kind of profoundness and would not give people a sense of sharpness. He was an expert, and a very refined one at that. The 2 followers behind him were also 3rd-step Empyreans. Just from his aura and behavior, one could tell that this 4th-step heavenly venerate was someone with a great background. Qin Xiao sensed the aura of a merchant from him, but it was very different from the 3 restaurant managers from before. Lan Lingsheng and the others were also sizing up the newcomer, but they didn't dare to look too much. A 4th-step heavenly venerate that popped out of Shanyong City was most likely a big shot with some background. They naturally couldn't afford to provoke him. Before Qin Xiao and the others could speak, the newcomer cupped his fists and bowed to Qin Xiao and the others. He said, "Greetings, Prince Zhongyang, Lord Qin Xiao, and these little friends." Since the newcomer took the initiative to express his goodwill, Qin Xiao didn't dare to be negligent and immediately responded, "Greetings, Senior. May I know why Senior is looking for us?" Prince Zhongyang didn't pay much attention and just nodded slightly to the 4th-step heavenly venerate as a sign of acknowledgement. The newcomer smiled and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the 2nd steward of the Shangyong Trading Company. I came to pay my respects to the young masters on the orders of our chief steward." The 2nd steward of the Shangyong Trading Company? Hearing this, Qin Xiao and the others were quite shocked. They had stayed in Shanyong City for 10,000 years and naturally had some basic understanding of Shanyong City's situation. The Shangyong Trading Company was the largest trading company in Shanyong City. Daring to name it as Shangyong was enough to show its power. Daring to name it as Shangyong also showed the strength and background of the Shangyong Trading Company. The Shangyong Trading Company was the Hu clan's business, so it was the largest and most powerful trading company in Shanyong City. The Shangyong Trading Company included all kinds of transactions, and all the goods were very complete. Therefore, most of the shops in Shanyong City had business dealings with the Shangyong Trading Company. The 2nd steward of the Shangyong Trading Company, how high was his status? Therefore, for a moment, Lan Lingsheng and the others didn't dare to believe their ears. Could it be a mistake? The 2nd steward of the Shangyong Trading Company, such a high and mighty big shot, why would he come to find them? Moreover, they felt that this 2nd steward was so polite and courteous, which made them feel flattered. After a moment of surprise, Qin Xiao immediately guessed what was going on. He glanced at Prince Zhongyang, who didn't explain anything, but it was obvious that he had tacitly agreed that this was his doing. How powerful was he to be able to make the 2nd steward of the Shangyong Trading Company come directly to their door to talk business with them? Therefore, Qin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if Prince Zhongyang was a descendant of the Hu clan. But his surname wasn't Hu. But if he wasn't a descendant of the Hu clan, how could he be so powerful? The Shangyong Trading Company was the Hu clan's business, so the person who could order the steward of the Shangyong Trading Company should be a big shot in the Hu clan. This was a question that he could not figure out. Or maybe Prince Zhongyang deliberately concealed his identity as a descendant of the Hu clan in order to keep a low profile. But Zhongyang was not a low-key person either. He had always been a high-profile person when it came to doing things. Since he couldn't figure it out, Qin Shao temporarily put it aside and didn't think too much about it. When Prince Zhongyang was willing to tell him, he would naturally tell him. If he asked more now, it would be a little awkward. So, it's the second steward of the Shangyong Trading Company. Nice to meet you. Qin Shao cupped his fist again and said, May I know why the second steward has come in person? The second steward smiled and said, Young Master Qin, it's like this. I heard that the wine, clothing, and immortal products made by your free city are all very good. So I took the liberty of coming here in person. I want to make a business deal with your free city. I wonder if young Master Qin, City Lord Qin, would you be willing to have a good talk with me? I have a general understanding of the situation here. Now it's up to you, City Lord Qin. Our Shangyong Trading Company is very willing. Qin Shao smiled. How could he not know that Prince Zhongyang had already settled everything behind the scenes? Qin Shao now completely understood why the three restaurant managers were so humble and came to apologize in such a humble manner. It probably had something to do with the Shangyong Trading Company. If the Shangyong Trading Company really wanted to make a move, it would be very easy to make those three restaurants unable to continue operating in the Shangyong city. In the face of power, they had no choice but to humbly lower their heads, right? Now, they took the initiative to come to the free city and say that they wanted to do business with them. This was equivalent to giving the free city a very good path. The Shangyong Trading Company was a large trading company and was the property of the Hu clan. At the very least, its credibility could be guaranteed. It would also not go back on its word like before. It could be very stable and secure. For Freedom City, this was simply a great thing. It was a great fortune. This caused Qin Shao to feel a little excited, and even more so, grateful. All of this was thanks to Prince Zhongyang. Looks like I'm going to owe him a huge favor. If Qin Shao had done this by himself, perhaps Qin Shao would not necessarily accept such a gift from the heavens. However, this matter involved the entire free city after all. Moreover, it would be very difficult for him to return to the free city. In the future, the free city would be handed over to the people of the free city. Therefore, Qin Shao also hoped that before he left, he could find a very good business path for the free city and give the free city a certain amount of protection. Forget it. I already owed this favor before. Then I'll owe it to the end. Qin Shao silently nodded in his heart and made a decision. It's our honor that our small free city was chosen by the second manager. How could we not be willing? I'm afraid that saying that I couldn't ask for more is not enough to express my current feelings, Qin Shao said. Haha, City Lord Qin is indeed a straightforward person. The second steward smiled. He also had some praise and admiration for Qin Shao. He immediately said, The Shanyu Company has always been about win-win cooperation when doing business. We will never cheat our customers. I've already understood your situation. I'll give you a price that the Shanyu Company will offer. That kind of wine, 1 chaos source stone for 2 pots. There's no limit. The price of clothing and the like is about the same. We'll calculate it according to the price that you sold to the 2 shops previously. I've seen those inferior grade immortal weapons. The ones that you refined are indeed of excellent quality. The Shanyu Company can give you an additional 20%. City Lord Qin, don't misunderstand. I'm not taking care of you, and I'm not giving you an additional price. I'll give anyone who comes to us according to the price that we appraise. Business is business. I won't mix personal feelings into it. Your goods are worth as much as they are worth to us. I won't give you a single cent more or a single cent less. You've been cheated by others before, but the Shanyu Company will never cheat our partners. We don't cheat anyone and will definitely give you an honest price. If City Lord Qin agrees, we'll sign an epic contract. This contract will be signed once every epoch. Under the condition that the quality is guaranteed, there's no limit to the quantity. However, if there's a problem with the quality, we'll return it to you. After saying that, the second manager waved his hand and a contract appeared in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at the contents of the contract. It was indeed as the second manager had said. There were no problems. Once the contract was signed, it would last for an entire universe era. Moreover, it could be renewed continuously. Even in the worst-case scenario, it could last for a universe epoch. A universe epoch was long enough for Qin Shao. It was enough for Free City to recuperate and develop. Holding this contract in his hand, he felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Lan Lingsheng, come over and sign it, Qin Shao said to Lan Lingsheng. Lan Lingsheng and the others were incomparably excited. They felt like they were dreaming. Qin Shao shouted and patted Lan Lingsheng. Only then did Lan Lingsheng react. He hurriedly came over and signed the contract. It seems that in the future, young Master Lan will be the one to deliver goods to us. You're welcome to deliver the goods at any time. Since it's over, I won't disturb you any further. When you deliver the goods, just come to our company and take this contract. The second steward looked at Lan Lingsheng and said with a smile. Chapter 2244. After sending off the second steward, Lan Lingsheng was so excited that he was about to jump up and down. He looked at the contract in his hands over and over again in disbelief. With this contract, it was enough to guarantee the development of Freedom City for 10,000 years. To Freedom City, the significance of this was too great. This contract indeed gave off the feeling of a priceless treasure. It was a huge treasure trove. Holding it in his hand, it was too heavy. Lan Lingsheng, let us have a look. Shirko took the contract from Lan Lingsheng's hands excitedly. Wei, Xiong He, and Lai Gu also came over. He, City Lord, we're not dreaming, are we? I feel as if a huge pie has fallen from the sky. I'm afraid that this isn't real, Lan Lingsheng said to Qin Shao with a silly smile. Before Qin Shao could reply, Miss Yuan Yuan laughed and said, How did you become so silly? Aren't you all very smart? You're already a third step heavenly venerate. Are you still dreaming? Are you hallucinating? There's no need to doubt anything. This is definitely real. Lan Lingsheng chuckled a little embarrassedly. He was just too excited. It was indeed a little hard to believe for a moment. This luck had come a little too big. Thank you, Prince Zhongyang, Qin Shao said to Prince Zhongyang. I, Qin Shao, will remember this big favor. Prince Zhongyang waved his hands nonchalantly and said, It's no big deal. Is it so easy to earn a favor from City Lord Qin? You should have said so earlier. I'll earn a few favors from you first. You're a friend after all. It's just a small matter, so there's no need to mention it. Who asked you to be so lucky to have such an excellent friend like me? If I don't even have such a small benefit in return, then wouldn't I, Zhongyang, be too incompetent? Zhongyang said, Isn't the excellence of a friend only apparent when there's a problem? Sigh, I can't help it. I just like to help my friends. Qin Shao smiled. Prince Zhongyang's arrogant look really made people want to hit him. However, young Master Zhongyang was a man of honor. He was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. His actions were not as exaggerated as his words. Therefore, this person was worth befriending. He was quite an interesting person. Even someone as innocent and naive as Miss Yuan Yuan could make friends with Prince Zhongyang. From this, it could be seen that Prince Zhongyang was indeed not annoying. Actually, once you get to know them and understand them, you will be able to view a person and a matter from a different angle. Whether Prince Zhongyang wanted it or not, he would remember the favor that Qin Shao owed him. Qin Shao had always adhered to the principle that he should repay the kindness of others with a gushing spring. A person who did not know how to repay a debt of gratitude was definitely not a person who valued friendship and righteousness. To learn how to be a person, one must first learn how to repay a debt of gratitude. Prince Zhongyang suddenly put his arm around Qin Shao's shoulder and said with some emotion, Qin Shao, we have known each other for 10,000 years. Although it's only been a short time, I feel very happy to get along with you. We hit it off very well. Now, I kind of treat you as a brother. Today, I will also confide in you. Actually, I have always envied those who can make friends with me. Really, I have always thought about it. If there is a next life, I must be reincarnated into a person who can make friends with people like me. You see, to be able to make friends with such an outstanding and loyal person like me, it feels like the blessing of 8 lifetimes. If you encounter a problem that can't be solved, it's fine. With such an outstanding friend like me to solve it for you, it's just a small matter. It's just a small matter, and you can settle it with just a few words. Look at me. I'm handsome, outstanding, righteous, and King rich. Really, Hey, Brother Chin, don't go. Hey, Miss Yuan, I haven't finished yet. Hey, Lan Lingsheng, why are you leaving too? CK, are we still friends? Can't we just play happily? Listen to what I have to say before you leave. I have lived for tens of millions of years, and this is the first time I have sincerely confided in someone. Give me some face, please. However, Qin Xiao and the others obviously ignored Prince Zhongyang and quickly left. If they listened any longer, they would probably have the impulse to beat up Prince Zhongyang. In terms of business, Qin Xiao was lazy and became a shopkeeper. He completely handed over the business to Lan Lingsheng and the others. Qin Xiao didn't care too much. He only needed to listen to Lan Lingsheng and the others' reports. As for Lan Lingsheng and the others, Qin Xiao clearly assigned them jobs. Lan Lingsheng was the head of the five and the person in charge. He was in charge of the overall situation. In fact, with the protection of the commercial firm, this business was much simpler. It was very easy to do. All they had to do was deliver the goods. After that, they could purchase the materials directly from the Shangyong Trading Company. It would save them time and effort. It was equivalent to Freedom City buying materials from the commercial firm, then processing them into products and selling them back to the commercial firm. It was a cycle, and the role that Free City played was the middle of the process. Such a cycle had become a fixed pattern, and it was fully guaranteed. However, it could bring Freedom City a lot of profit. Of course, Freedom City's production was not large, so the Chaos Source Stones they could earn were not many. However, it was enough for Freedom City. They didn't need much. It was enough to have a certain level of security. In terms of business, it was carried out in an orderly manner. Lan Lingsheng and the others didn't have much to do, so Qin Xiao didn't have to worry. There was also news from time to time about the bronze ball. This competition lasted for a full 20,000 years. In the end, it was said that a total of 11 people had obtained the bronze ball, including the one in Shangyong City. In addition to Prince Zhongyang and Yuan, the Sacred Emperor's envoy had distributed a total of 13 bronze balls in Shangyong City. 13 top geniuses had obtained the bronze ball. Apart from Yuan, there was another girl who had obtained it. The competition for the bronze ball had come to an end. Now, everyone was waiting for the bronze ball to emit a green light and start the next stage of the competition. The day they had been waiting for had finally arrived. At this point, Qin Xiao felt the bronze ball in his internal world suddenly emit a green light. Mr. Zhongyang and Yuan had also noticed it. Both of them quickly took out their bronze orbs. Haha, it's finally starting. If I wait any longer, I'm going to die of boredom. Miss Yuan, just follow me closely. I will bring you along and protect you. I will definitely not let anyone harm a single hair on your head. Yuan shook her head and said, No need. I don't need you to protect me. There is no danger. Why do I need you to protect me? There is no danger now, but there will be danger later, Prince Zhongyang said. However, Yuan didn't seem to mind. It's fine. I'm not afraid. Anyway, I won't fight with you. At most, I will join in the fun. I won't fight with you for anything. So, no one will attack me. That way, I won't be safe. That's right. Prince Zhongyang was speechless for a moment. It seemed that it did make some sense. Mr. Zhongyang looked at Qin Xiao and patted his shoulder. He looked very regretful and said, Qin Xiao, I really wanted to take you with me. But you don't have the bronze orb, so you can't enter the arena. So there's no other way. If Miss Yuan follows me, we will fight side by side. We will definitely return victorious. After I enter St. College, I will see if there is a chance. If there is a chance, I will help you, Brother Qin. Qin Xiao smiled. He suddenly moved his hand and a bronze ball flew out. At this time, the bronze ball was shining with green light. It was so dazzling. Seeing the bronze ball in Qin Xiao's hand, Prince Zhongyang couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He was a little dumbfounded for a moment. He looked at Yuan again. That's not right. Yuan's bronze ball is still in her hand. Damn, Qin Shao, when did you get a bronze ball? Prince Zhongyang was obviously very surprised. Qin Shao smiled and said jokingly, I got it hundreds of thousands of years ago. Why is it that only Prince Zhongyang is allowed to be outstanding? Isn't it that I, Qin Shao, am also allowed to be outstanding? It's just a bronze ball. It's not a big deal. If I didn't already have one, I wouldn't have stopped fighting for it this time. If I wanted to fight for it, wouldn't it be easy for me to get it? Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, You hit it for me so well. I knew it. No wonder I feel like I hit it off with you. It turns out that we are all equally outstanding. Well, not bad, not bad. Brother Qin, you and Yuan are more outstanding people I've met. You're almost comparable to me. It said that birds of a feather flock together. As expected, an outstanding person like me would naturally be able to gather outstanding people together. Ha ha, in this case, the three of us can go out and fight side by side. Very good, very good. I have a very, very strong premonition that in this election of Saint College, we will definitely surpass all difficulties and advance triumphantly. In the end, we will shine with peerless brilliance, dazzle the world, and amaze the 9 provinces of Huaxia. The names of the three of us will definitely be written in ink on this land. TSK. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Qin Shao smiled. Prince Zhongyang was full of confidence. However, it was necessary to have such confidence. This was also a good thing. Qin Shao was also full of confidence in himself. This time, he must give it his all. Perhaps this was a chance to change his fate. Yuan looked relaxed. She didn't care about these things at all. She didn't even think about participating in the selection of Saint College. Of course, now that both Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang were participating, she naturally wanted to join in the fun. Let's take a look at the map inside the bronze ball first. Let's see if yours is the same, Prince Zhongyang suddenly said. Qin Shao nodded and looked at it. Previously, he couldn't see the map clearly and could only see a little. But now, under the green light, the map was very clear. It's there. I know where it is. It seems that the maps are the same. They all point to the same place. It's going to be a concentrated competition again. Good, good. It's time for us to show our talents. Qin Shao, Miss Yuan, there's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Prince Zhongyang was very clear about the situation in Huaxia. After looking at the map, he knew where the map was. With Prince Zhongyang leading the way, Qin Shao didn't study it too much. Chapter 2245. After following Prince Zhongyang for 3 years, they finally arrived at a place where there was no human habitation. This place was surrounded by dangerous mountains, and the mountain ranges were continuous. Mountains, grasslands, valleys, rivers, lakes, and even an ocean covered this huge territory. However, the scenery here was extremely beautiful. There were green mountains and clear waters, and exotic flowers and plants were everywhere. The rugged mountains and rocks, together with the colorful divine qi, gave people a feeling of beauty. However, such beautiful scenery was very common in Huaxia of the 9 provinces. It was just that this area was a little bigger. Here we are. This is probably the territory. Let's look around and we should be able to find it. Prince Zhongyang pointed down and said to Qin Shao and Yuan. Qin Shao looked around and said, This is not a secret land or dangerous place. We are not out of the Hu territory, so there is no danger here. The second round of the test will be held here. Prince Zhongyang shook his head, smacked his lips, and said, I don't know. It should be. According to the map, it is undoubtedly in this territory. I don't understand. Why is it in the Hu territory? Even the Hu territory is not out. I feel that the second round of the test will not be very big. I thought that the second round of the test will be a real fight with all kinds of geniuses from other territories. Now I feel that this round is probably just for geniuses from the Hu territory. If that is the case, it is not challenging at all. There is no room for them to display their skills. Disappointing. Really disappointing. Hey, Qin Shao, can you understand the pain of an excellent person who can't display his skills? Can you understand the loneliness of a master? Qin Shao looked at Prince Zhongyang cooperatively and said with a serious face, I know, because I have experienced it. Don't lie to me. I am not well educated. It's okay. I am well educated. Even if I lie to you, you won't know. At this moment, Yuan suddenly said, "Look over there. Someone is rushing over there. There's a mortal light in the distance." Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang immediately looked over as well. Sure enough, they could see strands of immortal light flickering in the distance from time to time. They also saw a few silhouettes rushing in that direction. It seemed that it was over there. Qin Shao and the others did not hesitate and immediately flew over there. As they got closer, they saw a marvelous sight. A huge mountain was cut in half from the middle, forming a huge rectangular mouth. It was tens of thousands of feet long and hundreds of feet wide. Water flowed out from the bottom of this huge rectangular mouth and fell down from above, forming a waterfall that was tens of thousands of feet high, causing the valley below to be shrouded in fog. In the midst of the dense, immortal light, the mist glowed with immortal colors. It was dazzling and beautiful. The rectangular mouth was encapsulated by a 7-colored immortal glow, forming a huge door. The immortal light here was splendid. It was like a paradise, fascinating and fascinating. Qin Shao and the others were not the first to arrive. By the time they arrived, more than 10 people had already gathered here. Those who could obtain a bronze ball were definitely top geniuses. Qin Shao did not recognize any of the top geniuses in Huling. He had only seen a few in Shangyong City. There were also a dozen people in Shangyong City who had obtained a bronze ball. Young Master Pin Quan came quickly. Riding on the back of a 9-headed bird, he looked especially mighty. Seeing him riding a 9-headed bird, Prince Zhongyang immediately felt uncomfortable. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and muttered, "Should I pull out my chariot? But I'm not the kind of person who likes to be in the limelight. I prefer to keep a low profile. I'm so conflicted." Although he was conflicted, Prince Zhongyang did not pull out his flashy chariot in the end. One by one, top geniuses arrived and gathered here, waiting for the second round of the test. Seeing that the doors showed no signs of opening, it shouldn't be so soon. They had to wait a little longer. After waiting for a while, Prince Zhongyang couldn't help but say, "I reckon it'll take at least a few hundred or 1,000 years before it starts. It's too boring to just stand here. It's better to sit in the chariot, drink wine, listen to music, and dance. It's more leisurely." With that, Prince Zhongyang waved his hand, and his flashy chariot flew out. 8 beautiful maids stood there, respectfully welcoming Prince Zhongyang. "Come, Qin Shao, Miss Yuan, let's sit in the chariot and wait patiently." Prince Zhongyang invited Yuan into his chariot. After sitting in the chariot, one could feel how luxurious it was. There were also 8 beautiful maids waiting on the side. This kind of enjoyment was really enviable. Of course, when it came to material enjoyment, Qin Shao had always been indifferent. He didn't care about it at all. Yuan didn't care about it either. However, this action attracted the attention of many top geniuses. As more and more people came, this place became more and more lively. Those young masters who knew each other also exchanged greetings or chatted in groups of 3 or 5. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly moved. He saw a familiar figure coming this way. Yin Lu Shangfeng. The person who came was actually Yin Lu Shangfeng. Previously, in the Boundless Territory, he had fought with Yin Lu Shangfeng. Of course, in the end, Yin Lu Shangfeng suffered a great loss at the hands of Qin Shao. Meeting at this time could be considered as a reunion of old friends. How to put it? Qin Shao didn't hate Yin Lu Shangfeng that much. They were just competing for their own interests, so it wasn't a big deal. If his younger brother was Yin Lu Shangqi, then Qin Shao would be a little annoying. Yin Lu Shangfeng quickly noticed Qin Shao, so he couldn't help but stop for a moment. His gaze was slightly surprised as he looked over. Looking at Qin Shao, he frowned slightly as he sized up Prince Zhongyang and Yuan. Finally, he left with a strange gaze. Yin Lu Shangfeng was a very popular person. When he came, many people greeted him. There were even many people who were quite polite to him. Firstly, Yin Lu family was one of the top 10 families in the Hu territory. With a powerful family name, their status was also unknowingly higher. Secondly, Yin Lu Shangfeng's strength should also be very strong. It had been more than 10 million years since the last time they met in the boundless territory. Qin Shao could clearly feel that Yun Lu Shangfeng's aura was much stronger than before. A scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Today's Yun Lu Shangfeng was definitely not the one he met in the boundless territory. Of course, Qin Shao was also not the Qin Shao that day. Therefore, when facing Yun Lu Shangfeng, Qin Shao was still able to put on the attitude of a victor. Regardless of Yun Lu Shangfeng's current strength, in Qin Zhao's eyes, he was just a defeated opponent. When facing a defeated opponent, he naturally had to have a high attitude. Yun Lu Shangfeng of Yun Lu family, an outstanding figure of the Yun Lu family's younger generation. Qin Shao, why do you seem to know him? Prince Zhangyang asked. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. I know him. He's just a defeated opponent. Oh, not bad, Qin Shao. You actually defeated Yun Lu Shangfeng before? TSK, not simple. Although Yun Lu Shangfeng's strength is not considered very strong among fourth-step heavenly venerables, he is still considered an outstanding figure of the Yun Lu family's younger generation. Moreover, his talent and potential are also considered not bad. It's very impressive that you were able to defeat him. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, praised Qin Shao, which was a rare occurrence. However, after that, Prince Zhang Yang continued. Although I haven't fought Yun Lu Shangfeng before, I did fight a fourth-step heavenly venerate from the Yun Lu family who is even more experienced than him. I defeated him in 3 rounds. If I wanted to fight Yun Lu Shangfeng, 2 rounds should be enough. Although Qin Shao knew that Prince Zhangyang was boasting, Qin Shao somewhat believed that Prince Zhangyang really did have the strength to back it up. In addition to the many tests, there was also a rigid requirement for the participants of the Saint Academy selection this time. That was, they had to be young geniuses. What was a young genius? The Immortal Region's definition was that those who had cultivated for less than an era were considered young geniuses. Those who had cultivated for more than an era weren't considered young geniuses. True young geniuses naturally couldn't cultivate to the 4th step heavenly venerate in less than an era. However, many of the truly powerful 4th step heavenly venerates had lived for an extremely long time. They were old fellows who had accumulated their strength over the years. Those who could reach the half-step sage realm had lived for a long time. Since ancient times, the number of young geniuses who had reached the half-step sage realm could be counted on one hand. Generally speaking, for top geniuses to cultivate to the 4th step of the Empyrean realm, most of them would cultivate for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. It was roughly like this with 100 million years as the center. Suddenly, 2 beams of immortal light descended, and 2 waves of powerful immortal aura spread out. The aura of a true dragon actually lingered around the 2 of them, creating a strange image of divine might. One look was enough to tell that the 2 of them had extraordinary origins. They had the aura of a monarch and an unrivaled sharpness to them. This wasn't a deliberate display, but a natural feeling that flowed out from their bones. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, almost everyone looked at them and greeted them one by one. Young Master Wanwu, young Master Z, you're here too. Your Hu clan is still the most formidable. 2 people came at once. Haha, isn't that so? The other clans only have 1 person, but the Hu clan has 2 people. But that's normal. Some of the Hu clan's young masters just don't want to participate. Otherwise, it would be normal for 2 more people to come. I thought young Master Zishuan would come. Young Master Z and young Master Luanwu came. That's already expected. But young Master Zishuan also has enough strength to come. Hearing those voices, Qin Shao finally knew who these 2 people were. It was no wonder that the feeling when they appeared was so different. It turned out that they were the Hu clan's outstanding youths. No wonder. The Hu clan, one of the 100 schools of thought, the ruler of the Hu territory, the supreme ruler, and the overlord of a region. The Hu clan's strength was beyond doubt. Their position in the Hu territory was absolutely unshakable. Since those 2 were from the Hu clan, it seemed that Prince Zhangyang had nothing to do with the Hu clan. It seemed that she had thought wrong. However, at this moment, Madame Hu and Madame Hu's gazes turned towards Zhang Yang's direction and fell upon him. Many people followed their gazes and looked at Prince Zhang Yang. The atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Prince Zhang Yang saw the Hu clan's two people. Although his expression didn't change, a trace of coldness flashed through the depths of his eyes. Qin Xiao was very close to him, so she could sense it. Chapter 2246. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. This question also made many people suspicious. As for the background of Zhang Yang, many people could not figure it out. They could not find out anything even if they wanted to. Just like Miss Yuan Yuan, they could not find out anything about her. Yuan Yuan's background could not be found at all. She was not a member of the Hu leader at all, and no one knew which leader she came from. Meanwhile, young Master Zhang Yang was able to find out some information about the situation. However, he was still unable to make sense of it. He seemed to have some connection with the Hu clan, but they could not find any specific connection. Moreover, his surname was not Hu. After investigating the Zhang clan, there seemed to be no such person. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a high-profile, narcissistic, and boastful person to not have any reputation, right? However, Prince Zhang Yang was like a person who had just appeared. They could not find out anything about his past, which was really strange. Cousin Zhang Yang, long time no see. How have you been? Hu Ziyi spoke. What? Cousin Zhang Yang? Hu Ziyi's cousin? Wasn't that a member of the Hu clan? What was going on? But even if he was a member of the Hu clan, why did he have such an opening that had not been seen for a long time? Moreover, the atmosphere between these two groups of people was obviously not right. They did not seem to be as close as a family. It seemed that there was a secret behind this that no one knew. Qin Xiao also looked at Prince Zhang Yang with a little surprise. He thought that Prince Zhang Yang might be a member of the Hu clan, but he felt that the possibility was not high. Unexpectedly, he was really a member of the Hu clan. But looking at Prince Zhang Yang's reaction and expression, he seemed to be at odds with the two outstanding young men of the Hu clan. Prince Zhang Yang laughed coldly and said with a slightly darkened face, "Although I am more outstanding and there are many people who want to curry favor with me, it's not good for you to randomly recognize me as your relative. Is it? I am not a member of the Hu clan, and I am not worthy of the Hu clan. Don't talk about this kind of thing in front of outsiders in the future, lest people misunderstand and think that I want to curry favor with the Hu clan. How should I put it? I am a relatively outstanding person, so I don't want to curry favor with others. I feel a little humiliated that you're randomly acknowledging me as your relative." What was going on? One of them came to acknowledge his family, but the other refused to do so. The Hu clan of the 100 schools of thought, the supreme ruling power of the Hu Ling. How many people dreamed of becoming a disciple of the Hu clan, but there was actually someone who didn't admit that they were a member of the Hu clan. Furthermore, one could tell that there was a lot of resentment in his words. Hu Zhangyang, don't be so shameless. Brother Z is so courteous to you, yet you speak in such a manner. Do you think I want to acknowledge you as a Hu clan disciple? I wish you weren't a disciple of our Hu clan. You're such an unruly, condescending, and unappreciative person. You're simply a disgrace to our Hu clan. Since the blood of our Hu clan flows in your veins, you are not allowed to humiliate the Hu clan like this. Not acknowledging our ancestors is a great disrespect. On the side, Hu Wanwu angrily pointed at Prince Zhang Yang's nose and scolded him. Everyone could tell that this Prince Zhang Yang was indeed a disciple of the Hu clan, but for some reason, he didn't acknowledge that he was a member of the Hu clan. And from the looks of it, he had already left the Hu clan. Such a peerless talent, a top-notch genius, and a rare young talent, had actually broken ties with the Hu clan and left it? What kind of secret did this happen that no one knew about? Something that could cause young Master Zhang Yang to break off his relationship with Lady Hu? It must be something extremely big. And after leaving the Hu clan, Prince Zhang Yang was still able to shine and shine. This was enough to show that after he left the Hu clan, there were still important people supporting him. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a luxurious entrance. Prince Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Hu Wanwu and scolded him angrily. It's none of your business. I've already said that I'm not a member of the Hu clan. Don't randomly acknowledge relatives. I'm not worthy of your Hu clan, but my thighs aren't either. If you can hug them, then don't say such flattering words. It's useless. I'm not familiar with you, really. You! Hulwanwu was speechless from anger at Prince Zhongyang. He said angrily, you really think highly of yourself. Do we need to flatter you? If you weren't a disciple of the Hu clan, I would have already taught you a lesson. If possible, I really want to take back the Hu clan bloodline in your body. Teach me a lesson? Prince Zhongyang laughed disdainfully and looked at Hulwanwu provocatively. He crooked his finger at him and said indifferently, "This young master's hands are a bit itchy. Come, let's fight first. I want to see how capable a young genius of the Hu clan like you is. The test hasn't even started and you're already shouting here. Aren't you just a little capable? What's there to shout about? Can't you be more low-key, like me? If such an outstanding person like me isn't jumping, then what the hell are you jumping for? How dare you?" Hulwanwu was extremely angry and was about to attack Prince Zhongyang. At this time, Hulwanwu pulled back Hulwanwu with a dark face and said, "That's enough, Hulwanwu. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of outsiders. We're here to participate in the test, not to embarrass ourselves." Hu Zi's words obviously had an effect. Moreover, Hulwanwu also seemed to be in awe of Hu Zi. It seemed that Hu Zi was the leader of the Hu clan's younger generation. Hulwanwu gritted his teeth and pointed at Prince Zhongyang. He angrily waved his hand and said, "Fine, Hu Zhongyang. Just you wait. You provoked me first. You asked for it. Humph. TSK. I hate people like you who are all talk and no action." Prince Zhongyang didn't care at all. He snorted and waved his hand, as if he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Hulwanwu. The farce here caused many people to start discussing in private. They were all discussing what exactly was going on between Prince Zhongyang and the Hu clan. However, this part of history seemed to have been covered up very well. Therefore, no one knew what was going on. When did the Hu clan have such a genius like Hu Zhongyang? No one had ever heard of him. Qin Shao looked at Prince Zhongyang. Although he appeared to be very indifferent, Qin Shao could clearly feel the anger in Prince Zhongyang's heart just now. It was the kind of hatred that was suppressed in his heart. It was obvious that Prince Zhongyang had a very deep grudge against the Hu clan. Prince Zhongyang was originally a descendant of the Hu clan, so why did he have such a deep grudge against the Hu clan? However, this wasn't a big deal. As a clan grew bigger, there would always be some things that no one knew about. It was normal for there to be internal conflicts within the clan. The Hu clan had multiplied for countless years. The direct descendants and collateral descendants were probably extremely large. There were countless descendants, so it was normal for there to be disputes. It was just that many of them were ordinary people, so they didn't attract much attention. Young Master Zhongyang was too dazzling, too strong. That was why people were talking about him like that. Come, come, come. Let's drink. Don't be a wet blanket." Prince Zhongyang smiled at Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan and raised his wine cup. Yuan Yuan didn't like drinking, so he didn't respond to Prince Zhongyang. Qin Shao didn't ask anything. He raised his wine cup and drank with Prince Zhongyang. At this time, Prince Zhongyang's mood must be very bad. At this time, what Qin Shao needed to do was not to persuade him or ask him, but to silently drink with him. More and more people came. There were young talents from the top 100 clans of the Hu clan. It seemed that the people who got the bronze balls this time were basically all young talents from big clans and forces. However, they were indeed top geniuses. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were probably the ones whose backgrounds weren't clear. Zhongyang's background was also unclear, but now everyone knew that Zhongyang was also a descendant of the Hu clan. Although Prince Zhongyang didn't admit it, everyone was still willing to classify him as a descendant of the Hu clan. In other words, the Hu clan actually had 3 top geniuses who got the bronze balls. This was absolutely overwhelming. The other clans and forces only had 1 person each. However, the Hu clan was the ruling power of the Hu clan, so this was normal. If the Hu clan only had 1 person, then it would be abnormal. They would be laughed at. After waiting for 100 years, the people finally gathered. There were a total of 163 people. Just as Prince Zhongyang had guessed, this test was really only targeted at the top geniuses of the Hu clan. It seemed that each clan should be a group. First, there would be a round of elimination, and then all the geniuses would gather together to compete. In this way, there were some benefits. First, there wouldn't be too many people, so there wouldn't be too much competition right from start. There would also be fewer coincidences and more fairness. Second, this way, the efficiency would be much higher and faster. Each clan would be conducting the test at the same time, quickly eliminating some people and determining the winners. Now that everyone had arrived, the immortal light screen of the giant door suddenly shone brightly. Soon, a huge golden door appeared. On this golden gate, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. They shone with a rainbow light like a lively spirit. Water Immortal Residence. This test place was called Water Immortal Residence. However, it was obvious that no one had heard of this name before. There was no trace of it in history either. It was obvious that this was a test ground that was specially created for this test. A ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the immortal light screen at the peak of the giant mountain. The person who came was none other than the Saint Emperor's envoy. Greetings, Lord Envoy. Seeing the Saint Emperor's envoy, everyone bowed respectfully. The Saint Emperor's envoy swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "You can enter the Water Immortal Residence with the bronze ball in your hands. The Water Immortal Residence will test your abilities in many aspects. Everyone will have to go through at least 9 tests. Every time you pass a test, you will receive an immortal badge fragment. After passing 9 different tests, you will be able to obtain an immortal badge. Those who complete the immortal badge will be considered to have passed this round of tests. Also, the number of immortal badges is limited. Not everyone can obtain one. Therefore, you will have to compete in speed. This is a place where all your abilities will be tested. If you have any shortcomings in any aspect, you may not pass this round of tests. Therefore, after you enter, each of you will do your best." Everyone listened carefully to the Saint Emperor's envoy and memorized his words. The Saint Emperor's envoy paused for a moment and swept his gaze across the crowd again before continuing. Let's talk about the rules. The rules for this round are very simple. There are only 2. 1. You cannot harm anyone's life. 2. You cannot join forces with others to deal with others. Other than that, there are no other restrictions. Remember these 2 rules carefully and understand them well. Do not violate them, or you will be disqualified. Chapter 22:47. The rules sounded simple, but such a simple rule was not a good thing. It meant that as long as you didn't break the rules, you could do anything. For example, you could snatch the fragments of the immortal writ from other people. Of course, you could only snatch them one by one, and you couldn't ask for help. Or, if you were strong enough, you could snatch 2 fragments at once, or even more. In short, you could snatch fragments, but you couldn't ask for help, and you couldn't kill people. In this way, the danger of the test increased, and the chances of everyone colliding with each other increased. Once they collided, there would definitely be fierce sparks. Let's go in together. You all follow me later. As long as I'm here, I guarantee that you'll be able to successfully collect all the immortal writ and pass the test. The second test is just a free pass for me. It's just a piece of cake. I'll let you comfortably collect all the immortal writ. If you can't, it'll be my loss. Prince Zhongyang's habit of bragging came up again. He patted his chest and promised Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. There was no doubt that he had the strength, but if he wanted to help Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan collect the immortal writ, it would mean that he had to collect 3 immortal writ on his own. It sounded impossible. After all, there was a time limit, and the number of immortal writ was limited. Those who could come here were all top geniuses. Which one of them was simple? It was almost impossible to do this. Perhaps only young Master Zhongyang would have the guts to say something like that. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it, but I don't need your help. You said that those who could be friends with such an outstanding person like you are all outstanding people. Since we're all outstanding people, why do we need your help? Wouldn't that make us seem too weak? Besides, I can help you now, but I can't help you forever. If you want to become a student of Saint Academy, you must rely on your own talent, potential, and strength." Young Master Zhongyang nodded and said to Qin Shao with a face full of praise, "Good, Brother Qin. I like such ambitious words from you. You are a real man." Sure enough, Being with this young master has also influenced a bit of this young master's heroic spirit. After saying that, Prince Zhongyang looked at Yuan Yuan again. Yuan Yuan was only a third-step celestial venerable. Her realm was absolutely weak. Qin Zhao's immortal Dao realm was only third-step celestial venerable, but his great Dao realm was already fourth step. Furthermore, his body had also been baptized by the heavenly Dao. His body was already at the level of a fourth-step heavenly venerable. Therefore, it was not difficult for Qin Zhao's immortal Dao to break through to the fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm. As long as his control of the immortal Dao laws improved, he would be able to break through to the fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm without any obstacles. I just don't want to play. That doesn't mean I'll be eliminated. Yuan Yuan shook her head. Prince Zhongyang smiled and said, "Following Qin Zhao is the same as following me. It's the same." Yuan Yuan said, "That's not necessarily true. Qin Zhao might not necessarily follow you." Miss Yuan Yuan, you're being naughty. Prince Zhongyang was a little depressed. Miss Yuan Yuan was really clingy to Qin Zhao. "Let's go. We'll talk after entering the Water Immortal Mansion," Qin Zhao suddenly said. The others all headed towards the Water Immortal Mansion. Some people had already entered the Water Immortal Mansion. The three of them didn't hesitate and flew towards the Water Immortal Mansion as well. Soon, the three of them rushed through the golden door. As soon as they entered, a strong and dazzling golden light pierced their eyes, directly attacking their souls and consciousness. It made them feel as if they had lost all their senses in an instant. It was as if they had died in that instant. Not only that, but at the same time, a strong and irresistible force enveloped them. Under this strong force, Qin Zhao felt as if he had completely lost control of his body. It was as if he had been swallowed by a black hole. After a long while, Qin Zhao felt his consciousness slowly returning. The light slowly dissipated, and the force that had enveloped him also disappeared. When he looked carefully, he realized that he was in an underground world. What appeared in front of him was a gray world. Huge craggy rocks stood there, stretching between heaven and earth. It was as if they were pillars that supported this gray underground world. The terrain here was also very complicated. Sometimes there were hills, sometimes there were valleys, and sometimes there were deep ravines. There were grayish-brown rocks all around. Not a single blade of grass grew, and not a single flower grew. There was no trace of life. It felt like a dead land. The surroundings were incomparably quiet. It was as if Qin Zhao was the only one in this world. He didn't see Prince Zhongyang and Miss Yuan Yuan. When they came in just now, they were obviously close together, but now they were separated by force. It seems that this test must be faced by everyone alone. I'm afraid that this is to reduce the possibility of someone cheating with the help of others. Such a test is quite good. Relatively speaking, is indeed a bit fairer. In this way, everyone must pass the test with their own strength and talent. This is also very necessary. After looking around, Qin Zhao understood the situation. However, in this case, Qin Zhao was a little worried about Yuan Yuan. He didn't know if Yuan Yuan could handle it alone. Yuan Yuan was too innocent and didn't have any thoughts. When she encountered dangerous things, he didn't know if she could handle it well. After thinking about it, Qin Zhao could only shake his head. Forget it. She has her own luck. She doesn't seem to be afraid of this test, which shows that she still has some confidence. Her strength shouldn't be weak. It shouldn't be a big problem for her to protect herself. Besides, the Holy Emperor's emissary favors Miss Yuan Yuan so much. Even if something happens to Miss Yuan Yuan, the Holy Emperor's emissary will probably come to her rescue. I don't need to worry about anything here. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao felt relieved. Immediately, Qin Zhao discovered another problem. He found that there was no way for him to contact Prince Zhongyang and Miss Yuan Yuan's souls. It was completely blocked. Not only was he unable to contact them, but Qin Zhao also discovered that his divine sense could only cover a radius of 10,000 miles. He was now a fourth-step celestial venerable. In the outside world, his divine sense could easily cover a large territory. But here, it could only cover a radius of 10,000 miles. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to investigate the situation here. In that case, everything was unknown. However, this was not important. Since there was such a restriction, it was the same for everyone. As long as everyone was on the same starting line, no matter how many restrictions there were, it didn't matter. Putting aside some distracting thoughts in his mind, Qin Shao looked around seriously again. The surroundings were extremely quiet and empty. He couldn't feel any aura of life. Obviously, there was no way to find a clue. Since that was the case, he would just follow his instincts. He couldn't see any danger. As long as he moved forward, it would definitely come to him. Although he felt that the surroundings were very calm, as if there was no danger or aura of life. It was as if there was no one around. However, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. He pulled himself together and looked vigilant. He believed that this place was definitely not that simple. This might be the first test. Qin Shao directly turned the flowing light wings into armor and put it on. At the same time, he held the berserker's sword in his hand to deal with any unexpected situation. Xiao! Suddenly, a very soft sound of a sword piercing through the void rang out. Something was wrong. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He knew that something was going to happen. Danger was coming. However, the speed of the attack was simply too fast. As soon as Qin Shao sensed the situation, an incomparably sharp sword chi had already arrived in front of him. The terrible power of the law of immortality, the arrival of the heavenly way, the oppression of the general momentum, and the sharpness of the sword. As the sword slashed down, the powerful force directly wrapped Qin Shao, as if Qin Shao was locked in an invisible cage. The sword slashed down, wanting to cut off everything. It wanted to kill Qin Shao with the sword. What a fast speed! Such speed and sharpness caused Qin Shao to jump in fright. What surprised Qin Shao even more was that he didn't even notice that there was danger lurking around him in advance. This ability to lurk was really very powerful. He didn't notice it at all, which showed that the method of hiding the breath was also very powerful. Just now, the attack was launched within 100,000 feet of him, so even Qin Shao didn't have much time to react. In a hurry, Qin Shao could only attack with all his strength. The berserk sword in his hand roared and instantly burst out with a violent power to meet the attack. In an instant, the power collided in the air. Qin Shao, who was in a hurry, was obviously at a disadvantage, so Qin Shao suffered a lot in the confrontation. He clearly felt that the sudden attack was powerful and terrible. The power of the law of immortality shook Qin Shao back, and the powerful force smashed heavily on his body. Streaks of sword chi rained down, intending to slice his body apart. Cut it down. Fortunately, Qin Shao was prepared. He turned the flowing light wings into armor, so most of the power was blocked by the flowing light wings. Not much power really fell on Qin Shao. Moreover, Qin Shao was now a fourth-step celestial master. His divine body was strong enough, so he didn't suffer any injuries. He just looked a little embarrassed as he was sent flying 100,000 feet away. At this time, Qin Shao saw clearly what attacked him. It was an incomparably cold man, whose cold face was emotionless. When Qin Shao saw this man, two words naturally appeared in his mind. Puppet. After taking a closer look, Qin Shao was even more certain that the thing in front of him was actually a puppet, not a living being. This was because there was no breath of life on the other party's body, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. It was actually a puppet. It's really incredible to have such a powerful puppet. To be able to refine a puppet to such a powerful level is indeed an unimaginable feat. Moreover, this puppet's swordsmanship is very powerful. I even feel that its understanding of sword principle may be above mine. Not only that, but its control of the law of immortality is also at a very deep and powerful level. When it attacks, it can mobilize the power of the law of immortality and integrate the power of the heavenly way into its sword. Moreover, it has mastered a superior sword type immortal technique. When it is used, it is indeed very powerful. Not only that, but as a puppet, its body is also its strength. It's difficult for me to hurt it, let alone kill it. Its speed, strength, sword principle, and realm are all very strong. It doesn't look like a puppet at all. Chapter 2248. Puppets couldn't be called living beings because they didn't have the aura of life. Without life, they didn't have self-awareness and thoughts. Without self-awareness and thoughts, they shouldn't be able to master profound things. However, the puppet in front of him was extremely powerful in all aspects. It was comparable to an extremely powerful fourth-step heavenly venerable. Its swordsmanship had been cultivated to the acme of perfection. Its swordsmanship was also very powerful. Its mastery of the immortal Tao was also very deep. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't have the aura of life, it would be hard to imagine that it was a puppet. It was the first time Qin Shao had seen such a powerful puppet. The puppets he had seen before were only equivalent to first-step heavenly venerables. Those puppets were actually useless. They were only used as guards and the like. After seeing more, he became more aware of his boundless and insignificant size. Because of this, Qin Zhao's desire to enter the Saint Academy became even stronger. The puppet charged at Qin Shao again. Its attack power was very strong. Its swordsmanship and speed were both extremely fast. In a flash, it was in front of Qin Shao again. After adjusting, Qin Shao didn't seem to be in a hurry anymore. If it wasn't for the flowing light wings, he would have been seriously injured. Facing an extremely powerful puppet, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. Qin Shao had many tricks up his sleeves. However, he wasn't forced to use those trump cards against the puppet. However, against the golem, Heart Force techniques were useless. This could be considered one of the major flaws of Heart Force. After all, puppets didn't have a soul, so Heart Force attacks didn't cause much damage to them. Dharma wasn't very useful either. Dharma was specialized in restraining the power of evil and darkness. This problem didn't exist for puppets. Of course, Dharma was much better than Heart Force. Dharma just didn't have a restraining effect. However, it still had a threatening effect. Qin Shao executed the dragon-slaying sword art with all his might. However, Qin Shao hadn't cultivated this high-grade immortal technique to perfection, so its power was somewhat weakened. Fortunately, Qin Shao had the berserk sword in his hands. The dragon-slaying sword technique and the berserk sword both belonged to the berserk attribute, so when the two were combined, there was a kind of overflowing effect that would strengthen the power of the sword technique. Coupled with Qin Zhao's own strength, he went up to meet the attack with all his strength. The collision of sword techniques, the collision of power, the collision of immortal Tao, laws, several forces collided violently, causing the void to shake violently. In these three aspects, it was clear that Qin Shao was at a disadvantage against this puppet. Therefore, the result of this confrontation was obvious. Qin Shao was once again sent flying. What a profound sword art. It feels a little impeccable. It's very profound and powerful in all aspects. Compared to this, there are many problems with my swordsmanship. His mastery and understanding of the sword art has reached the acme of perfection. He used the sword to trigger the immortal Tao laws and integrated the power of heaven into the sword. The sword moves with the law. Once the sword is out, it seals the world, forming a terrifying suppressive force that seals everything down. My sword art is still not pure enough. It's still not deep enough. I can't trigger the immortal Tao laws as I wish. I can't achieve such a high level of sword law. My mastery and understanding of the immortal Tao laws is also not enough. After all, I'm only a third-step celestial venerable. It's normal to have many shortcomings. Therefore, I have to see through some things. This was the benefit of exchanging blows with the strong. It could motivate you, inspire you, and make you more aware of your own shortcomings. As long as he fully recognized his own shortcomings, he would be able to improve himself accordingly. With the protection of the flowing light wings and the strength of his own divine body, Qin Shao was also a little bold. He dared to take on the puppet's full attack without using his true strength. The puppet was not alive, so when he attacked, he naturally went all out and did not leave any leeway. The puppet was not afraid of death. It only obeyed orders. Of course, Qin Shao was only testing the puppet's strength. Secondly, he wanted to see more of its sword art. Therefore, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to use any harmful means. From the confrontation just now, Qin Shao basically knew the puppet's strength and was full of confidence that he could handle it. Under the condition that he was not injured, it was no big deal to delay for a while longer. The sword has the sword principle and is integrated with the immortal Tao laws. In fact, the puppet's real strength is not in the immortal Tao laws, but in its sword principle. The strength of its sword principle makes its sword art appear particularly harmful. Sword principle is a separate minor Tao. Although it's a minor Tao, it's also a Tao of a kind. It's just that very few people use it alone. Of course, the sword principle mentioned here was actually different from Qin Zhao's sword principle in the Hongmeng universe. The sword principle mentioned in the Hongmeng universe was just a branch of the Great Tao. However, the sword principle and the Great Tao were inextricably linked. If it was taken alone, the sword principle was just a minor Tao of kind. In terms of sword Tao itself, Qin Shao could be considered to have mastered a lot. However, at this time, he also seriously felt his own shortcomings. Therefore, Qin Shao was able to comprehend some things from the puppet's sword to improve his understanding of the sword Tao. However, it was naturally impossible to improve and break through in a short time. After a few rounds with the puppet, Qin Shao did not continue like this. If he continued, he would really be injured. Once his divine body was injured, it would be bad. Therefore, Qin Shao began to make his move. With a thought, all the power of the inner world was mobilized and erupted on the sword, making the berserker sword even more violent. Qin Shao vaguely felt that there was a special wildness in the sword, as if something was about to awaken. The powerful power was integrated into the sword. Qin Shao was inferior to the puppet in terms of sword principle, immortal technique, and immortal Tao law. Therefore, Qin Shao could only win with strength. He mobilized all the power of the inner world and poured it all into the sword. Then, he slashed down with the sword. With this sword, Qin Shao felt as if a piece of heaven and earth had been struck out by him. The powerful power in the sword was enough to crush this piece of heaven and earth. Qin Shao had never felt such a powerful feeling before, which gave Qin Shao absolute confidence. This sword strike would definitely be able to capture the puppet. The fact was indeed so, using strength to break all laws. No matter how powerful the puppet's sword principle was, or how profound its immortal technique and immortal Tao law were, it was useless. No matter how magnificent the sword, how bright the blade, or how gorgeous the moves were, everything was smashed to pieces by Qin Zhao's absolute power. This was the so-called using strength to break all laws. In the face of absolute power, everything was pale and powerless. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword strike directly sent the puppet flying tens of thousands of miles away. After sending the puppet flying, Qin Shao did not take advantage of the victory to pursue it. After all, the puppet's body was too tough. It was definitely not an easy task to kill it. This kind of thankless thing, Qin Shao naturally would not do it. Moreover, he did not know how many more such puppets were in here, and how many dangers were waiting for him. Therefore, he naturally could not consume too much of his immortal force. Fighting too many battles was definitely not a wise move. The test was not entirely a test of strength. If it was really a test of strength, there would be no need to spend so much effort to create this water immortal mansion. He could just pull everyone over and start the fight. Who was strong and who was weak, it would be clear at a glance. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? Whether or not a person could become an unparalleled expert was naturally not determined by one's current strength. Strength was a certain standard, but it was definitely not everything. Talent and potential were equally important, and there were other aspects as well. Qin Shao didn't have much confidence in being able to barge in here. The opportunity this time was too important for Qin Shao, so he had to leave more safely. After sending the puppet flying, Qin Shao did not hesitate. Immediately, the speed of the flowing light wings burst forth, and he advanced at full speed. The most important thing now was to obtain the immortal writ fragment for the first test. However, Qin Shao still did not know what the first test was. He also did not know where the immortal writ fragment was. How to obtain the immortal writ shard was also an unknown. Everything was unknown. Therefore, for Qin Shao, it was a bit of a headache. He had to figure out all these unknowns one by one. Perhaps this was also a test. Qin Shao advanced quickly, and the puppet did not chase after him. After walking for a while, Qin Shao suddenly sensed something. At this moment, he was standing in front of a huge rock. He noticed that there was a small pattern on the huge rock. The drawing was a bit messy, and he could not tell what the pattern was trying to express. This was not what caught Qin Zhao's attention. What really caught Qin Zhao's attention was that he noticed that there was more than one huge rock with different patterns. If you just looked at one, you would not be able to see anything wrong with it. However, if you looked at it too many times, you would realize that it was not simple. Not every huge rock had the pattern. Occasionally, you would find some on the huge rocks. When this happened more and more, Qin Shao naturally noticed that something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao put all the patterns together in his mind. Soon, he made a surprising discovery. When all these patterns are put together, it turns out to be a map. And from the looks of it, it should be the map of the underground palace. The map does not show a large area. It's about 1,000,000 miles in radius. My current location is probably around here. If there is a map, there must be a very important hint. If I'm not wrong, there should be a hint about where the immortal writ fragment is. A hint about the big test. This point is different from the other places. It seems to be a key place. Therefore, the real test place is very likely to be here. Whether it is or not, I'll go and take a look first. Even if I'm right, I can just search the whole underground world. It won't take much time. After all, this place is so small. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Shao immediately put it into action. Chapter 2249. That place was a messy stone forest, with huge boulders like giant wooden plates standing in the middle, forming a sky pillar. The huge rocks were piled up together, forming a huge stone forest. Moreover, those boulders were all grotesquely shaped and incomparably rugged, so it looked a bit sturdy when looking at it. The stone forest was filled with some fog, which made the vision here even worse. Coupled with the stone forest, it naturally made people unable to see much of the situation inside. Originally, if there was a life hiding inside, it would be good to detect it in advance. After all, one's divine sense could cover a range of 10,000 miles. However, Qin Shao knew that there were probably puppets inside. As long as the puppets hid there and did not move, there was no way to detect his existence unless they saw him. Qin Shao did not easily enter the stone forest. The vision here was too bad, and he could not perceive the situation inside at all. If he went in rashly, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. Puppets could be hidden anywhere in that place. According to the map, there should be a passage leading to another world, which was also the place where the test was held. Perhaps only after completing the test could one leave this small world and go to another place. This time's test was probably to separate everyone and test them independently. It seems that I have to use the mirage meditation technique to completely hide myself and quickly enter to find the fragments of the immortal writ, and then leave here. Qin Shao began to think of a way to deal with it in his heart. The mirage meditation technique was obviously a very good method, but it was a bit of cheating. After all, it was completely a trick to find the immortal writ. Of course, this was also part of one's strength. Strictly speaking, there was no problem. First, find the immortal writ. Now it was only the early stage of the test. There was no need to treat it so desperately. After making a decision in his heart, Qin Shao was ready to act. But just as he was about to act, he suddenly noticed that someone had entered the range of 10,000 miles and was detected by his divine sense. The aura of the human clan, and this aura was somewhat familiar to Qin Shao. It was the top genius who participated in this round of the test. Apparently, the other party had also noticed Qin Shao, so he sped up a bit and rushed towards Qin Shao as fast as he could. There are other people? I thought I was the only one here. Looks like I was wrong. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Since someone had come, Qin Shao didn't use the mirage meditation technique. Instead, he waited here. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Qin Shao. "It's you." The man was surprised to see Qin Shao. Qin Shao had no identity or status. He was just a nameless nobody. Other than Prince Zhongyang and Yuan Yuan, no one knew where Qin Zhao's bronze ball came from. As for Qin Zhao, who was a nobody, most people knew of Qin Zhao because of Prince Zhongyang. After all, Qin Zhao had been with Prince Zhongyang all this time. The two of them were very close. So, many people naturally classified Qin Zhao as one of Prince Zhongyang's people in their hearts. Qin Zhao sized up the other party and said, "If I remember correctly, you should be Yi Haqiong from the Yi clan, right?" Qin Zhao had some impression of the Yi clan, because the bronze ball in Shangyong City, under the fierce competition of many clans, ended up in the hands of the Yi clan. The fact that the Yi clan could snatch the bronze ball from the mouth of a pack of wolves in such a fierce competition naturally left a deep impression. Yi Haqiong in front of him was the #1 youth of the Yi clan. He represented the Yi clan to participate in the selection of the Saint Academy. It could be said that high hopes were placed on him. "Haha, it's me. I didn't expect you to recognize me." Yi Haqiong laughed somewhat happily. He walked over and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Zhao, it's fate that we can meet here. I always thought that I was the only one here. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. I met fellow Taoist Qin Zhao. It seems that there are only the two of us here. In this case, it's possible that the two of us will be in the same group for the first test. Since the two of us were randomly placed in the same group, it's fate. That's why I think it's better for us to work together and face this test together. In this way, the probability of passing should be higher, right?" Faced with Yi Haqiong's suggestion, Qin Zhao smiled faintly and said, "I have the same idea. It'll definitely be better if we cooperate. Since we're fated to meet here, there's no reason for us to be enemies, right?" "Ha, yes. Yi Haqiong nodded with a smile and said, "I think so too. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Qin Zhao to think of the same thing as me. You're so careless. If that's the case, then let's enter this stone forest together. Since fellow Taoist Qin Zhao has found this place, then I'm sure you've discovered the map on the boulder. It's deduced that this should be the place of the test, the place to leave. But it's definitely full of danger. It won't be easy to pass the test here. Fortunately, the two of us have discovered this secret, so if we work together, there's nothing to fear." Yi Haqiong also thought of this point. Qin Zhao didn't feel surprised at all. The hint was a bit obvious. Anyone who paid attention would be able to notice it. Yi Haqiong was the #1 junior of the Yi clan. Naturally, she wasn't someone without ability. None of those who could come here were simple characters. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, let's go in together. Just be careful. Those puppets don't have any aura. It's hard for us to find them. But our goal isn't those puppets, but the immortal token fragments. As long as we get the immortal token fragments, we'll be fine. So we don't need to provoke those puppets. We just need to wait for those puppets to come to us. We'll keep going forward and find the place of the test. Don't worry about anything else." "Haha, great minds think alike. I think so too. It seems that our thoughts are highly similar. Then cooperation will be much easier. I'm more and more convinced that our cooperation will be very pleasant," Yi Haqiong said. Qiong smiled. "It will be very pleasant? I hope so." So Qin Zhao and Yi Haqiong entered the stone forest together. With Yi Haqiong, Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't use the mirage meditation technique. Strangely, the two of them didn't encounter any danger along the way. Not a single puppet came out to kill them. The two of them moved forward smoothly. After walking for a while, they finally saw the situation. There was a passage on a high platform made of a huge stone. In front of the passage, there was a small jade stone pillar, and a small golden metal piece was suspended above it. The small metal piece emitted a powerful immortal light. It was obvious that it was an immortal token fragment. However, there was only one piece. In other words, Qin Zhao and Yi Haqiong were going to fight for this immortal token fragment. This was not good news for Qin Zhao and Yi Haqiong. The two of them looked at the immortal token fragment, each with their own thoughts. Qin Zhao also had his own thoughts. If there was only one piece, he definitely wouldn't let it go. He had arrived here first. If it weren't for Yi Haqiong's sudden appearance, he would have already gotten the immortal token fragment. Moreover, this matter was of great importance, so he couldn't let it go. What did the Holy Emperor's emissary mean by designing such a test? Wasn't it deliberately creating confrontation and fighting? If the others were also in pairs, there would probably be a lot of fighting. After all, there was only one piece, but everyone wanted it. No one would dare to give in easily. The opportunity to enter the Holy Academy was a great opportunity for anyone. They had to seize it with all their might. No one would give in to others. Haha, it's fine. It's nothing. It's just a test. Didn't the Holy Emperor's emissary say that we have to pass at least 9 tests? He used the word least, which means there are more than 9 tests. As for us, as long as each of us passes the 9 tests, we can assemble a complete immortal token and show the qualifications to pass the test. Such a setting is probably to reduce some accidental factors. Therefore, the success or failure of one test won't affect the success or failure of this test. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, you were the first to discover this place. How about we do this? This time, the immortal token fragment will belong to you, fellow Taoist Qin Xiao. Next time, it will belong to me. Let's work together. What do you think? Yi Heqiong suddenly smiled and said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao thought about this suggestion for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. Then I'll take advantage of the first test. Yi Heqiong nodded and said, I don't think every test should be like this. Maybe this one is just a coincidence. Otherwise, there's something wrong with this setting. The people in the group are random, so there's a high probability that 2 absolutely powerful people will be placed together. If we can only choose one of them, then the accidental factor is too great. So I don't think we need to worry too much about this problem. There will definitely be changes later. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and nodded in agreement with Yi Heqiong's words. Qin Xiao did not say anything else. Yi Heqiong didn't say anything either. Instead, she said to Qin Xiao, then let's go. It won't be easy to get the immortal token fragment. The stone forest over there is much denser. I can sense a dangerous aura lurking in there. So there should be a lot of puppets hidden in there, and there's more than one. We need to be alert and be careful. Be prepared to fight with all our strength at any time. Qin Xiao nodded his head heavily. He had already made all the necessary preparations. He also sensed the dangerous aura in there. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to get the immortal token fragment. Qin Xiao didn't express any opinions. He just followed Yi Heqiong's lead. Qin Xiao had his own reasons for doing this. Our goal is the immortal token fragment. As long as we get what we want, it'll be a victory. Once we get it, we can leave this place through that door. So, we shouldn't fight those puppets head-on. If we fight them head-on, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. So, we'll just burst out with our fastest speed and rush over there. Once we get there, we'll find an opportunity to get the immortal token fragment. Don't get caught up in fighting. It's best if we don't have to fight. If we really have to fight, don't fight recklessly. Even if we're at a disadvantage, we have to get close to the immortal token fragment. In this way, I think we can get the biggest harvest with the smallest price. Chapter 2250. Whoosh! Sure enough, as soon as Qin Xiao and Yi Qiu entered the forest, 2 puppets came out at the same time. They suddenly attacked from 2 directions and launched a fierce attack on Qin Xiao and Yi Qiu with their sharp swordsmanship. The swordsmanship followed suit, and a mighty power came down to heaven and earth. Moreover, Qin Xiao found that the strength of these 2 puppets was similar to the puppet he had encountered before, but their strengths were different. Moreover, the immortal skills and secret skills they used were also different. The puppet Qin Xiao encountered before was very good at swordsmanship and had very high attainments in swordsmanship. It used the sword as the edge, which posed a certain threat to Qin Xiao. However, these 2 puppets were not the same. One was good at strength, and the other was good at speed. They encountered 3 puppets, and each of them had different means. Logically speaking, puppets were refined in batches. In fact, it would be much easier if they were all given the same power. If they were given different means of power, it would obviously be much more complicated. However, Qin Xiao did not think too much about these problems. As the supreme existences in Huaxia, the power that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors possessed was certainly far beyond his imagination. Fortunately, There were only 2 puppets, so it was not difficult for Qin Xiao and Yi Heqiong to deal with them. The 2 of them could deal with 1 puppet each, so they could suppress them. Moreover, the 2 of them did not linger in the battle. They kept moving forward, but soon another puppet came out, forming a situation of 3 against 2. If it was 3 against 2, the situation seemed a little difficult. Qin Xiao only used the power of his inner world and did not use any other means. Yi Yu also held back. Both of them did not use their full strength, so naturally they felt a little suppressed. Fortunately, both of them were protected by high-grade immortal armors, which were very good in terms of physical defense. The 2 of them continued to move forward. As they moved forward, another puppet came out, forming a situation of 4 against 2. When each of them had 2 puppets, the situation became even more difficult. Even though Qin Xiao was using the power of his inner world, it was still difficult for him to effectively suppress the 2 puppets. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, from the looks of it, these puppets should be guarding different areas. Whichever area you enter, the puppets will attack you. From the looks of it, we are not far from here. If we continue forward, there will likely be another puppet joining us. That means that we will have to face at least 5 puppets in the end. I'm already at my limit. If fellow Taoist Qin Xiao has any other tricks up his sleeve, please don't hold them back, Yi Heqiong said. Qin Xiao replied, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Since it's a cooperation, we'll naturally do our best. Let's continue moving forward." The 2 of them moved forward and entered the final region. Once they passed through this region, they would reach the front of the stone platform. As long as he could reach the stone platform and obtain the immortal badge fragment, he would be considered victorious and would be able to leave this place immediately. That meant that he had passed the test. It was too strenuous for the 2 of them to face the attacks of 5 puppets. Yi Heqiong continuously unleashed immortal arts and secret arts. Her battle prowess skyrocketed. However, these puppets weren't afraid of death, nor would they be injured. Their bodies were too strong. Thus, suppressing those puppets was simply too difficult. Qin Xiao still didn't use any other tricks. He was still holding on. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, if we continue to drag this out, it will be very disadvantageous for us. That's why we need to come up with a strategy. I can see that fellow Taoist Qin Xiao's strength, defense, and speed are all very good. Your offensive power is a bit lacking, but your self-preservation skills aren't bad. Since we're here for the immortal badge fragment, why don't we do this? Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, you hold off these puppets while I go ahead and grab the immortal badge fragment. As long as we get the immortal badge fragment, we should be considered to have passed the test. Those puppets shouldn't attack us anymore. If we don't do this, I'm afraid both of us will be injured if the battle drags on. That'll be bad. The first test is already so difficult. I think it's also a test of our ability to work together. If we don't work together, it's almost impossible to defeat 5 puppets alone. Yi Heqiong suddenly suggested. Qin Xiao didn't have any objections to this suggestion. He nodded in agreement. All right, then we'll do as you say. That's true. If this drags on, it won't be good for us. We can only win this test if we work together. You go get the immortal badge fragment. I'll hold off these puppets. Yi Heqiong smiled at Qin Xiao's agreement. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, don't worry. We've already made a deal. This immortal badge fragment belongs to you. I'll get it first and give it to you later. Qin Xiao didn't reject the offer. Instead, he said, okay. The 2 discussed the battle plan and worked hard to create an opportunity. Soon, a good opportunity was created. After all, these were puppets. Although they were very strong, they weren't real life and didn't have high intelligence like living beings. Therefore, these puppets naturally didn't have any tricks up their sleeves. When Qin Xiao and Yi Heqiong plotted against them, they revealed some flaws. This was exactly what they needed. Qin Xiao suddenly rushed forward and tore an opening with his powerful force. The breakthrough in his realm made the power of his inner world enough to suppress a 4th-step celestial venerable of the extreme level. The power of his inner world alone was enough. At this time, Qin Xiao completely unleashed the power of his inner world in his swordsmanship. Combined with the power of the immortal Tao, the power of the immortal arts, and the sharpness of his swordsmanship, the four forces burst out together. The lethality was naturally very terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the puppets' bodies were too strong and their defensive abilities were too strong, Qin Zhao's sword could have injured one of them. Qin Zhao could have beaten the puppet back with a sword, but he couldn't hurt it much. Of course, it was also because Qin Zhao couldn't perfectly fuse all these forces together. Therefore, the power displayed was naturally greatly reduced. Even so, it was enough for Qin Zhao to forcibly tear an opening. The line of defense of the two puppets was broken by Qin Zhao. Yi Heqiong was already prepared, so she rushed out without any hesitation. Yi Heqiong obviously had some hidden tricks up his sleeves as well, as he instantly burst out with incredible speed. Almost as if she had teleported, she rushed out of the opening. In an instant, she had left the encirclement of the 5 puppets and reached the stone platform. The 5 puppets didn't chase after Yi Heqiong. Instead, they all surrounded Qin Zhao. Well, it seemed that as long as she rushed out of this area and reached the stone platform, the puppets would stop chasing her and she would pass their test. At this time, Qin Zhao had to fight the 5 puppets alone, so it was naturally very difficult for him. Fortunately, the power of his inner world was relatively pure and powerful. If he used this power to protect himself, he could temporarily hold on. Yi Heqiong reached out and took the immortal writ fragment. With the fragment in her hand, Yi Heqiong burst into laughter. "Ah, I got it." Yi Heqiong was ecstatic. She didn't expect to get the first immortal writ fragment so easily. After getting the immortal writ fragment, Yi Heqiong's lips curled into a strange and evil smile. She glanced at Qin Zhao and rushed toward the passage door. Obviously, she wanted to leave with the immortal writ fragment and didn't care about Qin Zhao's life or death. Her ugly face was finally revealed. "Haha, fool, you actually believed me so easily. Umph. Do you think this young master is so kind? Do you think I would share something like the immortal writ fragment with you? Umph. Now that the immortal writ fragment is in my hands, it's mine. Why would I give it to you?" Yi Heqiong sneered in her heart. She didn't expect Qin Zhao to fall for her trick so easily and follow her plan. The immortal writ fragment couldn't have come more easily. Yi Heqiong walked towards the door. As long as she could enter the door, she would be able to proceed to the next test. But just as Yi Heqiong was about to rush into the passage door, a figure walked out of the void and blocked her way. When she saw the figure in front of her, Yi Heqiong's expression changed greatly. She was shocked. The figure in front of her was none other than Qin Zhao. It was Qin Zhao. How was this possible? Yi Heqiong couldn't help but widen her eyes. She looked at Qin Zhao in front of her, then back at Qin Zhao, who was still surrounded by the 5 puppets. To Qin Zhao. "Qin Zhao, you actually came to participate in the test with both your original body and avatar? Don't you know this is against the rules? Your qualifications will be revoked." After Yi Heqiong recovered from her shock, she immediately sneered and said, "Naturally, one couldn't participate in the test with both their original body and avatar at the same time. That would be cheating." Although the Sacred Emperor's messenger didn't say it explicitly, it was still common knowledge. "Humph. Are you sure that both my original body and avatar are moving at the same time? Take a closer look," Qin Zhao said with a sneer. "What? Not both the original body and avatar?" Yi Heqiong was startled once more. He took a closer look and found that there was indeed something going on. On the other side, Qin Zhao, who was surrounded by the 5 puppets, suddenly turned into nothingness and disappeared into the void. He directly turned into nothingness and disappeared. After the 5 puppets looked at each other for a moment, they dispersed. Obviously, the situation was as they guessed. As long as they passed through the area, the puppets would stop chasing and they would be considered to have passed the test. Now that the test was passed, only the battle between Qin Zhao and Yi Heqiong was left. It's just a dual body technique. Young Master Yi Heqiong, don't tell me you don't even know this? Qin Zhao sneered and stared at Yi Heqiong. Dual body technique? Yi Heqiong was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't know about the dual body technique from the name of the technique, he could guess what kind of secret technique it was. He didn't know of such a secret technique, but it was very difficult to cultivate such a secret technique to perfection. He didn't expect that Qin Xiao would succeed. Yi Haqiong's face darkened, her eyes cold, and she looked at Qin Xiao fiercely. Qin Xiao, it seems that you already knew I was scheming against you, so you were prepared. Well, it's no wonder that you agree with everything I say. There's nothing strange about it. You've always done as I said. You fooled me. I really thought that you had taken the bait. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Chapter 22:51. Now that his plan had been exposed, Yi Haqiong's foxtail had been completely exposed. Since his plan had failed, he could only rely on his fists. Yi Haqiong didn't look worried at all, as if everything was still under his control. It's not that you're underestimating me. It's that you want to harm me. If you didn't want to harm me, this wouldn't have happened. We've only met by chance. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to trust you completely? This time, it's about everyone's fate and the immortal writ fragment. Do you really think I'll trust you so easily? I did agree to work with you, but I could tell from the start that you wanted to harm me. You've been scheming from the start. Do you think I can't tell? If you only had a little bit of intention and didn't go to this step, then I believe our cooperation would have gone smoothly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. You're so greedy that you can go back on your word. You're so greedy that you can ignore my life and death for your own selfish reasons. Your greed has crossed the bottom line and angered me. Qin Xiao looked coldly at Yi Haqiong. In fact, he had long seen that Yi Haqiong was a person with bad intentions and knew that he might have some kind of scheme. From the beginning, Qin Xiao had been on guard. Of course, he didn't show it, so Yi Haqiong didn't notice it. In fact, even without Yi Haqiong, Qin Xiao could have passed this test and obtained the immortal writ fragment on his own. Yi Haqiong's appearance had ruined Qin Xiao's original plan. Qin Xiao had no intention of harming others. Since they'd met and the other party wanted to work with him, then so be it. But such a kind gesture didn't get him a kind response. Qin Xiao had expected this to happen, so he wasn't surprised at all. Qin Xiao had always judged people based on intuition. When it came to judging people, Qin Xiao had always been quite accurate. Yi Haqiong had been a little too enthusiastic from the start. Her excessive enthusiasm definitely had some ulterior motives. Later on, some of his actions also hid some thoughts, and it was not difficult to sense. Don't make yourself sound so sanctimonious. How noble do you think you are? We're all the same. I'm scheming against you. Aren't you scheming against me too? Even if I give you the immortal writ fragment as promised, will you give it to me next time? Don't joke around. Everyone is here for the immortal writ fragment. How can we give it away when it's in our hands? It's normal for a man to have some tricks up his sleeve. A great man is ruthless. So don't say those self-righteous words. Everyone is like that. I've long known that you don't trust me completely. You have your own thoughts. But so what? That's not important. What's important is that everything is going according to my plan. That's enough. The process is not important. What's important is the result. As a result, the immortal writ fragment is now in my hands. What can you Qin Xiao do? Yi Haqiong sneered, not caring that Qin Xiao had seen through her. To him, everything was over. Now that the fragment was in his hands, he had already won. Victory was the standard to measure everything. What can I do? Qin Xiao curled his lips and chuckled coldly. He said to Yi Haqiong, nothing. I just want to tell you that if you hand over the immortal writ fragment now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Of course, you didn't follow the agreement first, so the agreement we made before naturally doesn't count. What I want is very simple. It's just the immortal writ fragment. Ha ha ha. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yi Haqiong laughed out loud, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. After laughing for a while, Yi Haqiong pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and sneered. Qin Xiao, are you an idiot? Or did water get into your brain? How can you say something so brainless? Now that the fragment is in my hands, do you think I'll just give it to you? What kind of daydream are you having? Since you said our agreement doesn't count, then isn't it easy? Since the agreement doesn't count, then there's no agreement between us. Since there's no agreement, then it's naturally first come, first serve. Whoever gets the fragment will get it. Now that the fragment is in my hands, it's naturally mine. What? Are you going to snatch it from me now? Hee hee, Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, who do you think you are? Qin Shao coldly replied, I don't think I'm anyone. I'm just a wandering cultivator. Huh, just a wandering cultivator? But from your tone, I think only a descendant of the Hu clan would have such a tone. Yi Xiong sneered. All right, I won't waste my breath on you. Get out of my way, don't block your path. My Dao. Qin Shao extended his hand and said coldly, Leave the immortal writ fragment and you can go. You're courting death. Yi Xiong was thoroughly enraged by Qin Zhao's lack of appreciation. You want to snatch it? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. Yi Xiong attacked furiously without the slightest hesitation. Her sword slashed down at Qin Shao like a thunderbolt. The power of the laws of the immortal Dao burst forth as soon as the sword was drawn. The power of the laws fell from the sky like a giant killing net, surging toward Qin Shao from all directions to surround and kill Qin Shao. Streaks of sword light flashed toward Qin Shao like bolts of lightning. The streaks of light seemed capable of tearing the void apart. The entire world was bearing down on Qin Shao. This was the power of the world. Yi Xiong's strength was unquestionable, and her cultivation level was one level higher than Qin Zhao's. This was a natural advantage. In terms of mastery of the laws of the immortal Dao, Yi Xiong was indeed more experienced than Qin Shao. Her immortal arts were also extremely powerful. Her mastery of them was superb, allowing her to unleash the greatest power of the immortal arts. Her sword energy was like a sea of lightning. This was an extremely powerful upper-grade immortal art called the Myriad Thunders, shocking immortal sword art. As soon as the sword was drawn, tens of thousands of lightning bolts followed, shocking even immortals. Therefore, as soon as Yi Xiong used her sword art, the small area was completely enveloped by sword energy formed by lightning bolts. It made people feel as if they had entered a sea of lightning. Each bolt of lightning contained the mighty might of the heavens and the power of the laws of the immortal Dao. As soon as one entered the sea of lightning, all immortals would be shocked. Qin Shao was currently in the sea of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning and sword energy were surging toward him. Qin Shao knew a little about Yi Xiong's strength, but Qin Shao also knew that Yi Xiong hadn't used her full strength before. She must have hidden some of her strength. However, Yi Xiong's strength shouldn't be that strong. Qin Shao had already calculated in his heart and was fully confident that he could handle Yi Xiong. No matter what method Yi Xiong used, Qin Shao still used the power of his inner world and his immortal Dao to deal with it. Since he hadn't used any of his powerful techniques before, there was no need to expose them for the time being, unless it was really necessary. However, Qin Shao felt that it should be enough to deal with Yi Xiong. Qin Shao brandished the Berserker sword. The sword was like a berserk dragon, striking out with supreme power in Qin Zhao's hand. The power of his inner world had reached an incredible level, far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. In terms of pure strength, it was enough to deal with a fourth-step celestial venerable. Coupled with Qin Zhao's own strength, it was even more powerful. Yi Xiong's thunder-shocking immortal sword art was very powerful. The sea of lightning could shock immortals and devour everything. However, it still couldn't break through Qin Zhao's power. Those bolts of lightning and sword energy were directly shattered by Qin Zhao's powerful strength. Breaking all methods with brute strength was so direct and overbearing. Whether it was sword art, immortal Dao law, heaven's might, or the power of heaven and earth, Yi Xiong repeatedly struck out all kinds of methods, but there was no way to defeat Qin Shao. All the methods were broken by Qin Zhao's sword. This made Yi Xiong frown deeply. Yi Xiong knew that Qin Shao had some strength, but he always believed that Qin Zhao's strength should be inferior to his. If they really fought, then he should be able to handle Qin Shao. Even if he couldn't gain a big advantage, it would be enough. After all, his purpose was not to do anything to Qin Shao, but to make Qin Shao aware of the difficulties and retreat, so that he wouldn't compete with him for the immortal writ fragment. But now he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Qin Shao. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strange? It even made Yi Xiong suspect that Qin Shao was a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. However, he felt that the power was not the power of the true meaning of strength. So this made Yi He very puzzled. He couldn't see through this power. This powerful force was able to break through all of his attacks. It was indeed very strange. After attacking for a long time without success, Yi He became even more angry. Qin Shao, it seems that you really have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and say that you want to take my immortal writ fragment. But do you think that's all I have? I'll give you one last chance. If you get lost now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, if I use my full strength later, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. The trial of the Water Immortal Mansion has just begun. There's still a long way to go, and there are still many immortal writ fragments. There's no need to fight like this with me now. If you have such thoughts, why don't you use them in other ways? Wouldn't that be better? Yi He actions didn't mean that he was afraid of Qin Shao. He didn't want to fight either, because even if he used his full strength to defeat Qin Shao, it would be a loss to himself. If he got injured, it wouldn't be worth it. After all, the trial had just begun. There were still many more trials waiting for him. Qin Shao looked at Yi He coldly and nodded. Yes, you're right. The trial of the Water Immortal Mansion has just begun. There's still a long way to go, and there are still many immortal writ fragments. So, you should give me the fragment, or else you'll lose more than you gain. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Let's fight. It's fine if you don't know what's good for you. I believe you'll bow your head under my fist. Arrogant. Yi He snorted angrily again. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll grant you your wish. It's your fortune to be able to see my ultimate move. Chapter 2252. Since Yi He was going all out, Qin Shao naturally braced himself and did not dare to be too careless. At the same time, Qin Shao was also ready to use other means. In general, Qin Shao was already very strong when he used the power of his inner world. Qin Shao felt that in a one-on-one situation, he could definitely fight against an extremely powerful fourth-step celestial master. The geniuses from all over the world who came to participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy were actually not that strong. It was basically impossible for them to reach the level of the person behind the scenes whom he had met in the Freedom City. After all, it was still very unlikely for someone to reach the peak of the half-saint level within an era of cultivation. There were definitely people who could do that, but they were definitely rare and could be counted on one's fingers. No matter how powerful Yi He was, she obviously could not reach that level. As long as her strength did not reach that level, Qin Shao was somewhat confident that he could at least block it without using other means. Crack! A cracking sound suddenly came from the sky, and a huge hole was blasted open in the void. It was as if the sky had suddenly opened its mouth, and the huge hole was like a black hole that had suddenly appeared. A monstrous black aura surged out from the hole, instantly enveloping this side of the world and drawing it into a dark wind waterfall. Qin Shao could not dodge it in time, and it could even be said that there was no possibility of dodging it. The dark wind waterfall instantly spread over this side of the world, swallowing everything and annihilating the world. The aura of this dark wind waterfall was eerie and cold. The black aura that enveloped the demons made sharp, ear-piercing sounds. The roars and howls were so mournful that it made one's hair stand on end. The black aura was like a meteor shower, whizzing toward Qin Shao. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of them, as if a waterfall was about to fall. Was this the opening of the passage to the 9 underworlds? It was as if the 9 underworlds had descended and opened the passage to the 9 underworlds, allowing the netherworld beings to roar and kill like demons and ghosts. Behind the tens of thousands of netherworld beings, there was an extremely terrifying aura that followed closely behind. That aura pressed down, causing Qin Shao to feel suffocated for a moment. What a powerful and terrifying aura. It felt as if the king of hell from the 9 underworlds was following them. Just this aura alone was enough to make Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. In fact, he even felt that he was invincible. Morale was very important. If they had the idea that they were invincible, then it would be very dangerous. They would probably lose their confidence in the battle. Once he lost his confidence, he would definitely lose the battle without a fight. If his aura weakened, his momentum would be weakened by more than half. Naturally, the outcome would be obvious. What a powerful secret technique. As expected of a major force, they really have a deep foundation. This secret technique is much more powerful than my dragon transformation art, berserk technique, and dual body technique. I even feel that it is slightly stronger than Big Brother Fu Su's Heart of Sun and Moon. When Yi He uses this secret technique with all her strength, it is indeed powerful. The oppressive aura is actually so strong. It's so strong that even I have the feeling that I'm invincible. If my will was a little weaker, I am afraid that I would just admit defeat and lose without a fight. But no matter how strong the aura is, it can forget about suppressing me, Qin Shao, and it can forget about making me think of admitting defeat. My aura will definitely not be any weaker. My aura is not weak, my aura is not weak, and my confidence is not diminished. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold. He held the berserk sword tightly. The berserk sword seemed to feel the pressure and became even more berserk. The berserk power also stimulated Qin Zhao's physical strength. It stimulated Qin Zhao's blood, making his strength even more violent and powerful. Let's fight. Qin Zhao suddenly stomped his feet on the ground and waved the berserk sword. Instead of retreating, he went forward to meet the netherworld beings that were charging at him. Of course, these beings were not real netherworld beings. They were just energy void beings that were displayed by the secret technique. Tens of thousands of netherworld beings roared and charged at Qin Zhao. They attacked without hesitation, and the roaring power seemed to want to annihilate Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, I don't believe that you could do so much damage. To be able to force me to use my strongest secret technique, Nine Hell King technique, even if you lose, you can still be proud. Even if I can't kill you, I will teach you a lesson and eliminate you. Yi He thought viciously. He was completely enraged by Qin Zhao and wanted to kill Qin Zhao. However, the rules forbade killing, so he could only remember this hatred in his heart. The Nine Hell King technique was the most powerful secret technique. There was no doubt that it was powerful. This was Yi He biggest trump card. He did not expect that he would be forced to use it in the first test as soon as he entered. It was fine if he did not use it, but since he had used it, he must win. Yi He looked at Qin Zhao viciously and sneered through gritted teeth. You asked for it. You asked for it. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be surnamed Yi. What's going on? However, before he could rejoice, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened involuntarily, and he looked at Qin Zhao with a bit of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Qin Zhao looked extremely brave at this time. He still broke the secret technique with force and resisted Yi He Nine Hell King technique with his powerful strength. It was an overbearing way of fighting. No matter how powerful the Nine Hell King technique was, no matter if the King of Hell came from the nine underworlds and suppressed everything in the world. But Qin Zhao was like a god of war at this time. He was incomparably brave, fighting everything and breaking the secret technique. Qin Zhao simply used his strength at this time. The power of the law of immortality was not strong to begin with, so Qin Zhao used the power of the Great Path. His Great Path had broken through to the fourth step celestial venerable realm. The power of the Great Path itself was still very strong, and he added the power of the true meaning of strength and the power of the inner world. The three types of pure power were all added together, making Qin Zhao's power reach an unprecedented level. Under the urging of such power, the Berserker sword seemed to have a great power. It became more violent and fierce, and it could erupt these powers very well. Therefore, Qin Zhao was incomparably brave at this time. He could resist the Nine Hell King technique with his strength alone. Tens of thousands of nether beings roared and pounced on Qin Zhao, but they were all shattered by Qin Zhao's sword and turned into nothingness. The King of Hell's descent was still unable to resist Qin Zhao's powerful strength. Boom! The power broke the secret technique, and the sword broke the netherworld. Very soon, Qin Shao charged out of the Nine Hell King art in the form of a god of war and broke through Yi Heqiong's powerful secret technique. What was most unacceptable to Yi Heqiong was that Qin Shao did not use too much strength to break her Nine Hell King technique, nor was he injured at all. He rushed out directly. Her most powerful secret technique, the Nine Hell King technique, could not suppress Qin Shao at all. Yi Heqiong naturally found it hard to accept this situation for a while. Her expression changed drastically as she looked at Qin Shao, and her eyes became extremely cold. This is your so-called unique skill? You want to let me know how to write the word regret? Qin Shao walked over to Yi Heqiong, curled his lips, and said with a hint of sarcasm. These words were undoubtedly a slap to Yi Heqiong's face. Yi Heqiong, had just boasted a lot, but now he had ended up like this, which made him feel extremely embarrassed. This shouldn't be your strongest unique skill, right? It seems that you still look down on me. How about I give you another chance? In fact, I'm looking forward to your unique skill. Let's see if you can let me know how to write the word regret. After all, I've lived for so long, and no one can make me know how to write the word regret. So, I've been thinking about how to write the word regret. I thought that my wish would be fulfilled today by you, young master Yi Heqiong. But it seems that you're a little impressive-looking but useless. You talk big, but it feels like you're all bark and no bite. Your words can't land on the ground, so you're keeping a low profile. I think you, young master Yi Heqiong, don't hide anymore. Show me what you've got. It's okay. I'm prepared to ask you how to write the word regret, so don't be polite with me. Hearing Qin Zhao's face slapping words, Yi Heqiong was so angry that he almost vomited blood, the muscles on his face twitching fiercely. These words were too humiliating, and there was a sense of irony. Every sentence was a slap to his face, and every word was a stab to his heart. His words didn't sound harsh, and were very calm, but there were sharp arrows hidden in his words, stabbing Yi Heqiong very hard. Qin Shao, don't be too arrogant. Yi Heqiong gritted his teeth angrily, looking at Qin Shao with an extremely gloomy face. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Too arrogant? Qin Shao sneered. Looking at Yi Heqiong, we're the same. I've always treated people with respect. If people don't treat me with respect, I'll return the favor. You're the one who schemed against me, and you want to control me. Do I need to be polite to you? Are all you young masters of big families so conceited? Why should I be the only one to be bullied by you? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. This is my principle, Qin Zhao's standard. So, you can't blame anyone for this. You can only blame yourself for being too self-righteous and black-hearted. Ha ha ha. Yi Heqiong laughed instead of being angry. This was laughter from extreme anger, and his expression was extremely gloomy and twisted. When one is angry to the extreme, they will definitely retaliate. Good. Qin Shao, I admit that I underestimated you too much. I was too arrogant, but it doesn't matter. All the humiliation you gave me, I'll return it to you double. You think you've won like this? You're thinking too simply. Do you really think that's all I have? To be forced to this point by you today, I really have to admit that this is the first time in my life. I'll say it again. I'll definitely let you know how the word regret is written. I, Yi Heqiong, am a man of my words. Oh, Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Yi Heqiong. So, he still has some tricks that he hasn't used yet? It seems that this Yi Heqiong is really not a simple character. The Nine Hell King technique, just now, was powerful enough, but he still has more tricks that he hasn't used yet. Chapter 2253. However, even if Yi Heqiong had other means, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He, Yi Heqiong, still had his own methods, but so did Qin Shao. There was the true incantation of Lin, Li Sheng's flying dagger, and the heaven-splitting sword art. The dragonization art was a little weak, but it did not matter. He did not need to use the dragonization art. Moreover, there was also the heart force technique. With the heart force technique as a supplement, it could play a big role. With such a combination, Qin Shao was confident that he could deal with Yi Heqiong. Qin Shao believed that no matter how many means Yi Heqiong had, there was a limit to his strength. This battle had to be fought to the end. Yi Hiqiong's face was ferocious and crazy. Suddenly, a purple light seeped out of his body like a blooming purple gem. It could be seen that streams of purple blood were rapidly flowing in Yi Hiqiong's body, permeating every corner of his body and every cell. The purple blood exuded a powerful aura. Soon, Yi Hiqiong's body was completely covered by the purple blood. His entire person had turned purple. His hair and eyes had turned purple. Purple blood could be seen flowing under his skin, emitting a powerful energy that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if the ancient sacred blood had awakened and was given a powerful sacred level power by the ancient sacred ones. At this time, Yi Hiqiong seemed to be a completely different person. The awakened purple blood exuded a powerful energy, making Qin Shao feel that this was a terrifying existence that came out of the ancient times. What kind of means was this? It was not an immortal art, nor did it look like a secret art. Qin Shao had never seen such a means before. It was not an immortal art, nor was it a secret art. However, it was so powerful that he did not know what kind of means it was. However, Qin Zhao's intuition told him that it was very, very powerful. It was indeed much stronger than the 9 Hell King art just now. Qin Shao used the power of the Great Path and the power of the inner world to suppress the 9 Hell King art. However, it was probably not enough to deal with the attack in front of him. Yi Hiqiong's strength was somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. He thought that the power of his inner world alone would be enough to suppress her. However, he did not expect that he would still be forced to use some tricks. It seemed that he had to use the heaven-opening sword art. Qin Shao stared coldly at Yi Hiqiong, preparing to use the heaven-opening sword art. Yi Hiqiong was ready to strike. She casually waved the sword in her hand, and the power of the purple blood quickly rushed into the sword, causing the void to tremble. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the purple blood was. The edge of the sword and the sharpness of the sword had reached a terrifying level. Qin Shao, ever since my innate ability was awakened, I haven't used it in an official battle. I didn't think that I would be forced to this extent by you today. Now I have to use my strongest move. My innate ability, purple blood, is not used. Once it is used, there must be blood. That's why I said that you would know how to write the word regret. You forced me to use my innate ability, purple blood. Today, I must return with blood. You asked for it. You should be proud to be defeated by my innate ability, purple blood, Yi Hiqiong said coldly. Yi Hiqiong said coldly. The powerful and confident Yi Hiqiong from before had returned. Her tone was still very arrogant, as if she was certain that she could defeat Qin Shao. Innate ability? Purple blood? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Qin Shao was no stranger to innate divine abilities. Back in the primordial universe, when he was still very weak, innate divine abilities represented a person's talent in the source world. In the beginning of cultivation, those who did not awaken their innate abilities were regarded as trash. Innate abilities were very popular in the source world. They were the foundation of cultivation and were vigorously promoted. But in fact, in the God realm, innate abilities did not seem so important. Arriving in the immortal domain, Qin Shao had not heard of any talk of innate divine ability. Therefore, in Qin Zhao's view, innate abilities might just be a method of bloodline inheritance in the primordial universe. Of course, there were innate abilities in the immortal domain, but most of them appeared in the monster race and the beast race. As for the human race, at least Qin Shao had not heard of it yet. Innate divine abilities were quite understandable. They weren't foreign to him and should be similar to him. It was just that the innate abilities in the immortal domain could not be compared to the innate abilities in the primordial universe. You don't know about innate abilities? Seeing Qin Zhao's puzzled expression, Yi Hiqiong asked sarcastically. It was as if not knowing about innate abilities was a very stupid thing. Qin Shao shook his head honestly. He really did not know. You don't even know this common sense? I don't think you're from a 9-continents Huaxia, right? Looking at your rustic appearance, I think you came from the southern wasteland, a barbaric place. Since you're so ignorant, then this young master will explain it to you for free today and let you know what kind of method you were defeated by. Innate abilities are the innate abilities formed by the supreme saints of the primordial age who seized the power of heaven and earth. They swore a thick blood oath and passed it down through the bloodline. It was passed down from generation to generation, and it formed the innate ability. It is also called bloodline inheritance ability. Just like the monster race, the beast race, and some other races, they all have bloodline inheritance ability. This is an innate ability given by the heavens, a superhuman ability, so it is also called innate ability. However, there are very few humans who can inherit innate ability. In the southern wasteland, there should be no innate ability. Only in our 9 continents, Hua, Xia, the 5 supreme surnames, the 100 schools of thought, and the various great surnames have the inheritance of innate ability. In our 9 continents, Hua, Xia, there's a saying of 1 surname, 2 courts, 3 sects, and 4 countries. It means that those who can be called surnames are first-class forces. Those who can be called schools and academies are second-class forces. Those who can be called sects are third-class forces. Those who can be called empires are fourth-class forces. As for the others, they're all unrated. The reason why a force can be called a surname is that this force has the bloodline inheritance of innate ability. Among the descendants of the direct descendants, those who are talented can awaken innate ability and pass it down through the bloodline, generation after generation. And this is also the important reason why surname forces are powerful and prosperous. So now, you understand what innate ability is, right? Hearing Yi Heqiong's explanation, Qin Shao naturally understood a lot. In fact, Qin Shao had occasionally heard of the saying of 1 surname, 2 courts, 3 sects, and 4 countries, but he didn't know the details. Now he understood the deep meaning of it. It turned out that those who could be called a surname had the inheritance of innate ability. In that case, the inheritance of innate divine abilities was indeed very important. It was also very powerful. It was enough to support the prosperity of a force, allowing them to develop and multiply for countless years. Was the inheritance of an innate divine ability really that important? Yi Heqiong's words also opened a new window in Qin Zhao's heart, and he saw a new world. The inheritance of innate ability was very likely to be something on a deeper level in the great wide world. Qin Zhao's intuition told him that innate ability was very important and powerful. Perhaps if he wanted to become more powerful in the future and reach a higher level, he would have to come into contact with innate ability. However, most innate abilities were passed down through the bloodline. If he wanted to cultivate them, it would probably be very difficult. Judging from a situation in the primordial universe, it was possible to cultivate them, but the difficulty would be much higher. Of course, there were only a few innate abilities that could be cultivated. In other words, there were many secrets that he didn't know for the time being. In short, there should be many deep secrets that were worth exploring slowly in the future. All right, you know what you need to know. Now, you can obediently die. It's just a pity that I can't kill you. Otherwise, I really want to kill you, Yi Heqiong said with a sneer. Then, she no longer hesitated and immediately attacked. Whoosh! She turned into an afterimage and charged directly at Qin Shao. Before the power of purple blood reached Qin Shao, it had already exploded, shaking the world violently, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Like hell, Yi Heqiong's desire to kill Qin Shao was obviously very strong. Since you're here, let's fight. Let me personally experience just how powerful this innate ability, purple blood, is and what kind of power it is. Qin Shao did not hesitate. With a flip of his palm, he put away the berserk sword and took out the heaven-opening sword. The heaven-opening sword spirit was asleep, so the heaven-opening sword looked just like an ordinary upper-grade immortal weapon. However, this did not matter. The heaven-opening sword was not the most important thing, but the heaven-opening sword technique. Yi Heqiong soon arrived in front of Qin Shao. With a slash of her sword, the world darkened, as if an ancient saint power had erupted from the purple blood. When the sword fell, it wanted to kill everything and return everything to chaos. The power of the sword was too powerful and terrifying. It caused the world to darken, the sun and moon to dim, the void to tremble, and Qin Zhao's heart to palpitate. The power of this sword was enough to easily kill a fourth-step heavenly venerate. When the sword arrived in front of Qin Zhao, he could feel the power of the sword even more clearly. He could feel the terrifying power of the sword. This was the power of saint power. In the face of the saint energy, who could withstand it? However, Qin Zhao did not show any fear. After a soft cry, he fully displayed the heaven-opening sword technique. The power of the Great Path and the power of the inner world were all used and integrated into the heaven-opening sword technique. Although Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique had only been cultivated to the third step, it was still very powerful. In addition to the powerful power of the inner world, the sword had the same power as the heaven-opening sword technique. It also darkened the world and had the power to split open the sky. When the sword opened the sky, the world collapsed. The two swords and the power of the two collided in an instant. Heaven and earth suddenly exploded. A huge hole was blasted open at the place where the two swords clashed. The dark hole devoured and cut through everything. Any power, any light was devoured. The void had really been broken. However, the void quickly healed again. This powerful force smashed into the bodies of the two of them. This was a contest of power, a contest of heaven's might. How could? Chapter 22:54. Yi Heqiong was horrified to find that his innate ability was no match for Qin Zhao's sword. He was actually repelled by Qin Zhao's unparalleled sword. The force of the recoil smashed into his body and sent him flying. The powerful force instantly caused his qi and blood to flow backward, attacking his heart and causing a trace of blood to roll out. His immortal body was violently shaken, his vitality was damaged, and he was injured. The force of the impact was indeed terrifying. If Yi Heqiong's innate ability had not blocked most of the force, the impact would have been enough to shatter his immortal body and kill him in an instant. Yi Heqiong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in a hurry and looked at Qin Zhao with some shock. His expression was extremely cold, and his face was drained of all color. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost and was terrifyingly pale. He seemed to have been petrified on the spot, and his body was extremely stiff. However, it was also faintly visible that his body was trembling. This trembling came from the depths of his heart. He had used his strongest move, but still could not do anything to Qin Zhao and was defeated. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Heqiong's heart was in an uproar, and the huge waves made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This result was indeed very difficult for him to accept. In the end, he was still defeated? How could he still be defeated? He was so confident in his strength, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated by a nobody today. How heavy of a blow was this to him? The heavy blow to his heart made him feel like dying at this moment. This was his greatest shame and humiliation, the darkest day of his life. Qin Zhao held the heaven-opening sword and walked towards Yi Heqiong step by step. Well, I felt it. It's just SOSO. Is it because you're not skilled enough? Qin Zhao said very seriously. This sentence was in response to Yi Heqiong's earlier statement that he wanted to let Qin Zhao experience the power of his innate ability. Therefore, Qin Zhao's response was obviously a slap to Yi Heqiong's face, a harsh slap to his face. Yi Heqiong had just boasted, but Qin Zhao had used actual actions to give him a hard slap in the face. Yi Heqiong was so angry that she almost vomited blood again. Her pale face twitched fiercely, looking even uglier. Qin Zhao said again, "It seems that you don't know how to write the word regret, so you can't teach me. How about this? I just happened to learn how to write these two words. Although I'm not good at it, it's enough to teach you. How is it? Have you learned these two words? If you feel that you haven't learned it, that's fine. I can teach you again for free." Puff. After being provoked by Qin Zhao, Yi Heqiong finally couldn't control herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. He could withstand a physical blow, but this mental blow made him want to vomit blood. Yi Heqiong had indeed experienced Qin Zhao's eloquence, But the saddest thing was that he had no way to refute her. Winner takes all. He was just a weakling. What else could he say after losing? He could only be humiliated and bullied by others. And the sad and funny thing was that he had brought all of this upon himself. He couldn't even find a reason to complain. Not being strong enough was the original sin. Qin Xiao, what do you want? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Heqiong was also a little desperate at this time. He gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Xiao, saying coldly, in any case, Qin Xiao wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Even if there weren't the selection rules, Qin Xiao wouldn't dare to touch him just because he was a young talent of the Yi clan. What? Is this a show of strength? Qin Xiao curled her lips and sneered, looking at Yi Heqiong and saying, I prefer your arrogance just now, that unruly and arrogant look, that self-righteous arrogance. The way you're showing weakness now is not heroic at all. It doesn't match your identity as a young talent. Why don't you try what other tricks you have? Or I'll go easy on you. You. Such humiliating words made Yi Heqiong furious. Pointing at Qin Xiao, he gritted his teeth and said, Qin Xiao, don't go too far. Haha, too far? Qin Xiao chuckled, a dark light flashing in his eyes. His voice suddenly became colder. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it just now? I went too far? I'm just returning what you did to me. I've always believed in one sentence. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. You humiliated me, so you should be prepared to be humiliated in return. I'm just paying you back with a little interest. I'm already being merciful by not doubling your interest. Are you unhappy? So what if you're unhappy? So what if you're unhappy? So what if you don't want to bow your head? You provoked me. This is the price you have to pay. Puffed. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Everyone knew that, but when it came to themselves, they just pretended not to know. Yi Heqiong was also a smart person. He naturally knew what Qin Xiao wanted. It was just a fragment of the immortal writ, but he didn't regret doing so. Even if he had 100 more chances to choose, he would still do the same. His mistake was that he underestimated Qin Xiao too much. That was why he was defeated so miserably. A boy with no background was actually so strong. He hated it, but what could he do? He didn't want to admit defeat, but he had to. Strength was everything. At least that was the case here. How could he not bow his head in front of strong fist? What should he do now? Refuse to give it up? How could he swallow this anger? No, he couldn't give it up. He couldn't admit defeat like this. Yi Heqiong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. After making up his mind, Yi Heqiong looked at Qin Xiao with a determined expression and said, The fragment is already in my hands. Do you think you have the ability to make me give it to you? I do have it. Unless you can kill me, then you can take it away. As long as I'm still alive, I will never give you the immortal writ fragment. You should give up on that thought. If you have the time to waste with me, why don't you continue to take the other tests and collect all 9 fragments as soon as possible? I already have one, so I'm not in a hurry. I'll slowly waste time with you. If you want to lose more, then I'll accompany you to the end. If you have the ability, then keep wasting time with me. We'll both be eliminated. You want me to take this lying down? That's impossible unless you die. If you have the guts, then kill me. Of course, just having the guts is far from enough. You also need to have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. You want to compete with me in insanity? Come on then. Qin Xiao. Oh Qin Xiao. I'd like to see how capable you are to take the fragment from me. Yi Heqiong was indeed a ruthless person. He was willing to go all out just to vent his anger. After hearing Yi Heqiong's words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. This was indeed a difficult problem for him. What should he do now? Kill Yi Heqiong? Putting aside whether or not he could do it, the selection rules were there. Naturally, he couldn't kill him. If he didn't kill him, how could he force him? Since Yi Heqiong was prepared to die in glory rather than live in dishonor, it would be very difficult to force him to hand over the fragment. To put it bluntly, people like him wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. If he didn't really want his life, he would never lower his head. This was indeed a big problem. The fragment was already in Yi Heqiong's hands. It would be difficult to make him spit it out. This loss was indeed a bit careless. He shouldn't have been like this before. However, there was no point in talking about this now. What he needed to think about now was how to get the immortal writ fragment back. This immortal writ fragment should have belonged to him, Qin Shao. No matter what the later tests were like, Qin Shao definitely had to make good use of every stage. Besides, if he didn't get it back, how could Qin Shao swallow this anger? After being schemed against like this, how could he let him go? Qin Shao wasn't so merciful. So, thinking about it this way, it really seemed to be an unsolvable problem. Stay here and waste time? That wasn't a solution either. In addition to integrating a complete fragment, it was also a race of time. What should he do? Qin Shao was really worried about this problem. He couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. What do you think, Qin Shao? Are you going to leave or continue to waste time with me? Yi Heqiong asked again, as if he was sure that Qin Shao would win. Qin Zhao's mouth suddenly curved into a cold smile. He glanced at Yi Heqiong and said, "Do you think I'll let you off so easily? I've said before, hand over the fragment and I won't argue with you. You chose this path yourself. You can't blame me." After saying that, Qin Shao didn't hold back at all. He actually started to attack. He really started to attack. Crazy. Seeing that Qin Shao really dared to attack, Yi Heqiong couldn't help but curse in his heart. Not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even if he wasn't injured, he was no match for Qin Shao. So, facing Qin Zhao's strong attack at this time really gave Yi Heqiong a headache. He knew that he was definitely no match for him. The result of the fight would definitely be him at a disadvantage. But he didn't want to admit defeat and bow his head. Then let's fight. Damn you, I don't believe that you really dare to kill me. You want to seriously injure me? That won't be so easy. Yi Heqiong snorted coldly in his heart. Since Qin Shao had gone crazy, he could only choose to go crazy now. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't survive. But his strength was obviously no match for Qin Shao. So, when they fought, he was naturally defeated. He was directly suppressed by Qin Shao and didn't even have much strength to fight back. The situation was completely in Qin Zhao's control. Although he was no match for Yi Heqiong, fortunately, Yi Heqiong had a lot of life-saving magic treasures on him. It was indeed not easy to kill him. But obviously, Qin Shao didn't intend to kill him. Under Qin Zhao's pressure, Yi Heqiong was forced back step by step. Soon, he was forced to the test area by Qin Shao. Qin Shao directly threw Yi Heqiong into the test area. As soon as he entered the test area, Yi Heqiong immediately reacted, and his expression suddenly changed. He finally understood Qin Zhao's intention, so he didn't dare to stay in the test area any longer. He immediately wanted to rush out, but it was too late. 5 puppets appeared at the same time and directly surrounded Yi Heqiong. Yi Heqiong's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He looked at Qin Shao angrily, gritted his teeth, and cursed. "Qin Shao, how dare you scheme against me like this? What are you trying to do?" Qin Shao sneered and said, "I'm just returning the favor. Now we're even." Chapter 2255. The 5 puppets directly launched a fierce attack on Yi Heqiong. Yi Heqiong was already seriously injured, so how could he be a match for the 5 puppets at this time? Even if he was not injured, if he wanted to fight the 5 puppets alone, he would probably need to go all out to escape. If he wanted to repel them, the possibility of that happening was not very high. If this continued, there was indeed a possibility of death. Damn it. Such a scheme made Yi Heqiong curse Qin Shao countless times in his heart. But who could he blame? Yi Heqiong struggled to deal with the fierce attacks of the 5 puppets. Under such an attack, how could Yi Heqiong resist? Qin Shao, on the other hand, put on a posture of watching a good show, found a place to sit down, and then began to drink wine, looking very satisfied. His satisfaction naturally formed a sharp contrast with Yi Heqiong's embarrassment and pain. Under such a contrast, Yi Heqiong vomited blood and anger. Good scheme, it really was a good scheme. He had thought of many things, but he did not expect that there would be such a scheme. Drinking wine and looking at Yi Heqiong's embarrassed appearance was also a happy thing. At least it made Qin Zhao's mood very good. To deal with evil people, you have to use evil tricks. Yi Heqiong was very clear about his current situation. If this dragged on, he would really be seriously injured, even if he did not die. Once it reached the point where his vitality was greatly damaged, his test this time could be considered to have ended early. If that was the case, then what was the point of him holding on to the immortal writ fragment? If he could not collect all 9 immortal writ fragments, it was meaningless. In the end, he would not be able to pass the test. Therefore, Yi Huqiong began to think about what to do. The best solution in front of him was to beg for mercy and admit defeat. But for him to bow his head and admit defeat to Qin Shao, it was very difficult for him to do so. He just said that. Now is he going to slap his own face? Thinking of this, his face burned with pain, as if he was being slapped hard. His heart also suffered a great blow. Qin Shao, I admit defeat. I can give you the fragment, but you have to save me first. Yi Huqiong clenched her teeth and spoke with difficulty. He lowered his proud head and admitted defeat to Qin Shao. What kind of humiliation was this? However, he had no other choice. He could only lower his head and admit defeat. Otherwise, what awaited him would be an even more tragic outcome. However, Qin Shao acted as if she hadn't heard anything. She ignored Yi Huqiong and continued to drink her wine. What did that mean? Yi Huqiong's face paled. What did he mean? Qin Shao, I've already admitted defeat and said that I'll give you the fragment. What else do you want? Yi Huqiong couldn't help but ask. After Qin Shao took a sip of wine, she looked at Yi Huqiong casually and replied, No need. You've already lost to me. Whether you admit defeat or not won't change this fact. Besides, I don't really care about that. Something. Since you want the fragment so much, you can keep it for yourself. It's fine. I have time to wait. By the time I finish this pot of wine, you'll be dead. When the time comes, the fragment will naturally fall out. It won't be too late for me to pick it up. Why do I need you to give it to me now? You sound so reluctant. It feels like I'm taking advantage of you. I'm determined not to take advantage of you. Yi Huqiong wanted to die. What was he trying to do? In fact, Yi Huqiong naturally understood the hidden meaning in Qin Zhao's words. But how could he bow and scrape to such an extent? He was a young talent of the Yi clan, the #1 youth genius. Although he had been holding back in the past, he was confident that he could explode this time. He could pass the selection and become a student of the Academy of Sacred Arts. He wanted to prove himself to everyone. He wanted to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat, however. The cruelty of reality gave him a resounding slap to the face. He had actually been toyed with by an unknown outsider. If word of this were to spread, wouldn't he, Yi Huqiong, become a laughingstock? But in the face of life and death, everything else was no longer important. Qin Shao, I apologize to you. Please save me. I shouldn't have taken your fragment. I should return it to its rightful owner. Yi Huqiong lowered his stance and begged Qin Shao for mercy. Not to mention how sincere he was. The fact that he could say such words to beg for mercy was already a sign of his sincerity. And this was what Qin Shao needed. Sincerity naturally couldn't be forced. Qin Shao didn't need it either. Speaking of which, Qin Shao really did think of letting Yi Huqiong die in the hands of those puppets. But on second thought, he wasn't completely sure. After all, the Saint Emperor's messenger definitely didn't want to see a genius die here. So, at the last moment, the Saint Emperor's messenger might save Yi Huqiong. Or rather, Yi Huqiong still had some life-saving treasure that he hadn't used. It was possible. So, this was a big gamble. There was no need to do this. Although Yi Huqiong made Qin Shao very unhappy, it wasn't to the point where he had to kill him. Qin Zhao's goal was the fragment. Since he had achieved his goal, everything else didn't matter. After listening to Yi Huqiong's begging, Qin Shao walked over and hooked his finger at Yi Huqiong. Yi Huqiong didn't hesitate and immediately took out the fragment and threw it to Qin Shao. Qin Shao stretched out his hand and caught the fragment. He was overjoyed. He finally got the fragment. The feeling of getting it was really good. Qin Shao only made his move after obtaining the immortal token fragment. Very quickly, he forcibly rescued Yi Huqiong from the 5 puppets. With Qin Shao using the heaven-splitting sword art and the power of his inner world, it wasn't too strenuous. All of this was within Qin Zhao's calculations. Nothing unexpected happened, and he smoothly achieved his goal. After rescuing Yi Huqiong, Qin Shao didn't stay any longer and quickly left, leaving Yi Heqiong behind with a pale face. His fists creaked as he clenched them, as if his bones were about to be crushed. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, causing his body to tremble. His hatred for Qin Shao had already seeped into his bones. Qin Shao, you Qin Shao, I'll remember this irreconcilable enmity. Just wait and see. If there's a chance, I'll definitely pay you back double. Definitely. Yi Heqiong secretly cursed in her heart. After venting her anger for a while, she left the place. Next, Qin Shao entered the second test. The second test tested one's intelligence. The difficulty varied from person to person. Qin Shao felt that it was about the same as the first test. He didn't spend too much effort and passed it smoothly. He obtained the second immortal badge fragment. The third test was strength and wisdom. If one was weak in either one, it would be very difficult to pass. Only when both of them were very skilled and coordinated well would they be able to pass. Qin Shao passed this test with some difficulty. Indeed, he felt that it was not too easy. However, after passing these 3 tests, Qin Shao managed to summarize some of the situation. 2 people were participating in each test. Clearly, the 2 of them were competing against each other. If they passed, they would be able to obtain the immortal Writ Shard and proceed to the next test. As for the losers, Qin Shao didn't know what would happen in the end. They might be directly eliminated, or they might be given a chance to continue. However, the people that Qin Shao met were all successful people. In such a way, people were probably eliminated. There was a limit to the number of immortal token shards. In order to collect all 9 immortal token shards, one would have to advance quickly. Although he didn't know how many tests there were, there shouldn't be many. So Qin Shao estimated that he could miss 1 or 2 tests at most. If he missed more, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. It was precisely because of this that he had to win every single one of them. The 4th test tested one state of mind and willpower, which was Qin Shao's strength. Naturally, there was no problem at all. For Qin Shao, it was relatively easy to pass this test. The 5th test was a more comprehensive test. It was also the most difficult test Qin Shao had encountered for the time being. It was much more difficult than the previous 4 tests. This test indeed consumed a lot of Qin Shao's energy and effort. In the end, he passed and obtained the 5th fragment. In this test, Qin Shao's opponent was a familiar face. It was Pin Quan from the Pin clan. He had seen him in Shanyang City before. Pin Quan had seen Qin Shao once. But in Pin Quan's opinion, Qin Shao was just a follower of Prince Zhanyang. A person with no background should have no strength. But he didn't expect that he would lose to Qin Shao. The 6th test was actually to find and collect a few things, and then it was also a competition between 2 people. And in this test, Qin Shao also encountered a young man with a big surname, one of the top 10 surnames in the Huling sect. His opponent was indeed very strong. It was conceivable that he could reach the 6th test. Therefore, it took Qin Shao 10,000 years to finally pass this test. The process was quite difficult. 10,000 years of competition was relatively long. In this stage, the various aspects of their abilities were more fully displayed. Only after various battles and competitions would the final victor emerge. He passed through 6 tests and obtained 6 fragments. He was getting closer and closer to the final success. Qin Shao stepped into the 7th test. He looked around. The tense and oppressive atmosphere here made Qin Shao frowned slightly. It's the 7th test. There are 3 more tests before I can collect a complete immortal token. I passed 1/3 of the test. The remaining 1/3 is not easy to pass. But fortunately, I haven't been forced to use any of my methods yet. Come on, let's continue to fight. Let's see what the next test is. The further the test went, the harder it would be. But Qin Shao was not afraid of this. The harder the challenge, the more meaningful it would be. This test world was very empty. He couldn't see anything. It was also very small. It was estimated to be less than 100,000 miles in radius. It was easy to see the whole world. Therefore, as soon as Qin Shao entered, he saw another figure. The situation was the same as before. There would be 2 people in each test, and they would meet different people. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown when he saw the person who appeared in this round. Hul Wanwu. His opponent in this test was none other than Hu Wanwu of the Hu clan. This time, the Hu clan had sent two peerless geniuses to participate in the selection, Hu Wanwu and Hu Zi. Of course, if Prince Zhongyang was included, there would be three of them. Since Prince Zhongyang did not recognize himself as a member of the Hu clan, he was not included. Hu Zi was the most outstanding youth of the Hu clan. He was the #1 genius. Chapter 2256. It's you. Hu Wanwu also saw Qin Shao. He was surprised to see Qin Shao. He didn't expect Qin Shao to be able to pass the 7th test. Those who were able to make it to the 7th test, even if luck played a part in it, their strength was undeniable. I didn't expect you to have some ability. You're just a snake and a rat from the same nest. Hu Wanwu snorted, his words expressing his contempt and disdain for Qin Shao. Hu Wanwu was unhappy with Prince Zhongyang, so naturally, he was unhappy with Qin Shao as well. Hu Wanwu didn't hide his disdain for people he didn't like. As they had just entered the 7th test, Qin Shao did not know what was going on here, so he did not want to get into a conflict with Hu Wanwu. He was just a proud and arrogant young master. There was no need to lower himself to the level of a person like him. Qin Shao began to check the world. Soon, he saw two stone steels that were 1,000 feet tall. They were round and had a diameter of about 10 feet. The surface of the stone tablet was engraved with all kinds of patterns and strange characters. The entire stone tablet was densely covered by the engravings. The two stone steels were exactly the same, without the slightest difference. How could there be two identical steels here? Although Qin Shao couldn't tell what these two stone steels were for, he knew at first glance that these two stone steels should be where this stage's test was located. Hu Wanwu also came to the front of the stone tablets. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't understand what the stone tablets were, but he also realized that they were the test of this test. Two identical stone tablets, one for each person, could be tested at the same time without interfering with each other. But what was the test of this test? Other than these two stone tablets, there were no other dangerous things. Did that mean that the test was on these stone tablets? But what was on these stone tablets? Qin Shao carefully looked at the stone tablets. The patterns and ancient characters on the stone tablets were too profound and difficult to understand. Qin Shao studied them carefully for a long time. He could only vaguely sense some information, but he couldn't understand anything. What? It seemed that this test was very difficult. If he couldn't even understand it, then he didn't know how to pass this test. It was difficult, but it was normal. This was the 7th test, so it was normal for it to be more difficult. How could it be so easy to pass the 2nd round of the test? But there were more than 100 top geniuses gathered here. This competition and duel must be very exciting. There doesn't seem to be any danger. This test should be related to this stone tablet. Everything is on this stone tablet. Even if it is related to this stone tablet, there are some patterns and characters on this stone tablet. Although I can't understand many of them, the meaning expressed in them is the core of this test. Maybe it records a cultivation method of an immortal secret technique, or maybe it's a way to play the shield. Maybe it's to rearrange the patterns and characters on it. But no matter what it is, this test should be very difficult. It's a big challenge. Qin Shao was already thinking about how to deal with this test. The more difficult the test was, the more he couldn't be anxious. He had to calm down and think carefully. He had to start from the smallest details and slowly understand the content of this test. As long as he understood everything clearly, he would be able to find the right solution to the problem and pass the test faster and better. Qin Shao was thinking about various possibilities, but he felt that the biggest possibility should be a cultivation method of an immortal secret technique, although he couldn't see anything related to cultivation methods for the time being. However, Qin Shao felt that since it was going to be a test, this was the most likely aspect of the test. Since everything was unknown for the time being, he might as well boldly make a hypothesis first, and then make further inferences and comprehensions based on this hypothesis. There had to be a beginning. Since he didn't understand this beginning, he might as well make a hypothesis first and do reverse thinking. Hey! Suddenly, a voice came, interrupting Qin Zhao's thoughts. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his head to look. The one who said, "Hey," to him was naturally Hu Wanwu. This contemptuous tone made Qin Xiao a little unhappy. So Qin Xiao replied bluntly, I didn't say hey. You're the young master of the Hu family. Don't you have basic manners? Manners? Humph, are you worthy? Hu Wanwu sneered and glanced at Qin Xiao disdainfully. The disdain in his bones also jumped out. Am I not worthy? Then can you shut up? Qin Xiao's face was slightly cold, and he replied coldly. Humph, do you still have a temper? Hu Wanwu sneered disapprovingly and looked at Qin Xiao with some playful eyes, saying, From your tone, it seems that you're not convinced. I've always convinced people with my fists. Since you're not convinced, I'll make you admit defeat today. You're lucky to be able to get to the 7th test. Don't think that you're so capable. This young master will let you know how weak you are in front of a true genius, a true expert, how laughable you are. I'll let you know what the cruel reality is. How about it? Do you dare to compete with me? Let's see who can comprehend the mystery on this stone tablet first and pass this test first. Compete with me? Haha, are you worthy? Hu Wanwu was waiting for Qin Zhao's reply with a playful face, but what he heard made Hu Wanwu's face turn extremely ugly in an instant. This was the disdainful words Hu Wanwu said to Qin Xiao just now. Now, Qin Xiao directly returned it to Hu Wanwu. The lethality of this sentence was indeed very strong, making Hu Wanwu feel extremely humiliated. She was ruthlessly humiliated. This was an unprecedented offense, provocation, and humiliation. Who was he? He was a disciple of the Hu clan, and he was also an outstanding figure among the countless young disciples of the Hu clan. He could be said to be an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the Hu clan. How high was his status? To put it bluntly, even if the ancient saints of other clans and forces saw him, they would probably have to be somewhat polite. The Hu clan was the absolute ruler of the Hu Ling, the only ruler, a supreme existence. In the Hu Ling, who in the world dared to provoke the Hu clan? As an outstanding figure of the Hu clan, who dared to provoke and humiliate him like this? When the other top geniuses saw him, their faces were filled with reverence, and they didn't dare to offend him. But this Qin Xiao in front of him actually dared to offend and humiliate him like this, angering him. Hu Wanwu, causing him to be unable to restrain his anger and his chest to burn. Trying to win a battle of words? You're quite bold and arrogant. I really don't like your arrogance. You're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. The first person to bite the crab won't have a good ending. After the second round of the test is over, I'll let you know how the word death is written. Hu Wanwu snorted coldly, his tone full of threat. However, Qin Xiao obviously didn't care much about such a threat. Instead, he curled his lips and said, Are all of you young masters with status and background so boring? Your lines are exactly the same. Can't you change it? Come up with something creative and make it feel fresh? During the first round of the test, someone said to Qin Xiao that they would let him know how the word regret was written. But in the end, Yi Heqiong got the taste of regret. Now, Hu Wanwu said that he would let Qin Xiao know how the word death was written. Qin Xiao sneered in his heart and snorted disdainfully. He was tired of hearing such words. However, Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay more attention to it. He wasn't afraid of offending Hu Wanwu. Qin Xiao couldn't make Qin Xiao bow his head in front of him. It wasn't a big deal to offend him. It was just Hu Wanwu. Qin Xiao couldn't afford to offend him. Besides, Qin Xiao didn't have any good impression of this kind of person who wanted to trample on him as soon as he came up. Naturally, he would fight back. Everything else was meaningless. The most important thing now was to comprehend the mysteries of the patterns and words on the stone tablet. That was the most important thing. Because of this, Qin Xiao didn't bother to argue with Hu Wanwu. It was more practical to put his mind on the stone tablet. If he lost to Hu Wanwu this time, it would only boost Hu Wanwu's arrogance. Although Qin Xiao didn't want to talk to Hu Wanwu and didn't want to compete with him, since Hu Wanwu had forced him to come to his door, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. At least in his heart, he had to accept the challenge and win. Qin Zhao's heart was completely immersed in the study of the stone tablet. This was a huge project. It was too difficult to find the correct information from the huge amount of unknown information. This was very difficult for Qin Xiao. It was a huge test, But for Huanwu, it was the same. Everyone was on the same starting line. The most important thing to be tested this time was the talent and comprehension ability. However, it was not like they were giving you a high-grade immortal art, a powerful secret art, or a dangerous cultivation method for you to comprehend and cultivate. They wanted you to see who could cultivate it to perfection in the shortest time possible. The test in front of him was more than 10 times more difficult than this. What was given to you was some complicated and confusing information, and it was also profound and difficult to understand. You had to grasp the useful information from these profound and incomparably huge amounts of information, slowly combine them, find the correct thing, and then comprehend and cultivate. With a few more processes, the difficulty increased exponentially. Therefore, this test also had an upgrade on the talent and comprehension ability. In addition to the talent and comprehension ability, there were also many other aspects of ability. Even luck had a part to play in it. I must first make a clear direction, a firm direction to comprehend and research and slowly dissect it. Only then can it be possible to break through the surface, peel the silk from the cocoon, and slowly unveil this mysterious veil. In my guess, there should be a cultivation method hidden among the many self-confidence on the stone tablet. The biggest difficulty is to find it and understand its meaning. And to do this, the first thing I have to do is to fully understand the meaning of the patterns, words, and symbols on the stone tablet. But those patterns, words, and symbols may represent many kinds of meanings. They may be changeable. They may just be a general idea, but they don't represent specific meanings. So, this is also a very difficult part. To do this, it is undoubtedly a bit like looking for golden sand in the desert. Now I have to make my direction clear. The rest depends on luck and talent and comprehension ability. I have always believed that my luck is not bad and my talent and comprehension ability are not bad. Using the immortal technique, secret technique, and cultivation method as the assumed direction, I now have to slowly peel the silk from the cocoon to find this assumed direction. Chapter 2257. Comprehension was the most difficult thing to achieve. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, one would be able to comprehend it thoroughly. If one couldn't comprehend it, one wouldn't be able to comprehend it thoroughly in one's lifetime. It was precisely because of this that one's innate ability to comprehend was more important. Talents with innate ability to comprehend were more worthy of cultivation. This made sense. Although innate ability to comprehend didn't represent everything, it still accounted for the largest proportion. Qin Shao felt that the comprehension of the stone tablet was much more difficult than any of the cultivation methods he had practiced before. This kind of difficulty was because one had no direction at all. One had no clue. Everything needed to be comprehended and understood by oneself. It was too difficult to find out some truths from the countless unknowns. If one had a direction, it would be much easier. Therefore, for Qin Shao now, the most important thing was to find the right direction. As long as the direction was right, it would be a small step to success. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. During the 10,000 years of comprehension, Qin Shao had made countless directions, countless ideas, and countless studies. However, he still couldn't grasp the meaning of those things on the stone tablet. All kinds of ideas were overturned one by one. The situation on Huanwu's side wasn't much better. They were also frowning and looking helpless. This stone tablet had stumped both Qin Shao and Huanwu. Of course, 10,000 years wasn't completely fruitless. The more ideas they overturned, the closer they were to the truth. Qin Shao also faintly grasped some things, but these things still needed to be further verified. Although it was very difficult, at least he felt that he was getting closer to the truth step by step. He was close to a breakthrough. This was the beginning of success. Comprehension was like this. One needed to constantly deny and overturn oneself. Only in this way could one slowly discard the dregs and obtain the essence. Condense the essence bit by bit and slowly accumulate it. The more it accumulated, the thicker it became. Finally, one could decipher the truth. This might take time to slowly accumulate and break through. It couldn't be rushed. On the light screen at the peak of the giant mountain, an extremely plain and simple figure was lazily half-lying in a cluster of clouds. Like a drunkard, he was holding a wine gourd and drinking wine. As the sage emperor's emissary, he was an extremely important subject. He could be considered a powerful existence that stood at the very apex. But in this way, it was impossible to connect him with the lofty image of the sacred emperor's envoy. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The sage emperor's envoy represented the sage emperor's unparalleled immortal might. Logically speaking, it should be incomparably majestic. While drinking wine leisurely, he glanced over from time to time. Naturally, everything that happened during the test was under his nose. I originally thought that leader who wouldn't be able to produce many decent seedlings, but now it seems that I have underestimated leader who. This time, leader who will be able to produce a few decent seedlings. That Zhang Yang kid is not bad at all. I like him, as expected of the disciple of Freedom Saint. That old man Freedom Saint's eyes are very sharp. Such a good seedling was discovered by him. The Hu clan lost such a genius. It's a big loss, but that old man Freedom Saint got away with it. But if this kid joins Sacred Academy, then he can be considered as half of our people. And that kid called Qin Xiao, he's also very good. When we were in the Southern Wasteland, I felt that this kid had unlimited potential. He's a good seedling. If he's properly nurtured, his potential won't be much worse than that kid Zhang Yang. As for the two from the Hu clan, their talent and potential are top-notch. But I don't like the old man's character. The arrogance in their bones is a bit too strong. This is not a good thing. And that little girl, Yuan, our Sacred Academy wants her to join, but I'm afraid the possibility is not big. But it doesn't matter as long as she's happy. Interesting, very interesting. In the Hu clan, the old man can meet 3 such good seedlings. What's more interesting is that we also found 2 good seedlings in the Southern Wasteland. One is a reincarnated person, the other is a rare peach blossom body. I'm looking forward to the Sacred Academy selection this time. There should be a batch of very good seedlings. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a figure flew out from the door above the light curtain. The figure seemed to be in a sorry state as he staggered. After the figure flew out, he glanced down and saw that there were already hundreds of people gathered there. This made him instantly understand that he had been eliminated. The other people who were eliminated gathered there. Everyone's face was not very good. Being eliminated meant being a failure. Sigh, I made it to the 7th level, but I was still eliminated. I'm not willing. I understand now. As long as you don't pass 2 levels, you will be directly eliminated. It's already not easy for me to make it to the 7th level. Although I was eliminated, this test can be considered to have forced out the limit of my potential. It allowed me to understand myself more clearly and know how much ability I have. Sigh, but now that I've been eliminated, I have no chance to enter the Sacred Academy. The person who came out shook his head and sighed. After feeling unreconciled, he tried to comfort himself. To be able to make it to this step, he could be considered to have suppressed nearly 100 top geniuses. This was also a matter of honor. The person who came out also landed on the ground. His gaze swept through the people again, and it was a familiar gaze. Yo, Brother Dahan, you've also been eliminated? Haha. Previously, you were full of confidence that you would definitely pass the 2nd round of the test. I didn't expect you to come out earlier than me. I admire you. The youth who just came out looked at a young man. He walked over to one of the young masters and sneered. The muscles on the face of the young man, named Dahan, could not help but fiercely twitch. This was a real-life version of a slap in the face. Yi Xiong, you've also been eliminated? Your strength should be very strong, and your talent and potential should also be very strong. How did you also get eliminated? The youth who just came out quickly looked at another person. The person he was talking about was Yi Xiong, the one who schemed against Qin Xiao in the 1st round. Unfortunately, he still ended up being eliminated. And what made him feel ashamed was that he was eliminated in the 4th round. He had only made it to the 4th round. It was really a great humiliation. So when he heard someone talking about him now, it naturally made him very unhappy. He coldly glared at him and scolded in annoyance. What are you showing off for? Take care of yourself. You've all been eliminated, so what's there to show off? Cough. Yi Haqiong, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. The youth still wanted to explain, but Yi Haqiong clearly could not be bothered with him and directly walked to the side. By the 7th round, nearly 100 people had already been eliminated. These people who had been confirmed to be eliminated were all in a bad mood. They were more or less unwilling to accept this result. But no matter how unwilling they were, it was already over. There was no way to change anything. In the crowd, all kinds of discussions began. That Prince Zhanyang really has a lot of experience. No wonder he's a descendant of the Hu clan. He's so high profile, and every time he appears, he makes a big scene. I really thought he was just a hedonistic son without much talent and potential. What about him? But who would have thought that he would be so strong? It's already the 7th round, and he still hasn't been eliminated. No wonder he directly asked for a bronze ball from the Holy Emperor's envoy, and even received the envoy's favor. Sigh, comparisons are odious. One of the young masters was very emotional. Isn't that right? Prince Zhanyang is really something. However, according to some information I've found, Prince Zhanyang is very likely to have become a disciple of a holy venerate long ago. That's why he has such a shocking performance. That's normal. Since he's no longer in the Hu clan, there must be an expert behind him. It's normal for him to become a disciple of a holy venerate. I'm more surprised by the 2 people beside Prince Zhanyang. Didn't you guys notice? They haven't been eliminated yet. That's right, that's right. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Prince Zhanyang has 2 companions. One of them looks like a rustic 4th-step heavenly venerable, but his aura isn't strong. I think his strength is very average. There's also a beautiful girl. Regardless of her talent and potential, just the fact that she's still a 3rd-step heavenly venerable is enough to eliminate her. I thought they were just Prince Zhanyang's followers. I didn't expect them to also participate in the test. What's even more surprising is that they haven't been eliminated at the 7th round. Strange, it's too strange. That guy called Qin Shao seems to be a barbarian from the southern wasteland. Yes, the information I've found says the same. Qin Shao came from the southern wasteland. He's just a barbarian. As for that Miss Yuan, I don't know where she came from. She's too mysterious. Cough, your so-called barbarian. We've all been eliminated, but he hasn't. If you say he's a barbarian, then aren't we worse than barbarians? Worse than barbarians? What kind of shocking words were these? It was very lively outside. The voices discussing Qin Shao kept ringing out. Qin Shao was indeed like a dark horse. At least, he was a dark horse among those top geniuses. Moreover, he should be the biggest dark horse. He was a nobody, had no status or background, and came from the southern wasteland. But his talent and potential were actually so strong. However, Qin Shao was so engrossed in comprehending the stone tablet that he naturally didn't have time to pay attention to these trivial matters. I understand now. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly burst out of blazing light, as if they were glowing gems. His heart suddenly became clear. Everything was clear to him in an instant. He had figured everything out, and naturally, there were no obstacles. Haha, it's like this. It must be like this. Wrong. My previous thoughts were all wrong. I've been in the game all this time. I've been a muddle-headed person. Those who are in the game are fools. I'm in the game, but I can't see the game clearly. Now, I finally understand. Those misconceptions have been leading me to search in the wrong direction. Naturally, it's impossible to find if everything is wrong. So, I've made countless hypotheses, but they were all quickly overturned by me. The more I think, the more likely the hypothesis is, the less supported by the evidence. In the end, it will be overturned. Chapter 2258. After figuring out everything and knowing the key to the problem, Qin Shao began a new round of attempts with full confidence. This time, he actually moved the patterns, characters, and symbols on the stone tablet. As expected, all of them could be moved. With this verification, Qin Zhao's confidence grew a little stronger. Sure enough, this path must be right. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally went down this path with more confidence and quickly moved the things on the stone tablet. A blueprint had already formed in his mind and appeared before him. The dawn of success also appeared not too far away in front of him. On the other side, Hulwanwu was still frowning. He still didn't have a clear direction, but there were many ideas in his mind, and he was verifying them one by one. Wrong, 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 all wrong, all wrong. Hulwanwu was very confident in himself, but he didn't expect that after more than 10,000 years, he still didn't have a clear idea. Such a thing made Hulwanwu feel a little uncomfortable. He suddenly glanced at Qin Shao. When he saw Qin Shao quickly moving the patterns and symbols on the stone tablet, Hulwanwu was suddenly shocked, and his heart was suddenly moved. A bright light flashed in his heart, and he suddenly became enlightened. I understand. It turns out to be like this. I should have thought of this. Damn it. Qin Shao actually thought of it first. No, I have to hurry up. I can't lose to that boy. I absolutely can't. Hulwanwu's heart also became clear. He quickly moved the patterns and symbols. When Qin Shao saw Hulwanwu also began to move the patterns and symbols, he knew that Hulwanwu also figured out the way. But it didn't matter. He already had the advantage of being the first, so Qin Shao still had absolute confidence. However, it wasn't an easy task to piece together all these patterns and symbols. Although this stone tablet wasn't very big, the patterns and symbols were too small. Therefore, after filling the entire stone tablet, there were naturally countless of them. There were tens of billions of them. With such a huge number and countless combinations, it would be difficult to succeed if there was a mistake in any one of them. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be. With the pressure from Hulwanwu, Qin Shao was also thinking of ways to speed up. However, he couldn't be too hasty. Otherwise, if chaos arose in his haste, the situation would be terrible. He had to make sure that he was in the right situation to speed up. This was a form of pressure, a form of motivation, and even more of a challenge. Soon, the map slowly appeared on the stone tablet. To put it simply, it was like a jigsaw puzzle. The only difference was that the difficulty was through the roof. In terms of speed, it was obvious that Qin Shao was faster than Hulwanwu. Moreover, Qin Shao originally had the advantage of being the first, so it seemed that he was naturally much faster than Hulwanwu. Hulwanwu was desperately chasing, but still found that there was no way to catch up with Qin Shao's pace. On the contrary, he felt that he was being pulled further and further away. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The more he couldn't catch up with Qin Shao, the more anxious Hulwanwu was. The more anxious he was, the more upset he was. Therefore, he couldn't scold Qin Shao in his heart and was very angry. He had to win. He must win. He couldn't lose to Qin Shao. He couldn't be defeated by Qin Shao. If he wanted to win, he could only try his best to catch up with Qin Shao. He must. Hulwanwu secretly gritted his teeth and fiercely competed with Qin Shao. Qin Shao also knew that Hulwanwu must be secretly competing with him. Hulwanwu wanted to catch up with him, surpass him, and win him. In the face of challenges, Qin Shao had never been willing to admit defeat. Even if he fell behind, he was confident that he could catch up with Qin Shao. What was more, he was in a good situation now and had already taken the initiative. The road must be smoother as he walked. The light must be clearer as he looked at it. Therefore, Qin Zhao's jigsaw puzzle was getting faster and faster. The later it was, the easier it was. Everything was already clear in his mind. He just needed to present it slowly. Damn it, he is going to finish it. I can't catch up with him. I can't catch up with him. Hulwanwu gritted his teeth fiercely. His heart was full of anger and unwillingness. How could this be? How could Qin Shao, that brat, possibly beat him? Although this test was a bit strange, he was going to lose anyway. This was an ironclad fact. No matter how he lost, he lost. His confidence was severely damaged. He didn't want to see such a situation. For the first time, he felt that his self-esteem had been severely damaged. Moreover, he had asked for this attack. He was the one who had provoked Qin Shao first. Now, he had shot himself in the foot. Sure enough, Qin Shao was the first to finish. A complete map appeared on the stone tablet. The moment the map was completed, the stone tablet suddenly shone with immortal light. A door opened from the stone tablet. Obviously, this proved that Qin Shao had passed the test and could enter the next test. Haha, I finally succeeded. Sure enough, I still have to have the right idea. If the idea is wrong, No matter how hard I try, it will be in vain. Qin Shao could not help but reveal a smile on his face. He had been thinking that the patterns and symbols on this stone tablet should be related to a cultivation method, an immortal magic art, a special shield, a formation, or something like that. So he had been working towards this from the beginning. He tried to study and comprehend it, but naturally, he couldn't figure out anything. Later, he found that his ideas were all wrong. The general direction was wrong, so he couldn't figure it out. It turned out that the patterns and symbols on this stone tablet could be moved and rearranged. Of course, there were countless possibilities. In the end, Qin Shao figured out which possibility it was. In fact, the patterns and symbols on this stone tablet could be pieced together to form the map of the 9 continents of Huaxia. The map of the 9 continents of Huaxia was broken into countless pieces, and no trace of it could be found. Therefore, it was very difficult to restore the map to its original state. But in the end, Qin Shao succeeded. The 7th level's test didn't have a trace of danger, but the difficulty of the test was also very terrifying. If one couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could pass this test. Even he and Hu Wanwu spent more than 10,000 years to finally find the right direction. The direction was right, so it was easy. Qin Shao looked at Hu Wanwu, whose face was very ugly at this time. At this time, Hu Wanwu was also looking at Qin Shao. A complicated look flashed in their eyes as they looked at each other. At this moment, Luan Wu's heart was filled with 100 emotions. She was very upset. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up. He chuckled lightly and said, "This young master will let you know how weak and laughable you are before a true genius and a true expert. I'll let you know what the cruel reality is." "Young master Hu, you said this to me just now, didn't you? I still remember it clearly. Every word is still echoing in my ears. Thank you for saying those words for me. You still have some self-awareness and know to say those words to yourself. Thus, as you wish, before a true genius like me, before a true expert, you are indeed unable to withstand a single blow. This is something that you should know very well. And this is the cruel reality, the reality that you have to face. I know you are very unhappy, unconvinced, and even unreconciled, but what can you do? Can you bite me?" What was a slap in the face? It was to return Hu Wanwu's words back to him and slap him hard in the face. Hu Wanwu's face was slapped so hard that it was burning hot and painful. After being humiliated by Qin Zhao's words, Hu Wanwu's face, which was already very ugly, became even more gloomy and pale. His body trembled violently with anger. He clenched his teeth tightly and looked as if he was going to eat Qin Zhao. Humiliation. It was simply a great humiliation to him. But what made him angry was that he was powerless to refute because he had lost. Winner takes all. This was a principle that would never change. If fists can speak, how could words be used? I don't like to boast, and I don't like to listen to others boasting to me. Usually, when I boast, I will make it come true. And usually, when I hear others boasting, I will slap them hard in the face. You sent yourself to me to be slapped in the face. You can't blame others. What else do you want to say? Just come. I, Qin Shao, will accompany you to the end," Qin Shao coldly said. Then, he turned around and entered the passageway. Very quickly, he disappeared. After Qin Shao left, the stone tablet returned to its original state. "Arrogant boy, you are so arrogant." Hu Wanwu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared angrily. "Qin Shao, humph, I have to admit that you do have some ability, and your talent and potential are not bad. You do have some qualifications to go against this young master, but only some qualifications. Then let's wait and see. I said that I must let you know how to write the word regret, and I will certainly do as you wish. You dare to provoke my Hu clan's people. You are far from qualified." Although Hu Wanwu was incomparably angry and wanted to kill Qin Shao, he didn't lose his sense of propriety and quickly calmed down. The most important thing now was to complete this test. After passing the test, he would enter the next test. Otherwise, if he was eliminated here, it would really be a disgrace. Therefore, Hu Wanwu quickly calmed down and went to complete the test again. Soon, Hu Hulanwu also completed the test and received an immortal token to enter the next test. Qin Shao came to a new world. This new world was very interesting and different from the previous 7 worlds. There was only a palace here, surrounded by immortal mist and 7-colored glass. There was no heaven or earth, as if it was an otherworldly realm. It gave people the feeling that they had come to an immortal palace. Moreover, there were 3 large words written on it: Water Immortal Palace. Seeing these 3 words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Water Immortal Palace? The place of our test is the Water Immortal Palace. The Sacred Emperor's emissary even mentioned it once. Shouldn't we appear in the Water Immortal Palace as soon as we enter? The previous 7 tests should belong to the Water Immortal Palace. Why is there another Water Immortal Palace in the 8th test? But this Water Immortal Palace isn't very big. It's just a very small immortal palace. Strange. It was too strange. Qin Shao slowly walked towards the Water Immortal Palace and looked around. Beneath his feet was a jade road paved with white marble, as pure as the sacred light. Chapter 2259. Untainted by the world of mortals, untainted by smoke and fire. A true fairyland gave people the impression that it was an otherworldly realm. Dense celestial spiritual energy lingered in the air, and the exotic flowers and plants bloomed, emitting stunning colors. It gave off the feeling that there were treasures everywhere. It was a heavenly palace. This test was getting more and more mysterious. Qin Shao could not understand it. But after a while, he realized that there was no danger here. Qin Shao slowly walked up the white jade steps towards the immortal palace. Although this immortal palace didn't look very majestic, it looked particularly fresh and holy. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. It was very gentle and beautiful. It was like a fairy's palace. This kind of beauty could only be arranged by a girl. Qin Shao felt that it was a little strange. What was in the Narcissus Palace? Could there be other immortals living in the Narcissus Palace? Greetings, exalted immortal. Just as Qin Shao reached the entrance of the Narcissus Palace, 2 beautiful figures walked out. They stood respectfully in front of Qin Shao and bowed to Qin Shao. They were 2 first-step heavenly venerables. Their white robes complemented the Narcissus Palace very well. Pure and holy, they looked even more fresh and refined. Was there really someone here? 2 beautiful little fairies? And they were so polite to him. This atmosphere was not right. This made Qin Shao even more curious about what was in the Narcissus Palace. Who are you? Qin Shao asked. The 2 beautiful little fairies glanced at Qin Shao and said, "We are the little fairies of the Narcissus Palace. We were ordered by the palace master to wait here for Exalted Immortal. The palace master invites Exalted Immortal into the Narcissus Palace." Waiting for him? The palace master invites him? The Narcissus Palace has a palace master here? The Sacred Emperor's emissary did not mention this before. And this was only the 8th test. How could he enter the Narcissus Palace directly? If there really was a Narcissus Palace, shouldn't he at least meet it at the 9th test? How could the Narcissus Palace appear so easily? Moreover, the palace master of the Narcissus Palace wanted to see him. He wondered who the palace master of the Narcissus Palace was and where she came from. Qin Shao also discovered that the fairy child was indeed a living being and not a puppet. That was why Qin Shao was curious about the identity of the Narcissus Palace master. However, since he was already here, he could only go and take a look. "Okay, thank you." Qin Shao nodded and said to the 2 beautiful fairies. The 2 little fairies waved their hands, and the door to the Water Fairy Palace opened automatically. The 2 of them gestured to Qin Shao to enter, then led the way in front. Qin Shao followed them into the Narcissus Palace. After passing through a long corridor, they quickly entered an inner hall. The decorations were very fresh and refined. It was a very beautiful and elegant inner hall. Jade pillars, brocade cloth, brocade flower carvings, flickering light, and passing shadows. Under the lingering immortal spiritual energy, immortal clouds swirled around, creating a strange scene. Qin Shao looked at the bottom of the inner hall. On the phoenix platform carved with rainbow jade, a figure was sitting there. Behind the jade bead curtain, Her appearance was faintly discernible. But for some reason, when Qin Xiao saw the figure behind the jade bead curtain, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he knew her. This was the palace master of the Narcissus Palace? But what kind of person was he? Step by step, he approached the Phoenix platform, and the sense of familiarity grew stronger. Qin Xiao wanted to detect the other party's aura, but it was blocked by an unknown force. It was completely concealed, making it difficult for Qin Xiao to detect the other party's aura. Soon, Qin Xiao reached the front and stopped under the signal of the two beautiful fairies. The two fairies retreated to the side, leaving Qin Xiao alone there. Qin Xiao's gaze was fixed on the figure on the Phoenix platform, and he was still thinking, just who was it? Why did it feel so familiar? And there was no way to detect the aura. Just who was it? Logically speaking, Qin Xiao didn't know many women in the immortal region. He could probably count them with both hands. Qin Xiao thought about them one by one, but he didn't think it was possible. This was too strange. Soon, the jade bead curtains slowly opened, and a face appeared in front of Qin Xiao. After seeing the face clearly, Qin Xiao was quite shocked. For a moment, he felt a bit incredulous, and was indeed a bit frightened. Yuan. At this moment, the person sitting on the Phoenix Terrace was none other than the innocent and naive Miss Yuan. She was a girl without a trace of impurity. How could it be Yuan? Yuan was the palace master of the Narcissus Palace? For a moment, Qin Xiao was a bit confused. This wasn't a joke, right? Was this for real? Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. He seriously felt that it was an illusion, and it shouldn't be a physiognomy. He didn't see wrongly. In terms of aura, although he couldn't detect it completely, he could tell that it was Yuan's aura. What was going on? Could it be that Yuan was really the palace master of the Narcissus Palace? Was Yuan a member of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? But if Yuan was really a member of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then why did she ask the sacred emperor's messenger to give her a bronze ball? Why did she participate in the second round of the test? Wasn't this too strange? Qin Xiao couldn't understand this, and couldn't figure it out. Things had become a bit strange, and Qin Xiao couldn't figure it out for a moment. Yuan stood up with that sweet smile on her face. When she smiled, it was like a flower that had just bloomed. It was so beautiful. Yuan quickly walked in front of Qin Xiao. She was still dressed in the same way, and she still had that familiar aura. Nothing had changed, but what had changed was her identity. It was hard to imagine that a palace master would look like this. Haha, what's wrong, Qin Xiao? Don't you recognize me? Yuan asked with a smile. Qin Xiao came back to his senses. He looked at Yuan and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, it's not that I don't recognize you, but that I don't dare to. You're still the same person, but in a different place, with a different identity. With such a huge change in character, I really don't know how to recognize you. I still haven't fully recovered from your sudden attack. Yuan smiled even more happily and said, Is it that exaggerated? Your state of mind is very strong. Why can't you come back to your senses after so long? I don't feel that my character has changed that much. I'm still the Yuan you know. Nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is that I'm the palace master of the Narcissus Palace, the guardian of the second round of the test. Qin Xiao shook his head. It was hard to accept. It was really too difficult. Yuan, such an innocent girl. How could she be placed together with the guardian of the Narcissus Palace? The Narcissus Palace was the second test of the Sacred Academy. How lofty was that? It should be high above. It should be an incomparably majestic existence. No matter what, it didn't match Yuan's image at all. But it seemed to be an irrefutable fact, so Qin Xiao could only try his best to accept it. Miss Yuan, why are you in Shanyong City? Qin Xiao asked. Yuan smiled. I was a little bored, so I sneaked out to play for a while. I didn't expect to meet such interesting friends like you. It was fun. Asterisk, just a little bored? No other motives? If she really didn't have any other motives, wasn't she a little too bored? Moreover, it was really hard for Qin Xiao to accept Yuan's identity as the palace master of the Narcissus Palace. In Qin Xiao's opinion, Yuan was a flower in a greenhouse. She was the kind of girl who was pampered and protected by her family. The palace master of the Narcissus Palace was able to become the guardian of the second test of the Sacred Academy. At the very least, her status should be very high. Qin Xiao, you still don't seem to believe me? I'm standing right in front of you. Why wouldn't you believe me? If I'm not the palace master of the Narcissus Palace, why would the Sacred Emperor's messenger give me a bronze ball? You must be wondering why the Sacred Emperor's messenger would give me a bronze ball, right? Actually, it's like this. I ran out to play, and the Sacred Emperor's messenger asked me for a favor, so I wanted to ask him to give me a bronze ball. I want to play with it. Actually, that bronze ball was originally intended to be a gift for you, but you didn't want it. Seeing Qin Zhao's disbelief, Miss Yuan Yuan explained again. Miss Yuan Yuan didn't want to give the bronze ball to Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao already had it, so he didn't want it. Of course, even if he didn't have it, Qin Xiao wouldn't want it. This explanation didn't seem to be a problem. However, the Sacred Emperor's messenger was a supreme existence. Why would he need to ask Miss Yuan Yuan? Even if Miss Yuan Yuan hid some of her strength, she should at most be a fourth-step heavenly venerable, right? She couldn't possibly be an ancient saint, right? Qin Xiao nodded thoughtfully and asked, then what's going on now? The palace master of the Narcissus Palace can't be here personally, right? And it's only the 8th test. Also, shouldn't there be 2 people in each test? Why am I the only one here? Huh. Miss Yuan Yuan laughed and said, this isn't the 8th test. This is the last test. As the palace master of the Narcissus Palace, I naturally have to personally guard this test. I'm only guarding the last test. The last test. Qin Xiao frowned. This wasn't right, was it? How could it be the last stage? He was only at the 7th test just now. He should be at the 8th test now. Didn't the Sacred Emperor's emissary say that one needed to gather all 9 pieces of the immortal badge to form a complete immortal badge? Only those who obtained the complete immortal badge could pass the 2nd test and obtain the qualification for the next round. What was going on now? Why was he directly at the last test? Seeing Qin Zhao's puzzled expression, Miss Yuan Yuan laughed happily again. She gently poked Qin Zhao's arm and said, you're almost as stupid as Shirko. It's very simple. Because you're very lucky. Luck has descended upon you. Therefore, you directly made it to the last test. You're the only lucky one in this test. At the last test, you can directly pass the test and obtain a complete immortal token. So you can be happy. I'm the one guarding the last test, but this test is the easiest. I don't like to test others, nor do I like to fight. I want to be a quiet, beautiful, and cute little palace master. Chapter 2260. Was he happy? Logically speaking, it was indeed something to be happy about. He could directly get the immortal token and pass the 2nd round of the test. But for some reason, Qin Xiao couldn't feel happy. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Perhaps it was because of the tense atmosphere just now. He had already prepared himself for a bigger test. He had gathered all his strength and was ready to fight hard. But suddenly, he was told that he had passed the 2nd round of the test. This would make him feel inexplicably disappointed. He had gathered all his strength, but he didn't have the strength to show it. Of course, apart from this bad feeling, Qin Xiao still couldn't completely accept this fact. He still felt that something was strange. Although there seemed to be nothing wrong with it, everything could be explained. There was nothing wrong with Yuan Yuan. Isn't this kind of luck a little too big? Qin Xiao curled his lips and suddenly asked, is it? Yuan Yuan smiled and said, it doesn't seem to be too big. Qin Xiao, didn't you also get a bronze ball from the Holy Emperor's emissary by luck? And Prince Zhongyang, didn't he directly ask the Holy Emperor's emissary for it? A bronze ball? If others want to get a bronze ball, they have to fight hard. But you got it so easily. Isn't this a manifestation of luck? The Holy Academy selection will try to be fair and just, but luck is also a part of strength. Luck is very, very important. Anyway, I was just following orders. I don't know much about other things. Qin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. What she said did make some sense. Indeed, no matter how fair and just it was, luck would still take a certain proportion. Besides, luck itself was a part of strength. This was something that had to be admitted. Qin Zhao's luck had always been relatively good. If he really had such good luck this time, it would be reasonable. Therefore, it was also understandable. There was no problem. All in all, there really wasn't any problem. But for some reason, Qin Xiao still felt a little strange. Was he thinking too much? Yuan's hand suddenly moved. 2 fragments of the immortal token appeared in her slender hand. Yuan directly handed them to Qin Xiao and said, "Here, Qin Xiao, here you are. You have passed the 7th round of the test. You have 7 fragments of the immortal token in your hand. With these 2 celestial writ fragments, he would have a total of 9 celestial writ fragments. You can integrate a complete immortal token." He looked at Miss Yuan, who was still smiling happily. That lively, cheerful, and innocent Miss Yuan. Looking at the 2 shards of the immortal writ in her hands, the shards of the immortal writ that were so close to her. This should have been a great thing, but Qin Xiao, he hesitated and did not reach out his hand. The fruits of victory were within reach, but Qin Xiao did not make a move. 2. Xiao. Something. But what was wrong with it? Why did he have such a feeling? The 2 of them were in a deadlock for a while. Yuan pouted and said, "What are you thinking, Qin Xiao? I won't hurt you. Take it. I treat you as a good friend. Why are you acting like this? I don't know what to do. You make me feel like I have done something wrong. You make me feel like a liar." Yuan's words could really touch people's hearts. This made Qin Xiao's heart involuntarily move a little. Thinking about it, he also felt that his nerves were too tense and he was too nervous. Everything in front of him was real. It was not an illusion or physiognomy. If there was really such a great method that could make Qin Xiao unable to distinguish the real from the fake, there was only one possibility. It was the existence of an ancient sage. Was there such a possibility? There should be, but Qin Xiao did not think it was big. With a thought, he relaxed a little. Indeed, he did not notice anything strange. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Xiao stretched out his hand and prepared to take the 2 fragments of the immortal writ. Perhaps sometimes victory was indeed easier to come by. It was hard to say whether one was lucky or not. No, but just as Qin Xiao's hand was about to touch the fragments of the immortal writ, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. His hand could not help but stop. He did not continue. A strange light flashed in the depths of Qin Xiao's eyes. No, it was still not right. At this moment, this thought became stronger and stronger. But what was wrong? Qin Xiao only felt that many thoughts came to his mind, and he felt a little confused for a while. He felt that he had caught something, but he could not see through it. He did not know why he had such a feeling. Qin Xiao withdrew his hand, frowned, and thought deeply. He tried to recall all the details since he came in, and thought about the many thoughts that came to his mind. Qin Xiao, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Don't be like this. Don't scare me. Seeing Qin Xiao's appearance, Yuan was a little anxious. But at this time, Qin Xiao ignored Yuan's words, as if he could not hear her at all, and continued to think. It's a test. Qin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and a firm idea came to him. This idea made Qin Xiao suddenly enlightened, and he figured out the problem that troubled him. He had always felt that something was wrong. From the moment he saw Yuan, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. Because everything here was real, at least in Qin Xiao's eyes. It was not an illusion. Yuan was indeed Yuan, and her aura was not wrong. She was also alive, and there was nothing wrong with her speech and behavior. She was the Yuan he was familiar with. Logically speaking, there was indeed nothing wrong with everything, and he could not see any flaws. However, Qin Xiao always felt that something was not right. Now, he finally understood what was wrong. All of this was actually a test. If he really took Yuan's 2 pieces of the immortal writ fragments, then he must have been tricked and failed. In fact, there is no Narcissus Palace Lord at all, and there is no such heaven-defying luck, and such a good thing has not fallen on me. Qin Xiao looked at Yuan and said calmly. Yuan blinked and looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled face. It was impossible to act like this. It seemed that Yuan was really confused by Qin Xiao. She looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled face and did not understand Qin Xiao's actions. Seeing Yuan's expression, Qin Xiao also figured it out. Miss Yuan Yuan, in fact, this is a test for both of us. If I take your immortal writ fragments, then I will definitely fail. So I won't take them. You don't have to look at me with such a strange expression. You will understand soon. Everything here was designed in advance. It's nothing more than an extremely confusing test. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a ray of immortal light fell. The palace in front of them quickly disappeared and turned into nothingness. A door appeared in front of Qin Zhao and Yuan Yuan. At the same time, the two pieces of the immortal writ fragments in Yuan Yuan's hand flew up and flew to Qin Zhao and Yuan Yuan, one for each. Seeing this, Qin Zhao finally showed a slight smile on his face. He was in a good mood. Everything is as I have guessed. It is indeed a hidden test. I almost fell for it. Fortunately, at the final juncture, I managed to hold myself back. I managed to react in time and pull back. Only then did I understand everything. In fact, all this is not difficult. The difficult part is that the heart is bewitched, and it is difficult to walk out of the puzzle. If you can see clearly, since it is a fair test, and you've already reached the 8th stage, it is impossible for such a situation to happen again. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If there is, then you must be careful. Maybe there is a bomb hidden in the pie. After saying this, Qin Zhao waved his hand and took the immortal writ fragment. It was the 8th piece. Just one more piece, and he would be able to collect all 9 pieces and combine them into a complete immortal writ fragment. Then, he would pass the second round of the test and advance to the next level. It could be said that success was close at hand, and he could touch it very soon. Yuan Yuan's jade eyes widened. She blinked and looked at the immortal writ fragment floating in front of her, and then looked at Qin Zhao. She still looked a little confused. Clearly, she still hadn't figured out what was going on. I don't think you told me this. What's going on? Why can't I understand it all? Yuan Yuan murmured with a puzzled face. Qin Zhao smiled. He somewhat understood the situation. He asked, Miss Yuan Yuan, tell me what is going on. How did you become the lord of the Narcissus Palace in the 8th stage? Moreover, you have been leading me all this time, as if you were telling the truth. You are a person who does not know how to lie, but you have been misleading me all this time. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know. Yuan Yuan shook her head, indicating that she also did not understand what was going on. Looking at her, it seemed that she really did not understand what was going on. Yuan Yuan was originally a little confused, which made Qin Zhao even more curious. Why would Yuan Yuan do such a thing? Moreover, there was clearly nothing wrong with Yuan Yuan's consciousness. She should also remember what happened just now. There was nothing wrong with it. Then what was going on? Yuan Yuan, tell me everything that happened after you entered the 8th stage in detail. Only then will I know what is going on. Qin Zhao thought for a moment and said. Yuan Yuan looked at Qin Zhao and nodded. She clearly trusted Qin Zhao. Yuan Yuan told Qin Zhao everything that happened after she entered the 8th stage in detail. After listening, Qin Zhao was shocked to discover that Yuan Yuan had been here the moment she entered the 8th stage. She had been staying here the whole time and had been acting as the lord of the Narcissus Palace. Unlike the others, she had not broken through the stages one by one and finally arrived here. The moment she entered, she appeared here. Then, the sacred emperor's messenger appeared and gave Yuan Yuan a test. The content of the test was for Yuan Yuan to act as the lord of the Narcissus Palace and receive the people who entered. The sacred emperor's messenger had planned all the dialogue and words for Yuan Yuan. She just had to memorize them and say them according to her words. Chapter 2261. If the person who entered believed Yuan Yuan and took the 2 shards, then it would be considered failure. If they failed, then the 2 shards would belong to Yuan Yuan. If the person who entered didn't believe Yuan Yuan, then they would pass the test, and each person would get a shard. In other words, as long as Yuan Yuan stayed here, she could easily get the shards. Regardless of whether the person who entered succeeded or failed, Yuan Yuan could get the shards. It felt like cheating. If the person who entered failed, then Yuan Yuan could directly get the 2 shards. If the person who entered succeeded, then Yuan Yuan could also get a shard. This was a sure-win deal. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky. Such a good job fell on Yuan's head, and it was personally given by the Holy Emperor's envoy. Previously, the Holy Emperor's envoy took the initiative to give Yuan a bronze ball. Now, he took the initiative to give Yuan a good job. This kindness to Yuan was simply an act of kindness outside the law, breaking the rules of fairness and justice. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't jealous of Yuan. Since Yuan could smoothly pass the test, Qin Shao was naturally very happy for her. He was just curious. What kind of divine being was Miss Yuan? What kind of great background did she have? It was very unusual for the Holy Emperor's envoy to curry favor with her, right? Qin Shao didn't believe that Miss Yuan didn't have a great background. The first time he saw Yuan, he felt that Yuan wasn't simple. She always had a mysterious aura about her that people couldn't see through. There was nothing mysterious about Yuan herself, but there was a mysterious aura hidden in her body that made people feel that she was very mysterious. Now, Qin Shao was even more certain of his guess. However, this wasn't important. No matter what Yuan's background was, Qin Shao didn't think much of it. In any case, no matter how great Yuan's background was, Qin Shao didn't want to rely on Yuan to get any benefits. Since Yuan didn't want to talk about it, Qin Shao didn't want to ask about it. He was just curious. What Yuan had done to him just now was completely according to the Saint Emperor's emissary's instructions. Yuan didn't know why the Holy Emperor's envoy wanted her to do this, but she obediently did as she was told and didn't think about anything else. How could she know that her actions were actually a hidden test for Qin Shao? Therefore, even after Qin Shao understood, she was still confused. She didn't understand what was going on. Yuan didn't have any thoughts at all. She just did what others said. To her, it was such a simple thing. As for the rest, she simply couldn't think of that level. It was precisely because Yuan was acting as herself that Qin Shao was almost fooled into accepting the 2 pieces of the immortal badge. What made Qin Shao feel interesting was that he was not the first person to reach the 8th level, but the 5th. In other words, there were 4 people who came in before him, but they were all defeated by Yuan. None of them could pass the test, and they were all defeated. Only Qin Shao succeeded. In this case, Yuan had already obtained 9 pieces of the immortal rich shards, which meant that he had passed the 2nd round of the test. This was really very easy. He didn't even move his hand and directly passed through. And from the looks of it, Qin Shao felt that Yuan should be the first person to collect all 9 pieces of the immortal badge and complete the 2nd round of the test. However, he had to admit that the way Yuan completed the test was a bit of cheating. But this cheating was given by the Saint Emperor's envoy himself. Who would dare to say anything? However, Qin Shao felt that Yuan was able to receive this extrajudicial grace, not because the Saint Emperor's envoy was generous, but because he really took special care of her. Or rather, Yuan herself had the ability and talent to do so. So she was qualified to receive this extrajudicial grace. At least, Qin Shao felt that this was very likely. He firmly believed it. I think I already have 9 pieces of the immortal badge. The door to the passage is also open. Does that mean I can also leave here? Have I completed the test? Yuan suddenly smiled and said she didn't want to stay here forever. She wanted to leave long ago. Qin Shao nodded and said, should be. Since you already have 9 pieces of the immortal badge, it means you have passed this round of the test. But isn't this too easy? There's no challenge at all. It's not fun at all. No, I don't want this. But Yuan couldn't feel happy. She shook her head and pushed the immortal badge fragment away. She gave it to Qin Shao and said, I don't want this anymore. How about I give it to you? I've been here all this time and didn't do anything. It was so easy to collect all 9 pieces of the immortal badge. I didn't feel the real test. I still want to play. I don't want it to end so quickly. Haha. Hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps only Yuan will be able to say such words, right? If it was someone else, they would be overjoyed. Why would they care so much? Since she already had 9 pieces of the immortal badge, it meant that she had passed the 2nd round of the test. How could she refuse such a good thing? Wouldn't that be stupid? The process wasn't that important, right? The result was what was important. But because Yuan didn't want it to end, she didn't want the immortal badge fragment. If such a unique sentence were to spread out, who knew how many people would go crazy? Sometimes comparing oneself to others would really infuriate one to death. To be honest, if this happened to Qin Xiao would definitely accept it. After all, everyone was only pursuing the result, not the process. Maybe Yuan was special because she didn't want to participate in the Sacred Academy selection in the first place. So, everything didn't matter to her. With different attitudes, the way of looking at problems was also different. I don't want it either. It's yours, so you should keep it. Qin Xiao shook his head and didn't accept it. Instead, he sent it back. Yuan blinked, looked at Qin Xiao, and said, "What's wrong? Why don't you want it? Are you embarrassed?" "Oh, it's nothing. Although I'm a girl and you're a man, there's nothing to be embarrassed about accepting my gift. It's not something valuable. Anyway, I don't want it, so I'm giving it to you. Just accept it." Qin Xiao smiled and said, "It's not a matter of being embarrassed. It's a matter of principle. Besides, I have full confidence in this round of the test, so I don't need your immortal badge fragment. I can collect it all by myself. Men have their dignity. I'll get what I want with my own hands. What I get with my own efforts is precious. It's something to be happy about. Only then will I feel at ease. If I accept your immortal badge fragment, I'll feel very uncomfortable. To me, it's not a gift, but a needle that makes me uncomfortable." Yuan was confused. She blinked and shook her head in confusion. "I don't understand." "Haha, it's fine if you don't understand. There's no need to understand. Anyway, just listen to me. Keep it well. If you want to try again, don't put the 9 immortal badge fragments together for the time being. Let's try the 9th test together. There's no need to keep it. Keep it first," Qin Xiao said with a smile. Yuan finally understood. After thinking for a while, she nodded. "Oh, okay. I'll keep it first." After the two of them kept the immortal badge fragments, they stepped through the door and entered the 9th test. The 9th test was the most important test for Qin Xiao. It might be the last test for him to complete. Therefore, Qin Xiao treated the 9th test very seriously. He raised his spirits, and the anticipation in his heart was especially strong. The 9th test was a world of nothingness. It was as if they had entered a chaotic land. There was nothing around them. Fortunately, Qin Xiao and Yuan came in together. The two of them were still together. Unlike the other tests, once they entered the passage, they would be forcibly separated and sent to different worlds to participate in the test. In the 9th test, they were not separated and still came in together. This was something that surprised Qin Xiao. It was as if things that had never happened before had happened. Yuan didn't know the rules of the test. Therefore, she didn't feel that there was anything special about entering the 9th test with Qin Xiao. As soon as she came in, she looked around curiously. Looking at Yuan, Qin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The test just now was really dangerous. Even now, when he thought about it, he still felt that it was a little thrilling. He was so close to falling into the trap and losing in the 8th stage. Qin Xiao couldn't help but admire the Sacred Emperor's envoy. Using Yuan as the guardian of the 8th test and letting her act as herself, it was really good at confusing people. Because everything was real, the test was hidden very, very deep. It was extremely difficult to detect. At the last moment, Qin Xiao's heart flashed with a ray of light. He finally thought it through and understood. He didn't know what the 9th test would be. Qin Xiao also looked around seriously. It was empty all around, as if he couldn't see anything. Dong, dong, dong. Vaguely, he heard the sound of water droplets falling to the ground from afar. Qin Xiao looked ahead, but he couldn't see the specific situation. "Come, let's go and take a look," Qin Xiao said to Yuan. Naturally, Yuan nodded and listened to Qin Xiao's arrangement. Then, the two of them walked in the direction of the sound. The two of them hadn't taken a few steps when they heard a surprised voice. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Xiao immediately knew who it was. Hearing this voice, Qin Xiao was a little happy. This voice was naturally not someone else's. It was Prince Zhongyang's. Prince Zhongyang quickly approached them with a face full of joy. The smile on his face was very bright, and he seemed to be in a good mood. "Aha, it's really you. Qin Xiao, Miss Yuan, how did you two get together? You can't be so lucky, right? How did you manage to get together? Prince Zhongyang said with a smile. Qin Shao smiled and said, we met in the 8th test, and we reached the 9th test together. Isn't your luck very good too? As soon as you entered the 9th test, you met the two of us at once. Your luck isn't just for show. Chapter 2262. Zhongyang, you've made it to the 9th stage as well? Yuan was a little surprised as she spoke. Hey. Hearing this, Zhongyang was a little unhappy. Miss Yuan, what do you mean? What do you mean I've also reached the 9th level? What's wrong with an excellent and peerless genius like me reaching the 9th level? Isn't it a piece of cake? Why do I feel hurt by your words? I'm very excellent, okay? Are you guys as excellent as me? Needless to say, definitely not. But we reached the 9th level before you, Yuan said again, stabbing Zhongyang in the back. Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said, don't worry about these details. I was just enjoying the scenery along the way and was a little slow. That's not the point. The point is that we've already reached the 9th level. So what we should think about next is how to pass the 9th level. Now that the three of us have gathered together, I have a bad feeling about this. It might not be a good thing. Yuan was a little puzzled. It's very good. Why is it not good? The three of us gathered together. Isn't it fate? Hee. Anyway, I felt bored being alone. Now that I'm not bored, it's good. Prince Zhongyang shook his head. Miss Yuan's thinking was still a little too simple. The three of them walked forward and finally saw a martial stage that was 1,000 feet square in the void. In the middle of the martial arts platform, there was a statue of 9 dragons spitting water. So Qin Shao and the others could hear the sound of water from afar. In the middle of the statue, there was a piece of immortal order fragment floating, shining and attracting attention. Other than these things, there was nothing else. The 9th level's test gave people a mysterious feeling, but the atmosphere seemed a little strange. As soon as the three of them stepped on the martial arts platform, they felt a surge of hot blood rushing into their bodies, stimulating their blood and making them swell up. The air was filled with the aura of battle, as if this place was a battlefield. A faint smell of blood could also arouse people's fighting spirit. After looking around, the three of them fixed their eyes on the statue of 9 dragons spitting water. There were some words on the statue. 3 people go together. 1 person succeeds. 2 people return. Seeing these words, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang could not help but frown at the same time and look at each other. Yuan read it silently. She looked at Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang with a puzzled face and asked, what does this sentence mean? Is this the 9th level's test? Why does it feel so simple? Simple? Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Shao shook his head and explained, the meaning of this sentence is that the three of us will participate in this test together, but only one of us can succeed and obtain the immortal writ fragment. So, the 9th level is very strange. Logically speaking, there should be more than 9 levels in total. Even if someone loses a level, it is very likely that there is some accidental factor in it. There should still be hope to make up for it later. According to my speculation, there should be 10 levels in total. It's okay to lose 1 level, but if you lose 2 levels, you will be directly eliminated. Based on the current situation, this is the case. Those who are eliminated have lost 2 levels. Those who lose 1 level can continue to try. But in the 9th level, it's said that if you lose, you will be directly eliminated. I don't quite understand. Could it be that we are really so unlucky? Qin Zhao's face darkened slightly. He was also thinking about this problem. Yes, it was indeed strange. It did not make sense. Could it be that there was some secret hidden in this? Would it be the same as the 8th level? But it cannot be. Logically speaking, a similar test would not be used twice. Moreover, the 8th level's test was different. His and Prince Zhongyang's test was different. Obviously, Zhongyang was not facing Yuan. Therefore, there should be a lot of different challenges in the 9th stage, and each of them would be different. It was also possible that they were unlucky and encountered a more difficult test. There was a possibility. Although he still had a trace of doubt in his heart, he could not dismiss this possibility. If this was really the case, then they had encountered a big problem. It can't be like that, right? Yuan opened her mouth slightly. She had a look of disbelief. But you are all top geniuses. You are all so outstanding. You are much more outstanding than many people here. I feel that you are fully qualified and capable to enter St. College. You are already standing in the ranks of the top geniuses. You are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If one of you is eliminated, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Master Zhang Yang agreed with Yuan's words. Isn't that right? Excellent people like us. If we were to be eliminated from the competition, wouldn't it be unfair to the heavens? Sigh, is it wrong to be outstanding? If it is wrong to be like this, then I would rather be completely wrong. So wrong that no medicine can save me. But Miss Yuan, you forgot to take yourself into account. This time, I eliminated 2 people. Only 1 person advanced. I am speechless. Heaven is unfair. My luck is not good. Forget it. The rules are set by them. We don't have the ability to change anything. So forget it. I am still young. In fact, I don't really care whether I can enter St. College or not. It's just that I came out to play this time. I just wanted to join and have some fun. I want to see the other geniuses of the mortal world. Let's compete with them. Let's spar. Let's see how outstanding we are. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, an outstanding person like me doesn't need others to set me off or prove anything. I don't care. I was still worried that if I accidentally caught the eye of the Sacred Academy, will my master beat me up? Now, I don't have to worry about this. How great is that? I don't have to worry about it anymore. I give up on this stage. I leave it to you. Haha, Qin Shao. Miss Yuan, you decide for yourselves. No. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a serious face, Zhang Yang, I don't agree with you taking the initiative to withdraw. You're better than me in all aspects. So, if we want to compete, I may not necessarily win against you. The person who should withdraw should be me. You don't have to compete with me. I really don't care. I've always been used to being idle. I prefer freedom. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, Brother Qin Shao, what do you mean? You want to compete with me, even if I withdraw? That won't do. Everything has to be first come, first served, right? I said it first. Naturally, I will withdraw first. If you continue to compete with me, I will be angry with you. Otherwise, let's fight. Whoever loses will withdraw. Although these words made Qin Shao a little speechless, in fact, he felt quite warm in his heart. Although Prince Zhang Yang was very arrogant, narcissistic, and boastful, he was still worthy of deep friendship. They could be brothers. Just for this point, Qin Shao also recognized this life and death brother in his heart. As the saying goes, true love is revealed in adversity. Only when it was really related to one's own interests, true love was obviously so precious. Who didn't want to enter St. College? Even if Zhang Yang said it casually, he must be very eager to enter. St. College was definitely the highest school in the human world. Once one entered, it was like a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. It was not an exaggeration at all. St. College was a newly established school established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If one entered now, they would be the first batch of students of St. College. This was very significant. Therefore, Qin Shao knew that Zhang Yang was giving way to him. But how could he accept such a concession? Indeed, Qin Shao really wanted to enter St. College. This was a great opportunity for him. It could even be said that it was a chance to change his destiny. This significance was extraordinary. But no matter how much he longed for something, he must keep his own bottom line. In Qin Zhao's heart, friendship was more important than anything, even his life. This had always been his principle and bottom line. It was the supreme belief in his life. Oh, don't fight. There is no need to give in. Yuan suddenly waved to the 2 of them. Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang looked at Yuan. What was her opinion? Yuan smiled and said, Oh, actually, you don't have to give in to each other. I have a better way. As she said, Yuan moved her hand, and a piece of Saint Writ fragment appeared in her hand. Here, I will give you 1 piece. You don't have to give in to each other. Take 1 piece each. Then you 2 will have 9 pieces. Is it a great thing? Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang had guessed that Yuan Yuan would do this. For a moment, they were speechless. How is this a good way? Wasn't it the same as theirs? Why are you all looking at me like this? Is this not a good way? I think it is very good. Anyway, I was not willing to participate in the selection of Saint College from the beginning. So, it doesn't matter to me. I will give you a piece of Saint Writ fragment. I will not lose anything. Yuan Yuan said again. It could be seen that she was indeed telling the truth. Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang did not doubt this. But, no matter what, they would not take Yuan Yuan's Saint Writ fragment. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Yuan Yuan, you have already collected 9 pieces. So you don't have to do this. This is between me and Zhang Yang. Let's solve it. You don't have to get involved. Haha. Amazing Miss Yuan Yuan. You have already collected 9 pieces of Saint Writ fragments. Admirable, admirable. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Prince Zhang Yang suddenly laughed happily. He praised and admired Yuan Yuan from the bottom of his heart. He was very happy. In the first 8 tests, Miss Yuan Yuan had already collected 9 pieces of Saint Writ fragments. It was really a bit unbelievable. Perhaps she was the only one in such a situation. Although Prince Zhang Yang still did not understand how Yuan Yuan did it, it was not important. He was happy for her. In that case, there is indeed no need to test Miss Yuan Yuan. Only Qin Xiao and I are left. That's good. At least, we only need to eliminate 1 person. We don't need to eliminate 2 to fulfill one's wish. That will make us feel much better. Brother Qin Xiao, there is no need to argue. I said first. Anyway, I will withdraw from this round. If you don't accept, then we will withdraw together. Chapter 2263. If both of them wanted this fragment, then it would be very easy. Both of them would fight each other and decide the winner with their fists. It would be very easy to resolve the matter. However, the problem was that both of them were giving the fragment to the other, so naturally they were in a deadlock. If they really fought, it wouldn't be good. Neither of them would use their full strength. Therefore, this problem suddenly gave them a headache. Moreover, Prince Zhang Yang had taken the initiative. Qin Xiao was also thinking about what to do. Perhaps there is another path we can take. Qin Xiao's expression suddenly changed. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. He looked at Prince Zhang Yang and said seriously, there was another way? Miss Yuan Yuan's suggestion was rejected by them. What other way was there? Prince Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew what Qin Xiao wanted to say. Haha, don't tell me we're thinking of the same thing again. Qin Xiao curled his lips into a smile and said, I think so. Why don't we give it a try? Yes, we can give it a try. Prince Zhang Yang nodded in response. Seeing the two of them talking so mysteriously, Miss Yuan Yuan was confused. She had no idea what they were going to do. Was there a better way to solve this problem? They didn't go for the fragment. Instead, they attacked the statue of the 9 dragons, spitting out water. Yuan Yuan couldn't understand what the two of them were going to do, so she stood at the side and watched curiously. Although she couldn't understand, she knew that Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang were going to do something very dangerous. Sure enough, after the statue of the 9 dragons spitting out water was smashed, the door to the passage appeared. 2 more fragments of the immortal writ flew out. Together with the first fragment, there were 3 fragments of the immortal writ. Haha, it seems we were right. Seeing the 3 fragments of the immortal writ, Qin Zhao's face lit up. Prince Zhang Yang laughed loudly. Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. He originally thought that the 9th test wouldn't be a hidden test like the 8th test. But what he didn't expect was that the 9th stage's test was really a hidden test. This test wasn't really about determining a winner, but rather, everyone had to be humble and trust each other. To put it bluntly, if the other 2 people were not Prince Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan, Qin Xiao might not be able to do this. It was precisely because of Prince Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan's presence that he didn't have to compete. He could be polite and give up the opportunity. He could completely trust each other. In the end, he made a bold guess and acted together with Prince Zhang Yang. This test seemed to have been specially prepared for the 3 of them. It didn't seem to be random. If it was random, it was impossible for there to be such a coincidence that the 3 of them just happened to gather together. Moreover, The key point of this test was mutual trust, to let go of the greed in one's heart, and to put friendship first. If they couldn't put friendship first, then no matter how good their relationship was, they would turn against each other and fight for the immortal writ fragments. Once the situation escalated to the point of a fight, even if the friendship between the two of them was not completely broken, it would at least fade by a lot. Prince Zhongyang took one fragment and threw the other two to Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. He smacked his lips and said, "Faced with the temptation of being a student of the Saint Institute, such a big test is probably enough to make many people lose their minds. Their eyes turn red, they disregard friendship, and turn their swords against each other to fight for this opportunity. In fact, this test isn't difficult. The difficult part is how to overcome this huge temptation. If you can calm down and think about it, you'll think that this might be a test. If you can let go of this huge temptation and value friendship, then you'll dare to take this risk and fight for it. Of course, if I didn't meet you guys today, I'm afraid I wouldn't do this. So this test, how should I put it, should have a specific target." Qin Shao nodded. That was what he thought as well. There should be a specific target. If it were two other people, he probably wouldn't have done this. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that they had passed the test and obtained enough fragments. "Haha, let's not talk about this. Let's combine the fragments," said Prince Zhongyang. This was very simple. The three of them quickly combined the fragments. Yuan Yuan also had one more fragment in her hand. After doing this, the three of them walked out of the passage. After leaving the passageway, the three people's field of vision suddenly opened up. With a single glance, they could tell that they had exited and arrived at the entrance from before. However, as soon as the three of them came out, they arrived at a small independent space in the void, right above the entrance. In this independent space, the Saint Emperor's envoy was sitting there, leisurely drinking wine. When he saw Qin Shao and the other two, the Saint Emperor's envoy opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Qin Shao and the other two. He nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Seeing that the Saint Emperor's envoy didn't say anything, Qin Shao and the other two didn't disturb him. They just stood to the side. "Haha, you guys are really outstanding. Too outstanding. The three of us were the first to pass the second test. However, this is something to be expected. After all, we're all so outstanding. There's no reason for us not to be first. I've already predicted that we'll be first. You guys are lucky to have met such an outstanding person like me. My outstanding aura has obviously added a few points to you guys." Prince Zhongyang started to boast again. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were already used to it. They tacitly looked to the side and pretended not to hear anything. When Qin Shao and the other two came out, the area below immediately became lively. "Look, it's Prince Zhongyang and the other two. They should have passed the second test, right? That's why they were there. There's no need to guess. They must have passed the second test. TSK, they're really outstanding." The three of them actually passed the second test at the same time and became first. It's unbelievable. Prince Zhongyang is outstanding, but what about the other two? How can they be so heaven-defying? I've checked. The man seems to be called Qin Shao. He doesn't have any background. He's just a barbarian from the southern wasteland. As for the girl called Yuan Yuan, I can't find out her background. She's very mysterious. I guess her background is not simple. However, I really didn't expect that the two of them could pass the second test. Miss Yuan Yuan received special treatment from the Saint Emperor's envoy before. I think she might have been taken care of a little. Prince Zhongyang might also have received special treatment. As for that barbarian called Qin Shao, I don't believe that he has the ability to do so. He's really King lucky. There's no justice in this. I'm such a genius, but I was eliminated. Come on, I didn't even say anything. What do you have to say? You think you can compare to me? In what way can you compare to me? Are you trying to humiliate me? Why don't we have a fight now and see who's better? Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The second test was obviously coming to an end. Although the Saint Emperor's envoy was leisurely sipping wine, he was also paying attention to the situation in the Narcissus Palace. Qin Shao and the other two were the first batch to pass the test. This was within his expectations. Among the many top geniuses in this batch, He obviously thought the most highly of Qin Shao and the other two. The final result was indeed as expected. The three of them were the first to pass the test and advance to the next round. They were one step closer to becoming students of the Sane Academy. These three people were probably going to become Hu Ling's geniuses. Soon, another batch of people came out after passing the second test. The second batch was the Hu duo, Hu Zi and Hu Wanwu. Together with Pin Quan, there were a total of 3 people. Seeing these 3 people, Qin Shao couldn't help but think that they had also participated in the 9th test together, passed it together, and walked out together. This 9th test couldn't be so cruel, right? If the test was conducted in groups of 3, it would be too much of a coincidence. Could it be that because of one person, 3 people would be harmed? Logically speaking, this test shouldn't have such a huge factor of coincidence. When Hu Zi and the other 2 saw Qin Shao and the other 2, they couldn't help but be a little surprised, especially Hu Wanwu. He had met Qin Shao once before and even had a fight with Qin Shao under his provocation. However, it was clear that he had brought humiliation upon himself in the previous contest. In the end, he ended up being humiliated. At this time, seeing that Qin Shao had passed the second test before him, it naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. There was a burning pain on his face again, and he felt like he had been hit hard. So uncomfortable. He still thought that he could get back 10% later, so that he wouldn't end up in such an embarrassing situation. He even thought that it would be best if Qin Shao couldn't pass the second test. Then he would have vented his anger. But he didn't expect that Qin Shao not only passed the second test, but also passed it faster than him. This was Qin Shao beating him again. Pin Quan had always been arrogant. This time, he was in the second batch, so he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Originally, when he met Hu Zi and Hu Wanwu, the 3 of them passed the test together. He already thought that they must be the first batch to pass the second test, but he didn't expect that this was not the case. Among Hu Ling's many young geniuses, only Hu Zi and Hu Wanwu could make Pin Quan submit. Now, Qin Shao and the other 2 blooming brilliance and unparalleled youthfulness made Pin Quan have to reconsider. The 3rd batch had 2 people, the 4th batch had 1 person, and the 5th batch had 2 people. In the next few batches, only 1 or 2 people came out. The situation was not fixed, and there was no pattern. This made Qin Shao break his previous guess. It seemed that the 9th test was also different, and not all of them were in groups of 3. The second round of the test also ended under everyone's gaze and heated discussion. In the end, only 21 people successfully passed the second round of the test. Almost 200 top geniuses participated in the test, but in the end, only 21 people passed the second round of the test. Many geniuses and young talents of various surnames were eliminated. From this, it could be seen how difficult the second round of the test was. But this was not the end. There would be a third round of the test waiting for Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao and the others were the victors. They were covered in endless radiance, and their names were written in a resounding manner. Their names shook the entire Hu territory. Chapter 2264. Those who were eliminated naturally left dejectedly, leaving behind emptiness and hatred. The selection of the first batch of students at Sacred Academy was an unprecedented event, an unprecedented opportunity, an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Who didn't want to enter Sacred Academy? The academy jointly established by the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 5 sacred emperors was definitely the #1 academy in the mortal world, or even the entire immortal region. Who didn't want to enter? Being able to enter Sacred Academy not only represented one's talent, potential, and strength, but also represented a supreme honor. It was a kind of identity, and even more so, it would give one supreme authority. What cultivators pursued was nothing more than strength and authority. Fighting to be #1 was the lifelong pursuit of countless people. Geniuses were all arrogant, and with such arrogance, they would do their best to pursue it. Even though there was a lot of unwillingness, a failure was a failure, and elimination was elimination. This was an ironclad fact, and there was no way to change it, nor was there a second chance. They were destined to have no fate with Sacred Academy. However, after some people's unwillingness, they quickly felt at ease. Sacred Academy selection. How difficult was that? How high was the elimination rate? How many geniuses were there in the world? Those who could truly pass the selection and become Sacred Academy students were not just a few individuals. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, an extremely small group. Among the 21 people who passed the second round of selections, there were a total of 3 people from the Hu clan, including young Master Zhang Yang. Although Prince Zhang Yang did not admit that he was from the Hu clan, the blood of the Hu clan flowed in his body, and this was something that could never be changed. Out of the 21 spots, the Hu clan occupied 3, occupying 1/7. It was obvious how powerful the Hu clan was. They were worthy of being Hu Ling's dominant force, the supreme ruler. This powerful foundation was indeed far from what other forces could compare to. However, the most dazzling performance this time was Qin Shao and the other 2. Their dazzling performance was not only because they were the first batch to pass the second round of selection, but also because they were not famous before. Only Prince Zhang Yang was slightly better. As for Yuan Yuan and Qin Shao, they were completely unknown. They were 2 stunning dark horses, and their performance could be said to be astonishing. Qin Zhao's name also spread in Hu Ling. As the biggest dark horse, his name shook the entire Hu Ling. However, no one knew Qin Shao. Congratulations! The Sacred Emperor's emissary's gaze swept over Qin Shao and the other 21 people. Thank you, Sacred Emperor's emissary. Everyone bowed in unison. No matter how talented they were still very much in front of the Sacred Emperor's emissary. The Holy Emperor's emissary continued. Now that you've passed the second trial, the third trial awaits you. Only after passing the third test can you be considered to have truly passed the selection of Sacred Academy and become a glorious member of Sacred Academy. Sacred Academies students. Sacred Academies, Sacred Academy. The Sacred Emperors of the Sacred. They were going to Taihao City. Hearing the Sacred Emperor's emissary's words, many people became excited. Taihao City? The city built by the East Emperor, Human Emperor Fuxi? The place where the East Emperor, Human Emperor Fuxi lived? Qin Shao had also heard of Taihao City. The East Emperor, Human Emperor Fuxi, was also known as the East Emperor Taihao Fuxi. He was one of the 5 sacred emperors. Taihao City was said to be built by the East Emperor Taihao Fuxi. It was his original place of cultivation, the ancestral land of the Taihao clan. Of course, the East Emperor Taihao Fuxi was no longer in Taihao City, and the ancestral land of the Taihao clan was no longer in Taihao City. But even so, it did not affect Taihao City's status as one of the top 10 cities of the 9 provinces Huaxia. As one of the top 9 cities of the 9 provinces Huaxia, one could see how high Taihao City's status was. Taihao City was also known as the Sacred City. In the 9 provinces Huaxia, there were only 9 cities that could be called the Sacred City. Not only did the Holy City represent its historical origins, but it also represented its incomparably rich heritage. It was also a place of supreme faith. The citizens of the 9 provinces Huaxia had an incomparable faith and worship for the Sacred City. So when they heard that they were going to Taihao City, they were more or less excited. Even Hu Zi, a young and outstanding member of the Hu clan, had never been to Taihao City. Taihao City was not a place that ordinary people could enter as they wished. However, the 100 schools of philosophers also had some foundation in Taihao City. Qin Shao, Miss Yuan Yuan, have you been to Taihao City before? Prince Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Qin Shao shook his head. He had not been to 9 provinces Huaxia for long. Not to mention Taihao City, he had only been to a few places in the Hu clan. He had not even left the Hu clan's territory. Yuan Yuan also shook her head, her jade-like eyes full of curiosity. Taihao City, one of the 9 great holy cities of Huaxia in the 9 continents. I've always been curious about it, and have always wanted to take a look, but I never had the chance. This time we can go and see what Taihao City looks like. Yuan Yuan was mostly just curious about Taihao City. She was not driven by spiritual faith. Ha! I knew that you have never been to Tai House City. Prince Zhongyang grinned and patted himself with a smug look. I'm different. I've been to Tai House City. So, in terms of knowledge, you can't compare to me. But it doesn't matter. Although I'm better than you, as long as we get to know each other for a long time, you'll gradually become as good as me. When the time comes, we can form a group called the Three Talents of the Immortal Region. Or we can be more low-key and call ourselves the Three Heroes of the Nine Provinces, the Three Heroes of Huaxia, or something like that. Haha, look at this name. How imposing it is. Isn't it very promising? Boring. Qin Xiao didn't play along with him. Yuan also replied bluntly, You're very boring. Don't be like this. If you continue like this, you will lose me. Prince Zhongyang smacked his lips and looked a little depressed. Under everyone's excited mood, the Sacred Emperor's messenger set off and flew towards Tai House City. The Sacred Academy selection was originally a rather mysterious matter. Not many people knew about it. However, after the second round of selection, the news quickly spread and the various cities in the Huling received a lot of information. Wind Cloud City, as one of the three major cities in the Huling and adjacent to the Wind Cloud Academy, was naturally one of the places with the most up-to-date information. Moreover, there were quite a number of Wind Cloud Academy students participating in the Holy Academy selection test this time. Therefore, a lot of the news was first spread to Wind Cloud Academy, and then to Wind Cloud City, and then to Huling. The news spread quickly and caused a huge uproar. One name attracted the attention of many people in Wind Cloud City. That was Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had previously stayed in Wind Cloud City for a period of time and caused some trouble. Wind Cloud Academy, a place for cultivation. Hua Li was giving Hua Rong some pointers, and both of them were immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, a figure rushed over and said in a panic, Young Master Li, young Master Rong, not good, not good. Something big has happened. Seeing Qi Li so flustered, Hua Li frowned and glanced at him coldly with some displeasure. Hua Rong scolded, Qi Li, what are you shouting for? Can't you see that big brother is giving pointers to my cultivation? The good atmosphere has been ruined by you. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Qi Li said, Young Master Rong, it's about the Sacred Academy selection dash, however. Before Qi Li could finish, Hua Rong waved his hand unhappily and said, Shut up. What does the Sacred Academy selection have to do with us? Even my big brother can't participate in that level of selection. What are you talking about here? Who cares who passed the selection? It has nothing to do with us. I'm not interested in knowing. Qi Li was a little anxious and hurriedly explained, No, young Master Rong, it really has nothing to do with us. However, I just received reliable news that Qin Xiao actually participated in the Sacred Academy selection and passed through the second round. He even passed the second round's test and became one of the 21 top geniuses who passed the second round selection. In the whole of Huling, there are more than 160 top geniuses who participated in the second round of selection. But in the end, only 21 people passed the second round of selection. You can imagine how low the probability is. It's very difficult to pass the second round of selection. But that Qin Xiao, he actually passed. If Qin Xiao passed, then so be it. What does it have to do with us? What did you just say? Qin Xiao? That Qin Xiao who had a grudge with us before? Hua Rong didn't think much of it at first, but he suddenly reacted. Qin Xiao, that Qin Xiao? That Qin Xiao who made him gnash his teeth in hatred? Qi Li nodded and said, Yes, young Master Rong, it's that Qin Xiao. Who else is called Qin Xiao except him? I've verified the situation. It's all accurate news. There's no falsehood in it. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come and disturb you. Hua Rong's mood suddenly became very bad. His face was very ugly, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He acknowledged Qin Xiao's strength in his heart. Last time in Freedom City, he was defeated by Qin Xiao and was very embarrassed. All his plans were ruined by Qin Xiao. However, he didn't think Qin Xiao was so incredible. He also didn't expect that Qin Xiao could participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. Moreover, he had actually passed the second round of the test, and his name had shaken the entire Huling territory. How could this unknown barbarian with no background be able to do something so heaven-defying. Hearing this news, Huarong was very unhappy and wanted to vent his anger. How can this kid be so monstrous and heaven-defying? Was he really that lucky? How did he become like this? There are only 21 top geniuses in the Hu Ling who passed the second round of selection. He is one of them. Huarong found it hard to accept this news, but he had to accept it. Huo Li's eyes were gloomy and flashed with a cold light. He also fought with Qin Shao and knew that Qin Shao was indeed a very capable monster. How much did he want to participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy this time? How much did he want to participate in it? He also tried hard, but he didn't get a bronze ball and lost the qualification to participate. Therefore, he was very envious of those who could participate in the selection of a Sacred Academy. Qin Shao being able to participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy was a stimulus to him. Qin Shao being able to pass the second round of selection was a stimulus to him. Chapter 2265. Haha, how long have we been apart? It's only been a few 100,000 years. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Shao actually made such a name for himself. I'm so happy. Come, second brother, let's have a good drink today. I haven't been in such a good mood for a long time. Hearing that Qin Shao had participated in the Holy Institute selection and even passed the second round of tests, becoming one of Hu Ling's 21 top young geniuses, his name shaking the entire Hu Ling, Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu's mood changed. Great. In their happiness, they naturally wanted to drink some wine to liven things up. This happiness was even greater than when they had passed the selection and entered the Wind Cloud Academy. After all, this was the Sacred Academy, an academy jointly established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was the top academy in the immortal realm, a supreme existence with extraordinary significance. Naturally, it was not something that the Wind Cloud Academy could compare to. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was not an exaggeration at all. Yes, I'm so happy for Qin Shao. I knew that this kid was extraordinary, but I didn't expect him to amaze everyone so quickly. Great, this is great, this is great. TSK, 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 Sacred Academy. I'm looking forward to it. It's a pity that we're still too weak. We don't even have the qualifications to participate. Qin Zhao's talent and potential are already heaven-defying. He could already stand at the peak of the immortal realm. If he enters the Sacred Academy, his speed of improvement will be even more frightening. His potential is limitless. The height he can reach in the future is unimaginable. I can only imagine. Now it seems that stepping on the holy road and becoming a holy venerable is not difficult for Qin Shao at all. Ha! If our Hongmeng universe can produce an ancient saint, we could be considered to have a firm foothold in the Great Thousand World. We can dominate an area in the immortal realm and establish a force to bring the others from the Hongmeng universe to the immortal realm. We're coming. This is also something that we can look forward to. I wonder how the organization I established is doing now. I really miss it. Young Master Yu also nodded his head as he looked forward to the future. However, it also added a lot of pressure and motivation. Brother, it seems that we have to work harder. Otherwise, we will be left far behind by Qin Shao. Qin Shao, this is the direction we should be moving in. This is the goal we should strive for. Although Wind Cloud Academy can't be compared to Holy Academy, it's not too bad either. Besides, the most important thing in cultivation is still the individual. Our luck has always been good, so we have to work even harder. Young Master Yu's expression was very serious. His face was filled with determination, and his expression was blushing. It was really rare for him to be this serious. Baichuan Fu Su nodded solemnly. Let's work hard together. The path of cultivation can only be walked by ourselves. Everything else is meaningless. However, I believe that the two of us will definitely be able to walk a glorious holy road. There's no end to our pursuit. Let's try our best to go as far as possible. Trampling heaven's path, we brothers are of one heart, and we walk together. Taihao City was one of the 9 sacred cities of the 9 continents of Huaxia. To be able to be called a sacred city, with the word sacred, it was enough to show that it wasn't ordinary. Other than these 9 sacred cities, the other cities couldn't be called sacred cities. Firstly, a sacred city had to be powerful and be the strongest in the 9 continents of Huaxia. Secondly, its foundation had to be incomparably deep. Lastly, he had to obtain the unanimous approval of the 5 saint emperors. Therefore, since the beginning of time, since time immemorial, there had only been these 9 sacred cities. Perhaps many people would have boundless expectations towards the sacred city. They would have many imaginations and would want to know how magnificent the sacred city was. However, after seeing the sacred city for real, they would be somewhat disappointed, just like how Qin Shao and the others were now. Many people were greatly disappointed. Is there a mistake? This is Taihao City? Taihao City, one of the 9 sacred cities? Are we sure we didn't come to the wrong place? Yeah, why do I feel that it doesn't look as good as Huqing? In terms of size, it feels like it's about the same as Wind Cloud City. In terms of architecture, it doesn't feel as majestic as Wind Cloud City. It just has a bit more ancient aura. Maybe our expectations were too high. That's why we feel so disappointed. But it's true. In our hearts, the sacred city is a supreme sacred place. It has always been a place of pilgrimage in our hearts. Naturally, it would seem much more grand. It's a little different from reality. It's normal for us to find it hard to accept. Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. Taihao City indeed didn't look as majestic as Wind Cloud City. However, the ancient and heavy aura of Taihao City showed how powerful it was. It could be seen with the naked eye that this was an extremely ancient city. There was a long history there, and this history turned into a heavy power that enveloped the entire Taihao City. It seems so sacred. Looking at this city, people couldn't help but feel a bit of piety and worship. Prince Zhangyang had been to Taihao City before, so he wasn't surprised or disappointed. Yuan didn't feel disappointed either. She still looked at Taihao City with a curious expression. Her eyes were full of curiosity, and she was exploring new things. After Qin Shao and the other 21 people were brought into Taihao City, the Sacred Emperor's messenger said, "All right, this is Taihao City. You can rest and reorganize yourselves in the city for the time being. Prepare to face the 3rd round in your best condition. Go ahead. I'm not sure how long it will take. Maybe 10,000 years, maybe 100,000 years. As for the specifics, we'll have to see how the other territories fare in the 2nd round. You all have immortal badges. When the time comes, you'll be notified. In the following time, you can do whatever you want. But remember, don't leave Taihao City. If you leave Taihao City without permission, you'll have to give up the test." After saying that, the Sacred Emperor's messenger left, leaving Qin Shao and the others in Taihao City. Being able to move freely was a good thing for them. It just so happened that he could take advantage of this opportunity to walk around Taihao City and experience this holy city. The Hu clan had a branch in Taihao City, so Hu Zi said to the crowd, "Brothers, we're all from the Hu clan. In the Hu clan, we have a competitive relationship, but outside, we don't have such a strong competitive relationship. We don't have a competitive relationship. We're all from the Hu clan. Outside, we're like family. Our Hu clan has a branch stationed in Taihao City. I've already contacted the people of the branch and arranged everything according to plan. If you don't mind, you can stay in the residence arranged by the Hu clan for the time being. You can also rest for a while. I'll invite you all to drink and wash away the dust. It's also a good opportunity to learn about the situation in Taihao City. It'll also prevent us from messing around and causing unnecessary trouble. That wouldn't be good. After all, this is Taihao City, one of the 9 sacred cities. There must be countless experts here. It's not a place where we can be careless. I, Hu Zi, sincerely invite all of you today. I hope you'll give me some face." Hu Zi was an outstanding youth of the Hu clan and a leading figure of the youth. How high was his status? Moreover, in the 2nd round of the test, Hu Zi was also in the 2nd batch. He could be considered to have shone brightly. At this time, he humbled himself and invited everyone. Obviously, he intended to make friends with everyone and express goodwill. Under such circumstances, everyone naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, everyone was willing to make friends with the Hu clan's disciples. Ling Quan was the first to stand up and say, "It's rare for young Master Z to be so enthusiastic and so sincere in welcoming everyone. I think we really shouldn't refuse young Master Z's kindness. It's also a blessing for us to be able to receive young Master Z's hospitality and make friends with us. Moreover, I also agree with what young Master Z said just now. Now that we're outside and are all young geniuses of the Hu clan, we naturally have to unite and face the outside world together. In this way, our chances of winning will be higher. In the third round of the test, we'll definitely have to face the top geniuses of the other clans. Therefore, we have to band together. Young Master Z has the intention to come out and wave the flag. I'm the first to stand up and support him. I also ask all of you to support him. Let's gather our strength and fight together. It'll be a happy thing to join the Sacred Academy together. What do you think of my words, brothers? With Ling Quan taking the lead, everyone was greatly moved. Immediately, someone stood up and said, "Brother Ling Quan is right. I've known Brother Ling Quan for many years and have always admired Brother Ling Quan. Although I haven't had much contact with young Master Z, I also admire young Master Z's character. Then it would be impolite to refuse. Thank you for your invitation, young Master Z." Everyone expressed one after another. Naturally, they were willing to follow Hu Zi. In the end, only Qin Shao and the other two didn't speak. The others all stood on Hu Zi's side. Hu Zi was very broad-minded. He looked at Qin Shao and the other two with a smile on his face and said, "Prince Zhang Yang, Miss Yuan Yuan, and Lord Qin Shao, what do you three think?" Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Hu Zi. He said, "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I don't think you have any good intentions. You want to bribe everyone with small favors? You're really good at playing such old tricks. If others want to stand on your side, that's their business. I'm too lazy to say anything. However, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. I'm not familiar with you, and I don't want to be familiar with you. I don't want to be schemed against by you. So, don't ask me about this kind of thing. Obviously, I won't pay attention to you. And most importantly, I want to say, I'm not a Huling man. So, whether you Huling geniuses unite or not, it's none of my business." Prince Zhang Yang's words made everyone unhappy. Hu Zi's face darkened slightly. He looked deeply at Prince Zhang Yang, but he didn't say anything. Qin Shao naturally didn't participate. He shook his head and said, "I'm not a Huling man either, so don't look at me." Since Qin Shao and Hu Zi didn't participate, Yuan Yuan naturally didn't either. Yuan Yuan shook her head like a rattle drum and said, "Sorry, I'm not familiar with you, so I won't participate. Also, you look cold and fierce. I'm scared just looking at you. So don't look at me." Hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Hu Zi was a little speechless. How was he cold? How was he fierce? Was she scared of him? Was it so exaggerated? Hu Zi secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Since that's the case, I won't force you. Go ahead." Chapter 2266. Small Favors to Win People's Hearts. Prince Zhangyang was obviously disdainful of Hu Zi's actions. Hu Zi's purpose was very obvious. He wanted to form a clique and make friends with some people. Those who could reach this step, even if they did not become students of the Sacred Academy in the end, their talent and potential were definitely at the top of the immortal realm. If nothing unexpected happened, such a person would definitely be able to step onto the holy road and become a holy venerate. Moreover, there would definitely be a group of them who could become students of the Sacred Academy. Therefore, making friends with these people was naturally a very cost-effective transaction. Of course, Hu Zi also had the ability to make friends with these people. At this time, he took the initiative to show goodwill and put on a humble attitude. It could be seen that Hu Zi was very shrewd and ambitious. However, Qin Shao and the others were too lazy to care about Hu Zi and the others. It had nothing to do with them. "Zhang Yang, we'll leave it to you. We'll listen to your arrangements and follow you," Qin Shao said to Zhang Yang. Prince Zhang Yang pursed his lips and smiled. He patted his chest and said, "No problem, just follow me. I've been to Tai House City before. I'm familiar with the place. After Tai House City, there are many places worth visiting. However, the first to bear the brunt of it is the Emperor's ruins. Therefore, Our first stop must be the Emperor's ruins. Hee hee. If we can grasp it well, we'll definitely gain a lot in the Emperor's ruins. Emperor's ruins? Just by hearing the name, Qin Shao felt that it was not an ordinary place. Was it related to the Emperor? Judging from the literal meaning, it should be related to the human sovereign. East Emperor Taihao Fushi. This was one of the supreme existences of the 5 great sage emperors. He really stood at the top of the immortal realm. He could control life and death, seize reincarnation, destroy the heavens and earth, and make the immortal realm pale in comparison. Therefore, when he heard about the emperor's ruins, Qin Shao was naturally shocked. The ruins of Renhuang. It seems to be the place where Renhuang cultivated in nirvana, right? Yuan asked. Prince Zhanyang nodded and said yes. The Renhuang ruins was the place where Renhuang Fushi cultivated. It was in the Renhuang ruins that the Renhuang emperor stepped onto the divine road and opened up his own path. Although the human sovereign didn't cultivate in the human sovereign ruins after that, the human sovereign's aura still remains in the ruins, as well as the human sovereign's comprehension of cultivation in the early years. Therefore, he can still guide others in their cultivation. If one's luck is good, one will definitely obtain a great harvest and breakthrough. I've entered the mortal emperor's ruins once before, and the harvest was indeed great. It directly helped me break through to the 4th step heavenly venerable realm. Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, Qin Shao became more expectant. It seemed that the Renhuang ruins was indeed a holy land for cultivation. But then again, it made sense. After all, it was a place of cultivation left behind by Renhuang all those years ago. It had to be a holy land for cultivation. Even the Renhuang had cultivated there before. There were traces of the Renhuang in that place. Moreover, the significance of this place was extraordinary. The 5 saint emperors were the supreme faith in the hearts of the human clan. They were the spiritual leaders of the human clan. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Renhuang ruins. Upon entering the Renhuang ruins, Qin Shao discovered a problem. The formation restriction here was very powerful. There were also many guards on both the open and the hidden. It was definitely a place of martial law. Moreover, to Qin Shao's surprise, those guards in uniform armor all exuded the powerful aura of a 3rd step heavenly venerable realm great immortal. There were so many of them that there were probably thousands of them. There were so many open guards, and all of them had the powerful aura of a 3rd step heavenly venerable. Moreover, they could clearly sense the aura of a 4th step heavenly venerable realm great immortal in the dark. This was obviously done deliberately to warn those who entered the Renhuang ruins. TSK. As expected of the Renhuang ruins, the place where Renhuang Fushi cultivated in the past. This guard is too generous. It's so generous that it's frightening. Qin Shao couldn't help but let out a sigh when he saw this. Prince Zhanyang laughed and said, that's right. After all, this is Taihao City, one of the 9 great sacred cities. It's the place where East Emperor Taihao Fushi was born, cultivated, and grew up. It's also the former home of the Taihao clan. In a sense, it's extraordinary. There's no doubt about the strength of Taihao City. 3rd step heavenly venerables are nothing here. They're everywhere. 4th step heavenly venerables are nothing. There are so many of them. That's why you can truly feel the vastness and power of the immortal domain here. The stronger one is, the wider one's horizons are, and the higher the level one sees. Now, we need to take this opportunity to raise our level. After entering the Renhuang ruins, Qin Shao finally understood why it was called a ruin. It was indeed an ancient ruin, a place of ruins. Many things could no longer be seen in their original appearance. Only some traces of the past could be seen. This place had not been rebuilt or renovated. It still maintained its ancient appearance. Only some buildings were still intact. However, those ancient buildings were obviously dilapidated and did not have any grandeur. Every brick and tile in this ruin was protected by a formation restriction. It could even be said that after entering this place, one could clearly feel that their strength was completely suppressed. It was as if they had been beaten back into an ordinary person. Even if one wanted to destroy this place, they probably did not have the ability to do so. It was the first time Qin Shao had encountered such a terrifying formation restriction. It was indeed too powerful and profound. Speaking of which, Qin Shao had made some achievements in formations. However, in the face of such a formation restriction, he could not understand it at all. It was beyond the scope of his understanding. In the Renhuang ruins, he saw many people walking around and comprehending. Some of them were just purely trying to feel the cultivation place of the human emperor. Qin Shao carefully sensed everything in the aura here. In this place, he could indeed feel a trace of supreme divine might. This trace of supreme divine might should have been left behind by the human emperor in the past. However, the human emperor in the past should not have been as powerful as he was now. However, the trace of the divine might had still been left behind. It was just that it was very weak. Moreover, this place was protected by a formation restriction, so the aura inside would not escape. Otherwise, there would not be a trace of it left behind. Feeling this trace of divine might, Qin Shao's heart became more pious. Qin Shao still worshipped the human emperor, the human race's divine emperor. He had faith in the human emperor. Walking in the ruins, he could feel a trace of the law of immortals. However, there were not many traces. In these ruins, he could see more traces of the human emperor's life and cultivation in the past. There were also some traces of the Taihao clan. He could not feel much else. It was more related to one's mentality. If he only came with faith in the human emperor, he could also feel it sincerely. Zhang Yang, didn't you say that you had a great harvest in the human emperor ruins? You won't be able to comprehend anything from these ruins, right? Qin Shao couldn't help but ask. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and smiled. Ha, not really. The place we are now is just an ordinary area open to the public. It is not the real cultivation place of the human emperor. This is just the Taihao clan's territory. Of course, there are many traces of the human emperor, but this is just an ordinary area of the human emperor ruins. The core area of the human emperor ruins is not here. As for the core area, ordinary people can't enter. Oh, there's a core area? Qin Shao was relieved. No wonder he felt that there was nothing. He could not gain anything. It turned out that this was just an ordinary area, an area open to everyone for free. Qin Shao asked again, "Can we enter the core area? Since you had a great harvest last time, you must have entered the core area." Prince Zhang curled his lips and smiled. Haha, I can enter the core area, so can Miss Yuan. But your brother Qin Shao will be in trouble. I don't think he can enter. What did he mean? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows. What did he mean by Prince Zhang and Miss Yuan could enter, but Qin Shao, cannot? Was he discriminating against him like that? In terms of cultivation level, he was a fourth-step heavenly venerable realm superior immortal. In terms of talent and potential, he could pass the second round of the Sacred Academy's test. That was enough to prove everything. In terms of strength, he was not weak. In terms of wealth, although he was poor, he still had hundreds of thousands of chaos source stones. Prince Zhang put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder and said helplessly, "Brother, you can't help it. Who asked you not to be outstanding enough? Most importantly, you are not handsome enough. I am different. I enter with my face. Miss Yuan can enter with her face, but you can't. Although you're not ugly, and you're even a little handsome, there's still something missing. So, why don't you wait for us outside later?" Ha! Damn you. Qin Shao knew that Prince Zhang would not say anything good. As expected, he was shameless the moment he opened his mouth. Although Qin Shao was not narcissistic about how handsome he was, at least he was not ugly, right? He should be passable, right? Besides, whether a man was handsome or not was not entirely determined by his face, right? It was mainly about his temperament, wasn't it? Fortunately, Qin Zhao's character was not bad, so Miss Yuan spoke up for him. "Zhang, you are lying again. Qin Shao is obviously more handsome than you." What? Hearing Miss Yuan's words, Prince Zhang felt like he had been hit by 10,000 points of damage. He looked at Miss Yuan with a sad face and said gloomily, "Miss Yuan, as a girl, you should be honest. Otherwise, you'll not be cute. Touch your conscience and say it again. Between me and Qin Shao, Who is more handsome? Open your eyes and look carefully. With my face, my body, and my temperament, you can tell me the truth with your conscience. Miss Yuanyuan really looked at Prince Zhongyang seriously. She looked at Zhongyang and then looked at Qin Shao. After comparing the two, she came to a conclusion. There is no mistake. I have compared you seriously. I think, come on, Qin Shao is still a little bit more handsome. Prince Zhongyang looked like he was about to vomit blood. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Sigh, the moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. People's hearts are not what they used to be. If I die one day, it will be because I was angered to death by Miss Yuan. While I'm still alive, I must emphasize that I am the most handsome, the most handsome, the most handsome. I will not accept any rebuttal. In any case, I am the most handsome. Whoever says otherwise, I will cut off all ties with them. Hand it over. Miss Yuanyuan pulled Prince Zhongyang and pouted her cherry lips. All right. Men should not be so petty. Chapter 2267. What do you mean by being in the top 100? Top 100? Top 100? Well, there's so many men more handsome than him in this world. Young Master Zhongyang expressed his dissatisfaction. This was a critical hit, and it was too hurtful. He was in the top 100 again, and he was slightly worse than Qin Shao. This was a double-edged sword attack. Master Zhongyang was even more unhappy now. He had always thought that Zhongyang was an excellent man who had both talent and beauty in him. All right. Don't be angry anymore. You're as handsome as Qin Shao now. Is that okay? Lady Yuanyuan saw the unhappy look on Zhongyang's face, so she quickly changed her words. Although she hadn't met Prince Zhongyang's expectations, this was the best she could do. However, Yuanyuan's next words hurt him even more. Oh, so lying is so untrue. Don't say it again in the future, Yuanyuan muttered. Most importantly, if you were to mumble, then so be it. Your voice was loud enough for Qin Shao and Child Zhongyang to hear. Qin Shao was amused, but he also knew that Prince Zhongyang was joking. Although this guy was indeed very narcissistic and cared a lot about his beauty, he wasn't that petty. Tell me, what are the conditions to enter the core area of the mortal emperor ruins? Qin Shao asked again. Prince Zhongyang took the opportunity to change the topic. The last time I came, I paid 100,000 chaos source stones to enter, and I can only stay there for 10,000 years at most. I think this should be the condition. 100,000 chaos source stones and 10,000 years. This was the condition? Qin Shao nodded and said, in that case, this condition isn't high. Relatively speaking, many people who come to Taihao City have the ability to enter. Prince Zhongyang nodded and said it should be. The condition is indeed not high, but it's normal. The Mortal Emperor Ruins is open to the public. It's just that to limit the number of people and to better protect the ruins, a certain threshold is set. Come, don't let anyone enter. Although this condition is not high, it is not something that everyone can afford. Indeed, the price of 100,000 primal chaos origin stones was enough to bankrupt an ordinary third-step heavenly venerate. Of course, those who could come to Taihao City probably had the financial resources to do so. However, it was quite extravagant to go in like this. 100,000 chaos source stones could only allow one to stay in there for 10,000 years. It was indeed very expensive. 100,000 chaos source stones? But I don't have a chaos source rock with me. What should I do? Yuanyuan asked in surprise. She was so poor that she had to borrow 100 chaos source stones from Qin Shao. Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said, isn't it just 100,000 chaos source stones? Miss Yuanyuan, you don't have it, but I do. Haha, as long as you say that I'm more handsome than Qin Shao, I'll pay the entrance fee for you. What do you think? A simple sentence is worth 100,000 chaos source stones. Isn't that worth it? It seemed like Prince Zhongyang was going all out in order to prove that he was more handsome than Qin Shao. However, Miss Yuanyuan shook her head and said, I don't want to. I can't say things that go against my conscience. My conscience will hurt if I do. Besides, I can't take your 100,000 chaos source stones for nothing. I don't want to owe you such a big favor. My father said that a girl shouldn't use a man's money casually. That's too unreserved. I've always been a reserved girl, so I definitely can't take your money. Ahem. Then how are you going to go in? Don't you want to go in? Prince Zhongyang was a little speechless. Yuan said, Of course I want to go in. Since I'm here, of course I want to go in. However, I can borrow from Qin Shao. I borrowed 100 Chaos Source Stones from him before. Since I already owe him a favor, it's fine to borrow it again. But you? No. Zhongyang felt that he had been hurt once again. They were both Chaos Source Stones. Could it be that Qin Zhao's was more fragrant? Why couldn't she borrow his? Both of them owed a favor, but the favor owed to Qin Shao was more fragrant? Why couldn't she borrow his? Sigh. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled helplessly. It seemed like Miss Yuan was really Zhongyang's nemesis. Qin Shao patted Prince Zhongyang's shoulder and said, All right, let's go. Let's go. If we don't go now, I think I'll die from anger, Prince Zhongyang said. Miss Yuan blinked and looked at Prince Zhongyang. You're a fourth-step heavenly venerable. How can you die from anger? I've never heard of such a thing. Prince Zhongyang looked at Miss Yuan as if he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He said, If you keep talking, I'll kill myself in front of you. His words frightened Miss Yuan. She immediately covered her mouth and shook her head. Then I won't say any more. Don't be angry. Not to mention how cute she looked, people who saw her couldn't help but have the urge to kiss her. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the core area. The entrance was quite hidden. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find it. The entrance was naturally heavily guarded. A group of guards stood there solemnly. They were sacred and could not be approached. There was an inconspicuous little house next to the entrance. Prince Zhongyang pointed at the little house and said to Qin Shao, Go there and hand over the Chaos Source Stones. After that, we can go in. The three of them walked into the inconspicuous little house. As soon as they entered, they smelled a strange fragrance. There was an exquisite little stove in which some spices were burning. The fragrance made people feel very comfortable. It made them feel refreshed. A silver-haired old lady was sitting on an old and shabby rattan chair. She was resting with her head slightly lowered. She was holding a book in her hand, but she did not move. It was as if she had fallen asleep. Her appearance made people feel a little strange. No one dared to disturb her. Qin Shao looked at Prince Zhongyang. Prince Zhongyang made a shushing gesture at Qin Shao and Miss Yuan. Then, he walked over carefully. When he arrived in front of the silver-haired old lady, Prince Zhongyang bent down and called out softly, Senior. Judging from her aura, the silver-haired old lady was an extremely powerful fourth-step celestial venerable. Qin Shao felt as if he was looking at an abyss that he could not see through. There was no doubt that the guardian who was able to guard this place was extremely powerful. Therefore, Prince Zhongyang, who had always been high profile, was very careful and respectful in front of the silver-haired old lady. The silver-haired old lady slowly raised her head and looked at Prince Zhongyang. Then, she looked at Qin Shao and Miss Yuan. There was no expression on her face. However, when she saw Yuan, her gaze paused for a moment. An undetectable light flashed in the depths of her eyes. You have immortal badges with you. You are the seated contestants of the Sacred Academy. You can go in directly. You don't need to pay any Chaos Source Stones, the silver-haired old lady said. Then, she lowered her head again and ignored them. Go in directly? Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang looked at each other and smiled at the same time. How could there be such a good thing? This way, they could save hundreds of thousands of Chaos Source Stones. Not bad. The three of them did not dare to make a sound. They quickly left the small house. After they came out, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. There was no longer that oppressive feeling. Among the fourth-step celestial venerables, I don't think anyone has ever given me the feeling of being as strong as that senior. I really don't know how strong that senior is. Qin Shao curled his lips and said. Prince Zhongyang nodded and said, That's right. Taihao City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many strong people. Ordinary fourth-step celestial venerables are no longer strong people when they come to Taihao City. They have to be very careful. Otherwise, they could get themselves killed at any time. I think that senior is very likely to be a half-sage. She already has a trace of sage aura on her. The so-called half-sage was someone who was infinitely close to the sage realm. They already had a trace of sage aura, but had not completely stepped into the sage realm. It could even be said that some extremely strong half-sages could rely on some tricks and dharma treasures to fight with real sages. Up until now, Qin Shao had yet to see a single half-saint. Young Master Xing and of Heaven Mountain City said that he was suspected to be a half-sage. Many people even said that young Master Xing and was a half-sage. However, compared to the silver-haired old lady, Qin Shao felt that he was still lacking. Therefore, young Master Xing and might not have reached the half-sage realm yet. Perhaps he was just infinitely close to it. A half-sage was an unimaginably strong existence. The three of them did not think too much about this and entered the core area of the Human Emperor ruins. With the immortal token in hand, not only could they enter the core area of the Human Emperor ruins directly, but they could also stay there for an unlimited amount of time. It could be considered a privilege for the geniuses participating in the Sacred Academy selection. The moment they entered the core area of the Human Emperor ruins, the feeling was indeed different. The aura of the former sage was more than 10 times stronger than outside. There was a feeling of vast and mighty sage aura. Because there was a powerful array formation guarding this place, the aura of the sage aura could not dissipate. It was always inside. The core area was not big. It was only about 10,000 miles in radius. There were very few buildings, and they were very simple. Moreover, they were all old and dilapidated. It was almost a ruin. However, the mountains, water, and forests were still preserved in this place. Everything here seemed to be the original scenery that had been sealed since ancient times. Although it was not big, it felt like every inch of land had the shadow of the Human Emperor. There was the aura of the Human Emperor, and there were traces of the Human Emperor. There were even remnants of the Human Emperor's image in the air. Once they entered, Qin Shao felt like he had entered another world. His mind was instantly drawn in, and he was completely immersed in a world of perception. In the air, in the soil on the ground, on the rocks, on the flowers and trees, and in the ruins, if one looked carefully, they would discover remnants of the aura of the Tao, the traces of the nomological laws, and the true essence of the immortal Tao. It was as if they had been written here. If one looked carefully, they would discover them. This feeling, how should he describe it, was a little like comprehending a path understanding tree. Of course, Qin Shao had never seen a true path understanding tree before. As expected of the Human Emperor's cultivation place, it really feels different. If I cultivate here, I feel as if I have the help of the heavens. Comprehending the Grand Tao has become much, much easier. It seems that this is a very good opportunity for me. I must grasp it well. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.